Chapter 1 Licking Dog. Sure, not even licking goddesses. What's a good college student doing losing weight? Now it's time to starve yourself to death with low blood sugar. Inside the ambulance, the young doctor looked at the handsome young man lying on the stretcher and called out pity, sighing that now male college students, in order to lose weight for the body even so desperate, that is, properly reduce what fertilizer should eat and drink people live happily is most important. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out next to the doctor. Hearing someone agree with him, the doctor immediately got excited and began to ramble on. That's right, low blood sugar for a long time can damage the heart, and can easily cause sudden death, just like this big one. In the middle of his words, the doctor suddenly realized that the college student he had just declared dead had sat up and stared straight at him. Ah, the swindle! Panicked shouts to the driver are startled. Extremely fast-moving ambulance suddenly like a drunken general in the road back and forth. Fortunately, this road is not many cars to not happen to shout another ambulance to save the ambulance of the joke. When the ambulance left, Lee stood on the side of the road looking at the unfamiliar street and began to stare. He did just die suddenly, but it was caused by continuous overtime. And the body wasn't his own as far as he could see from the glass of the store down the street. This isn't rebirth, it's rather like traveling through. Thinking of this possibility, Lee opened his arms in preparation for his exclusive system. Where's the system? Where's the gold finger? I'm ready, but all that was waiting was a sharp headache. A large number of memories flooded into his mind. Lee knew that he had traveled to a freshman student, and his predecessor had actually starved himself to death in order to save up for the Valentine's robbery when he had to buy a gift for his goddess. This death is also too suffocating. With this perseverance, even into the factory to play screws can earn more than others a sweet. Now the memory is still a little incomplete. Lee is ready to go back to school first to sort it out. And by the way, wait to see when the system can be awakened. Only just returned to Lakehead University not long, Lee suddenly met face to face with a beautiful girl wearing a white hip dress, black silk shoes, under the hem of the skirt revealing a section of rounded thighs wrapped in black silk, big eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, and around the constant sneak a look at her. Seeing that the pretty girl kept staring at him, Lee immediately returned the favor without showing any weakness. Who's afraid? It would be a loss to just let you look at me. Unexpectedly, that girl unexpectedly did not show any weakness, and even took the initiative to open her mouth to question Lee when he approached. Where's the gift, Lee? This girl all right? Although you are very beautiful but also cannot just grab a person to ask for a gift. What is the difference between this and forced to buy and sell? Seeing that Lee didn't react, that girl's face instantly changed. A pair of willow leaf eyebrows directly twisted together, and her big eyes began to glow with a cold light. You couldn't have forgotten to prepare a gift, Lee, thanks to me wanting to promise you just now. Now it seems like you need to continue to be tested. After trying to search in his memory for a while, Lee realized that this pretty girl in front of him was named Zhao Yashuan, a high school classmate of his predecessor. High school 3 years predecessor has been pursuing her hard. The other party is always too busy with studies as the reason for refusal, but receiving gifts but never soft. Anytime you dare forget to prepare a gift for 13 Valentine's days plus birthdays in a year, or if you are not satisfied with the gift, then you will definitely give a face, just like now. Hiss, this familiar smell is a bit smoky. I need to slow down. Before crossing the Lee met most of the blind date open mouth is 300,000 bride price, to have a suite in the city center and add her name. After marriage, all wages to hand over and not responsible for the mortgage. The pungent odor that came to his face made Lee frown straight away. There's no need to go through that much trouble. It's better if we don't contact each other again. Lee's display of impatience made Zhao Yashuan feel a blow to her self-esteem. Obviously you chased me. I have given you the opportunity to get close to me. How do you still do not know enough? And now because of a little gift to say do not contact again. Lee, don't regret it. I won't give you another chance in the future even if you beg me. Oh, I know. Lee casually coped with the sentence and prepared to leave from her side. Looking at Lee's unconcerned behavior, Zhao Yashuan felt like she had punched the air and was suffocating. If you leave now you won't get a ride from me later. Goodbye. Ding, the future sense system has been successfully bound. Does the host activate it? The voice that suddenly rang in his head quickly attracted all of Lee's attention, and even his footsteps unconsciously stopped. The system arrives with the late, but I'm a man with a golden finger too. Ha ha ha. What features do you have in the system? As long as a girl has a crush on the host, the system will return a daily future value based on the sum of the crush. The host can consume future value to predict the future, and the amount of future value consumed depends on the size of the impact on the future and the duration of the prediction. The host can also directly inquire about opportunities that will arise in the future. Lee instantly thought of countless possibilities. He can use the ability of the system to directly query the future opportunities that can make money, but also can query the future market wind direction to become a pig flying on the wind. But after discovering the way the future value was obtained, 10,000 alpacas instantly raced through his heart. System, you might as well find someone else to bind to. At this moment, Lee was like a ruthless killer who only wanted this annoying system to disappear from sight quickly. Getting a girl's favor. You hear that as a human being? The predecessor worked hard for 3 years, never dared to eat snacks and never dared to go out with friends, saved all the money to give gifts to Zhao Yashuan, and finally even starved themselves to death. But was Zhao Yashuan even remotely fond of the predecessor? True to form, it's probably a favor to the predecessor who hasn't given her a gift yet. Such pure dog-licking behavior makes Lee abhorred. When what all do not be a licking dog. Licking dog sure all do not lick the goddess. $100 used to treat brothers to a meal can harvest a group of righteous sons, but $100 used to give gifts to goddesses can only harvest a blank stare. Waste of time. With a wave of his hand, Lee was ready to go back to his dormitory and lay flat, to see if he could get money with the knowledge he had brought with him, all through the still full of love and love to say out how embarrassing. Might as well get money to real. But the system didn't care what Lee was saying and was still introducing himself. When the favorability of all girls is 0, the system will provide 10,000 yuan of favorability fund to help the host gain favorability every day, and the favorability fund will increase by 1,000 yuan for each additional day of time. Wait, Lee quickly captured the key information, $10,000 per day, and will increase more and more with time. System, there won't be a limit to the use of this money. Will there? No, I admit to talking a little too loud just now. Activate. Such a stable and easy way to get money is much more realistic than pleasing a goddess to redeem a money-making opportunity. No one is going to stop me from getting money, not even if a heavenly fairy comes. Chapter 2, handing out goodwill funds, asking hosts to make more efforts. Activation successful. Current favorability total 56 points. Tomorrow morning at midnight the host will get 56 future values. Please keep up the good work. Lee, who would be so blind as to love a lickspill like his predecessor. I admit I'm a bit handsome, but you guys can't like me based on that alone. Finding that Lee really stood still when he heard his threat, Zhao Yashuan tilted her head condescendingly and waited for him to apologize. After several minutes had passed without hearing the expected apology, Zhao Yashuan became a bit impatient. Why are you so abrasive for a man? If you want to apologize, hurry up. At this moment, Lee was annoyed by those 56 points of goodwill, and was completely not in the mood to listen to Zhao Yashuan chattering on the side as he waved his hand like he was repelling flies. I really don't like you. Stop it. Stop it? Hearing these 2 words, Zhao Yashuan thought she had an ear problem. Li Yi's tone was as if he was courting him. Is there any mistake? You, a big man, to pursue the girl is not natural. Where the girl in turn to pursue you, based on your face big? You don't even look in the mirror to see what kind of person you really are. Do you deserve it? Thinking of this, she was so evil that she couldn't care less about the fact that the road was now filled with students who had just gotten out of class and shouted, Li Yi, are you a man or not? For not giving a gift to even say you don't like me anymore? Her voice was so loud that it caused the large group of eaters around her to immediately hit the ground running. What's the deal? Is that boy going to break up just to not get a gift? That's too petty. I see that he is very handsome, was quite good looking, and now I look at the real shrimp head. Only a fool would be his girlfriend. Can't even be bothered to buy a gift. How selfish. I'm going to take a picture and post him inside the campus forum so that all of its other Gmae will recognize this guy. The focus of the boys is a little different. Soon there are sharp-eyed people recognize Zhao Yashuan. This just enrolled in the school quickly became the beautiful girl of the Lake Sea University school flower. Do not know how many men dream of letting her become their girlfriend. Isn't that Zhao Yashuan? When did she have a boyfriend? I know that guy. He's Zhao Yashuan's high school classmate. I heard he's been pursuing her. Humph. With him being a poor boy, how could Yashin possibly look at him? He's really making a fool of himself. The person who spoke was called Chao Qingxuan, a famous rich second generation at Hohai University, who once invited all the people in the second class of finance to go to a hotel with a per capita consumption of 200, just for his birthday. You should know that now is roughly equivalent to just 8 years before Li Yi traveled, and most college students' monthly living expenses are only 400 or 500. The surrounding chatter wasn't small, and both Li Yi and Zhao Yashuan could hear it very clearly. Realizing that her purpose was accomplished, Zhao Yashuan skimmed Li Yi out of the corner of her eye, and was quite pleased in her heart. You messed with me first, I'll make your reputation bad, and see who'll want to be your girlfriend in the future. And you won't get close to any girl except me. But she didn't realize that this approach played right into Li Yi's hands. The current favorability is 24 points. Please work harder. I can't believe it has this kind of miraculous effect. If all the girls in the school knew about it, wouldn't money fly in by the bucket load? Freshman year is just over 2 months old now, and there are still over 200 days left. So even if we wait for the next freshman class to enter the school and start from the beginning, we'll still get almost $300,000 on that last day. Calculating the rest of this less than a year is more than $30 million. which is much more reliable than huffing and puffing around looking for opportunities to make money. Zhao Yashuan, who had succeeded in making Li Yi lose his reputation, realized that he had been standing there without speaking again, and thought that he was afraid, so even his tone of voice hardened quite a bit. Li Yi, I'm so blind to give a man as petty as you a chance. Noticing that the girls around her were starting to bring dislike in their eyes, Li Yi decided to go along with her words a little harder. I've given you a lot of gifts these past 3 years, and you've never agreed to my advances. So what? Accepting a gift doesn't mean I agree. Are you trying to make me agree with such a small gift? Zhao Yashuan bared her teeth and sucked in a mouthful of cold air as she said this, as if she had encountered something disgusting. The girls around them also had contempt on their faces. Just now I thought if there was some kind of misunderstanding, but now the truth comes out. It's just a cheapskate who doesn't want to give gifts. What's his name? I'm going to show everyone that there are such petty people in the world. Li Yi from Finance Class 3, Grade 08. Click, click, click. Without looking, Li Yi could tell that there were quite a few people around him taking crazy pictures of themselves with their cell phones. At this time the cell phone pixels are not high, generally only 2 or 3 million. In order to those who can shoot more clearly, Li Yi even took the initiative to walk into the point, so that they can shoot their own handsome face clearly. You ask for a gift every Valentine's Day, but why don't you ever give one? I'm a girl, why should I give you a gift? Zhao Yashuan's face was full of incredulity, as if she had heard some heavenly joke. A shrimp-headed man like you is not too much even if he sharks. In an effort to please the girls around them, some of the boys have joined in the soundbite. What's wrong with you, a guy, giving a girl a present? It's not like there's a piece of meat missing from your body. Isn't it natural for a guy to give a girl a gift, and you want to whore her out for nothing when she's spending time with you? Discovering that the loathing of Li Yi in Zhao Yashuan's eyes was getting thicker and thicker, Chao Qingchuan, who had always wanted to make this schoolgirl his girlfriend, felt that the opportunity had arrived and immediately took out his thick wallet and condescended to say, Li Yi, that's too much of a disgrace to men. If you don't have any money, the gift I'll buy it for you. Seeing that there were quite a few boys in the crowd who had actually become righteously indignant as well, Li Yi spoke to them in a deep tone. Don't you act like dog lickers in this way? Do you know that dog lickers lick until they end up with nothing? Seeing that it was almost time, Li Yi took advantage of the crowd's inattention and left the place through the cracks of the people with a flash. Returning to the dormitory, Li Yi realized that he had a photo of Zhao Yashuan's back on his desk. Thinking that this was the predecessor because Zhao Yashuan did not agree to take pictures with him and could only secretly take and wash out the pictures himself, Li Yi was disgusted and directly threw the pictures into the trash can. Currently, there are 0 points of goodwill. The host must do better. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Li Yi had a smug smile on his face. Sure. The dormitory he lives in is a 4-room dormitory, and the other 3 are going to go to a cyber cafe to hack this evening without returning. Li Yi lay on his bed, staring intently at the time on his cell phone jumping to 0 o'clock. Due to the favorability of 0, unfortunately the host did not get the future value reward. Now we released the favorability fund of 10,000 yuan. Please make more efforts. As soon as the words fell, Li Yi received a bank arrival text message on his cell phone. Your bank card with tail number 7438 received a transfer of $10,000 and has a current balance of $11,128.38. Yes. Looking at the text message, Li Yi jumped up excitedly. Chapter 3. Sorry, we don't know each other well. At 8 o'clock the next day, Li Yi, who hadn't slept all night, put on his clothes and went straight to Commercial Street. Gaining $10,000 of goodwill fund, he now only wanted to get money. As for pleasing girls to gain goodwill to exchange for any future value, I'm sorry, whoever wants to go there, it's still real money that smells better compared to future value. Today to go to the Commercial Street, Li Yi is ready to look for some do not need a lot of investment. Also do not have to keep an eye on their own project first practice. Even if not earn much money, can also accumulate experience in opening a store. Along the way, Li Yi could feel that many of the girls who came and went looked at themselves with contempt in their eyes. Yesterday, Li Yi back to the dormitory after Zhao Yashuan, and the onlookers of the girls cannot be idle. In their efforts only one night, Lake University on the majority of girls know Li Yi is a stingy boy. In this day and age, it's a cardinal sin for guys to be stingy, especially with girls. See him, I heard that just because he didn't want to give a gift, he even said he didn't like Zhao Yashuan. He even likes this kind of demonic goods like Zhao Yashuan. It seems that he's not a good person either, just a raccoon of a hill. Did you guys hear wrong? I heard that he was ready to ask for the gift he gave before back because his confession was rejected by Zhao Yashuan. These girls all widened their eyes in unison when they heard this, and the gazes they looked at Li Yi all took on contempt in unison. I've never seen such a strange boy as to want something back after giving it away. Boys like that are better off ending up alone and not coming out to wreak havoc. The surrounding chatter was not small, and some of the girls even deliberately raised their volume to speak to Li Yi. Hearing their murmurs, Lee squinted his eyes a little smugly. That's right, that's it. Rumor monger to your heart's content. The more exaggerated the better. At this time, Lee even hoped that these girls could say something more exaggerated. Even if they said that they even wanted Zhao Yashuan to pay interest. Better make all the girls at Lakeland take a detour when they see him so they can get their goodwill fund in peace. Escorted by despicable gazes all the way, Lee, who was in a good mood, arrived at the commercial street, his eyes scanning back and forth between the stores on both sides, and the whole person looked very cozy. Coincidentally, Zhao Yashuan and her best friend Zhang Qing had just walked out of a clothing store, and Zhang Qing was the first to see Lee and immediately patted Zhao Yashuan's shoulder. Yes, Xian. Look, if that's Lee, what's he doing in Commercial Street? Zhao Yashuan looked in the direction of Zhang Qing's finger and found Lee staring at a milk tea store. Humph. Whatever. Let's keep shopping. But Zhang Qing clearly didn't want to give up as she gave her guess. Do you think he'll be choosing a gift and preparing to apologize to you? You want to apologize now? Too late. Zhao Yashuan's face showed disdain. Then she added with a twist of words, but it's not impossible if he really brings a gift over to apologize. Zhang Qing sniffed a bit strangely. Why? Accepting the gift doesn't mean I forgive him. When she said this, Zhao Yashuan looked like she was taking it for granted, and there was still a strong disgust in her eyes when she looked at Lee. These stinky men, always thinking that they can kidnap my heart with a few $1,000s of gifts. It's disgusting. This advanced remark immediately shocked Zhang Qing, who felt that she had learned something unimaginable. Yes, Xian, you have a good point. In the future, those stinky men won't be able to get my heart with just a few gifts. Zhao Qing, who had a small round face and a stubby body that didn't look like anything special, looked as if she had been given a treasure. Lee in front of the milk tea store retracted his gaze and saw Zhao Yashuan and Zhang Qing pointing at him. Seeing Lee looking at them, Zhao Yashuan turned her gaze to the side with a tilt of her small face, looking rather high-strung. Yes, Xian, he's looking at you. I guess he's really ready to apologize to you. That's for sure. He's already got a bad reputation with me. What other girl in my school would want to take a chance on him besides me? For her own masterpiece, Zhao Yashuan was quite proud. No one should escape from her hand. If you can't get it, you must destroy it. However, as Lee walked to Zhao Yashuan's side, his speed did not decrease at all as he passed by her without moving his eyes the entire time. It was only after Lee walked far away that Zhao Yashuan and Zhang Qing reacted, and they stared incredulously at the already distant back. Yes, Xian, could he be deliberately ignoring us? Definitely. I don't know where I learned how to lust after them anymore. Just watch. It won't be 2 days before he can't help but come and apologize. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Lee walked into a nicely decorated restaurant. Hong Binla, the most upscale pavilion in the vicinity of Lakes University, has a per capita consumption of over $100 in an era when a dormitory get-together can be done for over $100. Usually it was only some students from wealthy families who could afford to come here once in a while, and it turned out that in order to curry favor with Zhao Yashuan, Lee hadn't less often invited her and her girlfriends to come here for dinner. Today, Lee is prepared to eat by himself, because the predecessor has been to save money to give Zhao Yashuan a gift, the height of 1 meter 8. He is now only 110 pounds, thin as a bamboo pole. Walking into Hongbin building, Lee directly sat down in the hall and ordered a table of hard dishes. The price totaled more than 1,000, which shocked the waiter to confirm several times in a row before going to the back kitchen to place the order. There were many other students from Lakes University in the hall, and soon someone recognized Lee, and when they found him eating alone in Hongbin building, the crowd whispered, "He's Lee, isn't he? Why did he come to eat at Hongbin house by himself? You do not see outside standing Zhao Yashuan it. Surely happened to meet strong support to come here to find face. Ha, how could schoolgirl Zhao look at a cheapskate like him?" Suddenly, a tall and beautiful girl wearing a black blouse and blue jeans sat on her but across from Lee. She had a goose egg face, short hair revealing a pair of big bright eyes underneath. Her agar rose nose was straight and her small mouth was red and moist. She is the first school flower Su Qingqiao in the hearts of everyone in Lake University. And other school flowers will be carefully dressed every day different. Su Qingqiao never dress up, never wear a skirt, and even in the summer are casually wearing a piece of pants and short-sleeved when out. But even so it is hard to hide her exquisite face. And that lonely temperament combination is like a flower of the high ridge, so that all the boys in Lake University are adored. There were always people who privately fantasized about how beautiful Su Qingqiao would really be if she dressed up a little. It was basically impossible for them to see it, though, because of her lonely air, most of the boys didn't even dare to go up to her and ask for her cell phone number. Why is schoolgirl Su sitting at a table with Lee? Could it be that schoolgirl Su is also displeased with Lee's actions and is ready to teach him a lesson? Just as everyone was making wild guesses, Su Qingqiao suddenly opened her vermilion lips lightly and said in that unique soft voice, "Lee, right. I appreciate what you did yesterday. Why don't we get together and talk?" Chapter 4. I've really figured it out. The moment Su Qingqiao sat down opposite Li Yi, the restaurant suddenly became pin-drop silent. All the university students put down their chopsticks and sneak a look at Li Yi's table, and many of the boys have even brought jealousy in their eyes. However, Li Yi looked at the exquisite face in front of the girl but did not appreciate the mood. He now only want to focus on screwing money. Any woman will only affect the speed of his screwing money. I don't want to talk. Li Yi's refusal was quite dry and froze Su Qingqiao. No boy had ever refused her before. Only her almond eyes were slightly open, revealing all of her owner's shocked emotions. It was originally curious why this boy suddenly changed his attitude and even wanted to return Zhao Yashuan's gift. However, seeing this attitude of his now, Su Qingqiao's character wouldn't make a fool of herself anymore. Excuse me. She got up and left at once. Just a short while after leaving, Su Qingqiao's mind couldn't help but recall Li Yi's attitude just now. Calm, cold and even a hint of impatience. Such an emotion she had never seen in any other boy. What kind of boy is this Li Yi? While Li Yi and Su Qingqiao were talking, the others could only see Su Qingqiao expressionlessly saying a few words to Li Yi before getting up and leaving. A few were inexplicably a little apprehensive in their hearts. Li Yi's attitude towards Zhao Yashuan suddenly changed drastically. Could it be because he's in a relationship with Su Qingqiao? You're afraid you haven't woken up. Su Qingqiao, we can look at a cheapskate like Li Yi? Right. Looking at Su Qingqiao's expression just now, it should be that she couldn't look at him like that yesterday, so she couldn't help but reprimand him to his face. I feel the same way. Otherwise Su Qingqiao wouldn't have said a few words and left, not wanting to spend one more second with Li Yi at all. The topic of conversation among all the boys in the hall gradually shifted from what Su Qingqiao had just said to Li Yi, to how exactly Su Qingqiao had just reprimanded Li Yi. The growing buzz around him didn't affect Li Yi's dry rice at all, and he even let out a slight sigh of relief after Su Qingqiao left. I can finally get rid of her. Women are really dangerous creatures. Just in time for dinner. My $11,000 today will almost not be guaranteed. Fearing that in case any more girls wanted to have a chat with him, Li Yi instantly dried his food several times faster. Li Yi, who was concentrating on dry rice, did not notice that Zhao Yashuan was standing outside the floor-to-ceiling window of Hongbin building and staring at him. Perhaps even if he found it, he would not care. While standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Zhao Yashuan's pretty face was filled with anger. She saw Su Qingqiao, who walked out from Hongbin building, was about to go up and question why she was hitching a ride with Li Yi. Who knows that only just took a step. Was Su Qingqiao clear cold eyes swept a glance, instantly stopped in place, did not dare to go forward at all. And Su Qingqiao didn't bother to take care of Zhao Yashuan. She usually hated this kind of girl who delved into how to lie on top of men and suck their blood every day. As a fellow girl, knowing that most people would definitely not hesitate to support Su Qingqiao if the two were to clash, Zhao Yashuan had no choice but to mutter, "Humph, what a drag." Zhang Qing hurriedly comforted, "Yes, Xian, don't be angry. What kind of character is Su Qingqiao? Would she look at Li Yi, who was worthless and a cheapskate? Just rest assured." Closing her eyes in an effort to calm herself down, Zhao Yashuan said in a sharp tone, "I'm not angry at all. What kind of goods is he? Li Yi, if he wants to chase Su Qingqiao, he can go ahead and do so. Don't blame me for being heartless when it comes to hitting the southern wall. That's right, when the time comes, he'll have no place to cry." Poof. Stomping her foot, Zhao Yashuan left the shopping street in a huff. She was now in no mood to continue shopping. Sweeping away the food on the table and packing 2 more grilled lamb chops and braised pork ribs, Li Yi returned to the dormitory with a satisfied heart. He was now filled with how to get money, and while the good sense fund smelled good, it had been proven that if the income was too homogeneous, then the resistance to risk would be weak. So Li Yi just used the Goodwill Fund as his startup capital and a stable source of income when doing business in the future. With a steady source of income, even if you're burning through money, you'll have more than anyone else. Just returned to the dormitory, Li Yi asked a strong smell of feet. He did not need to look at the plastic bag raised in his hands and shouted, "Righteous sons, see what good things for the father to bring back?" As soon as the words started, the white clean boy sitting on the left-hand side of the door, who was playing a game on his laptop, growled in dissatisfaction. "Lao San, your kid has spent all his money on that woman Zhao Yashuan. Surprisingly, you still have the nerve to call yourself a righteous father?" He is Wei Shijiang, the second oldest in the dormitory. I heard that his family is very rich, usually hate others to pretend be in front of him, but the heart is not bad. The oldest 4, Wang Xinyu, who was watching the battle behind him, also turned around and chimed in. "That's right, USH, righteous father." Wang Xinyu's voice startled Wei Shijiang, and his hands shook as he was immediately killed on the spot by the opponent, who suddenly jumped out. "Old 4, what are you yelling for over there?" He yelled and turned around just in time to see Li Yi pulling the folding table out of the crack of the bed, the grilled lamb chops and braised pork ribs in his hands still giving off their aroma. "Lao San, you're not going to spend the second half of the month? Buy so many good things." Chao Haoran, the boss who was washing clothes on the balcony, heard the commotion and came out. Seeing the bag in Li Yi's hand, he thought he was irritated because he was rejected by Zhao Yashuan, and opened his mouth to comfort him. Lao San, you don't have to be discouraged. The brothers believe that you're not the kind of person who is petty. It was only then that the other two remembered the rumors they had heard on the way back, and they too rushed out to comfort them. As the old saying goes, rumors stop when they stop, and people will forget about it sooner or later. Wei Shichang's understanding of proverbs is always a little off. It's okay, Lao San. Big deal. We are single together. Women, which is not as fun as the game. Wang Xinyu shouted all day long that he was not interested in women, and his ambition in the 4 years of college was to play games, novels, and not failing classes. Although the predecessor in order to chase Zhao Yashuan almost did not participate in the activities of the dormitory, but the 313 people have always been very concerned about Li Yi, which is why he ate and also did not forget to bring 2 copies back to share with the crowd. Senior is half right. Women aren't as important as screwing money, and all I want to do now is screw money. Although Li Yi spoke impassionately, 301 the other 3 looked at him with worried eyes. Chao Haoren spoke tentatively. Lao San, in a moment, Professor Song has an open class in the auditorium, and I heard that Zhao Yashuan will be there. Professor Song, then let's hurry up and go. There won't be any seats left if we're late. This Professor Song is a retired old professor reappointed by the Lake University, has a high prestige in economics. I heard that many teachers inside the Lake University are his students. Li Yi was now worried that he would have some difficulty doing business at school. If he could get Professor Song's appreciation, it would be a lot easier. At this time Li Yi is full of Professor Song, completely did not notice the other 3 strange face. See, the 3 people are still standing in place, did not move, he said again eagerly. I'll buy you guys a big dinner when you get back from the lecture. Quick, quick, quick. Looking at Li Yi's back that couldn't wait to run out, all 3 of them silently sighed in their hearts. It's easy to change your nature. Chapter 5. Who really rejected who? When Li Yi came to the auditorium, there were already a lot of people sitting inside. Zhao Yashuan was also sitting in a rather conspicuous position. Today she wore a white fairy dress, her feet in silver high heels, her white little feet bucked and bucked, hooking the eyes of the surrounding boys to follow the up and down. Zhao Yashuan was surrounded by boys, and a number of them were secretly admiring the small face with delicate makeup. The feeling of all the attention made her enjoy it. When the 314 people walked into the large auditorium, instantly all eyes converged on Li Yi. He was now a celebrity in Huda University, and under the publicity of Zhao Yashuan and a group of fairies, it would be out if anyone still didn't know the name of cheapskate Li Yi. Yes, Xian Si, Li Yi is looking for you. I guess the little pissant can't take it anymore, and now he's just coming to you for mercy. Today's occasion is good. If we let Li Yi apologize to Ye Xian now, there is still some sincerity. Zhang Qing and a few other girls, you and I, had already identified Li Yi's purpose for coming to the auditorium today is because he couldn't stand the pressure of public opinion to apologize to Zhao Yashuan. Noticing Li Yi's gaze sweeping over herself, Zhao Yashuan immediately turned her head aside. Humph, coming to apologize with empty hands like this is not sincere at all. Then, Ye Xian, what kind of gift do you think Li Yi has to take to apologize in order to be sincere? I think it has to be worth at least 2,000. Otherwise it doesn't even show sincerity. Humph, Zhao Yashuan smiled disdainfully. I won't forgive him no matter how many gifts I send. Hearing this, Zhang Qing immediately realized that she was about to have new knowledge to learn. So are you still accepting the gift? Receive, why not? That's what he voluntarily gave me. Besides, accepting the gift doesn't mean I accept his apology. Zhao Yashuan said this as a matter of course, and towards the end she added another point of knowledge. I just want to show other guys what happens when you chase a girl and don't want to give her a gift. And not even wanting to spend money for a girl means it's not genuine at all. A tall, skinny BFF next to her, Sung Nam Lee, immediately cited. The amount of money a guy is willing to spend shows how much he loves you. Just as Zhao Yashuan was exchanging ideas with her girlfriends, Li Yi had already found a seat and started walking in Zhao Yashuan's direction. Seeing this scene, everyone else in the large auditorium immediately stared closely at Li Yi preparing to watch a good show. Sure enough, it's only been less than 2 days since Li Yi couldn't help but apologize to Zhao Yashuan. His cheek is still really thick. The other day he also said that we were some kind of licking dog. So this is called licking a dog, sure, or not licking the goddess. Maybe he licks dog sure every day. Lao San, realizing that Li Yi was actually walking towards Zhao Yashuan, Chao Haoren couldn't help but shout. But Li Yi unexpectedly just waved his hand and continued to walk forward like it was nothing. 301 The other 3 couldn't help but show disappointment in their eyes. They were all starting to think that Li Yi's claim that he only wanted to focus on getting money should just be a stiff upper lip. Under everyone's gaze, Li Yi unexpectedly walked directly past Zhao Yashuan to the first row, not even glancing at her the entire time. There wasn't even a deliberate twisting of his head to the other side, as if Zhao Yashuan was already no different from a passerby in his eyes. The melon eaters in the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. expressing their shock at Li Yi's behavior. The movement drew Zhao Yashuan, who had turned her head to the side to wait for Li Yi to apologize, to look back, and her face instantly froze. After a while, she let out a cold snort. Good, you're even playing a game of lust for me. Let's just see whose tactics are more powerful. Sun Nam Li asked. So what do we do next? There's no rush, play with him first. Staring coldly at Li Yi's back, Zhao Yashuan was no longer in the mood to enjoy the attention of the crowd. At this time, Chao Changquan suddenly came to her holding a bouquet of flowers. Yes Xian, a man like Li Yi doesn't deserve your attention at all. Let's go for dinner at night. I know a very good Western restaurant. Realizing that it was Chao Changquan, a rich second generation, Zhao Yashuan gently ruffled her long hair around her ears to reveal a smile. Just as she pretended to hesitate and was about to agree, the conversation of the people eating beside her suddenly made her blush. Who in the world gave Li Yi the courage to ignore schoolmarm Zhao? Was it Jennifer Liang? No, it's Su Qingqiao. I say you're out of your mind. How could my white moonlight be involved with that kind of cheapskate? Nonsense, she's clearly my white moon. Not waiting for the two to distinguish in the end, Su Qingqiao should live in the heart of who? Just opened the mouth of that boy, patted the shoulders of the two pointing to the forefront, tone somewhat lifeless. My white moonlight is sitting with the cheapskate. The other two boys quickly stopped their pointless argument and looked forward as well, and suddenly there were two more sad people in the auditorium. I'm a bit uncomfortable today. Why don't we do it some other time? Seeing that Zhao Yashuan was about to agree, but rejected herself because of Li Yi, Chao Qingquan's gaze as he looked at the front row took on a grim look. Su Qingqiao had really come for the lecture today. She was wearing a white blouse with a pair of black pants today, as always without the slightest decoration, as always fresh and elegant. Since walking into the auditorium, all those gazes that were focused on Zhao Yashuan instantly shifted to her, which even included some girls. Realizing that even if she was well dressed, she was still being robbed of all the limelight by Su Qingqiao. A sense of powerlessness arose in Zhao Yashuan's heart. Although she wouldn't admit it on her lips, she knew that even if Su Qingqiao didn't dress up, her face value would still be able to throw her off a few blocks, not to mention that the other party had a mesmerizing loneliness about her. Perhaps because of the late arrival, the front row was the only one in the large auditorium that still had seats, and it was found that Li Yi was the only one sitting alone in the front row. Su Qingqiao ghostly made it next to Li Yi. Yes Xian, why is Su Qingqiao sitting with Li Yi again? They can't really be related, right? After Chao Qingquan left in disappointment, Zhang Qing asked, how could Su Qingqiao look at Li Yi with that character? I won't accept it. Zhao Yashuan was a bit hysterical. Li Yi must have approached me for all the gifts in order to chase after Su Qingqiao. This scum. Yeah, the scumbag. He must not be allowed to succeed. Suddenly, Li Shengnan noticed that the corner of Zhao Yashuan's eyes actually brought on tears, and she asked worriedly, Yashuan, you don't like Li Yi, do you? How can that be? I just don't understand why he would suddenly change his mind when he's obviously been chasing me for 3 years. Shouldn't he be persistent and keep pursuing me? Yes Xian, take it easy, men can't be relied on. Yeah, men can't be trusted. And in the corner of the auditorium, 301 the other three seemed to have received a violent attack when they saw that Su Qingqiao had actually taken the initiative to sit next to Li Yi. Didn't Su Qingqiao never let boys get close to her? This guy had given Su Qingqiao a gift when he first enrolled in school. Who knew that people just went right around the side as if they didn't see it? Being a second-generation rich man, he concluded from that day that no male creature could get close to Su Qingqiao, not even a dog. Discovering that Wei Shixian was actually already hiding his face and crying. Wang Xinyu consoled, Lao you can think on the bright side. Our brother chased Su Qingqiao. You also have face when you say it out not. Wei Shixian cried even louder. Boys are like that. They are afraid of their brother's suffering, and they are even more afraid of their brothers driving a Land Rover. Suddenly, Chao Haoren muttered, who exactly did you guys say rejected who yesterday? Chapter 6 The shocking, unrefusable pickup line. After sitting next to Li Yi, Su Qingqiao sneaked a glance at him and realized that this handsome boy actually showed impatience again after he sat down. This made Su Qingqiao a little more curious about Li Yi, but remembering that he had rejected himself at noon, she didn't take the initiative to strike up a conversation again. Finding that next to him was sitting Su Qingqiao, who had taken the initiative to talk to him at noon, Li Yi, who was afraid that a girl would develop a crush on him, was immediately ready to get up and change his seat. At that moment, an old man with white hair walked into the auditorium, and this was the professor who gave the lecture today. Song Shijun, Professor Song, who is over 70 years old, seldom gives lectures due to his age, and usually plays a role as a mentor in the entrepreneurship center of the university. Just walking up to the podium he saw Li Yi was about to get up from his chair. The old man who liked to joke immediately laughed and said, why is this student inwardly anxious at the sight of me? Now Li Yi, who wanted to leave a good impression on Professor Song, could only say stiffly, Professor Song, I'm actually excited to see you. Looks like you enjoyed my lecture. That has to be. After casually cracking a couple of jokes and realizing that Lee didn't have any stage fright at all, Professor Song couldn't help but look at him twice more. Sit down, this student. Today's class is about the outlook of where the economy is going in the future. As is customary, Prof. Song started the question and answer session by talking about the general situation of the current economy. Does anyone have any ideas they're ready to share? Not surprisingly cold. What serious college student would rush to answer a question? Of course, that doesn't include someone with immodest ideas. Seeing an opportunity to perform, Lee was ready to stand up right then and there to answer the question. He stood up a bit quickly, though, and hadn't figured out where to start. Being ignored by Su Qingqiao can only retreat to pursue. Zhao Yashuan's Chao Qingxuan saw the situation and felt that his chance to perform had arrived. Immediately got up and shouted, Lee doesn't know anything about what he's pretending here. Finding Su Qingqiao looking back at himself, he hastened to say confidently, I think that with the acceleration of urbanization, the real estate industry with a long industrial chain, many radiating industries, and far-reaching effects of long project cycles will become the mainstay of future development. After spilling out a whole lot of real estate advantages, Chao Qingxuan also provocatively glanced at Li before sitting down. This student has a good point. Do you have any more thoughts? Professor Song looked at Li once again. He's being too one-sided. Just as Li opened his mouth, many people looked at him with mocking faces. Chao Chengquan even snorted coldly. Clown. Professor Song, however, did not show any indication, waiting quietly for his explanation with a smile on his face. It is because of the far-reaching impact of the real estate industry that in the event of problems in the headline companies, the upstream and downstream industries will suffer directly, and may even have far-reaching impacts on the entire market. I think the internet industry can lower the threshold of entrepreneurship, and it is so inclusive that it can promote economic diversification and is not prone to a situation where a large number of industries will be affected because a small group of headline companies have problems. For popping sound. As soon as the words left his mouth, Professor Song took the initiative to applaud Li. What is your name? This student? Class 08, Finance Class 3, Li. Great. If you have any questions you can come to Venture Base 108 and we'll discuss them together. Even a fool could see Professor Song's appreciation for Li, and a gasp immediately resounded in unison within the large auditorium. Looking at Chao Qingquan again, by now his face had risen to the color of pig's liver and he only felt that he was the clown. Taking one more look at Li, Prof. Song did not continue to ask questions, but instead followed Li's direction and began to explain how important it was to have a diverse economic structure, while also linking in a number of his views on the development of the internet industry. Li, who was only prepared to make a good impression on Professor Song, listened with gradual fascination, all the time staring intently at the stage. However, Su Qingqiao on the side had become a bit distracted since Li had just answered the question, and from Professor Song's attitude, he could tell that the boy's insight was not ordinary. He's not concentrating on his career, so he doesn't want to cross paths with me, is he? In her eyes, Li turned into a man dedicated to his career, and that handsome face became extraordinarily attractive. It seems that he was so bent on accomplishing something of his own after coming to his senses that he didn't care at all about other people's gazes. In the next lesson, Su Qingqiao, who had always listened attentively to the lectures, even stole glances at Li's side face from time to time, and that concentrated look always made her unable to resist taking a few more glances. The course just ended. 301 and the other three rushed to Li's side. Good Lao-san, you're a blink of an eye. Old mother hen turned into a duck. The change is also too big. I said why you suddenly can't look at Zhao Yashuan anymore. Wei Shiqiang whispered, while still constantly glancing in Su Qingqiao's direction out of the corner of his eye. That pair of small eyes stuffed with envy and jealousy. Who knows? Li jumped to the side in a hurry as if he had heard something horrible. Lao Er, can you not scare me? Just as Li was preparing to escape from this place of wrongdoing as soon as possible, Su Qingqiao suddenly called out to him. Student Li, I have some questions I would like to discuss with you. Can I add a QQ? 301 The other three livestock turned around and realized that Su Qingqiao had actually smiled. This smile was elegant and moving, and the pair of almond eyes curved out a nice arc. Even Wang Xinyu, who was shouting long live to be single, looked dumbfounded. No, Li, who had the concentrate on money buff protection, didn't fall for the beauty plan, and his face didn't change at all, just like an emotionless killer. This was the second time Su Qingqiao had been rejected by a boy her own age since she was a little girl, and the first time had surprisingly been offered to him as well. She bit the corner of her mouth, skimmed Wang Xinyu, whose eyes were glaring the most, then suddenly revealed a sweet smile and took out a Nokia N96. This student, can you tell me Li's cell phone number? No problem. See, Su Qingqiao actually spoke to himself. Wang Xinyu face reddened, words cannot speak well. His cell phone machine is 11,155. Under the excitement, Wang Xinyu said several times before Li Yi's cell phone number. Watching Wang Xinyu's humiliating performance, Li Yi hated that he didn't recognize him. After writing down Li Yi's cell phone number in her address book, Su Qingqiao raised her cell phone to reveal a smug smile. Are you prepared to continue resisting, or come over and move on your own? Knowing that even if he does not say, those three livestock will not hesitate to sell themselves, Li Yi had no choice but to take out his 6,300 to add Su Qingqiao's QQ. Li Yi student, let's talk later. Oh. Finally letting this boy who had rejected her twice suffer, Su Qingqiao was in a good mood and turned around to walk towards the door with a brisk pace. Right at this moment, seeing Su Qingqiao actually change her high spirits and take the initiative to talk to Li Yi, Chao Qingxuan suddenly blocked in front of Su Qingqiao to reveal a smile that he thought was very charming. Mr. Su, can I add your QQ? Only to see Su Qingqiao's smile instantly tighten. Her face expressionless as she swept a glance at him before directly circling away from the side, and Chao Qingxuan's heart tightened, but he could no longer say a word. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the boys around him casting sympathetic glances, and he just felt like a clown right now. Super doubled up. Chapter 7 Eat the sugar coating. Spit out the cannonballs. After class, most of the students saw Chao Qingquan walking quickly towards the dormitory with an iron face. Today in front of so many people were rejected by two girls one after another, especially Su Qingqiao. Obviously just now also took the initiative to find a poor cheapskate to ask for contact information. Turned his head to see his own when he had that expression, which makes the rich second-generation identity as a proud of his cannot accept. And that poor bastard is now worried about how to hide from Su Qingqiao. Lakes University next to a table in the stall. Full of sadness, Li Yi and 301 other three people just sat down. Wei Shiqiang opened sourly. I didn't expect Lao San. The most like Su Qingqiao in our school has already been taken by you. This guy was also one of Su Qingqiao's many admirers, but he was also one of the ones who didn't even dare to strike up a conversation after meeting. That's right. I said, why can't you look at Zhao Yashuan? It turns out that you already have Su Qingqiao. Wang Xinyu concurred. Thinking of Wang Xinyu's spineless appearance just now, Li Yi was furious. I say, Lao Si, can you be a little bit out of your league? Su Qingqiao smiled at you and sold me out? So if I give you a few more words, do I even have to tell people about peeking at my aunt next door in the shower when I was a kid? You're still talking about me. Who was the one who gnawed on steamed buns on pickles every day in order to chase Zhao Yashuan? Go, 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 don't ever mention girls to me again. I just want to focus on getting money right now. At this time, the dormitory boss Chao Haoren somewhat worriedly interjected. Lao San, if you're not feeling well in your heart, just tell your brothers. Don't hold it in. Don't suffocate yourself and bend yourself. Seeing even the most stable Chao Haoren like this, Li Yi sighed. I'm not interested in relationships right now. Only messing with money can make me happy. It's indeed unusual for Lao San to receive Professor Son's appreciation today. Maybe Su Qingqiao likes you because of this. Chao Haoren nodded his head in understanding. Seeing that they brought the topic back, Li Yi hurriedly picked up the beer bottle. Come on, dry. You can't gag yourselves with all this food. Li Yi invited a guest once in a while, and 301 several people drank a lot. Girls' dormitory 507. Su Qingqiao lay on her bed with her eyes staring at the ceiling listlessly. Li Yi's wonderful speech in the afternoon's open class and his subsequent indifference to herself kept echoing in her mind. What kind of person is he in the end? He was obviously frantically pursuing Zhao Yashuan the day before yesterday, but now he even looks uninterested when he sees me. Su Qingqiao tossed and turned and just couldn't sleep. Li Yi's figure kept unconsciously appearing in her mind. Due to the favorability of 0, unfortunately the host did not receive the future value reward, and issued a favorability fund of 11,000 yuan. Please make more efforts. Before Li Yi could be happy, he suddenly heard another prompt ringing in his head. A girl has been detected to be curious about the host. In order to motivate the host to continue to work hard, rewarding the host with a chance to foretell the future. I'm trying a dura. Who on earth is so discerning to be curious about me? The system's prompt directly let Li Yi not calm down. This is like being at home happily counting money. The money in your hand suddenly turned into a girl who couldn't see the shape and appearance of the body to say to you, there's a chance I might like you. Go for it. I'll add. Doesn't it smell good to lie down and count your money and then go into business? Why torture yourself by going after girls? Li Yi scratched his head in annoyance and began to think about which girl was so visionless. Su Qingqiao, such a lonely person, should not be her. First exclude Su Qingqiao. This white moonlight in the hearts of all the boys in Lake University is quite lonely and arrogant. Didn't see that when she wanted to practice the way she was still asking herself if she wanted to continue to resist. To say that Su Qingqiao would have a crush on any boy, the devil wouldn't believe it. That only leaves Zhao Yashuan. The other girl's predecessors basically have no contact. And besides, the sudden favorable feelings because of the boy's coldness happens often. I can't believe it. She even has an attribute between L and N. No, I've got to try and nip her non-thinking in the bud. Sighing slightly, Lee decided to see what the system had rewarded him with, in case it was an opportunity to make money. His views on things like sugar-coated shells were clear: eat the sugar coating and spit out the shells. Little money to be made and girls to be kept away from. The news rewarded by the system was that 3 days later the new top stream singer, Shui Jia, would be holding a concert in Jiangning University City. Unbeknownst to him, he had offended a big shot in the industry some time ago, and tonight will reveal photos of Jae-sit entering a hotel with several fans. With this bigot at the helm, the scandal took only one night to quickly fester, causing his persona to crumble and making him a hypocrite to be reviled by millions. This caused the price of concert tickets to fall, and by the next morning the infield tickets had dropped from 1,000 apiece to 100. But unbeknownst to anyone who happened to be in the neighborhood at the time, the fake fans were deliberately approaching Shui Jie to create the illusion of entering the hotel with him. As soon as this news came out in the afternoon, the situation was immediately reversed, and the ticket prices instantly returned to their original prices, even slightly increased. The next day at dawn, Lee turned on his big-headed machine. Sure enough, Shui Jie's scandal had exploded online, and now there were voices of abuse against him everywhere. Hey, as long as we seize this wave of opportunity to tenfold the money in our hands, we should have no problem. That's $200,000. Time waited for no one. Lee immediately came here to the stadium where the concert would be held. At this time, the scalper also only just realized Shui Jie's scandal. He looked at the hands of the remaining hundreds of tickets, sighing. I was ready to make a big profit, but I didn't expect this to happen, and now this ticket is all going to be smashed in my hands. Suddenly a tall skinny college student approached the scalper, and when he saw it he hurriedly and enthusiastically came over. Hello, are you here to buy tickets for Shui Jie's concert? I'll tell you what, the official tickets were sold out a long time ago. I still have a few left here, so I'll sell them to you cheaper if you want them. This college student is Lee. How much is an infield ticket, and how many do you have left? Seeing that the other person was a college student, the scalper decided to try to recoup some of his losses. Infield tickets are more sought after. They have to be 2,000 a pop. Then I'll ask elsewhere. Even yesterday's infield tickets were only 1,000 apiece, and now this scalper even dared to ask for such a high price, obviously looking at himself as a college student ready to make a fortune. Hey, the price can be negotiated again. You see how 1,018 apiece, 100 apiece. This knife directly cut to the toe. The scalper instantly reluctant. You're kidding me. This ticket original price are 700 apiece. You 100 just want to buy. Lee was too lazy to bull *******, and the adulterer nonsense. Directly took out his cell phone and opened Shui Jie's news. I'm leaving without selling. Seeing that his trick was revealed, Yellow Ox gritted his teeth and thought in his heart, if I can't sell this ticket, I'm going to lose it, so I might as well sell it to this college student to recoup some of my losses. Okay, how many do you want? Give me 204. The yellow cow's eyes widened in surprise, and his eyes began to roll frantically, as if he were somewhat hesitant. Chapter 8 Art School Girl, I find you attractive. Does this kid have some inside information? Such a large sum of money made the scalper couldn't help but start speculating about who had nothing to do with buying so many tickets unless they were traveling with him. This brother wouldn't know any information, would he? Could you reveal it to me? To this kind of question Lee was prepared. He was unconcerned and said, our class is going to organize activities just to take advantage of the concert. What's wrong? Asterisk. So it's a group of poor students who want to take advantage of the opportunity to listen to the concert. The scalper was greatly disappointed. In that case the outfield is actually enough. I still have a lot of outfield tickets here. I'll count you in for a cheaper 91. How about you guys keep some money for the potluck? The price difference between outfield and infield tickets can be significant, and Lee made a move to leave. Are you selling or not? Sell. The scalper hurriedly agreed and began to get tickets for Lee. The transaction is complete, and the scalper still has 2 infield tickets left in his hand. I still have 2 left here. Why don't you buy them all together? Lee actually wanted to, but he only had a total of $2 left on him right now, so how could he have any extra money to buy it? I've bought so many you can simply give them to me. Why are you such a greedy student? Bring me the ticket. I'm not selling it. Not bullying the college students today made the scalper very upset, and he reached out to snatch the ticket back from Lee's hand. But Lee was prepared for this. He directly stuffed the ticket into his bag, at the same time reached out and said, okay, you give me back my money. Readers are really a bunch of heartless things. Sooner or later someone will clean you up. Seeing that he didn't get his way, the scalper had to leave with a curse. Back to school. With only $2 left on him, Lee had to return to the days of eating steamed buns. This time even more pathetic. Not even pickles. Some of the people around him began to laugh in low voices after recognizing him. See, yesterday there was a condescending look completely ignoring Zhao Yashuan. Today she started eating steamed buns to save money. It's good to have buns to eat. If I were Zhao Yashuan, he wouldn't be able to beg for forgiveness even if he took all the money to buy gifts to apologize. The matter of Li eating steamed buns soon reached Zhao Yashuan's ears, and she proudly ate a piece of cupcake. Humph, this guy is really going to come begging for mercy, and I've only just used the first of the punishments I've prepared for him. He didn't even eat any salted vegetables today, so maybe he's going to buy a whole set of cosmetics for you. Yes, Xian, Zhao Qing concurred. How can cosmetics work? This time we must force him to go to his parents to ask for money to buy a bag for Yixian. Li Shangnan started to come up with ideas. Yeah, just let him buy me a bag. Thinking of Li Yi's current fearful appearance, Zhao Yashuan happily picked her bag online in advance. When Wei Shiqiang returned to the dormitory in the evening and saw that Li Yi had actually started to nibble on the steamed buns again, he frowned slightly and said, Lao San, you won't be saving up to buy a gift for Zhao Yashuan again. You're not a rich second generation like me, so don't waste your money on her. Can you not mention her? Bad luck. When he heard the name Zhao Yashuan, Li Yi couldn't help but frown. It was clear that he could sit peacefully and collect goodwill funds every day, but it was ruined by this girl who had awakened a special attribute. Looking at the computer, Li Yi found that all the voices were now apologizing to Shuijie. He knew that the time was ripe, and casually put the remaining half of the steamed bread all in his mouth to get up and prepare to go out of the dormitory. What are you doing there, Lao San? Go get the money. Although Wei Shiqiang likes to pretend to be B, but he is not a bad person. He is worried that Li Yi in order to buy gifts for Zhao Yashuan to do something bad, so he also followed out. Lao San, if you're short of money, just give me a rich kid, and I'll lend it to you. Ignoring Wei Shiqiang, who was chattering all the way, Li Yi came to the entrance of the second cafeteria, then took out a dozen concert tickets from his bag and whispered when he saw someone. Classmate, do you want the infield tickets for Shuijie's concert? Don't. After being rejected, Li Yi didn't care and ran to a rich-looking boy to sell again. Classmate, roll. The man was obviously not in a good mood and opened his mouth to curse. Why are you still cursing? Wei Shiqiang rushed up and tried to fight the man, or Li Yi pulled him aside. Right at this moment, Lu Weihan, the 08th grade art department flower of Lake University, suddenly walked up to the two of them. Are these tickets for Jie Shui's concert? She wore a pink loose top and white super short pants, and her baby face looked adorable. Wei Shiqiang's eyes stared straight at this petite girl who was only 1 meter 5 in height, and his saliva almost flowed out. 10 years is not a loss. This is what Li Yi said in his heart. On the surface, he still enthusiastically introduced. Yes, and it's still an infield. Students want to buy one? Give me 2 of those. How much is that total? Luihan High School are very want to listen to Shuijie's concert, but unfortunately too busy with school has not had the opportunity to see this afternoon to see the overwhelming news and then want to buy a ticket. Those bulls even do not sell. They started to stock up on the goods, and even if some of them are still selling, the price has directly doubled, literally slaughtering people like pigs. 1,000 apiece for a total of $2,000. After Li Yi offer, and Luihan a piece of over the clean-cut girl immediately reluctant, the original price of the infield tickets can be 700 apiece. You sell to the classmates 1,000, conscience will not hurt? Her words quickly drew a wave of resonance from the students who were secretly paying attention to Luihan. That's right, we're all classmates, and you even raised the price. I'll take it for $500 for the sake of classmate friendship. Li Yi hated 2 kinds of people the most. One was the one who wanted to take advantage of him. The other was the one who wouldn't let him take advantage of him. And now there were these 2 kinds of people everywhere around him, making him very upset. Now you go out and ask where you can get 1,000 infield tickets. I'm still too expensive for you. When these words came out, the people who were still clamoring a moment ago were immediately dumbfounded. After a while, someone suddenly took out $1,000 and handed it to Li Yi. Give me one. Someone took the lead, and soon more and more people began to pay for tickets. Li Yi looks like a student of Lake University. Even if he sells fake tickets, it is very easy to find. A lot more reliable than outside scalpers. And the truth is indeed as Li Yi said, where there are now 1,000 votes. Soon, Li Yi sold out more than 30 tickets, and the money for the tickets had all been earned back with more than 10,000 profit. As long as he sold all the tickets in his hand, then Li Yi's assets would directly double tenfold to 200,000 and 400,000. At this time, Lu Weihan, who had just been pulled away by that clean-cut girl, sneakily returned back and pitifully said, "Can you get it cheaper for me? 18,000 please. Now it's almost the end of the month. Luihan's money in hand is only 2,000 or so. If all of it is used to buy tickets, then the remaining days will have to eat instant noodles. No, I'm very principled in doing business, even if you're the school flower." Li Yi was not moved at all. Suddenly, Wei Shiqiang took out his own wallet and shouted, "Lao San, I'll buy the ticket for Lu." "Thanks." "No." Luihan had often encountered such a situation and was quite skilled at refusing. After pulling out $2,000 to buy the ticket, Luihan didn't go. but smiled to Li Yi. Classmate, I think you're very attractive then. Chapter 9 Master, I want to learn this. Ha! Hearing Lu Han's words, Li Yi thought he had heard wrong. You seem to be very enterprising and a very reliable man. Lu Han also winked playfully and repeated it again, discovering that the art department schoolgirl in front of him seemed to have a deep misunderstanding of himself. Li Yi hurriedly explained, I'm not reliable at all. Only screwing with money can make me happy now. Women are like floating clouds to me. All the more reason to show you have a career. Bang. Li Yi slapped himself hard on the forehead as he decided to change his angle to continue proving that he was an unattractive man. But career-minded men tend to neglect their families. And this beautiful woman. You don't want to be seeing your boyfriend every day. But people are so busy. Shouldn't girls be more concerned about taking care of them? Why are they forcing them to divide their energy to take care of themselves? Lu Han's eyes were clear, as if this was something that was rightfully hers. This look shocked Li Yi to the point where he didn't know what to say, and he couldn't help but sigh. How come the predecessor's bitter pursuit of Zhao Yashuan never had any of this crap? However, Li Yi had the good feeling fund as a buff protector, and such a beauty trick was easy for him to deal with. Since you're so virtuous, let me read your poem. Usually when a girl heard this she would think that Li Yi was just a pervert who wanted to touch her little hand and would definitely scream pervert then quickly leave. Really? Who knew that? Lu Han exclaimed in surprise and stood on her tiptoes to forcefully raise her hand higher to reach in front of Li Yi. I'll see how long you can hold back. Finding that the meter 5 girl in front of him didn't even yell out pervert, Li Yi wasn't polite and directly held her small hand and started to touch it randomly. Do not say. Lu Han's small hands feel soft, fingertips across the palm of her hand, slippery touch passed to the brain, breathing and a burst of fragrance into the nose. After touching it for a while, Li Yi, who was immersed in the soft touch of his palm, suddenly heard Lu Han ask curiously, do you see anything? No. Li Yi was quite frank and was close to writing the word pervert on his face. I was just lying to you. I actually wanted to touch your little hand. Next to him, Wei Shiqiang almost dropped his jaw when he heard Li Yi's words. Are you really not afraid of being treated as a pervert like this? At this time, Lu Han was still beside him, and he only dared to think about this in his heart. But the next conversation directly shattered this poor rich second generation's third view. Lu Han, who was only up to Li Yi's chin, raised her hand and pushed him with a delicate smile. Aya, you're so bad. I like it so much. Want to be a wolf? Li Yi 3 views also broken a place. Women's hearts under the sea needle. They are so hard. Lu Han how not the slightest move. Discovering that if he tried any harder Lu Han might actually develop a crush on him, Li Yi decided to make the top plan and go. Then he drew his legs and ran. Lu Han's short legs pounded twice and found that he couldn't catch up, so he shouted behind him with his hands gathered into a horn, classmate, I'll find you sooner or later. Oh, the passing boys heard this and cast jealous gazes at Li Yi, who had already run away and nearly fell when his feet stumbled upon hearing this. After making sure to get rid of Lu Han, Li Yi stopped to catch his breath, and Wei Shiqiang, who was catching up, shouted just as he stopped, Master, I want to learn this. Wei Shiqiang usually didn't chase after girls. As a rich second generation, his targets were of course all those schoolgirl-level beauties. With such lofty ambitions naturally inevitable setbacks. Only 2 months after the start of the school year this guy is already almost rejected to doubt life. Just now after being rejected by Lu Han he saw that Li Yi even came up and touched someone else's small hand. This guy jealously shouted in his heart. What the hell does someone else's girl see in him? This is the skill of the master's crushing. Although he himself couldn't figure out what this crushing skill was, Li Yi still had an inscrutable look on his face. This lulled Wei Shiqiang directly on the spot to perform the ritual of worship. With the name of master and disciple, Wei Shiqiang has always been at the forefront when selling tickets at night. By the time the dormitory was about to close at night, Li Yi had already sold most of the tickets and had more than $100,000 in his hand. When Li Yi went to deposit money, Wei Shiqiang saw the numbers on the screen and sucked in a breath of cold air. Old 3, I didn't realize you were so rich. Lighten up. That's nothing for a man who just wants to get money. Back in the dormitory, Li Yi casually dealt with a few sentences of crazy expression of worship of the other 3 people and then ready to sleep. Tomorrow he will have to get up early in the morning to go to sell the rest of the tickets. The concert is about to start. If we don't sell these quickly they are a pile of waste paper. Due to the favorability of 0, unfortunately the host did not get the future value reward, issued the favorability fund of 12,000 yuan. Please make more efforts. Effort my ass. Early the next morning, Li Yi pulled Wei Shiqiang, who was still awake, to sell tickets on campus. After being publicized by the many people who got tickets yesterday, Li Yi's tickets sold so well that in the blink of an eye there were only 12 left. Seeing that it was time for breakfast, Wei Shiqiang rather doggedly pulled Li Yi to the cafeteria. Master, don't get tired. Let's go have breakfast. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Su Qingqiao happened to walk out from inside. Upon seeing Li Yi, her eyes lit up and she immediately walked over. Mr. Li Yi, can I ask you a question? Realizing that it was Su Qingxiao speaking to him, Li Yi reflexively refused. I can't, don't see need busy selling tickets. Rejected again. Su Qingxiao gently bit the corner of her mouth and took out a thick wallet from her pocket. How many tickets are left? I'll take them all. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Li Yi drew a breath of cool air. I didn't expect the Su Qingxiao to be a little rich. Being adopted by such a little rich girl seems like a good choice. For no reason this thought appeared in Li Yi's mind and was quickly dispelled by him before it could have much impact. No, I'm a man who wants to focus on getting money. Never be tempted by beauty. Shaking his head to shake that tantalizing thought away, Li Yi said expressionlessly, I won't answer your question even if you buy them all. Qingxiao has bent over backwards to buy all the tickets. Why do you poor bastards still have this attitude? How many tickets are left? I'll buy them all. Suddenly, Xiao Qingquan stepped across the middle of the two and casually took out a bank card and threw it in Li Yi's face. Wei Shiqiang, however, was very clear about how many tickets Li Yi still had in his hand. He laughed in his heart. That's going to be $12,000. You really think you're as rich as Lao San? I think you're the poor bastard yourself. For this kind of disgusting guy Li Yi will not be spoiled. He took out 12 tickets from his pocket and smiled at Xiao Qingquan. A total of $12,000. Do you need me to withdraw the money with you? Hearing this figure, Xiao Qingquan's face turned green. You're extorting. Chapter 10 Wall thudding Su Qingxiao. Xiao Qingquan, who was ready to step on Li Yi in front of Su Qingxiao just now, was furious. His monthly living expenses were 10,000 right, but all of them were taken to chase the school flower. Still in the stage of casting a wide net, he was chasing several schoolgirls at the same time, and his expenses were quite high, but Su Qingxiao was still beside him, and unwilling to admit that he couldn't afford it. He angrily questioned, how can you poor bastard have so many tickets? It can't be fake. Seeing that Xiao Qingquan had no money and was still forcing himself to act like a bully, Li Yi immediately shouted in surprise, no way, no way, no one can't afford 12 tickets. Lao San, you at least give people some face. Just now you were saying that you bought all of them, and then you turned around and didn't have enough money to let people know how humiliating it was. The same as rich second-generation same-sex repulsion effect will be a little stronger. Wei Shiqiang intentionally raised his voice a little, instantly attracted the eyes of the surrounding students over. Xiao Qingquan angry trembling all over. We don't know each other well, so don't call me Clear Joe. At this time Su Qingxiao also tacitly complimented the knife. The words had not yet fallen. She took out a bank card from her wallet. Let's go and withdraw money piece by piece. Now we can discuss the direction of the business, right? Li Yi refused without even thinking. There is a way to make money. I don't do it myself. Why should I talk to you? The road is all their own. Try out. Just ask others not to do it yourself. That is paper. You even if you ask 100 years cannot get anything. The words that smelled so much like dad made Li Yi satisfied with his wit. No girl would like a guy trying to be her dad. Well, with the exception of Zhao Yashuan, who has some special tastes. As expected, at this moment, Su Qingxiao was staring at him blankly with a rather complicated expression. That's right, that's it. Rage, rant, get away from me, Li Yi exclaimed in excitement in his heart, and worked very hard to keep this joy from showing on his face. Thanks for the reminder. I really should make a go of it while I'm young. Su Qingxiao looked at Li Yi seriously, those watery eyes full of strength, stubbornness, and provocation against fate. These emotions suddenly evoked long-ago memories for Li Yi, which he had also experienced before crossing over. But he was no longer young then. It's about breaking in, and when you're older carrying a mortgage, a car loan, credit cards, and looking at your gradually aging parents, and your weakening body, it's too late by then. His eyes slowly lost focus, looking out at the small grass that had been stepped on and bent behind Su Qingxiao, as if he was torturing himself. When he came back to his senses, he suddenly realized that Su Qingxiao had actually stared with her small mouth slightly open. Not good. This little rich girl is actually doing a sneak attack. Returning to his senses, Li's secretly anxious brain frantically thinking about remedies. His eyes lit up as he took a step to slowly approach Su Qingxiao. Su Qingxiao, who was in a daze, realized that Li Yi was slowly approaching her. She subconsciously backed up, and soon her back touched the wall. A hint of disbelief flashed in her eyes. It wasn't enough. Li Yi braced his hands on the wall to trap Su Qingxiao in the center. An uneasiness began to surface in the moist eyes of the young girl in his arms. Then he leaned his body forward to force Su Qingxiao's back against the wall, then slowly brought his mouth to her ear. I just made those up. As he spoke, Li Yi's exhaled gas gently brushed his earlobes, and a flash of redness quickly spread from his ears, crawling all over his white and slender neck in the blink of an eye. Su Qingxiao tilted her head to the other side when she heard this, lightly biting the corner of her mouth and puffing out her cheeks. That lonely face suddenly looked a little cute. Liar, The young girl scolded softly before pushing the boy in front of her hard and quickly running away. Pattering sound. A boy walking out of the cafeteria let his hand drop and the bun he had just bought fell to the ground. Looking at Chao Ching Kwan again, that white face had been extremely distorted. He couldn't believe that the lone white moonlight would show that kind of expression in front of Li Yi. Master, I've learned. A shout broke the silence, and Wei Shiqian was full of excitement. Feeling that he had learned some unimaginable knowledge, the other two were awakened at the same time, their brains regaining activity. It's not true. It's not true, the poor boy murmured as he walked away, his footsteps getting faster and faster, eventually evolving into crying as he ran, drawing sideways glances from passing students. Chao Qingchuan silently bowed his head and left. He had suffered enough deflations today, but in the end, he was even forced to take a mouthful of acidic dog food. The young mind of this arrogant rich kid has been corrupted to the point of being full of holes. After being pushed away by Su Qingxiao, Li Yi was also slightly relieved. From his experience, his own performance just now was quite greasy. This little rich girl should have been disgusted already. It's finally a good night's sleep. With the last 12 tickets left, Li Yi began to slowly sell them again on campus. Just as there was one ticket left, a dark shadow suddenly leapt out from the side and grabbed him by the shoulder and shouted, "This student, there was some problem with the ticket I sold you yesterday, so give it back to me now." Fixed his eyes, it was called the Bull of the Bull. He did not care whether Li Yi answer. From the bag out of $20,000 tone of some urgency. "Here's your money. Where are those tickets?" "Nope, don't joke about this student. If you're not satisfied, I'm willing to add another 10,000 as compensation. How about that?" Yesterday afternoon scalper got the news. Regret bowels are fast green. Li Yi by a way can be the most sought after infield tickets. After some operation to sell to 3,000 are possible. Anxious, he had been wandering around inside several nearby universities since yesterday afternoon hoping to find the college student who had bought the ticket, and now he had finally found it. How can Li Yi not guess the mind of the scalper? Nothing more than to get the news. Regret. In betting on their own still do not know, want to cheat the ticket back. He smiled slightly and took out the only remaining ticket and waved it in front of the scalper. "There's really only one left." Just then, a girl suddenly ran over. "Do you have any more tickets, classmate?" "Just about the last one left." "Great. Here's your money." Li Yi spread his hands. "Now there's not a single one." Seeing that Li Yi had actually sold all the tickets, the scalper shouted excitedly, "Didn't you say the class was organizing an event? It's temporarily cancelled." "No." This disinterested attitude infuriated the scalper, who held out his hand and loudly commanded, "You give me back the money you sold the tickets for now. I bought the ticket. Why should I give it to you?" Realizing that his colorful appearance had no effect on the college student, he cursed angrily. "You readers are no good." The people coming and going around were either students or teachers. His words were tantamount to scolding everyone, and countless unkind gazes converged on him at once. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, the scalper wasn't going to continue to dwell on it, and he directly rushed up and prepared to grab Li Yi's bag. Li Yi, who had been prepared, received his bag behind him while shouting, "Robbery! Someone is robbing!" Two security guards patrolling in the neighborhood rushed to the scene at the sound of the noise, and when they saw the shrewd look of the yellow bull they understood that this was not a student of Lake University. "How dare you bully our students in Lakeland University?" Social workers ran into the school to bully the students, but also not to put them in the eyes of the two security guards immediately left and right forcefully clamped the bull toward the school gate. Chapter 11 Milk Tea Store Owner's Wife. Being clamped by two security guards, Huang Yo did not dare to resist, and honestly followed toward the school gate. Still, along the way he kept yelling, "This student cheated me out of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I'm looking for the money." His words in the security guards hear no credibility. Just now the fierce and vicious also ready to rob the style and is going to the supermarket to buy cigarettes. Li Yi a comparison, which is more like a gangster clear-eyed people can see. In the security room next to the school gate, Li Yi took out the yushi he had just bought and gave the two of them loose cigarettes. Everyone worked hard today. The security guards, who usually smoke 5 cigarettes, immediately lit up when they saw it, and they laughed and said, "People like him just like bullying college students. Don't worry, in the school give him 10 guts and he wouldn't dare to make trouble. I've memorized this man. Don't even think about stepping foot in the school from now on." The scalper was reluctant to leave and was still watching from afar after being kicked out of the school, watching a whole package of yushi blinking into nothing but empty packaging. Because of Shuejia's scandalous influence, he now only dares to smoke the cheapest purple tree. But this stupid B college student is even handing out yushi to a group of security guards. "Kid, believe it or not, I'll make it impossible for you to stay in this business." Thinking that Li Yi was going to become a professional ticket seller in the future, the scalper rushed over and threatened, hoping to scare the college student. These security guards are not very educated. See, Li Yi, such a college student, is willing to take the initiative to mingle with them and their hearts are actually very happy. So without the need for Li Yi to say anything, they immediately went forward to drive them away. Get out of here. This is the effect that Li Yi wants to achieve. In the future, if you want to start a business in the school, will inevitably have to deal with the security guards. In advance, to make a good relationship can avoid a lot of trouble. Brother Wang, Brother Li, I'm leaving. When saying goodbye, Li Yi took out 2 more packs of yushi from his pocket and threw them. Leaving the school gate, Li Yi went straight to the basketball court, where there was a row of small bungalows. It is reasonable to say that the basketball court traffic is so dense place to do what business income should not be too bad. But in this lively basketball court side is a door to the milk tea store. In the eyes of the boys, milk tea is something girls drink, and testosterone burst in the basketball court. Which boy's hand if you dare to take a cup of milk tea that will certainly immediately become the object of ridicule. Saguro Milk Tea. This was the place where the predecessor had worked part-time in order to buy gifts for Zhao Yashuan, and now there was only a girl in a tattered school uniform guarding the store. Realizing that Li Yi was looking straight at her, the girl said somewhat nervously, "Hello, what would you like to drink? I'm looking for your boss. The boss isn't here." The girl's voice was so small that she repeated it several times before Li Yi could hear it clearly. "I remember the predecessor seems to have stored this owner's phone number." Li Yi took out his cell phone and found it in his address book and dialed it. The phone beeped for a while before connecting, and a flirtatious voice came out from the microphone. "Li Yi, you turned out to be alive." Hearing this, Li Yi thought to himself, what kind of person greets like this? But he still said enthusiastically with his mouth, "Hades didn't want us and sent me back again." A soft laugh came from the microphone. Then the flirty voice asked again, "Are you calling to come back to me part-time?" Which is a bit of a coincidence. I just hired a part-time student yesterday. Hearing the apology in the other party's words, Li Yi directly said, "Sister Ling, I am trying to dish out the Sagittarius milk tea shop. The milk tea store is not doing well due to the wrong choice of products, but the owner is still hesitant because the location is really good." Sister Lu thought Li Yi was joking. "This milk tea store is not cheap. I won't sell it without $100,000. Okay, Sister Ling, when do we sign the contract? Just wait, I'll be right there." Not long after hanging up the phone, a BMW 7 Series stopped in front of the milk tea store. From the car down a plump young woman wearing a purple hip dress. This young woman is the milk tea store owner Lu Jialing, over 30 years old and still unmarried. She is well maintained and looks almost as good as a college student. I heard that she has many big supermarkets and this milk tea store is just open casually for fun. How did you suddenly get so rich? Just met, Lu Jialing asked in surprise. Li Yi's predecessor had just started working at this milk tea store. It was not reasonable to say that he could come up with $100,000. Hey, made a small fortune recently. Yo, Stinky Brother has quite a few little secrets. Knowing that it was almost impossible for this young woman to look at herself, Li Yi was quite relieved to tease her. "Sister Ling would like to know to dig a little deeper into my little secret?" Realizing that this hairless college student dared to molest herself, Lu Jialing rolled her eyes and touched the beard on Li Yi's chin. "I'll be kinda interested when you get hard here." Lu Jialing's hand was warm, and it was comfortable to gently stroke the stubble on Li Yi's chin. "Sister Ling, is there any interest in getting hard elsewhere?" Lightly mature young woman Lu Jialing instantly heard the meaning of Li Yi's words. She lightly pushed Li Yi's chest and scolded with a laugh. Go. Being 120 pulled away once the guts a lot of awe. After experiencing life and death once, haven't we looked away? After chatting for a while, Lu Jialing took out the prepared contract the two signed. This milk tea store has been Li Yi's. When Lu Jialing stepped away from her long legs wrapped in black silk to get into the car, she let out a light laugh and said to Li Yi, "I look forward to your accomplishments." Looking at the BMW that slowly drove away, Li Yi sighed to himself. Young people don't know that young women are good. Li Yi chose to buy this milk tea store is mainly because next to the basketball court, as long as the right product that there is no need to worry about the source of customers. I remember before crossing the college often go to a city to buy lemonade. $2 a cup of the price of $2 a cup of drinks, then $2 a cup of a lot of cost effective, and can also add ice. After a cup of exercise is particularly addictive. You can also make ice cream. Even in winter a lot of guys like to have an ice cream after exercise, so you can still look strong. Just as he was lost in thought, the slightly trembling voice of the girl in the store suddenly rang out. Can I still work here?" Li Yi sniffed and looked over to find the girl rubbing the corners of her coat restlessly with her head down. Scanning the girl's worn-out school uniform, Li Yi guessed that her family's condition might not be too good, and that she would have to hire someone anyway, and use whoever she wanted. "Can you make lemonade?" "I'll try to learn," the girl promised in a hurry. "Alright then, I'll probably go ahead and renovate the store for the next few days. You take this time to learn how to make lemonade." "Thank you. What's your name?" "Jiang Wenxin." Jiang Wenxin's voice was so small that Li Yi was almost close to her mouth before he heard her clearly. He chanced to look up and suddenly realized that the small face hidden under that messy hair seemed to be somewhat good-looking. The facial features on the small palm-sized face were quite three-dimensional, and with a little bit of dressing up it would definitely be a pretty girl that would not lose out to Su Qingxiao. However, Li Yi saw the heart did not have the slightest fluctuation. Beautiful girls in me like red powder skeleton. Cannot shake the heart of the road to get money. Chapter 12 couldn't resist contacting. Next, Li Yi has to determine the source of goods, additional equipment, and then redecoration before opening. Now that Jiang Wenxin has been in the store guard is no fun. So he taught once the lemonade fruit honey how to do let this girl off early. These days the wages is calculated. You go back and remember to practice more. Okay. When he left the basketball court, Li Yi didn't notice Jiang Wenxin sneaking a long look at his back before he lowered his head and walked to the other side. After finishing his work it was already noon, and when Li Yi passed a jewelry store on his way to the cafeteria, he suddenly heard someone talking about himself unapologetically. See, he's the one who went so far as to find Zhao Yashuan in order to chase after Su Qingxiao, ready to ask for all the gifts he gave in the past. Gee, what a shrimp head, doing something so classless for a few $1,000s. I heard that it's more than a few $1,000s. This poor bastard has been chasing Zhao Yashuan for 3 years. The gifts he sent before and after must be $30,000 to $50,000. Ha, so much money. Doesn't he think about whether a girl can take it or not? Scum. Turning his head to look, Li Yi realized that it was a tall and a short two girls who were discussing themselves. He immediately said in a high voice with a cold face, "What? Shouldn't a girl consider the boy's ability to bear it when she looks for him to ask for a gift? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You don't even want to spend money for a girl and talk about sincerity." The rumors were right. Scum. The two girls sniffed and immediately retorted loudly, drawing sideways glances from passing students. Many of these girls frowned straight after seeing that it was Li Yi, clearly disgusted with him. This was the result of Li Yi's efforts, and in the past 2 days he could always hear girls spreading rumors about themselves. For these rumor-spreading girls Li Yi of course will not let go. Under his exquisite acting skills, many girls who do not quite believe in this rumor began to believe in it. This brother seems to have a point. I don't know which boy suddenly agreed. Boys tend to be more rational. The past 2 days Li Yi sold tickets even if they were more sought after has not increased the price, to help those who want to buy tickets for their girlfriends to save a lot of money for the boys. Slowly, Li Yi's reputation among the boys got a lot better. His girlfriend, however, was immediately reluctant. Humph, Zhao Liang, I'm really blind to agree to be your girlfriend. Break up. Hui, I was just joking. Zhao Liang wanted to take Hui's hand to show his sincerity, mouthing off, you don't have any sincerity at all. Hui struggled frantically and was simply harder to catch than a New Year's Eve pig. Let's go buy a bag, okay? Zhao Liang clenched his teeth and said stiffly, humph, that's more like it. Seeing the young couple preparing to leave, Li Yi kindly reminded, brother, be careful of ending up with a basket of water. I want you losers to mind your own business. Hui sniffed and glared back at Li Yi. Let's go Hui. Now go buy your favorite duck neck. Okay. Zhao Liang, who had managed to make his girlfriend happy, hurriedly pulled her away. In the afternoon, the news that Li Yi had sold out all the tickets reached Zhao Yashuan's ears. For 2 days she had been secretly following Li Yi's movements, and could roughly estimate that he had at least 100 tickets in his hands. This was over 100,000. Even if Zhao Yashuan had recently expanded her fish pond it was impossible to receive so many gifts. I must plan how to spend it. Soon to be 11 long vacation. Just can go out to travel. And the latest model of Chanel bag. After the back even if it is Su Qingxiao that will certainly envy me to death. Zhao Yashuan had already started to help Li Yi plan how to spend the money. And soon she made a list totaling over $200,000. Realizing that the list was a bit long, Zhang Qing said with some concern, what if he can't afford to pay for so much? Won't you be humiliated then? Li Shangnan, however, was not worried. Li Yi should have no problem earning so much now. Not enough to let him earn again. But Li Yi suddenly became so rich won't move on. What are you talking about? Arya Xian is the school flower. Being willing to go out with him is already giving face. At this time Zhao Yashuan also stopped browsing the action of the shopping site, proudly said, with him, can earn this 100,000 is estimated to hit the big luck only. Those in the school has been successful in entrepreneurship is really powerful. That's right. What does he have to be proud of in front of Yashian? The three quickly reduced Li Yi to nothing. During the intermission, Zhang Qing suddenly said coldly, Li Yi hasn't taken the initiative to contact Yashian until now. It can't be that he's trying to escape. Being with Zhao Yashuan day after day, this girl with just a clean look had learned a lot of schemes, and knew all about what it meant to want to escape. Humph, to play this trick on me, how childish. Let's see how I'll make him come to me with his ass. Only to see Zhao Yashuan sit down in front of the computer and open the QQ space, casually posting a remark. There's a Western restaurant opening on New Exchange Street, I hear it's very good, said sends it out and waits smugly for Li Yi to come to her. In Zhao Yashuan's opinion, as long as she releases a little signal, Li Yi will be impatient to take the initiative to contact herself. And then as long as she behaves a little coldly, she can easily get the initiative. At that time, as long as he asked, Li Yi would immediately fulfill all his requests. This $10,000 donkey bag I'm dying to buy too. While waiting, Zhao Yashuan opened the webpage and looked at a bag on it with yearning eyes. When Li Yi comes to beg for forgiveness, let him buy it for you piece by piece. Can you lend me your bag for 2 days then? Zhang Cheng echoed in a chorus. No problem. And then we'll have to ask him to treat us to a big meal at that Western restaurant. Remember, order all the foie gras, black truffles and caviar, and make sure you don't save him any money. That is a high-grade restaurant. Then take pictures and send a dynamic. Those boys in their own fish pond are still not crazy to show their affection, but be sure to let Li Yi stand far away. It would not be good to shoot him in. Zhao Yashuan was in a good mood. She looked at Li Yi's QQ avatar again. Still no movement. Why hasn't he contacted me yet? I don't think we've seen it yet, so we should wait no more, Li Shangnan suggested. After an hour, there was still no movement. Zhao Yashuan began to get a little annoyed. This guy can really endure. Watch me make another move. She clicked on Li Yi's avatar, her fingers crackling on the keyboard. How have you been? This may seem like a greeting, but in fact the implied meaning is saying that your little trick has been recognized by me, so don't come begging for mercy. In the dormitory, Li Yi is using his big head machine to look up information to determine the design style of that drinking store at the basketball court, as well as comparing which new equipment to acquire. Tick-tock. Suddenly, the QQ beep sounded. Li Yi swept a glance and found that it was Zhao Yashuan. He didn't even look at it and continued to busy himself. Just kidding. Their own busy dinner do not have time to go to the cafeteria to eat, or let Wang Xinyu help with the ground, which have time to take care of her. Chapter 13 Stormy Zhao Yashuan. After another hour, Zhao Yashuan saw that Li Yi still did not return the message, heart a little annoyed. Slender fingers constantly knocking the keyboard. Everyone makes mistakes. What's rare is to correct them in time. That's what makes a man most attractive. It's almost Great Valentine's Day. Sending out these 2 messages, Zhao Yashuan grunted triumphantly. You must already be excited in your heart after I've said that, so don't call me yet. But it was not to be. After half an hour, Li Yi did not even return a single punctuation mark. This time Zhao Yashuan couldn't help it. She started to keep clicking on the window, shaking to harass Li Yi. Li Yi was concentrating on checking the information when he saw a window suddenly pop up and then began to shake continuously, shaking his eyes. Annoying or not, the screen that kept shaking made Li Yi a little annoyed. He replied 2 words and then directly pulled Zhao Yashuan black and deleted. The world was finally clear. Zhao Yashuan, who was constantly clicking on the window to shake it, couldn't help but feel a bit smug when she saw that Li Yi had finally returned the message. Ha! This muddled with impatience reply directly caused Zhao Yashuan to explode. How dare a loser like you send me, huh? Now come immediately to the bottom of my dormitory building and apologize on your knees, or suffer the consequences. After typing this paragraph with anger, Zhao Yashuan clicked send, but an exclamation mark suddenly appeared, prompting her that she had been pulled into the blacklist, unable to send. Good you, Li Yi, how dare you blacklist me? Enraged, Zhao Yashuan picked up her cell phone and dialed Li Yi's number. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is not in service. Zhao Yashuan, who often blacklisted others, immediately understood what was going on. A wave of anger rose from her belly, finally stuck at her throat, unable to move, suffocating her. Bang. Bang. There is no place to vent. Zhao Yashuan copied up his table on the boys only scent. Expensive cosmetics began to fall to the ground. Instantly the dormitory floor made a mess. The girls in the same dormitory were concerned when they saw her like this. Yes, Xian, what's wrong with you? That guy Li Yi actually sent me, huh? What? He dared to send Mei. What kind of scumbags are these? Li Shangnan, who liked to send Mei to boys the most, immediately vocalized. Daring to do that to you definitely doesn't make it any easier for him. The other girls in the dormitory immediately began to help denounce Li Yi, who in their mouths had become a lewd man who only used 5 girls on girls' photos every day. A lewd man like that must be made to be expelled from school. That's right, tomorrow we'll join forces with the other sisters to put pressure and make sure Li Yi is fired. Achoo, Li Yi, who was preparing to go to sleep, suddenly sneezed as he muttered, there's still someone scolding me at this late hour. It seems like the good sense fund should be stable, since the favorability is 0. Unfortunately the host did not get the future value reward. Now we release the favorability fund of 13,000 yuan. Please make more efforts. The effort really paid off. Amidst the system's prompts, Li Yi forgot about the troubles brought to him by Luihan and Su Qingqiao and smiled as he entered dreamland. The sun rose, dispelling the night's chill. In the morning, Li Yi starts his busy day again, and today he has to go to buy new equipment and raw materials, as well as installing a new front door. Unbeknownst to him, a raging undercurrent has begun to rise in the Lakes University, targeting Li Yi, who is immersed in joy. The master is calling. Pick up the phone. Some awkward ringtone rings. Pick up. A look is actually Su Qingxiao called. Li Yi frowned, put the phone down, do not quite want to pick up. Right now he just wanted to receive his good feeling fund every day in peace, and didn't want to have more than a stranger's friendship with any girl. The master is calling. Pick up the phone. Unexpectedly, the other party is quite stubborn. The phone has been ringing non-stop, so that has not yet broken free of the comforter seal. Wei Shisheng a little annoyed. Lao San, you don't answer the phone when it rings, or I'll help you. Knowing that letting this guy answer Su Qingxiao's call would only make it even more of a bad dish, Li Yi had no choice but to press the answer button. What? Li Yi was impatient and just wanted to quickly get rid of this troublesome red-faced scourge. Can't you be nicer to me? I was prepared to help you today. Su Qingxiao's tone was a bit dissatisfied, not even mentioning that matter of being walloped yesterday in the slightest. I'll hang up if it's okay. Hey, don't hang up yet. Do you know that there are quite a few girls inside the school right now who are ready to unite to pressure the school to expel you? Oh. The other party's indifferent attitude made Su Qingxiao quite surprised. They are going to fire you. This didn't scare Li Yi. He snorted coldly. Dream on. What reason do they use? I don't want to give a girl a present? Come on. It's a school. What school forces students to fall in love? Li Yi disliked Su Qingxiao to the point of speechlessness with this analysis. Is there anything else? I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Aren't you worried about your reputation? For some reason, Li Yi's couldn't care less attitude made Su Qingxiao a little angry. If you have that kind of time, you might as well think about what you're going to eat for dinner. Strong people don't care about what others say. You have this time, why don't you think about the direction of entrepreneurship? Even if it fails, you've gained experience. Not. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone, not giving her the chance to say anything else at all. Li Yi encourages Su Qingxiao to hurry up and start her own business, with the aim of getting her to devote herself to her own business so that she doesn't have the energy to approach herself. He couldn't help but praise his own resourcefulness, and in his heart he felt one step closer to collecting his money in peace. However, Su Qingxiao on the other side of the phone did not respond for a long time as she listened to the beeping sound in the microphone. He's so courageous. Not long after hanging up the phone, the ringer rang again. Li Yi took a look to see that it was the counselor Sun Lei's phone. Li Yi, what have you been doing lately? How come many of your classmates are reporting you for harassing girls and asking the school to expel you? The character of the students in the class Sun Lei was probably clear. In his impression, Li Yi should not be someone who would do such a thing. Sun Lei's words made Li Yi a bit confused. What's all this? Mr. Sun, I've been so busy these days, how could I have time to contact girls? It's useless for you to explain to me now. The department chair just asked me to inform you to come to his office. The first thing now is to think of how to explain later, okay? Sun Lei is a very enthusiastic counselor and takes good care of the students in his class. I know, Mr. Sun. It was only last night that Zhao Yashuan had pulled the blackout, and then this came today, and now it was impossible not to suspect her. When knocking on the door of Chio Hanlin's office, the head of the Department of Economics and Management, Li Yi had basically thought about how to respond in a while. Come in. After pushing open the door of the room and seeing the appearance of another old man in the office, Li Yi immediately threw those preparations just now into the air. Hello Director Chio. Hello Professor Song. He was Song Shijun, who had a good impression of Li Yi on the day of the open class. Chapter 14. I'm just trying to make peace. Bang. I've gotten a lot of anonymous letters reporting that you've been harassing girls a lot. Come explain. Scanning the pile of flowery letter paper as thick as a dictionary, Li Yi let out a yo-yo in his heart. It seems like Zhao Yashuan is quite well liked within the girls, to be able to mobilize so many people. He casually pulled a few out of it and looked at them roughly. The contents were basically pretty much the same. It's all about how they usually harass girls inside the school, and some of the writing is quite good, describing the action in a colorful way. It describes in detail how he witnessed himself forcing a girl into the grove, how much intense action took place in there, and how the girl ran away crying at the end. At the end of the pro even added, if I hadn't run fast, I might have been gotten by Li Yi as well. It's a shame that such good writing doesn't go on to become an author on sites that some browsers can't open. After reading one of the well-written mini-essays with gusto, Li Yi looked up and feigned a surprised expression as he explained. Director Chio, I've been busy working on the entrepreneurial program for the past few days, and if I go by what's written here I'll have to have at least 36 hours a day, and I won't be able to sleep. Don't pull these excuses on me. What did you do to cause so many girls to demand your expulsion? The fact that this old man could become a director meant that he was definitely not a fool, and Zhao Yashuan's little trick was certainly not hidden from his eyes. A slap in the face is not enough. In Director Chio's realization, Li Yi must have done something bad as well. Otherwise he wouldn't have caused so many girls to write anonymous letters to report him. Old show. Li Yi has a good view on where the economy is going, so I believe him when he says he wants to start his own business. Professor Song suddenly spoke up. The day before yesterday, Li Yi's performance in that open class was still fresh in Professor Song's mind, and nowadays he wouldn't believe anyone who said that such a good student would do something like that. Old Song, why are you suddenly speaking up for this freshman? Director Chiu was a bit surprised at this obvious show of favoritism from Professor Song. So this kid is only a freshman. Not bad, not bad. Professor Song didn't answer positively, but instead complimented Li Yi again. Seeing Professor Song's behavior, Xiao Hanlin decided to listen to how Li Yi explained. He pointed to the whistle-blowing letter on the table and said, "Tell me what's going on here." Knowing that there is no evidence of this kind of thing to explain, the more the suspicion is greater. So Li Yi shrugged his shoulders and said, "There is nothing to explain. The roots are not afraid of the wind shaking. The tree is not worried about the moon's shadow slanting. Director Chiu, I'm willing to cooperate fully if the department wants to investigate." This fearless attitude finally made Xiao Hanlin somewhat believe in Li Yi. His fingers rhythmically tapped twice on the desktop and suddenly said, "Do you have any suspects?" Li Yi keenly captured that Xiao Hanlin had begun to favor himself, and although he had guessed who the person behind the scenes was, he nevertheless did not say it outright. "Director Chiu, let bygones be bygones. I just want to study at ease and start a good business now." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can this kind of rumor mongering just pass? Call your counselor over. Seeing Xiao Hanlin's attitude completely change, Li Yi couldn't help but snicker in his heart. This is called killing people invisibly. The whole time he was covering up for Zhao Yashuan, but it turned out to make Xiao Hanlin even angrier, and it looked as if he was still prepared to severely punish the person behind the scenes. Soon, Sun Lei appeared in Xiao Hanlin's office, and what he said next was not suitable for Li Yi to hear. "Mr. Li Yi, the department will give you an answer. You can go back first, then I'll go back first." Too late, Li Yi didn't choose to add more fuel to the fire, but honestly said goodbye to everyone and prepared to go out. "Come sit at 108 more often when you have time. I'm looking forward to what your kid's business venture is." As Li Yi turned around, Song Shijun suddenly smiled and said to Li Yi, "Thank you, Professor Song." Regardless of Sun Lei's shocked gaze, Li Yi put on an honest look and replied before turning to leave the office. After Li Yi closed the office door behind him, Xiao Hanlin pointed to the thick pile of report letters in front of him. "Go and find out who these anonymous letters are from. Also, has Li Yi had any trouble with anyone lately? Only a fool would believe that there really is such a thing as anonymity." Xiao Hanlin directly handed over the task of investigation to Sun Lei, telling him to make sure that this matter is investigated to the bottom. When Sun Lei walked out of the office building with the document bag, he suddenly heard someone shouting at him from behind. "Teacher's son, it's almost noon. Why don't we go to the cafeteria to eat together?" Sun Lei turned around and realized that it was Li Yi who was calling out to him. Thinking that the matter at hand was still related to him, Sun Lei felt that he had to avoid suspicion now. "No, I have some things to do, so go eat by yourself." Do you have the strength to do things when you're full? And it won't take much time just to drink a bowl of duck blood fan soup. Hearing that it was just a casual dinner, Sun Lei's attitude loosened a bit. After all, he did have a few questions he wanted to ask Li Yi right now. "Let's go, Mr. Sun, there'll be a line at the cafeteria if we're late." Noticing that Sun Lei was starting to hesitate, Li Yi didn't care if he agreed or not and directly pulled him to the nearest second cafeteria. Seeing that Li Yi really only ordered 2 bowls of duck blood vermicelli soup and 2 servings of shredded pancakes, Sun Lei finally relaxed. "You kid, this has hit the big luck. Professor Song seems to like you. Our school has a lot of tutors are his students. If you want to go to graduate school in the future, but it will be a lot easier." Sun Lei, who prepares for graduate school in his spare time, is a little envious. "All I want to do now is start my own business. So where's my mind for grad school?" Li Yi casually humbled himself and started chatting with Sun Lei, but never mentioned today's events. In the end, it was Sun Lei who couldn't help himself. "Do you have any misunderstanding with Zhao Yashuan?" Sun Lei is a very responsible counselor. For Li Yi, crazy pursuit of Zhao Yashuan thing of course have some understanding. Today listen to Li Yi words, a hint of saying that he does not want to pursue girls again, so the heart has already had a guess. Li Yi, who had been waiting for this question, suppressed the joy in his heart and sighed, probably a little surprised at my sudden decision to start a business. "And the rumors inside the school? Hey." Li Yi sighed without answering. The same man. Sun Lei can better understand the difficulty at this time. For the truth of the matter, he has guessed 8 or 9, not quite 10. Finishing the soup inside the bowl in one gulp, Sun Lei patted Li Yi's shoulder. "Since you've decided to start a business, then go all out. I look forward to a big boss coming out of our class." In just one meal, the two, who had been somewhat strangers, had gotten a lot closer. With Xiao Hanlin's support and Sun Lei, who had gotten a lot closer because of a meal, Zhao Yashuan and her BFF were quickly locked down. When Sun Lei was looking for them to talk, Zhao Yashuan still wanted to pretend to be pitiful and cunningly argue that this was all Li Yi's revenge after being rejected. Li Yi had already guessed that they would say this, which was why he had the attitude of considering Zhao Yashuan in every way. This kind of performance and Li Yi kind of just want to settle things attitude than a pair of high and low judgment. In the many witnesses and material evidence, Zhao Yashuan they finally have nothing to say. Chapter 15 I can't believe they eloped. Late at night, Li Yi finally finalized the decoration style of the drink store Sweet Snow City that he had just taken over. And since he was targeting the low-end market, he was still prepared to decorate the store as simply as possible. There were no classes the next morning, and Li Yi was about to take the opportunity to take a nap when suddenly a scream shouting with anger rang out the window. Li Yi, get down here! Zhao Yashuan's face was filled with anger, and there was even a bit of a crying tone inside her shout. And the students who came and went saw it and discussed it in low voices. Why did schoolgirl Zhao take the initiative to look for Li Yi? Still don't know it. This morning the school issued a notice. Zhao Yashuan because of slander classmates caused a great impact was put on probation. This time she will be the next 4 years and the assessment of excellence and priority have no chance. And even smooth graduation is a problem. No way. What kind of person deserves to be slandered by schoolgirl Zhao? She came to trouble Li Yi today, that must be him. But I don't think there's anything about this kid that deserves to be slandered. Me too. It must be that he secretly used some dirty tricks to try to force schoolgirl Zhao into submission. One had to lament the imagination of these people, instantly coming up with countless exculpatory explanations for Zhao Yashuan. Are you still a man, daring to do something? Seeing that there was still no response, Zhao Yashuan once again yelled, but the words almost made a kind of admirer cry out. What dare I do? I want to take the blame for this. The noise outside was unusually annoying to 301. Who was ready to sleep? Lao San, when did you get into a fling, causing laborers to be unable to sleep in the morning without classes? Wang Xinyu, who had just gone to bed after reading novels all night, had a great deal of resentment. If you're pressed with a reputation as a scum, you won't be able to find a girlfriend in these 4 years. Chao Haoren was concerned. Old 3, what new move is this? Wei Shiqian's focus was a bit different. Now this result was also Zhao Yashuan's own fault. Li Yi didn't want to take care of her at all. But the noise outside was too much to sleep, and since he couldn't sleep, he got up and put on his clothes in preparation for a trip to the Venture Center 108. Yesterday, Professor Song had said that they would talk together, so of course Li Yi would not let go of this opportunity to enhance his feelings. Seeing Li Yi finally walk out of the dormitory building, Zhao Yashuan immediately rushed up with Zheng Cheng and Li Shangnan. I didn't realize that you would use such underhanded tactics in order to force my hand. Are you still not a man? SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. When these words came out, the onlooker boys sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. Surprisingly, they treated the goddess in their hearts like this. If it wasn't for the hostile auntie still watching from the side, it was estimated that a lot of boys would have already rushed up to violently beat up Li Yi by now. What the hell did he use? Suddenly someone asked in a small voice, and the boys around him immediately turned their gazes to him in unison. I'm really just curious. Some guys balked at this explanation, while others agreed and held it as a confidant. Combined with the morning's announcement, Li Yi should be using the momentum. I didn't realize that chasing girls could be done with the art of war. I learned. We are all simply exchanging ideas and learning from each other, and there is no such thing as a crooked mind. For Zhao Yashuan's 3 times of pestering, Li Yi was finally a bit impatient, and he said with an ironic face, I've already said I don't like you, so please don't bother me again. Okay, you stop. Seeing Li Yi about to leave, Zhao Yashuan jumped to her feet and ordered, you go to Director Chiu right now to cancel our disciplinary detention. Nervous, sweeping Zhao Yashuan like a fool, Li Yi walked around her and prepared to leave. Li Yi, I told you to find Director Chiu, do you hear me? Zhao Yashuan was still chattering after Li Yi's ass, when suddenly a cool girl blocked between the two, and she looked at Zhao Yashuan coldly. You know in your own heart what you've done, and you even have the face to be here to complain about it in an evil way. The cool eyes on the beauty's goose-egg face in front of her made Zhao Yashuan flinch a little, but thinking that the punishment of detention was not a light one, she still summoned up the courage to say loudly, Su Qingqiao, mind your own business. When the onlooker boys saw Su Qingqiao actually blocking between Li Yi and Zhao Yashuan like she was protecting her boyfriend from being harassed by other girls, their hearts broke. The blow was even stronger than if Zhao Yashuan had been spoiled by Li Yi. Hiss, it's not true that the white moonlight in my heart is actually standing up for this loser Li Yi. This must be a nightmare. Wake me up. I refuse to accept it. Some of the boys were already wailing, and the ones with low tolerance were even screaming that they were unclean. Lonely and proud as Su Qingqiao habitually ignored the reactions of the people around her, only to see her pretty face instantly icy cold, staring at Zhao Yashuan with a disdainful gaze. Poof! With just a simple cold snort, Zhao Yashuan instantly lost the strength to be unreasonable. With her character encountering another girl like this, maybe she would just pull her little sister along and torment the girl by all means and then enjoy the once lonely girl cowering in front of her. But Su Qingqiao cannot. The other party, whether it is family, appearance, temperament and so on, all aspects of the comprehensive crushing, which makes Xiao Yashuan did not have a trace of the courage to make underhanded moves. When there was a conflict between a man and a woman, even if the boy was right, the odds were that he would attract a lot of curses, but it was different between girls, especially a girl as beautiful and temperamental as Su Qingqiao. Her words naturally carried credibility. The notice can't be true, right? Li Yi is really the victim? I don't care if he's a victim or not. All I know is that this guy has defiled the most sacred place in my heart. Noticing that Zhao Yashuan actually started to retreat under Su Qingqiao's aura, some of the more upright students started to speculate that all those words about Li Yi in the past few days were rumors. And even some of the girls brought curiosity into their gazes when they looked at him. Not good. The loser persona I've worked so hard to create is going to be destroyed. Li Yi was very keen to capture the mood changes of the onlooker girls. In a hurry he hastily pulled up Su Qingqiao's small hand to leave this place of wrongdoing. Hey! Seeing Li Yi leaving in quick steps, Zhao Yashuan wanted to say something else, but after seeing Su Qingqiao's icy gaze that was revealed back, the rest of her words were swallowed back. Ah! This guy even pulled Su Qingqiao's hand. Who's going to kill him with me? What's a little hand-holding? Don't you think that scene just now looked a lot like an elopement? I can't help it. Who else wants to break Li Yi into pieces? I'll go. I'm going too. Li Yi's image instantly turned from light to black, and a group of boys started to form a brave squad like the brave men who wanted to crush the Demon King, vowing to eliminate the Demon King who took the princess. Their reaction might only be rewarded with a sneer if Li Yi knew about it. Don't you guys know that in reality princesses are all voluntarily taken captive by the Demon King? Until she was pulled by Li Yi to a small forest where there were not many people, Su Qingqiao slowly awoke from her dazed state. She looked at the small hand that was still being pulled by Li Yi's face was a bit flushed. Just now if it was another boy, the slap would have been thrown over. I don't know why. Being pulled by Li Yi, she didn't hate it. Chapter 16. Su Qingqiao is quite arrogant. Woman, you're playing with fire, know that? Li Yi's face was serious, as if there was some kind of big trouble making Su Qingqiao get a little serious. Then he continued. For someone who wants to start a business, love only interferes with making money. Su Qingqiao blinked somewhat dully, not quite understanding what Li Yi was trying to convey. Color is a bone scraper. Get it? Humph. Who would like a narcissistic man like you? Su Qingqiao tilted her head to the side, then pulled her small hand out and wrapped it around her chest. I'm just curious. How exactly did you work out what happened yesterday? That kind of thing put on others can fall into a nothing happens is already the best result. The crowd's mouth. It's hard for you to speak with one mouth over Zhao Yashuan, the kind of woman who likes to delve into crooked ways the most. Su Qingqiao was surprised that this matter ended up with Zhao Yashuan landing on probation and other people being warned. Li Yi's image instantly became more mysterious. Looking at the pair of cool eyes full of curiosity under the girl's sharp short hair in front of him, Li Yi was a bit headstrong. Where's that high and mighty look you had just now in front of Zhao Yashuan? Bring it out. Tell me quickly. Seeing Li Yi's lack of response, Su Qingqiao suddenly reached out and pushed him in the chest. Guess. Humph. Don't say it even if you don't. Su Qingqiao returned her head to the side, and the grove quieted down, leaving only the sound of their breathing. After a while, Su Qingqiao still couldn't hold back her curiosity. It stands to reason that this kind of unsubstantiated matter is usually a matter of whoever has the most people has the right of way, and it should be hard for you to have a turnaround with such a bad reputation. Right now Su Qingqiao was acting like a curious baby, wanting to know how Li Yi did it but not wanting to open his mouth and beg him. Seeing this, Li Yi suddenly revealed a bad smile and stretched out his index finger at Su Qingqiao and hooked it. What are you doing? Come here and I'll whisper it to you. Just say it, there's no one around, and you're acting all secretive. Su Qingqiao grumbled as she brought her delicate ear to Li Yi's mouth. Because I'm good looking. Gee whiz. Realizing that she had been tricked, Su Qingqiao puffed up her cheeks and kicked Li Yi in the calf, then huffed and puffed and walked away. Venture Center 108. Li Yi knocked on the office door with 2 breakfasts in his hand. Come in. Seeing that Song Shijun was the only one in the office, Li Yi smiled and placed the soybean milk bun in his hand on the coffee table. Professor Song, the buns in this cafeteria in the second cafeteria are very good, so I brought you a copy by the way. Song Shijun, who had already eaten breakfast, waved his hand and said, I've eaten, you can eat by yourself. Li Yi heard also did not see outside, directly sitting on the sofa and eat up. He and Song Shijun has been in contact twice, there is no need to be too formal. That will instead pull the distance between the two. For this not at all pretentious performance, Song Shijun liked it in his heart. He smiled kindly and said, How is it? Do you have a direction for your business? Whatever makes money does, and I'm currently working on opening a beverage store. Song Shijun laughed and scolded, Your kid is preparing to go as an angel investor. And you can still look at such a small business as a drinking store? But Lee Yi hit the snake on the pole. Following the words of Song Shijun joked, now there is not so much money if I have so much money certainly go to the angel investor. You boy. Song Shijun smiled and nudged Lee Yi. Their relationship had advanced quite a bit between jokes, and he casually picked up a bun and tasted it. The buns do taste good. A beverage store is not a big investment and does not require a high level of skill, so it is really suitable. Have you chosen a location now? I'll take that milk tea store next to the basketball court. Hearing this location, Song Shijun frowned. I remember you young people only girls like to drink milk tea. If you are going to sell milk tea, that place is not quite suitable. Song Shijun has always emphasized the combination of theory and practice, so the first thing that came to mind was the product audience. I chose a different product that primarily targets guys. Finding that Lee Yi was quite well thought out, Song Shijun became more and more satisfied with this boy he thought highly of, and he nodded. Is there anything I can help you with? Hey, doesn't our school have rent reductions for student entrepreneurship programs? And there's the store I'd like to redecorate. This request was obviously thought out long ago. Song Shijun heard it and looked at Lee Yi with a smile. I said, why did you think of getting up to find me today? So it's for this, which it won't be. I mainly came to see you before all this. The instructor of the Entrepreneurship Center of Lake University is Song Shijun, who greeted the part-time students and quickly finished the formalities. There are still 6 months left in the lease contract signed by Karina Liu, and it is impossible to return the rent that has already been paid, but Lee Yi has fought for a benefit of a full exemption of water and electricity. In addition, we also took care of all the paperwork for the store renovation. Just after walking out of the venture center, a short-haired girl with a clean face who looked 24 or 25 years old immediately trotted to Lee Yi. Good day, boss. She is a full-time employee of the Phase Taro milk tea store Wang Jing, very down-to-earth. There she looked after Lu Jialing has not been much care of this small store. Such a good employee Lee Yi would not let go, so he kept her. Come on, let's go find an advertising company to change the sign first. The next Sweet Snow City will still be handed over to Wang Jing to take care of. Decorating and other matters Lee Yi will still have to take her with him. Lee Yi and Wang Jing both look very young. Several advertising agency bosses see the two of them are not very old. The price is very high, and do not generalize the price. A love to buy or not to buy. For this kind of boss Lee Yi will not be spoiled. Heard the price of the sky directly turn their heads and go. Even if the back shouting can be negotiated, also never turn back. He is not prepared to open this Sweet Snow City. The future opening of branches, the issuance of leaflets, the production of display boards and so on need to cooperate with advertising companies have many opportunities. It was too much of a waste of energy to work with such slippery bosses. He was looking for the kind of boss who was honest and reliable. Hongda Advertising. After Lee Yi walked into this advertising store with a somewhat shabby signboard to make his request, the owner of this store did not offer a price immediately, but only gave a reasonable price after determining many details. During the exchange, this boss also reminded Lee Yi of many things that laymen can easily overlook. After some conversation, Lee Yi was very satisfied with the boss of Hongda, and finally even gave him the decoration of the matter in one piece. The decoration of Sweet Snow City was very simple, as long as the counter and the display boards inside were changed. Walking out of Hongda Advertising, Lee Yi looked Wang Jing up and down. Wang Jing just let Lee Yi size her up in a big way. Boss, is there anything else? Sweet Syracuse's target customers can say that men and women eat all. Wang Jing is 1 meter 6 tall, looks not ugly, as long as a little dress up in the basketball court to play those strong boy estimates that the eyes have to look straight at, in order to unify the uniforms to appear more professional in Sweet Syracuse. Lee Yi said generously, Go prepare another set of work clothes for you too. Chapter 17 Sweet Syracuse's black silk workwear. There just happened to be a clothing city on the way back, and Lee Yi took Wang Jing and started to stroll around in it. Passing by a store that sells socks, Lee Yi saw a wide range of black silk and the store was pushed in by a mysterious force, and saw the owner's somewhat surprised eyes. Lee Yi said without a red face, It was a little windy and I was blown in. The middle-aged woman in her 30s who sold the socks looked at the quiet foliage outside the store and said in a hurry, Yeah, I couldn't even push the door open when I tried to get out just now. The customer is God. Making money? No chills. Wang Jing, who then pushed the door in, again made her instantly realize, so it's for a girlfriend. So he hurriedly and enthusiastically introduced to Lee Yi, there are permeable, impermeable, padded, and even disposable stockings that can only be worn at home. Wang Jing's expression hadn't changed much the whole time Lee Yi was carefully picking out stockings, and she even offered advice on the side occasionally. These see-through ones are usually used more in hotel lobbies. You don't need to buy padded ones if you're indoors, and padded ones can make your legs look thicker in them. Hearing Wang Jing keep offering suggestions, the boss was even more certain that the two were a couple, and had been frantically recommending disposable stockings. Wang Jing, since graduating from high school, has come out to work. Hotel reception and everything has done. No need to explain to understand Li Yi's idea. After a while of selection, Li Yi bought a dozen or so black silks of various thicknesses, ready for the two of them to wear them differently according to the seasons. Sweet Syracuse's signature color is orange, and naturally, the workwear top was identified as an orange blouse, paired with a gray pleated skirt, which Wang Jing looked vibrant in. Carrying a large pile of bags and having just returned to Sweet Snow City, Li Yi couldn't wait to call over Jiang Wenxin, who was learning how to make fruit nectar. She was still wearing the school uniform that had been washed until it was white, and she didn't even dare to look up at Li Yi when she walked up to him. "Here's the work clothes you were issued. Go try them on." Jiang Wenxin froze for a moment as she sniffed. She didn't think that working for Li Yi would even give out new clothes. "Thank you." After a small thank you, she clutched the bag to her chest and trotted into the warehouse. There was a sizzling sound, and Jiang Wenxin slowly poked her little head out but didn't dare to come out, seeing that she had actually been hiding in the warehouse. Li Yi impatiently shouted, "Come out, let me see how effective it is." "Oh," Jiang Wenxin responded, grinding and dawdling, revealing half of his body then quickly ducking back. It turns out that also had the same experience Wang Jing understand that this is because never worn a short skirt so a little nervous. She and Li Yi to explain a little bit and took the initiative to walk in. "I'll go talk her down." Not a moment later, Jiang Wenxin, dressed in her Sweet Syracuse work uniform, finally walked out with her head down. As he had been wearing a loose school uniform, Li Yi did not realize that the thin and weak her figure was so good. The orange blouse was held up a little tight by the 36D, and the short skirt under the slender willow waist outlined a rounded arc. Some girls complain every day about all the meat growing where it shouldn't, but Kong Mansum doesn't have that trouble, and the pair of long, straight, big white legs under the short skirt, together with the standing position of the inner eight looked shy and sexy. Wait, big white legs? Li Yi, who was being proud of his vision, suddenly realized that something was wrong. "Where's the black silk? Is there something you're not wearing?" Li Yi reminded. Jiang Wenxin rubbed the corner of his shirt uneasily and pleaded in a small voice. Can you not wear it?" She raised her head slightly as she spoke, a pair of large eyes under her messy hair looking pitifully at Li Yi. This churlish look teased Li Yi's heart and almost agreed. Luckily, with the buff of focusing on getting money, he narrowly managed to swallow the words that were already on his lips again. "Just kidding, I bought the uniform for this black silk." "Yuck, work uniform," Li Yi immediately said with a stern face. "No, that's part of the work uniform. You have to wear it, otherwise how can you prove that you are my employee?" Finding Li Yi's face serious, Jiang Wenxin's small hands rubbed the corners of her coat. Her heart was struggling. Sweet Syracuse pays the highest part-time wage in the school, covering the entire cost of tuition and living expenses, and it's a job that's important to her, but those socks she's never worn. Finally, she gathered the courage to walk towards the warehouse. "I'll go change now." Jiang Wenxin again lowered her head back to the warehouse. She is the first time to touch the stockings. Clumsy 10 minutes did not put in. It was Wang Jing who finally realized it and carefully taught her what to wear. When all dressed and re-stepped out again, Li Yi looked at his eyes straight. The pair of slender thighs in the black silk package appeared even more slender and straight. Unlike Zhao Yashuan who likes to wear black silk, the same opaque black silk worn on Jiang Wenxin's legs does not have any demonic flavor, but is very pure and lovely. Occasionally when she secretly raised her head to look at Li Yi she could also find that her eyes were vaguely teary. "And she looked really pitiful to me." Li Yi secretly nodded his head, quite satisfied with his own vision. "See, I casually match it with the best-looking work uniform in all of Lake University." Two innocent and beautiful young girls in short black silk dresses were busy inside the Sweet Syracuse store, and soon the young men who were playing on the basketball court were soon not in the mood to play, especially when Jiang Wenxin helped Wang Jing hang the banner. Many of the boys who were playing basketball forgot to catch the ball and froze looking at the banner of Sweet Snow City's upcoming opening. "What are you looking at if you're not playing properly?" The boys on the same team were a bit disgruntled when they realized that their teammates were actually standing still and letting the basketball fly past them, but they also froze when they followed the line of sight and found Jiang Wenxin, whose head was getting lower and lower. After a while, someone suddenly murmured, "Is Sweet Snow City preparing to sell milk tea? Serious people who drink milk tea. I'd drink it if she made it." This boy was playing basketball while his girlfriend had been watching from the side, and when she heard this she immediately widened her eyes. "Are you craving for someone else's good looks?" No, I just like milk tea." "Yes? Didn't you say you never drank milk tea yourself and only liked milk made by me?" The scene continues to play out all over the basketball court, and Sweet Syracuse has already attracted a large number of loyal customers even before the renovations have begun. After realizing that Jiang Wenxin's face was getting redder and redder, Li Yi decided to stop teasing her for the time being and started to explain to Wang Jing to let her supervise the entire renovation. Sweet Syracuse is on the thin route, so the stores are minimalist and can be decorated in as little as one day. He was about to go to the cafeteria to eat dinner when Li Yi suddenly turned around and said seriously to Jiang Wenxin, "These stockings are very expensive, so you can't throw them away when they're worn out. You have to give them all to me, you know?" Jiang Wenxin heard this and gave Li Yi a dumbfounded look, nodding her head and saying softly, "I know," and no craving for the boss's body. Chapter 18 Li Yi, finally I found you. Although he couldn't understand what Li Yi was saying, Jiang Wenxin nodded slightly when he saw that serious expression. Oh, Wang Jing stood far away when the two were talking. She knew very well that there were some words that could be heard and some words that couldn't be heard, but she couldn't help but shake her head in her heart after seeing Jiang Wenxin's timid expression. This boss is really good. The wages are not given low, but also willing to issue uniforms for the employees. But it just looks like he likes to bully Wenxin. This silly girl does not know what kind of bullying she will be bullied into in the future. However, she did not dare to give Jiang Wenxin said. After all, in society for so many years, who is the boss of this point can still distinguish. And this is not necessarily a bad thing. The timid Jiang Wenxin didn't even dare to wear a black silk skirt back to the dormitory, and she went back to the warehouse at the end of her shift to change into her old school uniform before she walked out of Sweet Snow City. When she returned to the dormitory, she also carefully folded the 2 new sets of clothes and put them in a bag for fear of getting dirty. Jiang Wenxin roommates have curiously gathered around when they saw the short black silk dress on her bed. "Wenxin, who sent you this dress?" It's my boss." A short-haired girl with glasses said angrily. "Your boss even gave you black silk. He wouldn't be a pervert." The roommates know that Jiang Wenxin's family is not in good condition, so they usually take good care of her. Jiang Wenxin's expression was a bit stubborn. "No, boss, he's a good person." "Okay, fine, but you must be careful of him making a move on you." Li Yi, who didn't know that he had been issued both a good guy card and a wolf card, wobbled back to 301 with a bag of fruit in his hand. Just returned to the dormitory, Li Yi saw Wang Xinyu playing CS with his own computer and Wei Shiqian piece by piece, and Wei Shiqian's mouth kept shouting, "Someone is coming from point A, Lao Si." You quickly go around him. "Where's the flashbang going?" "Uing blew me up. You wouldn't be able to hide." Suddenly, Li Yi noticed through the white light on the screen that Wei Shiqian had several red blood marks on his face. "What's wrong with your face, Dick?" Li Yi is just casually concerned about it. "I did not expect." Wei Shiqian heard that even after the game is not playing, the face of a change directly on the bed like an ostrich will head into the nest. Wang Xinyu casually took out a banana from the bag and peeled it while pointing at Wei Shiqian's exposed buttocks and said with a smile, "Lao Er said that he wanted to give a girl a palm reading during the day, and then he became like this. That girl seems pretty gentle, and I've offered to read her poem. Anyone can see that trick of yours, going up there and trying to pull the little hand, and getting tickled a few times is light." Hearing that Li Yi even dared to mock himself, Wei Shiqian immediately pulled his head out of the comforter and shouted, "How dare you have the nerve to talk about me? You didn't hesitate at all when you pulled Louis Han's small hand that day." Not waiting for Li Yi to open his mouth, Wang Xinyu first disdained, "Lao Er, you don't take this as an excuse. Lao San, what is the situation of the brothers are not unaware of? Louis Han will let him hold a small hand?" Li Yi also helped out next to him and said, "Who's in love with a decent person these days? Doesn't it smell good to make money?" Wei Shiqian tried to retort, "I'm a rich second generation, don't need to think about making money." Chao Haoran, who had just finished washing his clothes on the balcony, said, "Don't be a tough talker, Lao Er. Which rich second generation lives on 15,000 a month? Look at Chao Qingxuan. I heard he lives on 8,000 a month. I'm really rich." Ignoring Wei Shiqian's defense, Chao Haoran suddenly said to Li Yi, "Lao San, it's Mr. Yan's class tomorrow. Are you sure you still want to skip class? Teach high math teacher Yan temperament is a bit eccentric. The class absolutely do not allow others to answer instead of to. If he found that the answer on behalf of the Yan skipped the end of the period will be a piece of waiting for the failure of it. Sweet Syracuse renovation things have all been arranged. Just tomorrow is relatively free. Li Yi is ready to revisit the long-lost classroom, then go to class." The next morning, Li Yi rummaged through the corners for his brand new textbooks to go to class with Chao Haoran and the others. If they hadn't led the way, Li Yi wouldn't have even been able to find where the classroom was. This class was Finance Class 3 and Class 4 combined, and whispers suddenly rang out inside when Li Yi walked in. "See, it's this scumbag who toyed with Zhao Yashuan's feelings and ended up spreading rumors to make her take the disciplinary action." "That's not what I heard. It was clearly Zhao Yashuan who started the rumor." "You don't think about what Li Yi, this loser, has that's worthy of Zhao Yashuan's thoughts? It's really deserved that no girls like you. I've seen him pulling Su Qingxiao's small hand. Maybe Zhao Yashuan is unwilling. You believe in rumors too. Just a loser like Li Yi Su Qingxiao would like him?" Most people were asleep under the covers yesterday morning, so they were hearing about what was going on under the building. Li Yi was still a lickspill in the minds of many of the girls, and many of them only took what happened downstairs in the dormitory as a rumor. So when Li Yi passed by them, Many of the girls ducked to the side in disgust. Such a disgusting loser fool would like him. Just then, Chao Qingxuan and Zhao Yaxuan unexpectedly walked into the classroom together. These two have surprisingly developed some feelings of brothers in distress since they both suffered on Li Yi, and for a few days Chao Qingxuan has been following Zhao Yaxuan behind his ass every day, and she surprisingly didn't refuse. If this is put into the original, Zhao Yaxuan must not hang Chao Qingxuan for a few months, to improve his position in his heart. Just walking into the classroom, Zhao Yaxuan found Li sitting in the last row of the classroom, and she deliberately raised the volume of her voice and coldly grunted, "Scum!" Chao Qingxuan realized that his chance to perform had come, and even more condescendingly walked to Li Yi's side disdainfully. "Li Yi, you a boy even let Ye Xian in the freshman year on the back of disciplinary action do not feel blush? Why don't you go and explain to the teacher to cancel Ye Xian's punishment? Li Yi most annoying people in front of their own be especially the other party or a licking dog." His body leaned back to play taste. "How? You have enough money to bring talk so hard?" The people present were all dumbfounded except for Chao Qingxuan and Wei Shiqiang. None of them knew or simply didn't believe that Li Yi had earned $200,000 from selling tickets. But Li Yi did guess right. The money Chao Qingquan asked his dad for arrived last night. "Don't think you can be arrogant just because you hit a moment of great luck. The efforts of 3 generations of my Chao family are not comparable to that of a stinking loser like you. With you like this I don't see any girl will like you in the future. Wait to be a bachelor for the rest of your life." Ouch. That's a good feeling. Better not have a girl like me. Li Yi's couldn't care less attitude made Chao Qingquan tremble, and just as he was about to say something else, a petite girl in a white princess dress skipped into the classroom. "Li, I told you I'd find you." Chao Qingxuan looked back, only to see the petite and cute Luihan bouncing to Li Yi's side and sitting down, then resting her cheeks and smiling as she looked at him with a very happy look. Chapter 19 At best, we'll be male best friends. Seeing Luihan, a passionate and beautiful girl, make it to his side, Li Yi couldn't help but start to get a headache. "I just touched your little hand. There's no need to chase me to the classroom. How about I give you my hand to touch so we're even?" Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Li Yi's words rang out in the quiet classroom, causing everyone to draw a breath of cold air. Who is Luihan? Even the teacher is very favored schoolflower. Not only is the person beautiful and sweet voice, can sing and dance well, the most important thing is that this height is only 1 m 5 small potato's personality is also very cute. Even saying she was in middle school would surely be believed. Bang. Luihan smiled and smacked away Li Yi's big hand that reached out. "Hate it. You didn't come to class these days. Have you been busy with your own business? You haven't been blocking me in class for the past few days." Luihan rightfully said. "What else would it be? I can't get into the boys' dormitory." Then she raised her hand above her head and pushed Li Yi's shoulder, saying, "Tell me quickly, what have you been busy doing these days?" "I went to an internet cafe for an all-nighter." Li Yi didn't really want to bother with her and casually made a perfunctory remark before twisting his head to the other side and starting to flip through the book. "What's all this writing? I know every word, but I can't read it when it's all connected together. So you say it's strange." Luihan didn't believe that Li Yi skipped school just to go to the internet cafe. She hit Li Yi's back with her shoulder. "How could you possibly do that kind of thing that only a child would do? Come on, say it." At this time, everyone in the classroom was quietly looking at Li Yi and Luihan. The boys always feel that this is talking about themselves after hearing this sentence. After all, which college students have not skipped class to go to the internet cafe? Suddenly a girl said to her best friend beside her, "Have you noticed? Li Yi looks so mature. Seems like it when you put it that way. That t-shirt looks so good on him." After entering the university, there are always some boys early to dress up as an adult, suit and tie shoes a lot, but in the eyes of the girls they are like stealing father's clothes. Children is childish. Li Yi in the last row of the classroom was different. The vicissitudes that occasionally flashed in his eyes were especially attractive to the girls. Even if he only wore the most ordinary t-shirt he looked casual to them. There must be a lot of stories inside those eyes. Gradually a girl looked mesmerized. In the back row Luihan saw that Li Yi did not take care of herself. She pretended to be angry and turned her back, then rose her small butt against Li Yi. Li Yi slightly moved his body to avoid it, and she immediately got playful. Her ass pushed over again, and the two of them came to the wall like caterpillars. Suddenly realizing that half of his ass was already dangling in the air, Li Yi got impatient and reached out to lift the back of Luihan's collar like a kitten to place her on the seat next to him. "Why are you still playing up? I have such a bad reputation. What is it about me that attracts you? Just say it and I'll change it. I think it's funny how you want to make money but don't raise your prices haphazardly because tickets are in demand, and then fight back when your classmates mob you to get you to lower your prices." Interjection of surprise. Li Yi stretched out his big hand and pushed Luihan's palm-sized doll face away from his face. Coolly said, "This shows that I love money, even if the classmates, and so what? The pit half of the stranger. The acquaintance grand slam understand. But you didn't screw anyone over. And you were ethical. You're wrong, little sister. Li rubbed Louis Han's head, turning her dark, smooth, waist-length hair into a bird's nest. My integrity is no integrity. Don't rub my hair. Louis Han stretched out her lotus root arms and waved them carelessly above her head to chase away Li's still evil hands before dragging her chin to look at him again. Anyway, I just think you're a funny guy and I want to be friends with you. Li boarded up his face and asked, ordinary friends? Of course, at most you're a boyhood friend. Then you can't back out. Hearing Li doubt himself, Louis Han pouted and stretched out her fleshy little thumb and hooked it at him. If you don't believe me, let's pull the hook. Just as the two pulled the hook, Wei Shiqiang watched from the side, grinding his teeth into a creak. Why is there no such a cute girl who wants to be friends with me? A rich second generation. Chao Haoren habitually mocked. How do you look like a rich second generation? At least other people's Lao San looks mature. Wang Xinyu felt that he had been cheated. Lao San is so cunning. He clearly said that they would be single together for 4 years. Looking at Li who was fighting with Louis Han, Chao Qingxuan's heart was very bad. He looked at Zhao Yaxuan who was beside him, who was heavily made up in his heart and comforted. Yaxuan is also a schoolflower, and Louis Han is not losing at all compared to Louis Han, and she is even bigger. He kept repeating this in his mind, trying to brainwash himself. Ahem. Stop jostling in the back row. Suddenly, a man with black-framed glasses walked into the classroom, and he was the eccentric teacher Yen. Being stared at by teacher Yen, Louis Han spat out her tongue and came back next to Li and whispered, do you know that this Mr. Yen is only in his early 30s and is already a graduate instructor? And I heard that he even took the initiative to apply to teach your department high mathematics. It was reasonable to say that this was all a private matter for the professor, and Li was curious how Louis Han knew about it. Where did you hear about it? Guess. You little friend still holds a grudge. Li started to fiddle with Louis Han's freshly straightened hair again, causing her little head to duck everywhere. Ahem. At the front of the classroom, Mr. Yen suddenly coughed, and that stern gaze shot over again. Louis Han was here to dabble in the class. She wasn't too scared and kicked Li underneath. Li was also not willing to show weakness, directly pressing his leg on Louis Han's white thighs so that she could no longer make trouble. Mr. Yan's speech was very fast during the lecture, and he did not care whether the students on the stage could understand or not. He was speaking in front of the class with great enthusiasm. This is the norm for college teachers. They don't push anyone to study like they did in high school. Everyone is an adult and should be responsible for their own lives now. I have to say that the effect of the high number of sleep aids is awesome. And soon the classroom has been down most of the students, which also includes Li. Inside his 18-year-old body was an almost 40-year-old soul, and getting him to settle down and study after a dozen years of eating large pies was simply too much. Li had his back to Louis Han, and after he fell asleep he rolled over, and Louis Han followed Li's example of lying on the table, his wide eyes out of focus as he looked at his slightly furrowed brow. The bell for the end of class rang like an alarm clock to wake up Li from his sleep, and he opened his eyes to find that his sight was unexpectedly occupied by a cute doll's face. Needy and cute. Li, who hadn't fully woken up yet, thought he was dreaming and couldn't help but reach out and pinch this cute doll's face. I don't need you to remind me that I'm cute. Louis Han knocked off Li's big hand. Accompany me to go shopping. No go. I want to eat. Li refused decisively, directly picking up his textbook and preparing to go to the cafeteria with his own roommate. I'll go too. Not caring about Li's reaction, Louis Han trotted to follow, until the two of them walked out for a long time. The wretched duo of Zhao Yaxuan and Xiao Qingxuan were still gnashing their teeth and staring at the classroom door. Chapter 20 Sweet Syracuse Opening. On the way to the cafeteria, Li kept trying to walk faster to get rid of Louis Han, but there were two indisputable roommates who not only didn't cooperate, but even pulled Li to make him walk slower as well. People's Louis Han's steps are small. Lao San, you wait. It's rare for the art department's school beauty to have dinner with us 301. Do you know how pretentious it is to say this out? Wang Xinyu looked at Chao Haoren and Wei Shiqiang's performance and snorted coldly. It's not like they like you too. Making a fool of yourselves. With the help of the mole, Louis Han followed smoothly, and she tugged on Li's sleeve and said excitedly, let's go eat small wontons at noon. Li shook it off and found that Louis Han had a tight grip, so he had to say with a stern face, it's fine to eat together, but you can't get too close to me when it's crowded. Louis Han's small face showed aggression. Why? We are bosom friends. We're just regular friends now, not BFFs yet. So when do we become BFFs? And is it true that when we become BFFs we get to go together? Li pushed Louis Han's doll face away. Anyway, when there are many people, pay attention to keep a distance. Men and women are not related to each other. Do you know? As he spoke, Louis Han's doll face was still being pressed by Li, a large hand just able to completely envelop her small doll face. Face was pressed. Louis Han could not see anything. Angry, she punched and kicked Li, but unfortunately the figure is too short. The attack all fell on the air. Wei Shiqian watched from behind and touched the red marks on his face, suddenly felt that his decision to come to class today was wrong. And had I known that I would have to see this scene even if I had spelled the end of the semester to fail my high school math, I should have nestled in the dormitory to play the game. After realizing that Luihan had been happily trying to get closer to Li Yi even after she had broken free from Li Yi's big hands before being pushed away, Wei Shiqian closed his eyes and didn't want to see anymore. It's the first time girls have been involved in the 301 potluck. And Chao Haoran and Wei Shiqian look awkwardly urbane as they rack their brains to remember the table manners their parents taught them when they were kids. Luihan was amused by the performance of the two of them and snorted, causing the surrounding boys to keep peeking over here. Li Yi purposely sat in the corner in order to be unobtrusive, but Luihan would not let him have his way. She was so playful that she suddenly pushed the small wonton in front of her, which was only half eaten, in front of Li Yi. I'm full. As expected, the boys who had been paying attention to the place froze when they saw it and almost crushed the chopsticks in their hands. This scene is all too familiar. When going out to eat, girls always like to stuff their boyfriends with their unfinished meals, and preferably ones that are stained with their own saliva. Hearing the gasps of shock from the surroundings, Li Yi's face turned green. This little potato Luihan really wasn't a well-behaved girl. She clearly did it on purpose. Li Yi didn't bother with the bowl of small wontons, but quickly finished his own meal. I'm full. Looking at Li Yi's back as he quickly ran towards the dish recycling place, Luihan raised her small head triumphantly. Now you've eaten your words. Let you bully me. Wei Shiqian's thieving heart was not dead, smiling nervously as he tried to help Luihan out. Lu student. I can eat. Why don't I help you eat it? Who knows that Luihan took her bowl of wontons back to herself again with a sweet smile and said, Thank you classmate Wei, but I suddenly feel hungry again. When she finished, she purred and ate, looking like she was completely stuffed. Due to the favorability of 0, unfortunately the host did not receive the future value reward, and issued a favorability fund of 15,000 yuan. Please make more efforts. It seems like that little potato Luihan approached me just because it was fun, so this can be a relief. At night, after realizing that no girls had further feelings for him, Li Yi was finally able to sleep soundly. Even Wei Shiqian's wailing turned into a lullaby in his ears. The next day was Saturday, and while the other 3 of 301 were sleeping, Li Yi had already gotten up early to head to Sweet Snow City. Because of the affordable route, Sweet Syracuse does not need any complicated decoration. The store is all the original white walls, only hanging some drink display boards to make the walls look less monotonous. The counter is placed at the entrance, leaving only a meter-wide space for customers to order inside the store, with an unobstructed view of the operation room at the back. Such a simple decoration HTC Huang boss only used a day to finish the construction. Due to Li Yi's settlement is very fast, and finally he even sent several opening with flower baskets. Dressed in short black silk dresses, Jiang Wenxin and Wang Jing had just carried out the flower baskets and had already attracted the attention of the boys coming and going. Did you see that? That girl has so much meat on her legs. She's my type. What an eye. See that girl that's running inside the store? I bet she's at least 5'7". You noticed that too. Those legs are thin and long. You just can't tell what they look like. What do you need a bike for when people have such nice legs? Even if they don't yet know exactly what all Sweet Syracuse sells, there are a lot of boys who are already jumping at the chance to be the first customer. No sooner had the baskets been set up than several boys immediately walked into Sweet Syracuse. They all out in unison when they saw that they could get a lemonade and an ice cream for only $2 on a Manhwa display board in front of the store. Now milk tea usually costs $4 or $5, which in the eyes of the boys is not as bad as spending $2.50 on a bottle of happy water, both of which are sweet anyway. But they found a new joy today. A much better deal on an ice cream along with a drink for a much lower price. This activity was purposely set up by Li Yi to get the boys into the habit of thinking of Sweet Syracuse the first time they want to drink a drink and eat ice cream. And Sweet Snow City also sells milk tea. Male and female friends on a date to Sweet Snow City can also buy their favorite drinks. Slowly being girls can also open the market. Not to mention that there is still a lot of profit margin at this price. Is to stick money to do activities Li Yi is also completely fine. More than 10,000 daily goodwill fund is the bottom line. Soon a lot of boys with lemonade and ice cream appeared around the basketball court, and those who were new to the area saw them and wondered where they got them, but were too embarrassed to go up and ask. At this time Li Yi suddenly took out a loudspeaker and quietly came to Jiang Wenxin, who was busy in the store. Come on, say Sweet Snow City is having a big opening and lemonade is only $2 and a free ice cream. Ha! Jiang Wenxin, who was in the middle of lowering her head and busying herself, looked at Li Yi, her watery eyes filled with doubt. Come on, talk and listen to the boss. Oh. After taking out the majesty of a boss, Jiang Wenxin softly agreed and started to read word by word after Li Yi with her soft voice. Since he wasn't quite sure what Li Yi wanted to do, Jiang Wenxin's voice was still slightly trembling. Fear of bad effect. Li Yi first played once to listen to the effect, The speaker inside Jiang Wenxin's voice is like a neighboring sister. Let him listen to still want to listen. Li Yi smiled after hearing this and placed his hand on her head and complimented. Well done. Chapter 21 Working Together. Really? Getting a compliment from her boss. Jiang Wenxin suddenly looked up at Li Yi with her big watery eyes. As her hair slid down, Jiang Wenxin's delicate little face was finally fully displayed in front of Li Yi. Different from Su Qingxiao's coldness and Lu Yihan's cuteness, Jiang Wenxin penetrates a clear air. A pair of eyes often with watery light on a clear melon face, a straight and small nose, and a red cherry mouth, which is clearly a face of beauty that is not at all inferior to Su Qingxiao's. Realizing that Li Yi was staring blankly at himself, Jiang Wenxin sheepishly lowered her head to get busy again. Come on, you're doing great. This was the first time that Jiang Wenxin had heard someone else praise her. She took advantage of Li Yi turning around and walking out of the store to sneak a look, and without realizing it, she had begun to glow. Sweet Snow City opens with a big payoff. Suddenly, she heard her voice playing over and over again in the doorway, and she buried her head deep in her hair again. Having rarely interacted with anyone, the boys who were playing on the court suddenly heard Jiang Wenxin's soft voice and immediately felt their heartstrings being tugged. This girl has a beautiful voice. I'm thirsty. Do you guys want some lemonade? The taller boy who had just shot a ball put down the basketball and said, just got tired of playing. Let's go together. Haven't you guys been paying attention to the fact that a glass of lemonade and an ice cream is only $2? And I think it's a much better deal than happy water. You don't care about a girl with such a nice voice instead of lemonade? Don't you ever come into my bed again? I'm afraid. The loudspeakers were so effective that the boys on the basketball court learned that Sweet Syracuse sold lemonade and ice cream inside. If you send out flyers, many people will just throw them in the trash without even looking at them. But the loudspeakers play them on a loop regardless of whether they want to listen to them or not, and they will drill them into their heads very unreasonably, which is very brainwashing. Besides, Jiang Wenxin's voice was soft and nice, and many people volunteered. Until they went back to rest, quite a few people could still occasionally ring in their heads the sound of Sweet Snow City's big opening. That's the beauty of being in a high-traffic area like a basketball court, where all it takes is a tiny handheld speaker to get hundreds or thousands of dollars of publicity. Why else would so many of the major labels later on always like to customize some brainwashing theme song for themselves? After placing the horn, Li Yi did not go. He took an ice cream and sat in the shade of a tree smiling at the crowded flow of people in Sweet Snow City, and in his heart he estimated the approximate turnover. Not everyone is buying lemonade, and the way it's going, 3,000 to 5,000 a day of runoff should be fine. Thinking of this, Li Yi was happy. When the first Sweet Syracuse stabilized, later can train a few more people to open branches in other schools. You can even open one in the commercial street next to Lake University. The cost of opening a store in Sweet Syracuse is not high, and a slightly higher density is not a problem. After all, many people will not be able to travel a long distance specifically for a drink. Just as Li Yi was conceptualizing the future development of Sweet Snow City, Lu Yihan suddenly passed by here with a dozen or so girls in one piece. Looking at the way they were talking and laughing, it was obvious that they were having some kind of activity. After discovering Li Yi squatting under the tree, Lu Yihan smiled wryly and bounced to his side, pointing at the ice cream. I also want to eat this. Li Yi pointed to Sweet Snow City not far away with a cold expression. Buy it yourself. Lu Yihan's eyes turned. Beaming mouth began to play tricks. We are not girlfriends. This time you invite me to eat. Next time I invite you to eat. You dare to eat something so cold. Aren't you afraid of coming relatives? My relatives are busy today, and besides they can't control me. Why don't you give me this one in your hand to eat? Don't you dare. Li Yi finished the ice cream in his hand in 2 bites, and it took him a while to get over the headache from eating so fast. Next to her, Lu Yihan looked at Li Yi like this and smiled smugly, seemingly enjoying herself. Eat slowly. I'll buy you another one if it's not enough. Lu Yihan was quite happy. She stood on her tiptoes and touched Li Yi's chin very proudly. That's a lot of tricks for a little kid. Watch out, I'll spank you. Li Yi skillfully pressed Lu Yihan's doll face so that she couldn't touch herself. Oh, I just applied my makeup this morning. Unexpectedly this time Lu Yihan's reaction is quite big. Hand dancing for a while, suddenly while Li Yi is not paying attention to hold his hand bite down. Ah, you're a dog. Who told you to mess up my makeup? And I'm a snake. Just as Lu Yihan pulled out the small mirror, the wretched combination of Chao Qingxuan and Zhao Yaxuan happened to pass by. Chao Changquan's eyes lit up after seeing Lu Yihan's face full of anger next to Li Yi. It looks like Li Yi has made Lu Yihan angry. Take advantage of the present to let the two of them completely fall out with the best, who also ignore who. See how this kid is still arrogant. And, he glanced at the heavily made up Zhao Yaxuan beside him. Although Zhao Yaxuan was also a school beauty, she always felt a bit worse compared to Lu Yihan. Li Yi, how can you make Lu Yihan angry? Not pampering your girlfriend at all. Seeing that it was Chao Qingxuan and Zhao Yaxuan who came, Li Yi originally didn't want to take care of them, but his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the little sister who came over not far away with Lu Yihan. She's not my girlfriend. Whoever wants to buy her and her friends ice cream is buying. Louis Han had just finished her makeup when she heard Li Yi slandering herself and was immediately ready to jump out and retort, but fortunately Li Yi reacted quickly and secretly poked the soft flesh of her waist before she opened her mouth. Ah! The soft flesh at her waist was stolen, and Louis Han glared at Li Yi again. This performance was seen by Chao Chengquan as Li Yi making a move on Louis Han, causing Louis Han to become even more angry. Chao Chengquan immediately took out his wallet and appeared bold. It's just ice cream. Big deal. I'll treat. Li Yi revealed a struggling expression and swept his eyes at Zhao Yashuan. So your comrade? Anything that is unfavorable to Li Yi, Zhao Yashuan now unconditionally supports. I don't mind. Chengquan, he's such a gentleman, can be more trustworthy than some losers. Seeing that the two finally took the bait, Li Yi secretly revealed a bad smile to Louis Han. You let the girls eat $1 a piece of ice cream in case they eat a bad body. How to do? When he spoke, Li Yi also intentionally said the words $1 very heavily. The fun-loving Louis Han instantly understood what Li Yi was trying to do, and she quite cooperatively revealed a disdainful expression to turn her head to the side. Chao Chengquan really hit the nail on the head. I'm not like you. I can't even afford to treat myself to $1 of ice cream. Then he revealed a smile to Louis Han that he thought was very gentlemanly. Classmate Lou, feel free to order whatever you guys want to drink. I'll treat you. Louis Han was also not polite. She pulled a piece of her little sister over inside Sweet Snow City and ordered a cup of the most expensive taro mud milk tea for each person. The opportunity to treat Louis Han to milk tea made Chao Chengquan feel like he could do it, and he followed the example of his elders by pulling out $200 bills and slapping them on the counter. No need to look. Chapter 22. You pay for it. It's on me. Behind the counter, Wang Jing didn't immediately collect the $200 but looked up to Li Yi with her gaze asking what to do. Chao Chengquan's performance was clearly an attempt to show off in front of that pretty girl next to his boss, and Wang Jing was thinking about whether or not to help his boss earn his face back. Unexpectedly, Li Yi unexpectedly shook his head slightly without a trace, while exclaiming exaggeratedly, Chao Chengquan, you show yourself to be rich, right? The words were like a magic spell, and Chao Chengquan took out another $100 bill from his wallet. This is the tip. Keep it for yourself. Then he looked provocatively at Li Yi. What's the matter? If you're capable, you can come too. Stinky loser. You. Li Yi put on a look of anger and dared not say anything, pointing at Chao Chengquan, unable to say anything. This performance to Zhao Yashuan looked quite freely. Cannot help but clamped, wrapped in black silk, round thighs constantly rubbing, coated with a thick foundation of the pretty face appeared a touch of scarlet red. Can easily come up with more than 100,000 to open Sweet Snow City. Wang Jing does not believe that Li Yi cannot even take out $300, although he cannot figure out what the boss is playing. But as an employee, he still has to cooperate well. She extended her palm respectfully to Li Yi and asked, what would this gentleman like to drink? None for him. Chao Chengquan just wanted to properly humiliate Li Yi in front of Louis Han today, and rather childishly held him back to urge Wang Jing, hurry up and do it. Remember to add more ingredients. Jiang Wenxin saw her boss being bullied, just wanted to come out but was stopped by Wang Jing. Wenxin, you go make milk tea. But, go! Jiang Wenxin turned sideways to Chao Chengquan the entire time the two were talking, her messy hair blocking her delicate melon face. Just this one sideways turn, Chao Chengquan suddenly realized that the girl who had been busy at the back turned out to have such a good figure, and he couldn't help but look at her 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9 more times. While making milk tea, Chao Chengquan has also been switching methods to squeeze Li Yi, who has also been quite cooperative, and has been acting like I really want to buy it, but it's a shame to have the money to do so in a hurry at the same place. Zhao Yashuan couldn't help but secretly sneer in her heart when she saw her acting like this. A loser is a loser. Even if he made a fortune, he's still a cheapskate who doesn't want to spend money on girls, and besides, this thing about him making over $100,000 might as well have been a childish attempt to get someone to act out specifically for me. Thinking of this, Zhao Yashuan regained her confidence and resumed looking at Li Yi with her nostrils. Wang Jing and Jiang Wenxin were very quick with their hands, and in no time at all, a dozen cups of milk tea were all placed on the counter. Chao Chengquan handed out milk tea to all the girls while mocking, stinking loser, you don't even bother to treat yourself to milk tea. When all the milk tea was distributed, the anxiety on Li Yi's face suddenly disappeared, and he smiled, clapped his hands and praised, you're awesome. Sound of escaping laughter. Before Chao Chengquan could figure out what was going on, Louis Han couldn't help herself first. She held onto Li Yi's arm and hugged her stomach and laughed out loud. You're so bad. You even acted like this. The girls who came with Louis Han also covered their mouths and snickered. At this time they realized that just now Louis Han was actually acting with this boy to pit Chao Chengquan. Do you think we just looked like a couple of femme fatale? Reaching out to push Louis Han's doll face, which had just been made up, away, Li Yi said with a cold expression. I prefer to be alone, so it's better to forget each other in the Jianghu. Thinking that Li Yi wasn't out of the movie yet, Louis Han ran back to her little sister's room and raised the milk tea in her hand to him. Thank you for the treat. We're going to listen to Shui Jie's concert. The other dozen or so sisters also smiled and waved to Li Yi before they left. Thanks handsome, I'll buy you back. A group of warbling girls jostled with each other and said goodbye to Li Yi, attracting considerable envy from the boys coming and going, wishing that the one who stood in Li Yi's place was himself. Bang. Discovering that he spent money to actually let Li Yi pretend to be AB, Chao Qingxuan felt his heart clogged. He stared at Li Yi who was still waving his hand unconsciously hard in his hand. The cup burst and the sweet, creamy tea sprayed all over him. Li Yi, did you do it on purpose? I didn't force you just now, and I stopped you. You didn't listen. This is all your fault. Attitude made Chao Chengquan instantly lose his mind. He yelled and swung out his fists ready to settle it in a manly way. What are you doing here, Lao San? 301 Li Yi's three roommates suddenly appeared. Chao Qingxuan's swung fist was easily blocked by Chao Haoran. Then Li Yi's foot slipped on his stomach under the cover of Wei Shiqiang and Wang Xinyu. The crowd of onlookers only saw Chao Qingquan trying to punch Li Yi, but he was blocked and then suddenly flew backwards for some reason. Seeing the skillful movements of several people, they must not have practiced a lot in normal times. Nothing, just watching Mr. Chao throw away $300 for milk tea. Yo, Mr. Chao is so rich that how much milk tea costs $300? It's less than 20 cups, mainly because Mr. Chao's heart is worth it. Li Yi and the others sang in unison and madly rubbed salt into Chao Qingquan's wounds, and Zhao Yashuan, who appeared to be out of the picture next to him, couldn't drink a single mouthful of her favorite milk tea while holding it in her hands. Ye Xian, let's not bother with these losers anymore. He couldn't beat them. He couldn't scold them. Chao Chengquan got up with difficulty and stared coldly at the 301 people, so he had to pull on Zhao Yashuan's hand and leave quickly. Zhao Yashuan, who was pulled by her small hand, resisted twice, and suddenly realized that Li Yi had been looking at herself surprisingly stopped resisting again. Li Yi couldn't help but underestimate in his heart as he watched the scene from afar. It seems that Zhao Yashuan, this woman, has indeed awakened an unimaginable attribute, pretending to resist for 2 moments and then starting to enjoy herself. Wei Shiqiang's performance was the most prominent during the Yin Yang Chao Chengquan just now, and a wide-eyed girl who was talking to Jiang Wenxin outside the Sweet Snow City counter suddenly raised her willow eyebrows when she saw him. Pervert, how dare you show up in front of me? Feeling that this dainty drink is somewhat familiar, Wei Shiqiang turned back to look at the sudden hairs of sweat exploded, and the red marks on his face that have not completely disappeared began to vaguely hurt. You've got the wrong person. He yelled and turned around and ran, practically more energized than if he'd been drinking pulse. The girl with big eyes immediately chased after her. Bull ********. I can recognize you even if you're a lewd man turned into ashes. Inside the store Jiang Wenxin saw reached out to say something, but by now the two had already run away. Li Yi, Chao Haoran, and Wang Xinyu's eyes all lit up when they saw it. How could they let go of this big melon that mocked Wei Shiqiang? So they also chased after him with quick steps. When they found Wei Shiqiang, the three found him hiding in a grove of trees holding his shoulders in a daze. Seeing the tattered clothes on him, Li Yi tapped his shoulder and said, "You've been spoiled, Lao Air, TSK, that girl looks pretty quiet, but I didn't realize she was still a hottie. How in the world did you manage to get someone's girl to fall for you? Tell us about it so the brothers can learn." The three of them said one thing and I said another. Showing the gloating to the fullest, Wei Shiqiang immediately covered his face and cried in pain. How am I ever going to see anyone again? Suddenly Wang Xinyu realized that a few fresh red marks were exposed between his fingers, and despite the resistance went forward to forcefully break it. I have a feeling the other girls even trimmed your nails specifically for you, so just snicker, dick. Li Yi and Chao Haoran sniffed curiously and went over, only to see that Wei Shiqiang had added several more fresh blood marks across his face. Chapter 23. The boss is a good guy. In the afternoon, Li Yi, Chao Haoran and Wang Xinyu were pulled to the internet cafe by Wei Shiqiang. And while playing the game, Wei Shiqiang's mouth kept chanting that a girl with such a bad temper could not be a girlfriend even if she died. After playing the game, Wei Shiqiang gradually regained self-confidence. Even after smoking, do not wear a mask. Scanning the time on the computer and realizing that it was already past 9 o'clock, Li Yi got up and said, "You guys go ahead and play. I have something to do to go out for a while." Wang Xinyu was playing happily, a little less satisfied. "Lao San, what can you have to do? It's the first day Sweet Syracuse is open, and I had to treat the staff to a celebratory dinner." "Crap, do you own that Sweet Syracuse?" Seeing Wang Xinyu so surprised, Wei Shiqiang grinned. "What I said is now believed by you." The smile tugged at the wound on his face, causing him to bare his teeth in pain. Chao Haoran marveled. This week Lao San is too strange. In the morning I saw from afar that Luihan and him seemed to be very familiar. I also saw Lao San touching Luihan's small hand the other day. Quickly apologize to me. "I'm sorry, does your face still hurt?" "Crap, you still mention it." When Li Yi came to Sweet Snow City it was already more than 10 o'clock. The dormitory of Lake University stipulates that the dormitory locks the door at 11 o'clock. And now the two of them, Wang Jing and Jiang Wenxin, have already begun to clean up. Seeing Li Yi, Wang Jing hurriedly took out $100 from the drawer and said, "Boss, this is the tip from that man." Li Yi glanced at the $100 bill on the table, was satisfied with Wang Jing. During the day Chao Qingxuan had already said that the 100 was a tip, but she could take the initiative to hand it over to herself enough to see that the character was really good. "No, keep it for yourself." Li Yi waved his hand and did not go to pick it up. Jiang Wenxin, who was cleaning, suddenly put down the rag in her hand and said timidly, "Wenjingjing people are actually very good." "Ha?" Li Yi didn't understand and looked at Jiang Wenxin strangely, probably not used to being watched by others. Jiang Wenxin put her head down and explained again, "Wenjingjing was very angry in the morning before she hit your friend. She is actually very nice." Now Li Yi understood that the girl who was touched by Wei Shiqiang's hand was originally called Wenjingjing. "You guys are friends? Aha." Li Yi put on Jiang Wenxin's shoulder to pull up her waist, which was about to bend into 90 degrees. "Don't worry, Wei Shiqiang's skin is thick and fleshy. It's okay to take 2 beatings." Jiang Wenxin's shoulders shook slightly after being touched by Li Yi, then suddenly took out a notebook and handed it over. "Here are today's accounts." Took over that notebook, opened, casually flipped twice. Li Yi found that the record is very detailed, and finally summarized today's sales of 4,637 yuan. "That's what you remember?" Jiang Wenxin looked at Li Yi apprehensively. Wang Jing hurriedly explained. "Wenxin, she's from the accounting department. Her studies are very good." Bang. Li Yi smiled and closed the account book, reaching out to touch Jiang Wenxin's head and praised. "The account was done very well. In the future Sweet Snow City's account will be yours." Hearing Li Yi's praise, Jiang Wenxin suddenly looked up, a touch of joy tickling her watery eyes as she nodded heavily. "I'll work hard." Jiang Wenxin's such a big reaction made Li Yi a little surprised. Just casually complimented a couple of sentences, did not expect her to be happy like this. This kind of performance usually only occurs in children who grow up in a percussive education. Thinking of this possibility, he touched Jiang Wenxin's head again encouragingly. "Go for it." "Aha." The voice obviously carried a strong joy inside. Li Yi saw Jiang Wenxin smile for the first time. The pair of slender willow eyebrows curved out a nice arc, looking gentle like water. The young girl saw Li Yi was staring blankly at himself and lowered his head to look a little shy. It was this shy smile that caused Li Yi's heart to jump, and he felt that the buff of concentrating on getting money flickered a little. "No, I must not be seduced by beauty. I'm a man who wants to concentrate on getting money." Shaking his head fiercely, Li Yi suddenly cupped Jiang Wenxin's melon face with both hands and solemnly said, "You can't gluttonize the boss's body, no?" Being cupped by the warm big hands on her cheeks, a touch of scarlet quickly spread from her neck all the way to the top of Jiang Wenxin's head. She froze for a moment, still thinking that she had done something wrong, and watery light unconsciously appeared in her eyes. "Aha!" The current Jiang Wenxin looked pathetic. Li Yi only felt that the buff on his body might disappear immediately if he looked any further. He hurriedly put down Jiang Wenxin's melon face and walked out of Sweet Snow City, not daring to look at it again. "Don't clean up. Today's a banner day. I'll buy you guys a late night snack." Probably because she had just been touched by Li Yi's little face, Jiang Wenxin didn't say a word until she sat down at the barbecue stand. Wang Jing had been working in society for many years and knew that she must pretend she didn't see her boss's personal affairs, so she kept joking with Li Yi to steer the topic elsewhere. When he had eaten almost as much, Li Yi suddenly handed the two men a red packet respectively. "It's been a hard day's work." After receiving the red envelope, Wang Jing cheerfully thanked. "Thank you, boss." And Jiang Wenxin is still immersed in the self-blame of doing something wrong, dare not pick up. Wang Jing saw and quickly stuffed the red envelope into her hands. "Quickly say thank you, boss." "Thanks, boss." Her voice was so soft that if it wasn't for the teacher, Wang Jing, proofing in advance, Li Yi might not have understood a single word. "Come on, I'll watch you." Hearing Li Yi's praise, Jiang Wenxin lifted her delicate melon face and nodded heavily. "Aha." After the midnight snack is already 11:30. Jiang Wenxin back to the dormitory downstairs only to see Wenjingjing is full of anxiety and hostilance to talk. Seeing Jiang Wenxin's figure appear, she hurriedly ran over. "Wenxin, where the hell have you been so late? You're really in a hurry." Jiang Wenxin said softly, "The boss invited us for a late night snack." "What kind of late night snacks are you having this late? I think your boss just doesn't have good intentions. Make sure you guard against him, do you know?" Hearing this, Jiang Wenxin suddenly looked solemnly into Wenjingjing's eyes. "The boss is a good person. You silly girl are in a real hurry." Regardless of Wenjingjing teaching her how to unbank the pervert boss from the side, Jiang Wenxin did not have any reaction. After returning to her dorm room, she rummaged through a small metal box from her closet and carefully placed the red envelope given by Li Yi inside. Lying on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling, Jiang Wenxin said in her heart, "The boss is a good person. He won't bully me." At night when Li Yi pushed open the door of 301 only to see that it was brightly lit inside, and Chao Haoren and the three of them were all sitting on the bed looking straight at him. What do you want? Being looked at by them in his heart. Li Yi couldn't help but shiver. When it was too late, the three of them jumped off the bed in unison to surround Li Yi in the center. Old three, how on earth did you chase after schoolgirl Lu? Teach us. Hiss. After all this mess, it turns out that you want to learn how to chase girls. Li Yi sat down on the stool and crossed his legs and said slowly, why do you feel a little thirsty? Wei Shiqiang hurriedly took out the happy water. Legs are a little sore. Chao Haoren hurriedly went to rub it, slightly squinting his eyes to enjoy the service. Li Yi took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, serious people who fall in love licking the dog sure are not licking the goddess. Understand? Chapter 24 Luihan, you fool. As soon as the words fell, the movements of Chao Haoren's three hands stopped, and they exchanged glances with each other to quickly reach an agreement. Late at night Li Yi's screams came out from 301. The punishment of Aruba will not bypass anyone who commits the wrath of the crowd. The next day early in the morning is physical education class. Tailbone still some pain. Li Yi decided to go to the sweet snow city to see. Now just started business. It is the time to leave people. Just as he was looking at the incoming and outgoing traffic to calculate the rush hour, Wei Shiqiang's phone call came out of the blue. Lao San, Luihan said there's something she wants to see you about. Li Yi, who was holding a small notebook to record the hourly passenger flow, didn't want to play with Luihan at all, and impatiently rebuffed, just tell me I'm busy and don't have time. He didn't know that Wei Shiqiang was now on speakerphone, and Luihan was so angry that she directly snatched the phone over and yelled into the microphone. If you don't come, I'll go around publicizing that you can easily get Shuejie's autograph, and that you can even meet Shuejie himself. The threat was effective, and many of the girls who were moving around freely looked towards Luihan in unison when they heard the name Shuejie. As a top stream singer, the good-looking and good-singing Shuejie has a high popularity among the girl group, especially after the scandal fiasco. He was blessed by the disaster and his fame became even bigger. Even Li Yi, a person who didn't like to follow celebrities, knew something about Shuejie, which showed how popular he was now. Being able to guess that he would have no peace after this word was spread, Li Yi immediately threatened, I warn you not to slander me, or else suffer the consequences. Who knew that Luihan didn't care at all? She raised her dull face and said smugly, I didn't slander you. I interacted with Shuejie when we went to the concert yesterday. I heard you bought over 200 tickets to support him even when he was at his lowest point. He was very touched and said he'd like to meet you sometime. Li Yi was about to say that he was not a star chaser, but on second thought he imagined that a popular star like Shuejie could bring in a huge amount of traffic by even mentioning Sweet Snow City once in a while, so it seemed like a good thing to recognize him. Did you leave contact info? The microphone was suddenly silent, and after a while no sound came out of Luihan's voice. Li Yi guessed something grim. You wouldn't have left his contact information, would you? I was so happy I forgot. Luihan, you idiot. The angry roar from the microphone made Luihan hold the phone away from her, but thinking that Li Yi wasn't here, she said unconvincingly, where am I, stupid? I didn't expect this little potato to be unconvinced now. Li Yi gasped and said, okay, you wait there, I'm going to go see what's in your little head now. Hearing that Li Yi was actually coming to find himself, Luihan spat out her tongue and returned her cell phone to Wei Shiqiang. I have to go. Then, she flew away and disappeared from Wei Shiqiang's sight. When Li Yi arrived at the stadium with his fists broken, he only saw Wei Shiqiang standing there alone. Where's Luihan? Scared away by you. TSK. Li Yi doesn't follow the stars and has no clue about where to find Shuejie, while Luihan knows she did something wrong and has been avoiding him for the past few days. No matter how much Li Yi searches for him, he can't find him. Luckily, this wasn't too urgent for the time being. As long as he contacted Shuejie within a week, he should still have an impression of himself. The most important thing at the moment is that the heat of the end of the 3-day event in Sweet Syracuse is gradually falling back, and the daily turnover is gradually stabilizing at about 3,000. Sweet Syracuse's fame is also only louder among the boys who like to play basketball. Li Yi wants to make Sweet Syracuse's name spread among the Lake University, still cannot avoid the promotion work. At this point, handing out flyers was still a more cost-effective method, so he went into the classroom of the part-time club's activities, pushed the door into. Inside only a white boy with silver-rimmed glasses in the interview. Look at his eloquent look, quite a bit of official atmosphere. At present, the part-time club has helped more than a dozen poor students to solve the problem of living expenses. I have already reached a long-term cooperation with a number of merchants, and I am ready to help more poor students to complete their studies next. I'm sure President Young must have put in a lot of effort. It's appropriate to work this hard in order to help your classmates. Li Yi decided to listen to the boy bragging. Between the lines are all the credit to themselves to stop. Indeed, very work after the company's small leader style. After standing in the doorway for a while, President Zhang was busy conversing with the pretty girl across the street the entire time and didn't even look at Li Yi. Just as Li Yi waited impatiently and was ready to find students to hand out flyers on his own, A burly, dark-skinned boy suddenly pushed the door in. When he saw Li Yi, he immediately smiled and asked, "Hello, I'm Wu Gang, the vice president of the part-time club. Is the student ready to work part-time or hire someone? I'm trying to advertise my drink store and need some people to hand out flyers." So, Wu Gang didn't rush to agree, but held his chin and thought, "Classmate." Just as he was about to open his mouth, the white and clean boy suddenly said impatiently, "Wu Gang, didn't you watch the main interview? Something to talk about outside." Wu Gang frowned and didn't have a fit, so he had to lead Li Yi in the corridor to discuss the details of the cooperation. "Students, according to the characteristics of your store, I suggest to find 5 people in front of each cafeteria to send flyers on the line. So then to go to the dormitory to send the effect is good and save money." Li Yi was actually thinking the same thing, but the fact that Wu Gang could think this way surprised him a bit. Logically speaking, the more people I hire the better it should be for you, so how could you suggest such a thing? Wu Gang laughed. "In the short term it is true, but mutual benefit and win-win cooperation in the long term. The promotion effect is good. You make money in order to keep working with our part-time society is not." A college student can say out this kind of words are really let Li Yi a little surprised. The next negotiation went very smoothly. The two quickly determined the details of the flyers. Li Yi also immediately called boss Huang of Hongda and asked him to design the flyer as soon as possible to start printing. Hongda has its own designer, and Mr. Huang guaranteed on the spot that the first batch of flyers would be rushed out by night. When Li Yi hung up the phone and returned to the entrance of the part-time club, suddenly saw a cool girl was discussing with Wu Gang. She was wearing a white short sleeve with blue jeans, and she was very delicate and fair without any powder on that googly-eyed face. "Su Qingqiao, what brings you here?" Hearing someone call his name, Su Qingqiao turned around and saw that it was Li Yi's. Cool expression instantly appeared somewhat arrogant. "Of course I'm here to be a part-time student at GU. I've already thought of a direction for my business. Do you want to guess what I'm going to do?" To which Li Yi was uninterested. "Don't. Humph, I guess you can't guess." Su Qingqiao's expression was somewhat pleasant. "Then I'll give you a hint. I'm going to hire someone in every dormitory building, and I'm also going to recruit some full-time employees." Oh, Li Yi guessed it instantly, but had no desire to say it at all. What do you mean?" "It means I don't want to talk about it, lest you worship me." Chapter 25. Another teeth mark. "I see that you just can't in a hard way." Su Qingqiao clasped her hands to her chest, her face filled with disdain. Men hate it when people say they can't, especially beautiful women. Li Yi raised his eyebrows at that time. "Wow, you're so good, you must be ready to do group buying." As soon as these words came out, Su Qingqiao directly froze. Even next to Wu Gang also looked at Li Yi with a shocked face. But Li Yi didn't care about Su Qingqiao's reaction. He was now trying to let this little rich girl know whether she was good or not. If you do group buying, there are only 2 ways. Go directly to find wholesalers to cooperate with low prices to quickly capture the market, or cooperate with various merchants to provide door-to-door delivery services to earn service fees. Based on what I know about you, you shouldn't be able to think of a second one. Su Qingqiao froze, because indeed, as Li Yi said, she was just preparing to cooperate with the wholesalers to quickly occupy the Huda market with low prices. Looking at Su Qingqiao's reaction, Li Yi knew that he had guessed correctly. He then said to himself, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. It's not realistic to try to go the first way with just this market of Lake University. It's hard to attract enough users to buy from you if the goods are too small, but more goods will increase the purchasing pressure. And wholesalers don't always take you seriously if the merchandise purchases are too spread out. They simply won't give you wholesale prices. Then at that point you need to buy a lot of goods at once if you want wholesale prices, which would require renting space for storage and also take up a lot of your working capital. The bottom line is that there's still a chance that these shipments will fall through the cracks." Hearing Li Yi's simple analysis, the more Su Qingqiao listened, the less disdain on her face, and finally she even stared at him blankly just like an attentive student. After Li Yi finished seeing Su Qingqiao's lack of response, feeling that this listener was very ineffective, he bent his index finger and tapped on Su Qingqiao's glossy forehead. "Hey, are you listening or not?" These 2 strokes made Su Qingqiao's brain buzz. She covered her forehead, which surfaced red marks, and glared angrily at Li Yi. "Don't touch my head." Su Qingqiao saw Li Yi's unconcerned demeanor, although he was furious, but still patiently asked, "What about the second one?" "The second, ah." Li Yi deliberately stretched his voice until Su Qingqiao began to bite the corner of his mouth before saying, "The second, although good to do some work, but you can't keep up with the speed of promotion. But it's very expensive." "Oh, I don't know whether you have prepared so much money in the end, unless you have a promotional platform of your own, which promotes much faster." "Platform," said this. Li Yi's heart suddenly moved. This world is now basically only text and picture content of the forum. There is a certain entertainment nature but still seems a bit dull. If one can make a website that specializes in sharing funny content and various homemade videos, should be able to attract a lot of users. And as long as one promotes this website to the whole country, one can have the most suitable platform for advertising in the future. Sweet Syracuse is definitely going to grow into a brand in the future. And this site will be useful to create awareness when that happens. Thinking of attracting traffic, Lee instantly remembered Shue Jia. If he could get this popular star to set up an account in his website, even sharing a little bit of his work routine once in a while would surely be viewed by many people. Lui Han. The thought of Lee made his teeth itch with hatred. Lee had a problem. His hands always liked to do something when he was thinking about things. And at this moment, his fingers were constantly poking around Su Qingxiao's head. It didn't take long to poke the pensive Su Qingxiao. You think I'm a sick cat if the tiger doesn't get up. She quickly hugged Li's still evil big hand to her face, then opened her mouth and bit on it. Ah! Hearing Li scream out in pain, Su Qingxiao raised her head and said, I've told you not to touch my head anymore. It's a bummer to scare me with a bunch of difficulties before I even start doing it. With that, she strides away without looking back, looking at the teeth marks on his right hand, and lighting up the one on his left hand that wasn't fully healed. Li couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Are they all dogs? He turned around to see Wu Gang looking at him with a playful expression, so he complained, I'm just listing the possible difficulties ahead of time. Why is she so angry? Who knows? Wu Gang spread his hands and said, I'm too lazy to think about everything. Su Qingxiao. That kind of girl is not destined to belong to me. It would be better to study more about how to find a good job to make myself rich. It sounded negative, but realistic, and made Li's impression of Wu Gang much better again. He swept a glance inside the activity classroom. The white clean boy was staring blankly at them here. There was a strong possessiveness inside his eyes. No need to guess to know that this guy was looking at Su Qingxiao, for no reason at all. A wave of displeasure rose in Li's heart, especially after seeing him get up. The whole person was annoyed. He moved his feet and deliberately leaned against the classroom door with his face as usual and asked Wu Gang, by the way, you should know quite a few people inside the school, right? Li's small movements Wu Gang saw in his eyes. He purposely changed his position that he couldn't see in the classroom before answering. I know all the merchants and part-time students. Is there anything I need help with? I want you to find someone for me. There are no photos. Li shook his head. I can't use photos. What I'm looking for is Louis Han. Hearing this name, Wu Gang asked tentatively with wide eyes. Louis Han from the art department? Right. This time Wu Gang finally couldn't keep his composure. There were only 2 white moonshine in total in Lake University, Su Qingxiao and Louis Han. The rest could only be called school flowers. Looking at the relationship between the two just now, it was clear that they were not ordinary. But now he was even going to mess with Louis Han? You're not planning on chasing after Louis Han, are you? She seems so nice to talk to. In fact, very few guys can successfully approach. Hearing Wu Gang's speculation, Li stared with wide-eyed dissatisfaction. Serious people who fall in love, women will only affect my speed of making money, understand? That? I was going to care for her properly. The way Li gritted his teeth when he said this made Wu Gang start to seriously consider whether or not he wanted to help. He didn't want to be treated as an accomplice by all the boys at Lake University after something happened to Louis Han. Just at this time, the door behind Li suddenly moved. The person inside realized that it could not be opened and pushed hard, but the door still could not be opened. Why won't the door open? Not bothering with the voice inside, Li asked. I do have something to look for her. Can you help me? In the end, Wu Gang nodded. Alright, I'll ask them to find it now. Supposedly hearing Wu Gang's voice, a shout came from the activity room. Wu Gang, come here and open the door. Ignoring the toe-curling orders from inside the door, Li stared intently into Wu Gang's eyes. You're the one who takes care of all the big and small things in the part-time club, right? So why are you still a vice president? Chapter 26 Layoffs to the aorta. Hearing Li suddenly mention this, Wu Gang smiled bitterly and said softly, Zhang Xin, his parents have some connections, promising to find a good job for the previous president before letting him parachute in to take over as this president. I heard that he's also the head of the outreach department of the Department of Economics and Management's Student Council, and that he came to the part-time club to use his accomplishments in helping needy students to gild the lily and pave the way for his candidacy for the department's student council presidency. Hey, Wu Gang, I hear you. Do you still want to stay in the part-time club? Zhang Xin's voice began to cranky, and one could still easily hear the anxiety in it. Using his toes to figure out that he must be in a hurry to meet with Su Qingxiao, Li used slightly more force to hold the door tight, even squeezing the handle in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. I'm going to count to 3. Wu Gang, if you don't open the door you're out of the part-time club. Surname San, and you're willing to have all your grades taken away from you by him? Stupid, Beijing dialect. So what can I do? Being in the part-time club is at least an experience. And when I look for a job next semester my resume will at least look a lot better. One radical in Chinese characters, Kangxi radical 1. Might as well me. Ha? Wu Gang looked at Li in surprise, not knowing why he was suddenly a little heartbroken. Li stretched out his thumb and pointed back. And you're willing to have the accomplishments you've made become a springboard for this kind of goods? Just then, The people in the other activity classrooms heard the commotion and came out to see what was going on, which also included quite a few members of the part-time club. Zhang Xian's shout was loud enough for everyone to hear that he was going to fire Wu Gang, and at once a group of people began to point their fingers at Wu Gang. College boys, no matter how precocious, always want to save face. There the crowd's finger-pointing Wu Gang heart began to be a little stifled. At that exact moment a kindly part-time club boy threw a pot of water into the gradually boiling frying pan to try to calm the conflict. Vice President Wu, Zhang Xin. He is the president after all. Either apologize for this and forget about it. After all, the part-time club can't leave you. Hearing this, the warm smile on Wu Gang's face suddenly froze. I do TMLGB. Labor quit. Looking at Wu Gang, who had a grim face and was gasping for air, the scene instantly quieted down, and everyone except Li Yi looked at him in surprise. Normally, Wu Gang gave them the impression that he was a good old boy. Even when the part-time club was plucked by Zhang Yi's peach, he didn't show any overly aggressive behavior. Wu Gang, he's an honest man. What's wrong with him today? Who knows what he's mad about today? Seeing that the corridor was already blocked, Li stood up straight and turned his head to the two boys who were discussing their discontent. Calling who honest? You're the honest one. Nowadays in this era honest people are still a positive word. The boy looked at Li strangely, was pondering whether this was scolding him or praising him. Finally Zhang Xian, who rushed out from the classroom, attracted his attention. Good. That was your initiative. Now leave the contact information for all the co-op merchants and part-time students. You can get the hell out. Zhang Xian wrapped his arms around his hands and looked at Wu Gang with high pride. He thought to himself that Wu Gang, an ordinary family origin, even if he didn't use his parents' relationship, could easily pinch him, and today he even dared to scold himself, so wait to be cleaned up. Wu Gang was already overcome with anger at this point, but the environment he grew up in made him afraid of getting into trouble, so he had to growl with his neck in a stalking manner. Who am I to give it to you? This is a resource for the part-time club. Are you going to keep it for yourself? You. Seeing Wu Gang's speechlessness, Li Yi walked to Zhang Xian and condescended. Since this is the resources of the part-time club, then you should have some involvement, right? Looking at the expressionless Li Yi, Zhang Xian was completely unable to guess what he wanted to do next, and this unknown began to slowly turn into fear. Turning his head to find a lot of onlookers around him, Zhang Xian finally had a backbone again. He stood up his chest and said loudly, "That's for sure. These achievements are all made under my leadership." Seeing that Zhang Yi turned out to be so shameless, Wu Gang couldn't figure out with wide eyes that there were such people in the world. Li Yi, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly stepped forward. Zhang Xian's sweaty body hairs stood up, trying to distance himself from him, and he was quickly forced back into the teaching room. Then, since it was all done under the leadership of President Zhang, you should have a copy of the contact information as well, so there's no need to bother Wu Gang. Zhang Xian directly stifled speech. He usually witch-tube over the part-time society and merchants to talk about cooperation, the organization of part-time students, or Wu Gang a person in the do. His hands and even the part-time society's contact information are not. This feeling of layoffs to the aorta made Zhang Xian suffocated. Coupled with the way Su Qingxiao and Li Yi were flirting just now, the new enmity coupled with the old hatred made him unable to care about his fear cursing. What kind of a thing are you? Is there a part for you to speak? Before Li Yi could say anything, Wu Gang suddenly walked into the classroom and said, "He's my boss." The corridor fell silent once again at this powerful news. Who is he? We haven't seen him in the famous entrepreneurial bosses of our school. Could it be a freshman? No way. Wu Gang can be a senior. Can make him stand up and actively defend the freshman can't be done. Usually the part-time club is run by Wu Gang again. This Zhang Xian guy is too unorthodox today. You don't say. He can still be the minister of the school student council. Let him hate you less to make trips. At this time Zhang Xian realized that he had been forced into the classroom. Feeling that he had lost face in front of the crowd, he shouted hideously, "Okay, you guys wait. I'll see." Li Yi waved his hand disinterestedly and led Wu Gang out of the classroom, and the eaters in the corridor took the initiative to make way. Seeing the two walk away, the boys from the part-time club who had already defected to him immediately came over and said, "President, what do we do next?" Zhang Xian pondered for a while. You now immediately gather the community members who have connections with the merchants. First collect the merchant resources into our hands, in addition to spreading the news of Wu Gang's dismissal. Walking out of the teaching building, Li Yi instructed Wu Gang, "You now immediately contact all the bold and articulate part-time students, and say that I have a long-term part-time job here to ask them if they will do it." Wu Gang pondered for a while and hesitated. There are 5 or 6 people who have met the requirements. Can we afford to feed so many people? Seeing Wu Gang start talking about us instead of you so quickly, Li Yi was satisfied. I'm going to set up a website, and it won't be a few days before I start promoting it on a large scale, and by that time, all these manpower won't necessarily be enough. Alright then, I'll make contact now. At this time his eyes are still all over those merchants. In his eyes Lakeland University is full of part-time students. You do not do it, there are people to do. Unbeknownst to me, merchants are willing to cooperate with the part-time agency for a long time just for the sake of those down-to-earth part-time students in Wu Gang's hands. There are still many things that need to be discussed to establish a website. Li Yi and Wu Gang walked in disgust passing by a cake store. He suddenly froze when his eyes swept over a petite figure. Luihan put a small piece of cake into her mouth and squinted her eyes comfortably. Next to her girlfriend Zhao Manman asked curiously, Henning, you seem to have been avoiding someone recently. Is it because you have a favorite person in your heart? Hearing this, Luihan hastily waved her hand and said, Where to hide? How can I, Luihan, such a righteous person, use? As she was speaking, she suddenly glanced out of the corner of her eye to see Li Yi standing outside the store staring at herself with unblinking eyes. Her favorite cake suddenly jumped down from the stool and ran. Man, remember to pack the cake for me and bring it back. Chapter 27. Don't unscrew my canopy. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Zhao Manman watched strangely as Luihan went out the door and ran away. Then a tall, handsome boy chased after him furiously. She muttered, Hannah, she's not in any danger of dying, is she? Zhao Manman, who was a little worried in her heart, hurriedly chased out. Luihan, who was only 5 feet tall, didn't run far before Li Yi easily caught up with her, and he grabbed the back collar of Luihan's warm yellow blouse to lift the tiny girl up to his eye level. Seeing a pair of eyes full of anger slowly falling in the line of sight, Luihan was so scared that she closed her eyes and covered her head, exclaiming, I was wrong, don't screw down my heavenly ah. While shouting, Luihan also shook her little head madly. She was wearing a pair of double ponytails today, and her soft black hair whipped back and forth on Li Yi's face like a whip as her head shook. Li Yi was smoked by the double ponytails with milk flavor and had to close his eyes, holding Luihan slightly farther away before he found a chance to open his mouth. Who said that I want to unscrew your heavenly soul cover? Lifted in mid-air, Luihan still held her little head as she spoke. You just said the other day that you wanted to see what was in my head. This thought process that surpassed that of a normal person for a moment left Li Yi at a loss as to how to answer. Just then, a boy with chains all over his clothes and a cool haircut suddenly jumped out and yelled at Li Yi, Put down that girl. How could you treat Ihan like that? Unexpectedly hearing this, Li Yi and Luihan simultaneously turned their heads and yelled at him. None of your business. The girls among the melon eaters saw the scene. The girl's heart was stirred. Ah, just now when the two of them yelled at the president of the dance club, He Chi-feng looked so in tune. I also want to yell at people like that with my boyfriend. Wake up, you don't have a boyfriend. But those boys felt differently. It turned out that when Luihan only played with the girls together, they could still be paranoid in their hearts in case Luihan had a crush on them. Today their dreams were dashed. The white moonlight Luihan was lifted by a boy's back collar, surprisingly did not even resist, and was still cute to that boy. A boy who was almost 5'7" closed his eyes and said sourly, That boy isn't much better. He's mediocre looking and a short winter melon. It's just that it's mediocre to wear. And these AJXX3S on my feet aren't cheap. All the boys started to compare themselves with Li Yi. Comparing and comparing, they all got a common answer. My condition is much better than yours. Why you can be so close to Luihan? Just in this dazed moment, Wu Gang and Zhao Manman also chased after him. And as soon as Zhao Manman arrived, she blocked between Li Yi and Luihan and shouted, Quickly put down Han Han. At this time Li Yi came back to God. He glanced at the shocked look of the melon crowd, heart secretly bad. If this is spread out, his glorious image of the loser is not gone. Come on, let's find a place where no one's around. Seeing that Li Yi did not have the intention of unscrewing his own heavenly cap, Luihan was bold enough to follow Li Yi's ass again, wanting to know what exactly he wanted to do when he was looking for Shuejia. He Chi-feng, who was yelled at by both of them at the same time, saw this and jumped out to stop in front of the two of them, shouting, This student, where are you taking Ihan? This stalker-like appearance was the first thing that annoyed Luihan. She pinched her waist and said loudly, You're so annoying, can't you see that we have something to discuss? Han, he's dangerous, why don't I accompany you? It's only dangerous if you come along. Realizing that He Chi-feng still had no intention of giving up, Luihan brought her mouth to Zhao Manman's ear and whispered, Man, it's the same old story. Li Yi also didn't want others to overhear the two of them, so he also turned his head and instructed Wu Gang in a low voice. You first arrange for people to start Sweet Snow City's promotion, and in addition, help me find a few more people to build websites. Also, help me stall this man, don't let him follow me. Li Yi and Luihan finished almost at the same time. Then they both looked at each other, both pulled each other back at the same time and ran away. Moreover, Wu Gang and Zhao Manman both simultaneously pulled back He Chi-feng, who wanted to follow them. This silent scene made the teenage hearts of the surrounding melon-eating female college students start beating wildly again. They're so in tune. They look like an old married couple. I'll kowtow to this candy and no one will stop me. I'll kowtow too. He Chi-feng, who was stopped by the two men, could only watch with a face full of anxiety as Li Yi and Luihan's silhouettes disappeared from sight, and when he was let go his entire body began to get a little depressed. That boy sure looks insecure. Not long after, Li Yi and Louis Han came to a small unoccupied pavilion. Just after sitting down, Li Yi couldn't wait to speak. Do you have any way to meet Xuejie through other means? Not surprised by this question, Louis Han asked curiously. I don't see you as a star chaser either. What's the rush to see him? Don't worry about that. Just tell me anyway. Louis Han started to play tricks on her. Come on, say it. I don't want to talk about it. Then I won't say anything either. Looking at Louis Han, who had her hands clasping her chest and casting her head to the side, Li Yi reached out and scratched the soft flesh around her waist. Are you going to say it or not? Ha ha ha, I won't tell. Louis Han, even if she was tickled to the point of constantly laughing, she still clenched her tongue and didn't open her mouth, so that Li Yi really couldn't do anything about her. I'm going to build a website, and I'd like to ask Jay Shui to help me make a little video. Hearing this, Louis Han snapped out a pair of starry eyes. Wow, if there's a website like this I'll definitely use it. So come on and help me figure out where the hell I can meet him. Louis Han was a fan of Xuejie, and she thought for a while with her little fleshy hand resting on her chin and suddenly shouted, I've thought of it. What did you think of? Tomorrow, Saturday, Xuejie will be holding a concert in Shanghai City, so won't we be able to meet him if we can get front row tickets? When Li Yi thought about it, it seemed like the only way now. Well then, let's go to Hucheng now, Louis Han asked suspiciously. Why us? Nonsense. Will Xuejie recognize me if I go? It seems like that. Suddenly Louis Han thought that if this was the case it would obviously be a lone man and woman going out on a trip. Her head immediately shook like a rattle. My mom said that girls can't go out on a trip alone with a boy. Now Li Yi cannot care so much. And on Louis Han this kind of character can listen to the words of the parents is out of hell. He does not care about the crazy resistance of Louis Han. Directly clamped her under the armpit. Couldn't care less now. Get to the airport. Maybe we can get tickets to the stadium before dark. Help! Someone has kidnapped the youthful and invincible beauty. Go ahead and scream. No one will come to your rescue even if you scream your throat out. Chapter 28 Going to Hucheng together. To be able to see one more Xuejie's concert Louis Han is also very much looking forward to. She fluttered not a moment before stopping. Let Li Yi clamped walk to the school door to call a cab to the airport. Shanghai was a first-tier city, and there were a lot of people going there. And when they arrived at the airport there were only a few business seats left on the most recent flight. These few $1,000s were nothing to the current Li Yi. He now had more than $20,000 in his daily goodwill fund alone. And besides, today was for very important official business. It was worth it to spend as much money as he could. Unfortunately, the airport in Shanghai is a bit far from the city, and by the time Li Yi and Louis Han arrived at the stadium where the concert was to be held, it was already almost 10 o'clock, and they couldn't even see a single ticket seller. Li Yi knocked Louis Han's little head who was holding AD calcium milk and sucking on it. It's all your fault that you had to go eat some cupcake on the way. Now it's late. Louis Han held her head aggrieved. But people are really hungry? In order to catch up my favorite cake cannot be finished eating and you came to Hucheng. Indeed. In order to get to Hucheng as soon as possible, Li Yi dragged Louis Han to the airport in the afternoon to rush to Hucheng. And up to now she had only eaten a piece of cake on the way. Let's go dumbass. What do you want to eat? I want to eat small wontons. Louis Han shouted out suddenly realizing that Li Yi had addressed himself incorrectly. Who are you calling an idiot? Says you. Stupid 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 stupid. Ah, don't you dare call me stupid. On the way to find small wontons to eat, Louis Han kept pounding Li Yi's back to try to get him to change his name. But it was really hard to cause damage with her fleshy little fists hitting Li Yi's body. It was like a massage. Li Yi was whacked and the two of them found a store in the neighborhood with a whack from you and a whack from me. After eating small wontons, Li Yi decided to find a hotel near the stadium to stay, so that it is convenient to go to the stadium the next morning to buy tickets. The first row of tickets may not be good to buy, then you can only try to buy a little bit closer to the front. While Li Yi was busy talking to the hotel receptionist, Louis Han's cell phone suddenly rang, and it was Zhao Manman calling. Hannah, why aren't you back this late? At this time, Louis Han just remembered that she came to Hucheng before she even gave no one to say. She spat out her tongue and whispered, I am now in Hucheng at night, will not return to the dormitory. What are you doing in Shanghai? Listening to Jay Shui's concert. Suddenly, Zhao Manman's scream came out of the microphone. Louis Han, how dare you sneak off to a concert without calling me? Louis Han looked at Li Yi who was swiping his card and shrunk his head. Too sudden? I didn't even have time to tell you. You're the only one who went to hear it? Louis Han lengthened her trailing voice, not quite wanting to say. Just then Li Yi suddenly walked over. Let's go. The room is open. Probably because it was in the hotel lobby. The reception of the Blue Factory microphone in her hand was suddenly particularly good at this moment. And on the other side Zhao Manman clearly heard Li Yi's voice. Han In, you even went to a concert in Shanghai City with a boy. And you even went to a hotel at night. You're so inadequate to tell me who he is. Do I know him? Hearing the screams in the microphone, Luihan puffed up her cheeks and glared at Lee angrily. Things aren't what you think. I'll explain it to you when we go back. After saying that, she quickly hung up the phone and then hit and kicked at Lee. It's your fault my girlfriends are misunderstanding me. Lee, who had just opened 2 rooms, was a bit surprised at her reaction. I'm just calling you up to sleep. Do you need to react so much? Unexpectedly, Luihan reacted even more when she heard this. Who wants to go up to sleep with you piece by piece? Then forget it if you don't sleep. I'll retire your room, said Lee. Pretended to go to the front desk to check out. Luihan saw immediately anxious. He immediately hugged Lee's waist and shouted, quickly give me, you bad guy. So are you sleeping or not? You idiot? Luihan didn't answer either, as she beamed her little mouth and tried to go and snatch the room card from Lee's hand. But with a slight lift of the 1.8 Lee's hand, she, a small potato with a height of only 1.5 m, couldn't grab it. Luihan bouncing around Lee just cannot reach the room card. After a while she suddenly eyeballs turned directly jumped to Lee's body like climbing a tree wrapped around Lee's neck, and then a force. The 2 men's foreheads collided at once. Interjection of surprise. With a cry of pain, Lee fell to the ground on his back. Luihan took the opportunity to ride on Lee's chest to snatch the room card in his hand triumphantly. How about it? Was I snatched it? At this time the lobby was silent. The 2 ladies on duty at the front desk were showing their anti-smile and resting their cheeks looking at the 2 men fighting in the lobby, without the slightest intention of going forward to dissuade them. That girl is so cute. When can I have some fun like that? I want to see that scene again so badly just now. Looking at the happy smile of the girl riding on his chest, Lee surprisingly followed the smile. But soon Screw Money Buff flashed. He instantly came to his senses. No way. Definitely can't be defeated by this carving. He shook his head to drive the pink thoughts out of his brain, then rolled over and stood up and passing to head upstairs with Luihan under his armpits again. Hurry up and go to bed. You have to get up early tomorrow to get your ticket. Probably because she was tired. Luihan didn't resist, just drooped and let Lee clip her into the elevator. The next morning, Lee woke up unsurprisingly. Luihan was still in bed. Bang, bang, bang. Luihan is up. Luihan rolled over, burying her head under the covers, grunting, not wanting to get up. Get up. The sun's on your ass. Inside the door or no reaction. Luihan is obviously ready to stubbornly end a sleep until the natural wake up. Lee was prepared. He smiled faintly directly downstairs to the front desk. The 2 young ladies who were on duty last night hadn't gotten off work yet, and when they saw Lee they smiled and said, handsome guy getting up so early to buy breakfast for his girlfriend? Lee waved his hand. She's not my girlfriend. No? The young lady then revealed a look of realization, leaning forward slightly with a bad smile. Could it be your sister? Lee found the gentleman's smile on the opposite lady's face and knew that she wanted to be crooked. But crooked is crooked. Now the main thing is important. He muddled through and said, I forgot my wallet and room card in my room this morning. Can you open the door for me? This obvious diversion made the young lady even more certain of her suspicions, and she smiled ambiguously. Just a moment. I need to verify your identity first. After verifying his identity, the waiter took the universal room card and opened the door for Lee. Quick, slick up. Luihan, who was sleeping, suddenly felt the sunlight shining on her face. Then the quilt on her body was violently lifted. She grunted and opened her eyes, suddenly realized that Lee was actually standing in front of the bed. TCH, sure is as small as you are. Following Lee's gaze, Luihan looked down at her chest and suddenly turned around and buried her head under the pillow. How did you get in here? The muffled voice came from under the pillow. Lee casually threw the clothes onto her little ass. Because this room is opened with my ID. Get up. It will be too late in a while. You get out of here. I need to get dressed. I'm going out and you're definitely going to sleep back in. Besides, what's there to be embarrassed about if you've seen it all? It's not like there's anything to see. I don't care. You get out first. I'm going to help you if you don't wear it. Chapter 29. Breaking into girls' hearts again. Lee's threat worked, and when Luihan heard it, she quickly got her head out from under the pillow and put her clothes on her body with 7 hands. But she was also angry as all. Heading to the stadium with her cheeks bulging and a pair of big round eyes following Lee's hand back and forth, not knowing what she was thinking. Arriving at the stadium, Lee first looked at the ticket office. Not surprisingly, the top of the sold-out sign hung early. Luihan said smugly, Shuejia's concert tickets can't even be bought a week in advance. And when it comes now, there won't even be standing room only tickets. Just then an enthusiastic voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hello, want to buy a ticket? I still have some left here to sell to you cheaply if you need them. The voice sounded a bit déjà vu. Lee looked back only to see Huang Niu, the ticket seller, was standing behind himself with a warm face. After Lee turned back, the enthusiastic smile on the scalper's face froze, and he instantly recognized this college student who had caused himself to lose several $100,000. It's you! The scalper instantly changed his face, pointing at Li Yi's nose and yelling, "You kid finally fell into my hands, right? I'm telling you, even if you're here to pay your respects today, you won't be able to buy a ticket. Yes, 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 you're good. You eat 10 wanted little buns in one meal. Li Yi is here to do business today. Let scalper such a small man miss on the inevitable pile of trouble." So he pulled Luihan turned away ready to turn around to buy tickets elsewhere. Unexpectedly, the scalper suddenly blocked in front of them and sneered, "You think this is Lake University with security guards? I'll tell you today that it's impossible to buy a ticket. Give me back that $400,000, said he suddenly took out his cell phone and snapped a picture, then made several phone calls in a row, and in no time 5 ticket sellers came from all directions. He's the college student who disrupted the market, isn't he? Because of him I made at least a couple $100,000 less last week. Me too. You're not getting a ticket today until you pay us back. Huang Yo sneered. You compensate each of the 6 of us 500,000. This matter will be settled. Otherwise I will let you not walk out of Shanghai City. Surrounded by 6 people, Luihan hugged Li Yi in fear, but Li Yi wasn't intimidated. He sneered, "You guys are really scaring me to death." Then he picked up Luihan and directly forced himself to squeeze out. "Let's go to the back door and maybe we'll meet Shuejie." These ticket sellers didn't dare to really do anything to Li Yi. Just now they just wanted to scare the inexperienced college students. The scalper saw that his earlier actions were not working and whispered to the other 5, "I'll follow him. You guys tell the others not to sell their tickets to this college student." In Li Yi's embrace, Luihan calmed down a little. "There are several small gates in the stadium. How do you know where and when Shuejie enters?" That reminded Li Yi. "Is it waiting at the parking lot gate? Celebrities are more comfortable in nanny vans these days, I guess." Right at this moment, a familiar prompt suddenly sounded in Li Yi's mind. Ding! In view of the host's recent efforts to enter the hearts of 2 more girls, rewarded with 1 chance to perceive the future in a directional manner, please proceed to the northeast staff corridor of the stadium in 20 minutes, where the host will meet Shuejie. It had to be said that the rewards given by the system were timely and useful, but Li Yi's mind was now filled with question marks. Why is it that even though I'm trying so hard there are still girls who look at me? Even though I'm really handsome, that's not a reason to like me. Can you not be so shallow? As Li Yi walked and searched for the object of his suspicion, he suddenly turned Luihan around to face himself frighteningly. "Has your friendship for me deteriorated? I'm warning you, if you try anything against me I'll unscrew your goddamned head." At first, Luihan was indeed scared by Li Yi's vicious appearance and held her small head, but she thought about it just now. Li Yi was still protecting her guts immediately. "Who likes you, bad boy? Put me down." Looking at Luihan's open-mouthed appearance, Li Yi's suspicion of her lowered quite a bit. "This is more or less. The 2 of us at most only do girlfriends know." Poof. Luihan expressed her dissatisfaction by outputting a blow to Li Yi's chest. Joking, Li Yi has come to the northeast corner of the stadium staff access door. Has been followed by the bull. See Li Yi still not dead. Heartsneer. "You kid, don't dream. Today do not pay out money you just want to go into the toilet are not possible." Li Yi didn't care about him, just looking around quietly there, and in the meantime pressing Luihan's head to push her who was making trouble away. Not long after, Duav Shuejie's black Mercedes-Benz V-Class drove into the employee channel. He happened to have just been woken up by his assistant who casually swept towards the window, and suddenly a petite and cute figure imprinted into his eyes. Luihan, such a lovely girl, anyone is hard to ignore her existence. Especially in the concert last week there was an exchange. Learned that one of her friends in their own trough also bought more than 200 tickets. Parking. You might get recognized if you get out of the car here, so why don't you just drive in? I saw my friend and went down to say hello. Li Yi was a bit annoyed by the chattering scalper, and was about to cover his ears to clear his mind for a while when suddenly a black commercial car stopped in front of him. With the message from the system, Li Yi immediately guessed that the one sitting inside was Shuejie. "You're pretty stubborn, kid. I'll tell you what. I'll eat if you make it into the stadium today." "Hi, we meet again." A man with large sunglasses and a trendy outfit suddenly stepped down from the car and greeted Luihan. "Wow, Shuejie really did see you." Recognizing that this person was Shuejie, Luihan jumped up excitedly. Then she looked at Li Yi with a slight look of adoration. How on earth did he know he could meet Shuejie here? Luihan's cute appearance caused Shuejie to unconsciously reveal a smile. "I'm surprised too. He's the friend you were talking about?" Seeing Shuejie mention Li Yi, Luihan hurriedly nodded her head and said, "Yes, that's him." Shuejie sniffed and seriously looked at Li Yi. This 1-meter-8 tall boy was handsome, although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, but his body revealed a subdued confidence, completely without the excitement and thrill that other people had when they saw themselves. Shuejie took the initiative to extend his hand to Li Yi. "Hello, I do quite want to talk to you." Li Yi calmly reached out and shook Shuejie's hand, then smiled. "This place isn't too convenient for you, is it? And there are outsiders." Hearing this, Shuejie swept a glance at the dumbfounded scalper. "Ticket seller?" Li Yi didn't say anything, just nodded lightly. Come talk in my lounge then. It just so happens there's still some time before the concert. With that, he shouted Li Yi and Louis Han to get on the car. Before getting on the car he looked back at the scalper and said to his assistant, "Have someone follow him? As long as he dares to sell his ticket higher than the original price, use the reason that he is not allowed to sell it backwards to confiscate his ticket." Before getting on the bus, Louis Han also waved her hand adorably at the scalper. "Uncle, make sure you don't go back on your word." The black business car restarted, leaving behind only the yellow cow, who was caught in the middle by two big men who wanted to cry without tears. In the backstage lounge, Shuijie just sat down and asked with a smile, "Why did you buy so many tickets for me when the rumor mill was in full swing?" Chapter 30 Invitation Successful. Jenyan's concert Li Yi did not go to listen to. Said he is a fanatic fan Louis Han will not believe. Besides, like Shuijie, such a star fanatic fan see more. Maybe a turn of the eye to forget themselves. Li Yi confessed, "Simply because I have confidence in your character." "Trust my character?" Shuijie turned the tables and said, "What will you do if the rumors are true?" "Well, let's think of it as organizing a reunion. But it turns out I was right on the money." Shuijie got interested. The people he usually met were either flattering or shouting, "I'm your fanatic fan." It was the first time he had seen someone as unabashed as Li Yi. "You're different from the others. You don't look like a groupie to me. The real groupies are like her." Shuijie pointed at Louis Han and even gave her a smile. But at that moment, Louis Han was looking at Li Yi in a daze and didn't notice that her idol was smiling at her. "It's true that I'm not a starstruck person. The only things that impress me are strength and character." Li Yi not lightly patted a small horse's ass. "On the surface it seems to be saying I am not interested in you. In fact, in the praise of Shuijie, this person and the strength of the character is okay." As expected, Shuijie was quite taken by what he heard and began to laugh and talk to Li Yi about things. The two chatted a lot, from the situation of today's entertainment industry to the views on the future direction of development. Shuijie is based on their own strength step by step from the bottom up, so chatting about topics other than writing songs is not at all timid. As they chatted, Shuijie's speech became more and more casual, and he even took out his cell phone and exchanged his personal contact information with Li Yi. After adding each other's QQ, Li Yi casually put his phone on the sofa and continued to chat with Shuijie. He was not in a hurry to invite Shuijie to shoot a video promotion for his website. It was best to let Shuijie take an interest in this matter and then say it himself jokingly. If he brought it up bluntly, it would inevitably seem too utilitarian and would easily destroy the goodwill he had managed to build up. Just as Li Yi was busy chatting, next to him, Louis Han, who had been staring at him, suddenly caught her gaze on the cell phone on the sofa. This petite girl sneaked a glance at Li Yi, and then tiptoed to open the phone. Plus Li Yi QQ friends, in addition to giving themselves a phone call, the cell phone number saved to their phones. After doing this, she carefully adjusted her cell phone back to its original form, fearing that she would be discovered by Li Yi. After Li slowly led the topic to the future direction of entertainment development and slowly aroused Shuijie's interest, he finally asked the question that Li Yi had been waiting for a long time. "I see you've got some ideas about this. Are you prepared to put them into action now?" In the chat just now, Shuijie already knew that Li Yi was still a freshman, and this question was still more of a joking nature. Who knew that Li Yi actually nodded and said, "Brother Shui, you don't say. I really have ideas in this regard. It's just that it's a bit difficult to attract users at the initial stage." In such a short while Li Yi had begun to call Shuijie his brother. Shuijie joked, "Then it would be quite a bit easier for me to show my face on your site, wouldn't it?" Li Yi slammed his thigh. "Don't tell me. If you post some videos on my website, the number of registrations won't skyrocket." Unexpectedly, Shuijie shook his hand and said, "I signed a contract with the company. Without permission all works cannot be released privately. Go to your site, at most send a daily, which someone to see. Just post some videos of your daily life and your preparations backstage, and there will be absolutely gazillions of people watching." "Really? That's for sure. So that you're still the platform's patriarchal figure, and you'll definitely be the station's top stream when my site grows." Li Yi's words sounded tempting, but Shuijie didn't take it to heart. Who would have thought that a platform created by a college student would grow into the largest video website in the country in the future? And a lot of people dreamed of becoming top streamers on this platform, since the atmosphere was baked up to this point. Shuijie laughed and said, "Good. In that case I'll be the patriarch of this." Just now has exchanged private contact information. The site is built to give him a call on the line. Li Yi did not stay too much on this topic. Looking at the time and realizing that the rehearsal was about to start, Shuijie got up and said, "I'll have someone find you a spot in the first row for the concert later. We can't let your girlfriend come for nothing." Li Yi hurriedly denied, "We're just good friends." "Ha ha, your best friend has been staring at you for an hour." After saying that, Shuijie smiled broadly and began to put on his makeup. Understanding that the other party was sending off the guests, Li Yi got up and glanced at Louis Han. Realizing that this little fool was actually still staring blankly at himself, he immediately made a stern face and said, "No craving for my body. Who's greedy? Louis Han is not convinced, jumped up violently and hit Li Yi's face with his head. This time is too sudden and there is no warning. Li Yi did not react at all. Ah, is your stupid head solid? You're the one with a solid head, so your head is empty? Beat you to death. You bad boy. The pissed off Louis Han rushed up and fought with Li Yi again, but she didn't have much killing power, and after half a day of fighting she still didn't do as much damage as that headbutt just now. When the concert started at night, Louis Han looked at Xuejie, who was near her eyes, and wondered why she felt that he wasn't as shiny as he was. When the song was finished, she stole another glance at Li Yi, who was pretending to listen to the song attentively. At first, she had initiated contact with this boy just because she thought he was fun, and it was surprising that he thought of being a ticket seller inside the school, and he didn't treat her at all like the other boys who came up with the "I'm greedy for your body" look. It was because of this that Louis Han was later willing to play with Li Yi often, but it wasn't until today that she suddenly realized that this boy was able to talk so well with his incredibly distant idol in just an hour. It was only then that she realized that at some point, she had taken Li Yi's place in her little head, acting in a full set. In order to make Xuejie really think that he appreciated him, Li Yi had been listening to the song with full attention. As for how much he actually listened, and only God knows. Waiting until the end of the dispersal has been 10 o'clock. Li Yi looked back and found Louis Han, this little fool, even in the frozen look at their own cannot help but pinch her fleshy doll face. You hungry? Aha. Louis Han completely lacked the usual energetic appearance. Li Yi thought she was busy, day-tired, did not care too much. When he returned to the hotel and was ready to rest, Louis Han suddenly drilled into Li Yi's room. What are you doing here? I'm going to sleep in this one before you lift the covers off me again in the morning. This reason did not hold up at all with Li Yi. He refused without mercy. No, who knows what time you're going to sleep again? What if you miss the plane? Don't be ridiculous. When did I sleep in? How do you get up in the morning? That's obviously because you got up too early, said Louis Han. Also did not care whether Li Yi agreed or not. Directly into the quilt, only half of the small head exposed. Realizing that this little fool Louis Han was actually playing tricks on him, Li Yi casually closed the door of the room and walked towards the bed while undressing. Chapter 31. You're on top of me. Realizing that Li Yi had stripped down to his underwear and was about to get under the covers, Louis Han was so scared that she shouted, "Don't you come over. It's my room." Why not? Saying that, Li Yi lifted the quilt and directly drilled in, and a milky fragrance instantly dazzled his nose. Seeing that Li Yi had absolutely no intention of backing down, Louis Han said adorably, "Will you go soon?" "No." "Humph. Let's see who surrenders first then." Louis Han's little temper came up as well, and she kept wiggling her ass in an attempt to squeeze Li Yi off the bed. But how could her petite frame squeeze Li Yi? But it was hard to fall asleep with someone messing around all the time. Sleeping, you're not honest either. Afraid that if he arched further he wouldn't be able to resist giving Louis Han a practical lesson in physical hygiene, Li Yi rolled over and hugged her. Suddenly being hugged, Louis Han couldn't help but struggle. "Let go of me. How am I going to sleep with you like this? Why don't you go sleep next door and no one will bother you?" "Humph, don't try to make me surrender." Driven by a strong desire to win, Louis Han stopped struggling. But after a while she was still unconvinced and started trying to squeeze Li Yi under the bed again. Noticing Louis Han's movements, Li Yi counter-squeezed, almost squeezing her to the ground. "Can you be honest when you sleep? I'm going to boil the eagle with you tonight and see who gets through." But not for long, Louis Han fell into a deep sleep. The early morning sunlight shone on Li Yi's face through the cracks in the curtains, and he rubbed little Li Yi after he managed to yank down Louis Han, who was stuck to him like an octopus. It was hard work last night. Looking at Louis Han again, this little fool even hugged the quilt again and continued to remain awake. Thinking that because of her she herself hadn't had a good night's sleep, Li Yi reached out and rubbed her doll face until the little face was flushed. "Get up, the sun is on your butt." Let me sleep some more." Seeing that the idiot was bedridden again, Li Yi leaned over and whispered in her ear, "I'll eat all the cupcakes if you don't get up. Save me a piece." Sure enough, Louis Han sat up violently when she heard this. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around. "Where's the cake?" Li Yi pulled back the curtains and started to wash his face. "You ate all the cake." Glancing around in a daze, Louis Han pouted her little mouth and snapped, "Why are you in my room again? Don't accuse a good person. It's obvious that I couldn't get rid of you how I could last night. Get up and have some fun in Shanghai while there's still time to leave." Hearing that she could play, Louis Han didn't even care about the matter of the two of them sleeping together under the same roof last night, and rolled over and jumped out of bed noisily to go to the Mouse amusement park. Once in the amusement park, Louis Han pulled Li Yi to ride the roller coaster 3 times before he couldn't get enough of it and walked elsewhere. As she passed the costume store inside the amusement park, she suddenly couldn't walk any further as she pointed to the princess dress in the window and said, "I want to buy this." Thinking of Louis Han, a delicate girl who followed herself to Shanghai City for a busy weekend without even bringing a change of clothes, Li Yi nodded and said, "Go in and choose. I'll buy it for you." Louis Han cheered and jumped up and down and started picking her way through it. No matter how the woman in buying clothes will always be particularly energetic. Li Yi waited for 10 minutes to see Louis Han still trying on clothes. He walked out on his own ready to take a breath of fresh air. Suddenly an arrogant voice rang out from behind. Isn't this Li Yi? Looking for so many people to act in the school, even still strong-faced to come to Huqing to play. Do you have enough money on you to buy a cup of drink? Li Yi looked back and saw that Chao Chengquan was pulling Zhao Yashuan towards him. Seeing that Li Yi was still wearing only the most ordinary sportswear, Zhao Yashuan was even more sure of her guess. You came to the amusement park by yourself to play? That's right. No girl would like a poor and stingy loser like you. And the one who accompanied you in the play probably couldn't stand you already. Zhao Yashuan didn't want to mention Louis Han's name. She hated all girls who were prettier than herself. Chao Chengquan purposely blurted out, just him? How can a stinky loser who doesn't know how to take care of girls be tolerated by any girls? They sang in unison, attracting the eyes of passers-by to look at Li Yi curiously. Is there a problem between them? Look at the boy dressed in general. Presumably the family condition is not very good. Girlfriend was robbed unwillingly to produce the festival. Just as Chao Chengquan and Zhao Yashuan became more and more excited when the two of them heard the people around them talking, Louis Han suddenly ran out of the store with a brisk pace. Li Yi, does this dress look good? Louis Han changed into a pink princess dress with layers of lace adorning her chest and cuffs, setting off her doll face even more adorably. It's quite nice. Hearing Li Yi's praise, Louis Han happily narrowed her eyes and turned back to a man who chased him out. I'll take this one too. The man rubbed his hands together and smiled at Louis Han. Is this young lady willing to become our family model? We're willing to offer $1 million as a reward if you agree. Unexpectedly, Louis Han shook her head and refused. My mother won't let me be a model. After saying that, she stole a glance at Li Yi. He saw that Li Yi was looking at himself with a "you're a bad boy" expression, and his face was full of disapproval. Louis Han spat out her tongue, then raised her little head in a righteous manner. Watching the two flirting like no one else, the man immediately came to Li Yi's side and persuaded. It's really a pity that your girlfriend is so pretty and doesn't work as a model. Quickly persuade her. Seeing that the man was persuading Li Yi, Louis Han looked at him with some worry, and couldn't help but wonder if she would agree if Li Yi really persuaded her to become a model. I think it will. Only Li Yi looked at Louis Han and smiled. Thank you for your kindness, but I won't persuade her to do things she doesn't like. The man couldn't help but show disappointment on his face when he heard Li Yi say that, but he still managed to force a smile and said, that's a real pity. In the future, if you change your mind, you can come to me. I'm always welcome. The surrounding tourists couldn't help but have anti-smiles on their faces after seeing this scene. This is such a sweet pair. The girls are cute and the guys are solid. That boy is so boyfriendy. I want a boyfriend like that. No wonder guys are so poor, girls will still like him. I'd do it for me. After seeing Li Yi's refusal, Louis Han revealed a happy smile and said, I've chosen. Li Yi went directly to the store to settle the bill without saying anything, and when the two of them walked out from inside the store again, the onlookers, including Chao Chengquan and Zhao Yashuan, froze, because Li Yi was holding a full 6 or 7 handbags in his hands. The stuff in the Mole Mouse amusement park even isn't cheap, and none of those clothes are less than $2,000, which means the boy spent $10,000 or $20,000, so he dresses like that to keep a low profile. No wonder he has such a cute girlfriend. It's really a good look for the groom. This pair really gets better and better. Chapter 32. Brother, I miss you. The two of them, Chao Chengquan and Zhao Yashuan, were not in this mood, as they looked at the bag in Li Yi's hand and fell into deep thought. Chao Chengquan was shocked that Li Yi was so rich and felt that he had lost face with those words just now. Zhao Yashuan, on the other hand, was mortified that Li Yi was willing to spend so much money for Louis Han, but not a single cent for herself. The two men's expressions changed back and forth. Louis Han saw it all in her eyes, and she heard it all just now when Li Yi was being squeezed. Brother, I'm craving ice cream, do you want some? Louis Han deliberately beeped and pulled Li Yi's arm to be cute, and the surrounding people listened to their hearts melt. What is there to eat with something that cold? No eating. No, I'm going to eat it, and you have to eat it too. After saying this, he didn't care if Li Yi agreed or not, and ran to the side to buy ice cream. Looking at Li Yi being held by Louis Han's arm to ride the Ferris wheel, Chao Chengquan was suddenly envious. He tentatively said to Zhao Yashuan, Yashuan, I want to eat ice cream. At this time, Zhao Yashuan was in an irritated mood because Li Yi had ignored her the whole time. She immediately waved her hand impatiently. If you want to eat, go buy it yourself. Are you still going to ask me to buy it for you? Also, I'm not feeling well today and I don't want to eat anything cold. Chao Chengquan saw Zhao Yashuan's reaction, heart is even more bad taste. Sullenly stood there, also did not go to buy ice cream. After a while, Zhao Yashuan realized that Chao Chengquan was actually still standing in place with his hands empty. she immediately yelled, "Did you not hear me when I said I wanted to drink something hot?" When Chao Qingxuan returned after bumbling around to buy 2 cups of milk tea, he saw Zhao Yashuan trying on princess dresses in the store. Today Zhao Yashuan was wearing flesh-colored stockings, and she looked really beautiful even after changing into a white princess dress, but it still looked weird. It's like the evil queen pretending to be a princess. Still, Zhao Yashuan was quite stinky when she looked in the mirror, and she called out to the man she had just seen and asked, "How about me being a model in your store?" Who knew that the man's face froze with a smile, and he stammered out a reply. We need to reconsider. Looking around again, everyone else was busy with their own things with their heads down. Only occasionally a few people would glance at Zhao Yashuan. The contrast with just now when they were all staring blankly at Luihan was quite obvious. "Yes, Xian, you look so pretty in this dress. I'll give it to you as a gift." "No need." Zhao Yashuan gritted her teeth and changed back into her original clothes and quickly walked out of the clothing store. Chao Qingxuan looked at it or decided to buy the princess dress before chasing after it. When she went to the airport, Luihan was still wearing the princess dress she bought from Momouse amusement park, and her cute doll face caused frequent side glances from passers-by. "I mean, how old are you and why do you still like to play princess?" "To hell with you." I did not expect that Luihan even acted on it, and the small head threw over to look at more people. "That girl is so cute. I want to kick the boy next to her aside. How many lifetimes does one have to practice to meet such a lovely girl? Don't you only like royalty? I like cute girls again now." "No, fickle man." After getting off the plane, Li Yi sent Luihan all the way to her dormitory floor, and then handed her a packet of Huqing's specialty snacks in his hand. "Distribute them to your roommates when you get back." Luihan's words took on a vinegar flavor. "You're looking at my roommate? I'm trying to impress your roommates so they'll lock you up so they don't bother me." Luihan immediately jumped up and mounted her forehead on Li Yi's face. "You're the one who's annoying." Then, she didn't care about Li Yi who was covering his face and crying out in pain and walked into the dormitory room with her head held high with the snacks. Seeing Li Yi defeated, the happiest ones were the surrounding boys who were waiting for their girlfriends to go out, and they were screaming in their hearts, "Scared to death. I thought Luihan had a master, but Luihan never hits anyone. It seems absolutely hopeless for this boy to mess with her like this. Great, Luihan and I still have a chance." Luihan had just returned to the dormitory when Zhao Manman rushed up and pulled open her collar to take a hard look inside. "Man, what do you want, you pervert? I'll see if our Hanin has grown up. He can't maneuver. He still looks so small." These words caused Luihan to blush for a while. She pounced Zhao Manman onto the bed at once and said viciously, "Nothing happened to us, okay? And I'm not small at all." "Really?" Zhao Manman deliberately straightened her chest, causing Luihan to yell and launch an attack, and the other 2 roommates, Chao Li and Li Qian, laughed at the sight and joined the fray. Back to 301. The dormitory only Wang Xinyu in the use of Li Yi's computer to play games. Chao Haoren and Wei Shiqiang are Jianyang locals. The weekend they occasionally go home to bring back the accumulation of a week's worth of dirty clothes to wash. Seeing Li Yi pushed the door into, Wang Xinyu immediately put down the computer and shouted, "Lao San, you are too heartless. Even left me to go to Shanghai City to have fun. Do you know how lonely I have been alone in my room for the past 2 days?" Li Yi swept a glance at the half-played game on the screen and nodded. It does look lonely. Instead of chatting with a girl, he's playing the game by himself. I don't think you're any better. Could it be that Luihan still accompanies you to Hucheng?" Li Yi, who was drinking water, choked and thought in his heart, "Lao Si, if I tell you that Luihan not only accompanied me to Shanghai, but also slept in the same bed, will you not be able to eat?" Looking at Wang Xinyu, who was eating Hucheng dim sum, Li Yi still decided not to tell him, lest he decide to fall in love with his Taoist heart. It was at this time that Chao Haoren and Wei Shiqiang returned to the dormitory together. "Lao Si, did you miss me?" "Yo, Lao San, you're back from Shanghai City?" Wei Shiqiang looked a little perverse with excitement, and Chao Haoren explained. "Yesterday, Lao Er hooked up with a girl in Yamaguchi Mountain with a particularly sweet voice." Li Yi reminded. "Oh, that game is basically full of stingy people. You still need to be careful. Lao Er, I think you're just jealous that I hooked up with a cute girl." "Lao San, stop it. I'm scheduled to go down with Mei tonight and can't wait for him to wink at me." Glancing at Wei Shiqiang, who was hemming and hawing and giggling at the computer, Li Yi secretly said, "Luihan boing up is not much cuter than that little beauty of yours. Who is jealous of you?" "No, I'm the man who has to concentrate on getting money. How can I let that idiot Luihan woo me?" "A little wooing seems to work. Would Su Qingxiao and Jiang Wen Xin boing be this cute?" Not a moment later, the voice from Wei Shiqiang's computer pulled Li Yi's thoughts back. He shook his head and secretly said that he was so close, he was almost brought to the ditch by his penis. "Brother, you're awesome. Brother is awesome." Wei Shiqiang also deliberately turned the computer sound to the maximum, so that the next dormitory cannot help but come over to see what he is doing. This kind of pretend-be behavior caused Wang Xinyu upset, a brother on the charm like this. Then if people shouted I want you still do not rise to heaven. It was at this time that Li Yi's phone rang, and after connecting it, Louis Han's voice came out from inside. Ni I missed you. Chapter 33 Gift from Jiang Wenxin. Li Yi was standing behind Wei Shiqiang when he answered the phone, and Louis Han's soft and cute voice came out of the microphone, shaking him. Is there something wrong? I'll hang up if there's nothing. If brother thinks I am being unreasonable, then it is rather my sister who is being abrupt. I'm really hungover. Do you still have my ID card? I think I gave it to you when I was in Shanghai. Li Yi in a burst of fumbling on the body really found Louis Han's ID card. In my here. You come over tomorrow to get it yourself. Can't you just send it over? Not available. After saying this, Li Yi simply hung up the phone and turned around to find the other three people staring blankly at him. What's that look on your faces? You and Louis Han went to Huqing over the weekend? Aha. To the hotel? Yeah. Sleeping in the same bed now? Or you could say that. Just sleep. Cut it out. The cracking sound came out from Wei Shiqiang's chest. This guy suddenly wailed. Lao San, can you leave me away to live? This side just had a sister call me brother. And you're sleeping in the same bed with Louis Han. The key is that this sister doesn't call out her brother as well as Louis Han. Li Yi pushed Wei Shiqiang away in disgust. Don't mention your sister. He might be a stingy man. Wang Xinyu, who had no interest in falling in love, spoke out to comfort him. Don't be sad, penis. In case the person is just a 200-pound girl. Chao Haoran also picked up. Old for you're exaggerating. 180 pounds should be about right. After being comforted by several people in turn, Wei Shiqiang was even more sad. He cried and went back to the computer to find Xiaomei to seek psychological comfort. Wake up again is already Monday. As a patriotic youth, Li Yi decided that he should boycott the English language. So proudly did not go to class to call out. Wu Gang proceeded to form a team to start making the site. Wu Gang is already a senior in college. Whether he attends classes or not doesn't really affect him much. Some of the seniors have started their off-campus internships by now. The name of the website he has already thought of. It is called Laugh Click Network. When the real-time pop-up function is done, later renamed Laugh Click Pop-Up Network. At the flower bed side opposite Sweet Snow City, Wu Gang met and took out a small book and said, at present, 5,000 flyers have been sent out now, and there are about 15,000 people in this school. Boss, do you think it's a good idea to continue sending them out again? Li Yi nodded his head and said, the flyers in Sweet Snow City will continue to be sent out for now, and will stop after the turnover stabilizes. Do you have an idea about the website builder I asked you to look for? I contacted her before I came and she just happens to be available in the morning. Would the boss like to meet? Okay, let her come over now. Taking advantage of the fact that computer department junior sister didn't come, Li Yi walked into Sweet Snow City, and Jiang Wenxin hurriedly took out a small book and handed it to him. Here's the ledger for the weekend. After handing over the book, Jiang Wenxin then lowered her head and got busy again. Today she wore the same sweet Syracuse orange-colored work uniform. Her black hair was smooth and silky, and a pair of slender calves wrapped in black silk under the skirt were exceptionally eye-catching. Li Yi casually glanced at it. The turnover of Sweet Snow City in the past 2 days had risen to nearly 5,000 per day, so it was evident that the effect of the flyers was very good. Seeing that the sales were so good, Li Yi returned the ledger to Jiang Wenxin and said softly, it must have been very hard these past few days. Jiang Wenxin lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Li Yi. No, it's not hard. Li Yi grabbed Jiang Wenxin's small hand and realized that her palm was covered with wrinkles from being soaked in water. This isn't hard work? It's okay, I'm used to it. Suddenly Wang Jing's sour voice suddenly came from the side. Boss, I haven't even seen you care about me. As soon as she opened her mouth, Jiang Wenxin's pretty face, which had just been lifted, was buried in her dark hair again. Hands. Her small hand held by Li Yi gently moved twice. Realizing that her hand was still being held, had to stand still and give up struggling. Li Yi didn't even blush a little at Wang Jing's flirtation. You've worked hard too. Wang Jing rolled her eyes to express her dissatisfaction, perfunctory. Turning his head to see that Wu Gang had already greeted a girl in blue strappy pants, Li Yi finally stopped ravaging Jiang Wenxin's little hand to walk out of Sweet Snow City. Nearly out the door of the store he turned back. I'll be hiring 2 more part-time students to come in tomorrow, and you guys can also prepare some lemonade semis before it gets close to rush hour so it comes out faster. Li Yi just met with Wu Gang before the two of them could speak. Jiang Wenxin suddenly chased after him with a small handbag. Give. Li Yi took it curiously. Gifts? Jiang Wenxin gently nodded and looked at him with some anticipation. Aha! Li Yi took out the contents of his handbag, only to see a scarf knitted from wool and a black silk appear in his hand. Seeing the black silk next to the scarf that was still giving off a scent, Li Yi froze. Wang Jing froze, and even Wu Gang and the girl in the strappy pants who had just walked over froze, thinking that Li Yi was being disgusted. Jiang Wenxin hurriedly lowered her head and explained, I've washed it, it's not dirty. Ahem. Li Yi quickly stowed the scarf and black silk in his handbag and coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. That's okay, I'll throw your socks away for you, and thanks for the scarf. The simple Jiang Wenxin thought that Li Yi was really ready to help her throw the socks away, so she took the initiative to go forward and prepare to take them away. I'll help you then. No, I'll do it myself. After saying this, Li Yi pulled Jiang Wenxin to one side and whispered in her ear, there are quite a few people who dream of stealing your stockings, so remember to make sure you hide them well and sneak them to me, okay? The breath Li Yi exhaled as he spoke teased across Jiang Wenxin's ears, causing her petite body to shiver shyly as she nodded slightly and said, I know. Coaxing Jiang Wenxin back to Sweet Snow City, Li Yi carried the bag and walked to Wu Gang with a normal face. Is this the schoolmate you were talking about? Without waiting for Wu Gang to speak, the girl pushed her eyes and took the initiative to reach out her hand. Hello, my name is Hui Xiaoxin. Taking advantage of the handshake, Hui Xiaoxin moved closer and whispered, the book says that black silk doesn't smell after it's washed. Li Yi froze and looked at her for a moment, then turned his head to Wu Gang, with a look that seemed to say, why did you get me a female gentleman over here? You're into that too? Just curious, but my own socks are just too stinky to be as pleasurable as the books make them out to be. Realizing that this, Hui Xiaoxin's eyes kept glancing towards the bag in her hand. Li Yi hurriedly warned, you don't want to. Oh, the disappointed expression flickered away, and Hui Xiaoxin resumed her quiet appearance from earlier. Seeing her like this, Li Yi was a bit intolerant and came closer to give advice in a whisper. You can try wearing high heels or boots, that way you might have it. Hui Xiaoxin sniffed happily. Thank you, I'll try it when I get back. Next to him, Wu Gang looked confused and couldn't figure out what these two were talking about. He came to Wang Jing and whispered, what does the boss want with black silk? Looking at the curious Wu Gang, Wang Jing said without changing her face, isn't there only a scarf in the bag? Where is their black silk? Chapter 34 Laughing Click founded. That little episode just now was quickly forgotten by a few people, and Li Yi immediately began to tell Hui Xiaoxin about his requirements. The website is mainly divided into a text area and a video area, and the subcategories underneath these two areas are the same. Currently doing dance, music, and anime first. Under Li Yi's explanation, Hui Xiaoxin quickly understood his intentions. I see, it can be done in about 3 days if it's fast. 3 days was just the right amount of time to talk to the various societies within the Lakes University in advance about cooperating and getting them to post some content on the website. Li Yi nodded and said, okay, then you do it as soon as possible. As the words fell, Hui Xiaoxin dilly-dallying was still unwilling to go. Her eyes kept lingering on the bag in Li Yi's hand. Seeing that she hadn't given up yet, Li Yi frowned. You didn't have it yourself. Oh, Hui Xiaoxin blushed and trotted to disappear from sight. Boss. As soon as Hui Xiaoxin left, Wu Gang curiously came up, and he swallowed his question after noticing Li Yi's solemn gaze. Wu Gang, you can't stop when the door to this world opens, so don't be curious. Oh, since freshman year, Wu Gang has been doing part-time jobs, and then he has been busy with the part-time club, so he doesn't know too much about some cold knowledge, and he believed it when he was so fooled by Li Yi. Call Zhang Yuhang, Yang Huiman and the others over. I'll first take you to talk to the society about cooperation and finalize the content of the website. Zhang Yuhang, Yang Huiman, they are the 6 part-time students that Li Yi let Wu Gang left behind. The initial recruitment of video producers, website promotion are required to contact with people. The average person to get started is too slow. Li Yi simply do not have the time to slowly cultivate. So just recruit a couple of people with relevant experience ahead of time so you get up to speed faster. Music Club's activity classroom. At this time the president Du Rulong is leading the music club's band rehearsal. See Li Yi with people knocking on the door and walked in. He frowned and asked, what's the matter with you guys? The music club is a big club. The members alone have 200 to 300 people. Every time there is any activity in the school, they also have to look for him. Seeing that Li Yi is a bit of a stranger, his attitude is not considered polite. Hello, we are from Laughing Click and would like to invite you to set up an account within the site to upload some videos of the band playing, which will not only increase the popularity of the music club but also, without waiting for Li Yi to finish, Du Rulong impatiently interrupted him. Alright, you don't have to say anything. I've seen a lot of entrepreneurial students like you. Our music club is a big club. We won't just work with a no-good website. At this point the rest of the band mocked. We're not some no-good club when a site we've never heard of wants to work together. You'd better get going so you don't interfere with rehearsal. Some people are pretty thick-skinned, bringing a mouth over here and daring to talk about cooperation. Hearing these words, Yang Huiman was furious. We are all classmates. Why are you like this? Unexpectedly, those few people became even more arrogant in their attitude and even began to swear. What's wrong with classmates again? Can't you see we're busy? Get out. At that moment, Du Rulong opened the door to the activity room. Come on, we have to rehearse. You. Seeing Yang Huiman still wanting to say something, Li Yi pulled her out. Forget it, there's no need to waste time here. Just going out, Lee suddenly heard some horse singing coming from next door. He looked inside, only to see a boy playing and singing on his guitar alone in the classroom. Go on, get in there, said Lee. Directly pushed the door and walked in. The boys inside looked at him suspiciously when they saw Lee push the door in. Class, I would like to invite you to post singing videos on my website, but President Du said my voice has no beauty and is not suitable for singing. It was only at this time that Lee realized that the boys' voices were already a bit hoarse, but he opened his mouth with a look like he had been given a treasure. Instead, I think the voice is an advantage. Can you write songs? I'm the music composition major. Come to imagine that a boy has been pursuing his goddess for 4 years, not sparing food or clothing every day, and bringing all his money to help her finish her studies, but his confession is rejected every time. The boy understands that the goddess is busy with her studies and has been sponsoring her until after graduation, when the goddess suddenly pulls a short, fat, rich young man in front of the boy and asks him, "Is my boyfriend handsome?" How would you feel when something like this happens? Just finished. Lee froze, and realized that the things just said were somewhat familiar, and there was always a feeling of looking in the mirror. Damn, why did I think of that woman Zhao Yashuan? The boy had a pained look on his face when he heard this, and then suddenly burst into heartbreaking sobs. This commotion attracted the next door Du Rulong. They came to see the fun. After seeing the boy opposite Lee, he grunted coldly, "So it's Chen Feiyu." Just so happens that they come together is also considered to be a group of people with the same kind of things. Only after Chen Feiyu calmed down did Lee realize that he had had a similar experience, and that his originally crisp voice had been ruined because he had contracted a smoking habit after being struck. Come on, remember this feeling, I'm sure you'll catch fire, and then true love itself will come through. Looking at Chen Feiyu, who was crying and nodding under Li's encouragement, Wu Gang whispered, "Isn't the boss too cruel, specializing in revealing people's scars?" Yang Huimin gritted her teeth and said, "That boy is so pathetic. I really want to tear that woman's face." Zhang Yuhang, on the other hand, said with some admiration, "The boss has gotten on with him so quickly. I've learned another trick." After waiting to add Chen Feiyu's QQ, Li led Wu Gang and the others out of the classroom to head to the next club. "Just talk to them like I did. Anyone with talent, even if he can squirt water through his nose, can be invited to release his work with us." Although they couldn't figure out why snorting water from the nostrils was considered a talent, Wu Gang and the others took Li's words to heart and began to go to various clubs to discuss cooperation. Smaller clubs are the easiest to work with because they really need a platform to promote themselves to get new members. Those big societies showed a lack of interest in cooperating because they were not short of people. However, Li of the comedy club made a special trip because Laughing Click did need quite a few paragraphs to retain users when it started, and the comedy club had to prepare a bunch of laughs when they prepared their programs, so it was easy for them to write a few paragraphs a day. 3 days later, Hui Xiaoxin finally built the website. Wu Gang, who had already been waiting for the day, immediately organized his staff to start publicizing in the school, and when they handed out the flyers, they would always add a sentence, "Classmates, Xuejie will share his daily life inside this website." It was a real killer, and most of the girls would be excited to log on to Laughing Click after hearing Xuejie's name. After seeing the video on the homepage of Xuejie congratulating the founding of Laughing Click and some of the videos he posted of his daily work life, each one of them showed starry eyes. Zhao Manman saw even pulled Luihan and exclaimed, "Han Han, you look This is still the first time Xuejie publicized his studio. Chapter 35. Zhang Xian, who was scolded away. On the computer screen, Jack Shui, handsome as usual, was introducing his private studio at home with a gracious smile. But I don't know why, but Luihan always had difficulty in generating the original excitement, and the image of Li and Xuejie talking happily over the weekend kept lingering in her little head. Discovering that Luihan, who was an avid fan of Xuejie, was lacking in interest, Zhao Manman suddenly narrowed her eyes and smiled. Even Xuejie doesn't like it anymore. There won't be someone else in our family's Hanin heart, right? Luihan's heart suddenly panicked a bit when she heard this. She hurriedly shook her hand and denied. "How could that be? Don't you dare to talk nonsense. You're weak-minded. Say, was it the boy who lifted you up the other day?" Luihan tried her best to defend herself. "What are you talking about?" But her weak voice coupled with that shy expression was really unconvincing. Zhao Manman immediately pounced on her on the bed with her hands rubbing randomly on the sensitive points. "You still won't admit it, so it looks like I'll have to torture you into confessing." Luihan looks soft and cute. Sometimes the character is particularly strong. Was Zhao Manman pressed under the body rubbing the face scarlet still constantly gasping for breath? Are hard not to say Li Yi's name. Just as Zhao Manman kept changing her tactics to try to force out the name of the boy who went to Hucheng with Luihan, the publicity of Laughing Click was still going hot in HU. Although you can't put Jay Shue's name and picture on the flyer, none of the verbal publicity is bad. Li watched the number of people registering in the background of the website rising rapidly, and the smile on his face never stopped. Suddenly his phone rang and Wukong's angry voice came out of it. Boss, I ran into Zhang Xin when I was leading the propaganda, and he's now bringing people from the part-time club to look for trouble. You stabilize the scene. I'll be there now. When Li Yi hurriedly arrived at Golden Lake, he only saw Zhang Yi condescendingly gesturing to those part-time students behind Wu Gang. Wu Gang has been expelled for embezzling the resources of the part-time club. If you guys continue to follow him, then I will add you to the blacklist and you won't be able to find any part-time jobs from within the part-time club in the future. Under his threat, those part-time students following Wu Gang put down the flyers in their hands. In the eyes of these unidentified part-time students, the part-time club often provides a number of positions, and Wu Gang can at most only be considered a merchant who hires part-time students, so there is no need to offend Zhang Xin for him. Looking at Wu Gang behind him, soon only young Huiman was left alone. Zhang Xin became even more complacent. Hey, didn't you hear what I said? If you don't go, you won't want to mix in the part-time club in the future. There really is one who isn't afraid of anything. Brothers can remember the looks clearly. In the future don't let her fish in troubled waters to come to our part-time club to ask for food. This guy Wu Gang is also shameless enough. He's been fired but he still dares to use our part-time club's people. Wu Gang had been constantly working various part-time jobs since his freshman year of college, and had already had his edges smoothed out after several years of social climbing. He didn't choose to talk back, but was frowning and thinking of a countermeasure. But young Huiman was different. This clear girl with a height of only 1.6 meters had a particularly hot temper. She immediately pinched her waist and said aggressively, "What? I need your approval for what I do. Do you really think you're somebody? Who the hell are you guys? And let me tell you, my mom is not a part-time employee. She's a permanent employee of our boss." One by one something, Zhang Xin and the few boys he brought with him were scolded to the point of blushing. Of course it wasn't shyness, but rather being scolded by a girl who felt humiliated. Winning an argument with the girls was a losing proposition, and they chose to turn their fire on Wu Gang. Wu Gang, are you just going to hide behind a woman? Are you still a man? Letting a woman stand up for you? I think you'd better go home and hug your kids. But young Huiman's spirited energy was not easily extinguished when she was hooked up, and she raised her voice with a cold snort. What? Look down on girls and think we girls should just go home and hold our babies? Ha! My group leader just doesn't want to bother with you guys. Is it over yet? Her voice was so lethal that some of the girls around her turned their attention to it. Who's looking down on girls? Just that white boy with the glasses. What can boys do that we girls can't? Isn't that Zhang Xin from the part-time club? I originally thought he was not bad, but I didn't expect him to be such a person. Noticing the unkind gazes of the girls around him looking at him, Zhang Xin was a bit abashed, but before he left he let out a harsh word. This is at the behest of your stupid boss, isn't it? I'll take his name if this site ever gets off the ground. After saying that, he left the Golden Lake in ashes, but just out of young Huiman's line of sight he immediately instructed a few others. You guys split up and threaten the part-time students who are handing out flyers, telling them that if they dare to do something for Wu Gang, they don't want to get a job in the part-time club. Looking at the several people who were splitting up, Zhang Xin sneered. It's enough for me to just use the identity of the part-time club. What kind of a thing are you to be arrogant in front of me, and Wu Gang's boss? What makes you able to chat with Su Qingxiao so happily? Jin Hu. Zhang Xin. They left before Li Yi appeared in front of the two young Huiman. He smiled and said, I did not expect Huiman people are not big, momentum is quite enough. At this time, young Huiman is still angry. She coldly grunted, at first in the part-time society to see Zhang Xin, this little white boy is not good. Obviously can't do the right thing a little. Grabbing the credit is quite skillful. Wu Gang didn't join in the vociferous criticism, but said with some concern, Boss, Zhang Xin definitely won't let it go. Most of the temporary workers who take part-time jobs in the school are members of the part-time club, so I'm afraid it won't be easy to recruit them if we do it on our own. On the way, Li Yi had already thought of a countermeasure. He waved his hand and said, doing promotion is not the only way to send out flyers. Wu Gang, go contact Honda to have them do a co-branded event between Sweet Syracuse and School Click, and print Sweet Syracuse's mugs with the School Click logo and URL. Huiman, you six work hard these days. Run through the rest of the dorms first. When you encounter Zhang Xin obstructing, you don't have to be polite like today, because he's a long-time customer. Mr. Huang of Hongda moved quickly after receiving the call and sent the display boards for the joint event to Sweet Syracuse that same afternoon. As for the production of the new cups, will take a few more days. Li Yi let Hongda print some stickers to stick on the cups first in case of emergency. That's when Sweet Syracuse's customer base at Lakeland showed its strength, and it was not uncommon to see people with Sweet Syracuse and Laughing Click logo mugs walking by on campus, and soon enough people began to wonder what this Laughing Click was all about. After arranging the new publicity plan, Li Yi's phone rang again. Picked up and listened to the classroom he applied for in the Entrepreneurship Center approved. Li Yi immediately rushed to the Entrepreneurship Center, and after receiving the key, He just came to the door of the classroom 504 assigned to the Laughing Click network, when a cool figure suddenly walked out of the classroom next to him. Chapter 36 Almost smothered to death by Su Qingxiao. Finding that Li Yi was using the key to open the next classroom, Su Qingxiao was surprised. Why are you here? Thinking of this girl in front of him on his own exuberant curiosity. Is for another two girls into the heart of the trouble. Li Yi did not give him a good face. This is my office. Why can not be here? Instead, why are you here? Are you following me? Li Yi was a little skeptical that Su Qingxiao was among these two girls. Hearing herself being suspected in this way, the lone Su Qingxiao surprisingly didn't turn around and leave, but instead tilted her head to the side and defended. Only a fool would follow you. My group buying platform is up and running, and the office is right next door. Su Qingxiao was very proud when she said this, but her gaze towards Li Yi carried a little bit of the look of a little girl wishing to be praised. But Li Yi didn't bother to praise her. So you chose that path after all? Not getting a compliment made Su Qingxiao a bit angry. She bit the corner of her mouth and continued to show off. Of course it's the first one, but I found a big supermarket to cooperate with in a slightly farther away place, and they're willing to supply me with wholesale prices. How's that for a miscalculation? Su Qingxiao can go through this road does let Li Yi some surprise, because these big supermarkets into the goods to talk about cooperation is a process. A college student who says he wants to start a business goes to talk about a partnership, and I'm afraid people don't even listen to the whole thing before they just kick the person out. Impressive indeed, but I'm curious as to how exactly you negotiated this partnership with someone. Su Qingxiao didn't want to answer Li Yi's question and hummed, I'm not going to tell you. Since he didn't say anything, Li Yi didn't bother to probe and asked with a change of words. So little rich girl, have you started to make a profit? Says who's small. Su Qingxiao's focus was a bit strange, and she even purposely puffed out her chest when she heard Li Yi say she was small. She was wearing a white lady's shirt with beige suit pants today. This slim-fit model outlined delicate curves, and that chest-pumping action just now almost collapsed the buttons. Indeed not small, but compared with Jiang Wenxin is still almost. Li Yi only swept a dozen eyes on the face did not change color. So the little rich girl you in the end profit or not? Poof. Hearing that Li Yi even said he was small, Su Qingxiao stepped on the back of his foot fiercely, but since he was wearing sneakers, it was not lethal at all. Seeing that the attack had no effect at all, she had no choice but to huff and puff. It's the starting stage. It's not easy for me to break even, okay? And the part-time society is really, from them to recruit people either grinding or work a few hours and then quit. Spend a lot of extra money, not to say also delayed a lot of time. Hearing Su Qingxiao complaining about the part-time job society, Li Yi couldn't help but snicker in his heart. Of course, I've poached the leaders of the part-time club, and I'm lucky if the rest of them don't make a mess, and they still want to do a good job? Dream on. Seeing that Li Yi wasn't listening too attentively, Su Qingxiao kicked him hard in the calf. Hearing a cry of pain ringing out from the side before pointing triumphantly at the two people in the classroom. They were recruited by myself, specializing in statistical summaries of orders from various groups, all very serious and responsible. I have a good eye. Right. Ignoring Su Qingxiao, who was full of complacency waiting for a compliment, Li Yi looked at one of the boys inside and felt somewhat familiar. After a while it occurred to me that it was the same boy who had made his girlfriend angry by agreeing with his ideas and had to buy a bag to make amends. His name is Zhao Liang, right? He's even started working part-time in order to fall in love. TSK, 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 boys really can't fall in love. Look at what it's driving the kids to. Looking at Li Yi's sympathetic yet gloating expression, Su Qingxiao was inexplicably a bit annoyed. Men should just concentrate on getting money and fall in love. Aha! Li Yi had only gotten halfway through his sentence when Su Qingxiao suddenly began to frantically pound him on the back. Unlike Louis Han's massage-like strength, Su Qingxiao had practiced, and that one hit on Li Yi's back was quite sour. What are you suddenly mad about? Feeling like he was going to fall apart if he continued like this, Li Yi turned around and tightly hugged Su Qingxiao's soft and delicate body. Let go of me. I'm going to beat you to death, you bastard. Su Qingxiao wrenched her arm out, not giving Li Yi a big earful but burying his face deep in her chest ready to smother the bastard. A fresh and light aroma came to his face, and only the white shirt was instantly left in Li Yi's line of sight. Let go of Cheng Qiao. A roar suddenly rang out from the side, and Zhang Xian suddenly rushed out to pull Su Qingxiao's arm in preparation to protect her behind him. At the same time, he secretly laughed in his heart. Finally, I have a chance to touch Su Qingxiao's hand, and as a token of appreciation, I'll be lighter when I hit you in a while. Ah num. Bang. Who let you touch me? Who knew that Zhang Xian's hand had only just touched Su Qingxiao's arm when his favorite big ear melon came? Then Su Qingxiao let go of Li Yi and turned to stare coldly at Zhang Xian. Li Yi finally broke free and immediately tilted his head and took a deep breath. Almost smothered me to death. Can't you be gentler next time? At this time Su Qingxiao was getting angry. She glared back at Li Yi. Next time I'll clip you to death. Eating a big ear melon. Zhang Xian did not think In his eyes Su Qingxiao is still in danger. It is the best opportunity to show, you bastard still not far away from Qingxiao. Otherwise I'll make you look good. The commotion outside drew out the two Zhao Liangs in the classroom, and they couldn't help but think in their hearts as they looked at Zhang Xian, who was treating himself as a hero. Can't you see the situation? Just now the boss and that boy were obviously just a little couple messing around. What are you doing interfering? At this moment, Zhang Xian was busy thinking about how he could take advantage of this opportunity to gain Su Qingxiao's favor, and didn't even notice the sympathetic eyes of the two people next to him. Qingxiao, don't worry. With me here he won't be able to touch a hair on your head. Su Qingxiao raised her willow eyebrows and reprimanded. I want you to be in charge. Get out of my face immediately. Ha! This sudden shift made Zhang Xian's mind spin a little, and in order not to look embarrassed he began to speak a little incoherently. Qingxiao, I've found another group of people to help you work for you, and these people are all hand-picked to be absolutely reliable. This was the third time Su Qingxiao had heard this, and hearing that Zhang Yi didn't even change his words, he immediately turned his head away and stopped ignoring him. It so happened that Wu Gang arrived with Yang Huimin and Zhang Yuhang, 6 people, who were called by Li Yi to clean up 504 the sanitation. When he saw Wu Gang, Zhang Xian recognized Li Yi as the guy who flirted with Su Qingxiao that day, and he immediately growled lowly, was it you who badmouthed me in front of Qingxiao? Despicable guy. Li Yi, who was happily watching the show beside him, was stunned when he realized that the battle had suddenly shifted to himself. The little rich girl has told you to disappear. Why are you still cheekily staying here? Do you want me to help you? Chapter 37. Enough touching. The smirking expression on Li Yi's face made Zhang Xian even more upset. He reddened his face and yelled, don't be complacent. I can keep your website from opening with just my identity as the president of the part-time club. Thinking of starting a business to get Su Qingxiao? Dream on. When he finished speaking, he held his head high and waited for Li Yi to beg for mercy, and then he humiliated himself some more to vent the anger in his stomach. But Su Qingxiao was a lonely and proud girl. She hated it when someone ignored her feelings and thought that stalking would be enough to chase her. Disappear now. At this point, Su Qingxiao's eyes had gone straight to Sub-Zero when she looked at him, the disgust in them almost overflowing. Zhang Xian saw the heart of a sudden shock before remembering that the girl in front of him is a lonely flower of the high ridge. Before retreating, he pointed to Li Yi with the mouth type said, you wait. Looking at Zhang Xian who left in a mess, Li Yi laughed and took Su Qingxiao by the shoulders to bring her into 504. Feeling the touch coming from her arm, Su Qingxiao struggled slightly before allowing Li Yi to wrap his arms around her. Humph. Men are no good. Li Yi was reluctant, still being unreasonable. You scolded me into it. Thinking of Li Yi's impatient attitude towards herself, Su Qingxiao tilted her head to the side. Scolding you deserves it. From the much relaxed tone Li Yi judged that Su Qingxiao wasn't that angry anymore. He immediately smiled and said, the people in the part-time club can't be used. Why don't we work together to set up a promotion team? This enables us to promote both of us at the same time during campus promotions, boosting efficiency and saving money. At this time, Su Qingxiao hadn't completely dispelled her anger and whispered without turning her head back, who wants to cooperate with you? I'll take that as a yes then, Li Yi said to himself. Humph. Su Qingxiao responded with a cold snort. Not caring about the arrogant Su Qingxiao, Li Yi raised his head and called Wu Gang in, pushing the door in. Wu Gang realized that his boss was sitting side by side with Su Qingxiao, his big hand still resting dishonestly on someone's leg, and Huda's high ridge flower. Su Qingxiao surprisingly didn't react either, just let Li Yi's big hand touch back and forth on her rounded thighs. Seeing this scene, Wu Gang stood in awe and couldn't help but secretly give Li Yi a thumbs up. Finding Wu Gang still standing at the door, Li Yi immediately greeted him over. You now immediately contact 6 reliable part-time students to set up a promotion team, with Zhang Yuhang in charge for the time being. Hearing the main event, Su Qingxiao suddenly turned around and said, 6 isn't a bit much. Not much at all. The pre-promotion is exactly the time when manpower is needed, and when it develops, we still have to go everywhere to talk about cooperation. 6 people may not even be enough. Okay then. After the two had finished their discussion, Li Yi suddenly realized that Wu Gang was not responding, and couldn't help but reach out and shake his hand in front of him. Arranging a task for you. What's with the days? This is not to blame Wu Gang. Just now Su Qingxiao turned back between that each person goose-egg face suddenly revealed a wave of tenderness. Huda Zhong has never seen Su Qingxiao will reveal such a look. She is the flower of the high ridge. Only after Wu Gang ran out to open up a promotion team did Su Qingxiao hug her chest and say, you can take your hand off my leg now. Without the slightest bit of sincerity, Li Yi said, I'm sorry, I always like to touch something when I'm thinking about something. Poof. Su Qingxiao coldly grunted to express her disbelief. Zhang Yuhang, Yang Huimin, several people move very quickly. Messy dusty 504 quickly cleaned up. They also, according to Li Yi's request, with the table divided into 3 areas. They are the marketing group with Wu Gang as the leader and Zhang Yuhang as the vice leader. the content group set up by Yang Huiman as the leader and another girl, and the technical group of Hui Xiaoxin. For the time being, the marketing team is only responsible for promoting Laughing Click and finding video authors. The content team is responsible for reviewing the content of the site, and the technical team is responsible for maintaining the site. Since there was only one person in the technical team, Li Yi's position was chosen opposite Hui Xiaoxin. Wu Gang execution speed. The same day he picked a few down-to-earth part-time students, set up a promotion team. Led by 504 other 3 people began to promote one by one in the dormitory of the Lake University. Zhang Yi had also sent someone to threaten those 6 part-time students after hearing about it, but it had no effect at all. And the 6 had already become employees of Li Yi and Su Qingxiao, even after the promotion is over. Su Qingxiao's group buying website needs a lot of manpower for sorting and distribution, so there is no worry about running out of work. But at this time, the part-time club is not so easy. Zhang Xian sat in the part-time club activities classroom to listen to the boys in front of him report. His face became more and more gloomy. A lot of merchants have stopped working with us recently, and there are fewer and fewer positions available in the community now. Any idea why? Merchants are saying that the part-time students we provide are so unreliable. Not only do they grind their way through the work, but they often make mistakes and end up wiping their asses, so they might as well do it themselves. Zhang Xian suddenly slapped the table and yelled, "Won't you guys find some reliable people to come over?" The boy was scolded and said with some aggravation, "We're using the same ones now. Then why are they like this now? Is Li Yi behind this?" It turns out that they were all supervised by someone with a team, but those people were all taken away by Wu Gang. Hearing this, Zhang Xian rubbed his eyebrows in a rather irritable mood. "I know, next time you lead the team, whoever dares to be lazy will be dismissed. I'll see who still dares." "Ha!" The boy's eyes widened in some reluctance. He'd never had a part-time job before. Feeling swept off his feet, Zhang Xian glared. "You don't want to?" The part-time club's activity funds and salary draws can be quite a lot, so for the sake of money he had to say stiffly, "I know." Before leaving, the boy suddenly whispered, "Recently Sweet Syracuse has been doing a co-branded event with Laughing Click and it's getting bigger and bigger. And today they're even giving out hats as giveaways." Bang. Zhang Xian stood up in anger at the news. "Why didn't you say so earlier? A few days ago I said. You analyzed them, just a small fight. Sweet Snow City Business So Good Store will not be a few days to look at the Smile Click network. Cooperation will not be a few days to terminate." He did say this, but how can a leader make a mistake? When did I say that? You don't dare to admit that you made a mistake, do you? Looking at the flip-flopping Zhang Xian, the boys had to bow their heads and get lectured. After waiting for the anger to be almost spread, Zhang Xian casually picked up the cell phone on the table and said, Go with me to take a look." At the entrance of Sweet Snow City, Zhang Xian looked at the huge display board placed at the entrance and clenched his fist at the cups with the logos of Sweet Snow City and Laughing Click in the hands of the flow of people. He took a deep breath and went up to Wang Jing with a stiff smile. Wang Jing thought it was a customer and revealed a trained and cordial smile and said, "Hello, what would you like to drink? I'm Zhang Xian, the president of the part-time club." Laughing Click Network. Li Yi is a complete and utter liar. You must not cooperate with him. Chapter 38. It's so damn exciting to fight and not run. Ha! Hearing someone call her boss a liar, Wang Jing was confused. While it's true that the boss doesn't have the truth in his mouth, it's my boss, so what's the big deal if you're an outsider cursing? However, after walking into society, she has been in the service industry. She will not casually clash with the guests. The professional smile on her face is even more cordial. "Sir, if you don't order, please don't affect other people." Zhang Xian was not so experienced, and seeing the smile he thought the other party agreed with his point of view, so he spoke at length. Li Yi used the name of cooperation to dig in, not to mention, outside, but also said bad things about us to make the original cooperation businessman to terminate the cooperation. He might be working with you guys now with the same mindset, so be careful. Speaking to the emotion, Zhang Xian's voice is getting louder and louder, and the customers around them are looking over. Who is Li Yi? This behavior is obviously crossing the river. It's too abominable. The boy who was rejected by Zhao Yashuan some time ago and was ready to ask for all the gifts back was also named this. How long has this news of yours been outdated? I heard that it was a rumor started by Zhao Yashuan, and later she tried to start a rumor to get the school to expel Li Yi. And then what? The school is not all publicized. Zhao Yashuan, because of rumor causing significant impact, to be punished by probation and also publicly apologize. Haven't seen her apologize. People don't even apologize? Okay. Without waiting for Wang Jing to say anything, Jiang Wenqin, who had been busy in the innermost part of the room, had a surge of courage from somewhere to rush to the front and shouted in a soft voice, "You're lying. The boss isn't like that." Although his expression was fierce, the neighborly sister-like voice coupled with a fair melon face and looks that were not inferior to Su Qingqiao and Luihan did not look at all intimidating to Zhang Xian, but instead looked like a clueless and gullible little sister. I did not think that in addition to Su Qingqiao and Luihan and Lake University there is actually this level of beauty. Really lucky to be found by me. Must take advantage of the knowledge of the people or not yet more to chase her to the hand. With such thoughts rising in his heart, Zhang Xin said while barging towards the counter. This student, you mustn't be deceived. Some people look bright and shiny on the surface, but in fact their hearts are dirty. Come and add my QQ. Don't be fooled. Looking at Zhang Xin, who was charging towards him, Jiang Wenxin was stunned and curled up and kept backing up. This gentleman, inside is the operation room, you can't come in. Seeing this, Wang Jing and the other two sales clerks of Sweet Snow City rushed over to stop them, but for the sake of good looks and other reasons, Sweet Snow City was filled with female sales clerks. Zhang Xin, an adult male like this, wanted to break in, and the three girls couldn't block it at all. So in the end, Wang Jing had to hide Jiang Wenxin in the warehouse and lock the door. Even so, Zhang Xin kept slapping the warehouse door and said loudly, "This student, don't be afraid. I really want to help you." Soon Sweet Snow City was surrounded by a group of people watching and pointing outside. What's this boy's problem? Breaking into someone's store. I saw that girl. Her beauty is completely not inferior to Su Qingqiao and Luihan. No way. Sweet Snow City even has this level of beauty? Seeing that things were out of control, Wang Jing had to call Li Yi. Boss, a boy is harassing Jiang Wenxin. Come quickly. Hearing this, Li Yi was violently shocked. Even someone dared to harass my store clerk. They simply don't want to live. Instead of hanging up the phone, he turned his head and shouted to Wu Gang, who was writing a plan. Stop writing. Someone is bullying our colleague. Call someone. On the way to Sweet Snow City, Wang Jing told every detail of what had just happened, and hearing what happened, Li Yi slowly calmed down. This should be Zhang Xin coming to the door looking for trouble, daring to harass Jiang Wenxin. That absolutely cannot be lightly forgiven. Soon, Zhang Xin, who was still tricking Jiang Wenxin into opening the door, suddenly felt his shoulder being tapped. Don't come to bother the laborer. Hurry up and get lost. Thinking that it was someone else who had also taken a liking to Jiang Wenxin, Zhang Xin impatiently turned back to find 5 boys with humongous hoods standing behind him. Who gave you the nerve to make trouble here? Just after hearing this sneer, he was dragged out of the store on a frame. The part-time club boy who came along wanted to go up and help, but Zhang Yuhang immediately stepped forward and stopped him. Then Wu Gang with 3 other people surrounded him in the corner of a beating, and so on, almost beat. Li Yi fake appearance to pull the fight. Do not fight. We are all classmates. Cannot be such. He shouted with his mouth, but while pulling the fight he sneaked a number of punches to Zhang Xion's face under the cover of Wu Gang and the others. These punches were intentional, and Zhang Xion quickly recognized him, roaring, Li Yi, you called out for a group beating on me, didn't you? So let's see who's got the most people. Being overwhelmed by anger, he was too busy calling for someone, not even thinking why Li Yi didn't stop it. Wang Jing, who was hiding inside Sweet Snow City, immediately took out her cell phone at this time and made a call to the school's security section. We've got someone causing trouble here. Quickly send someone over. Sweet Syracuse into the goods in accordance with Li Yi's instructions each time to give the security guards a few boxes of cigarettes. And the security chief mingled well after Li Yi also began to go to the security section to walk around. The big pile of specialties that he went to buy in Huqing also had a share of the head of the defense section. Son, so after receiving the call, the security guard immediately rushed to Sweet Snow City. At this point Wu Gang and the others suddenly scatter and leave. Zhang Xian still wants to stop them, but 6 more unseen boys appear to stop him. Why did you deliberately sabotage our Laughing Click campaign? You must give us a statement today or don't even think about leaving. Zhang Xian, a member of the promotion group jointly established by Li Yi and Su Qingqiao, didn't recognize him, so he had to turn his anger towards Li Yi. You deliberately called out for someone to beat me up, didn't you? So don't run if you have the balls to do so today. I didn't run. President Zhang is so powerful. He scared me. This yin and yang words easily evoked anger. Zhang Xian's bruised face instantly twisted. Okay, don't regret it later. Just at this moment, Captain Sun arrived first with a few security guards. They squeezed into the crowd with a stern face and said, "What's going on?" Zhang Xian immediately shouted when he saw someone coming. "They're hitting people." At this moment, his face was bruised and purple, and his clothes were torn by no one in particular, making him look quite miserable. However, Captain Sun recognized Li Yi and inquired with his gaze first. Wang Jing seized the moment to point at Zhang Xian and said, "He just broke into our store and harassed the girls, and he couldn't even drive them away." On the bright side, Captain Sun still had to remain neutral. And the injuries on him? A couple of the boys couldn't look away and dragged him out. But it was so chaotic back there I didn't see what happened. After saying that, Wang Jing took Captain Sun into the store to check the surveillance video. But due to the quality of the surveillance is not very good, only captured Zhang Xian blocking the door of the warehouse to harass the part of Jiang Wenxin. Just as Captain Sun had gotten things about right, there was a sudden clamor from outside the crowd. Who is it that dares to mess with our President Zhang? Doesn't want to mix it up, does he? Chapter 39. Who likes me? Soon a dozen or so boys pushed their way out of the crowd in an aggressive manner, looking like uneducated bullies. Wang Jing froze, the security guard froze, Li Yi pretended to be frozen, and Zhang Xian's face went black. Are so many of you trying to smash the store? Li Yi's people had already blocked Captain Sun behind them. The dozen or so boys realized that the other side was not many people and the momentum cannot be lost even more. Suddenly roared in unison. Smashed, so what? Even dare to mess with our President Zhang? Let you kid in Lake University cannot be mixed, believe it or not. Hurry up and kneel down and admit your faults, or else labor will smash your store right now. They shouted, the mighty and domineering, but in fact they only dare to take action against those display boards. If they smash the store, no one can stand up to the school. Right at this moment, Captain Sun walked out from the crowd with several security guards with a black face. Let me see which punk broke in and dared to talk about smashing the store. After saying that, he also glanced at Zhang Xian. Li Yi had already said just now that he was the president of the part-time club. Now the situation in the eyes of the Sun captain has been very clear. Zhang Xian jealous of Li Yi entrepreneurial success to bring people door to door to find things. Not only harassment of people, female employees also shouted to smash the store. I'll tell you right now, department chair, it's so unlike the triads to even be inside Lakeland University. Hearing that Captain Sun was going to stab the matter to Director Chiu, Zhang Xian hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Uncle, they were just a little agitated when they heard that I was beaten up. They really didn't want to make a scene. Director Chiu's iron face is well known in the university. If he let him deal with it, certainly will not be light. But Captain Sun doesn't care. One is Li Yi, who often sends cigarettes and drinks, and the other is a student he doesn't know, so he doesn't even have to think about it to know who he should help. It didn't take long for Chiu Hanlin, the head of the Department of Economics and Management, to arrive here with a tall girl. Upon seeing Li Yi, Chiu Hanlin recognized him with a glance. Why is it you kid again? There weren't many students who could be looked at by Song Shijun, and since Li Yi, a freshman, had had contact with him not too long ago, Chiu Hanlin had a strong impression of him. Hey, hello Director Chiu, are you thirsty? I'll have someone pour you some tea. After saying that and not caring whether Director Chiu agreed or not, he immediately turned around and greeted. Wang Jing, quickly pour Director Chiu a cup of tea. Wang Jing was also a person with eyes, and had long ago brought a cup of lemonade to Captain Sun in one of them. At this moment, seeing Director Chiu's age, he brought over another cup of tea and a cup of milk tea. Received the tea. This little old man as usual coldly grunted. Do not take this to fool me. You kid is quite good at causing trouble. No way, Director Chiu. This guy came to me on his own. I have the video to prove it. Looking at the surveillance video, Director Chiu swept a glance at the injuries on Zhang Xian's body. Then the injuries on his body are self-inflicted? Hearing this, Li Yi spread his hands and said, just now I also went up to persuade a fight to come here, and I have nothing to do with it. Seeing Li Yi skimming off the suspicion in a couple of times, Zhang Xian couldn't help but shout, Director Chiu, those masked men must have been sent by him. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his mouth, Director Chiu pointed to the dozen or so part-time club boys crouching next to the broken display boards and said, so he sent these guys too? In Chiu Hanlin's opinion, this matter is Zhang Xian took the initiative to come to the door to provoke, and even used his identity as president to prepare for a group fight, smashing the store of his classmates, the nature of which is really too bad. He huffed, the part-time club has been led into a den of punks by you, now disband it immediately. At this time, Li Yi still didn't forget to make up for it next to him. He's still the minister of the outreach department. What if he brings the people from the outreach department to make trouble again? Zhang Xian was so angry when he heard this that he glared at him then. You, Chiu Hanlin glanced at Li Yi. Your kid isn't an honest person either. The meaning is very obvious. This treatment is already enough. Your kid, that little flowery mind, don't want to fool me. And then greedy, I even you a piece of treatment. Hearing this, Li Yi hemmed and hawed and laughed twice without opening his mouth again. So that the result of the treatment has reached the expected. Just now that sentence is to gas Zhang Xian a bit. In fact, there are other tricks behind waiting. Zhang Xian apologized and compensated in public and immediately left in disgrace. The part-time club was disbanded, leaving him alone when he left. At this time, Director Chiu glanced at the long line in front of Sweet Snow City's gate and said, I didn't think that your kid would actually succeed in his business venture. Li Yi immediately slapped a horse's ass. It's not because Director Chiu supports it. Stretching the hand does not hit the smiling face. Even if you know that Li Yi is flattering, Director Chiu is in a good mood. He smiled and patted Li Yi's shoulder. Your kid is quite good at talking. Next to her, Zhao Shuman was surprised beyond belief. After all, Director Chiu rarely smiled. When they left, Zhao Shuman looked back at Li Yi again, keeping the smooth-talking schoolmate in mind. After the matter was dealt with, and the usual order was restored in front of Sweet Snow City, Li Yi walked into the store and prepared to appease the employees. Unexpectedly, just as he walked into the store, a tall figure suddenly hugged him tightly. Jiang Wenxin hugged him so hard that Li Yi could feel his chest being squeezed by two soft masses, making it a little difficult to breathe. Feeling the slightly trembling petite body in his arms, Li Yi reached out and gently patted her back to comfort her. "It's okay, the colorful wolf has been driven away by me." It was only then that Jiang Wenxin realized what she had done, and she quickly let go, looking shy as she lowered her head and pinched the corner of her shirt. Li Yi smiled and touched her head, mercilessly saying, "Since everyone has left, you should hurry up and get to work, don't delay business." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of Sweet Snow City, but he had only just stepped out of the counter when the system's prompt suddenly sounded in his head. "Congratulations to the host for gaining favor with girls, now 12 points of favor. After midnight, the host will receive 12 points of future value." Hearing the cue, Li Yi was furious. "How can I have girls like me when I'm trying so hard? What kind of vision is that?" After thinking for a while, Li Yi suddenly turned back and rushed into the store with both hands to Jiang Wenxin's melon face cupped up and said seriously, "Are you craving the boss body?" Feeling the heat coming from Li Yi's big hands, Jiang Wenxin thought with a confused head, "I just like the boss. I shouldn't be considered craving the boss's body." Realizing that she wasn't craving her boss's body, Jiang Wenxin stared at Li Yi with her big watery eyes and gently shook her head. "I didn't." "Really?" Li Yi pressed his face a little closer, and the tips of their noses had touched. "Really?" Jiang Wenxin's voice was soft, but her pair of large watery eyes were clear and unrivaled, and she didn't look like she was lying at all. "That's odd. Who's so visionless? Anyway," Li Yi muttered and kept scanning back and forth between the thighs of the surrounding girls, but looking like this even if he saw darkness there was no result. He had to return to the dormitory in a depressed manner to see if he could think of a countermeasure to make the favorability return to zero. Just as he got back to the door of 301, the whiny voice came through the door. "Brother, I'm going to be killed by a monster. Xiaomei, don't be afraid. Brother is here to save you." Chapter 40. Su Qingxiao not wearing stockings. Pushing open the door, Li Yi found Wei Shiqiang. The bee was teaming up with that little beauty to play Yamagukiyama. Whiny voices constantly coming out of the computer. With a twitch of the nose you can still smell the strong odor of industrial saccharin permeating the dorm room. Then he looked at Chao Haoren and Wang Xinyu, who had already stuffed their ears with tissue paper and covered their heads in the quilt to forcefully resist the urge to knife people. Seeing Li Yi come back, the two of them hurriedly jumped down from the bed and shouted, "Lao San, you quickly do something. This guy's brother and sister are shouting that we are about to vomit." It just so happened that at this moment, he was troubled by the fact that someone had a good feeling about him. He took out his cell phone and opened a web page and put it in front of Wei Shiqiang. "Lao don't you know that there is a thing called pseudo-sound?" Looking at the tutorial detailing how to teach a 200-pound man how to make a cute girl voice, Wei Shiqiang closed his eyes and shouted, "No way. I think you're just jealous that I have such a clingy girlfriend like Xiaomei." Li Yi disdained, "Can you not be a little bit out of the ordinary? Online dating on the fascination into this, and serious college students who fall in love. There is a money-making incense?" It was at this time that the door of 301 was pushed open, and the boy from the next dormitory suddenly walked in and asked in a gossipy manner, "Li Yi, who was the girl who hugged you in Sweet Snow City in the afternoon?" On the level of prettiness surprisingly on par with Su Qingxiao, Wei Shiqiang froze. "This is what you mean by not falling in love? People girls are hugging you." However, Li Yi did not have any embarrassment. "Don't talk nonsense, people are just scared. We are innocent." Just then, a sweet Syracuse bag suddenly fell to the floor, and a woolen knitted scarf and a dark mass fell out of it. Wang Xinyu curiously picked it up, and immediately a black silk that smelled like peonies appeared in his hand. All four boys stared solemnly at Li Yi, with eyes that seemed to say, "Don't explain, you pervert." "Ahem, maybe she accidentally packed it in. I'll send it back to the person later." After saying that, Li Yi put the black silk back into the bag again with his face as usual. Suddenly Chao Haoren asked quietly, "Do you guys think that black silk will be a gift too?" Hearing this, the other three froze and looked at Li Yi incredulously. "They even gave you such intimate clothes, and you still say you're not in love? Say, do you still have Su Qingxiao and Louis Han's black silk? What are you thinking? Su Qingxiao doesn't even wear skirts, how can she have black silk? Louis Han likes to wear white silk, okay." Li Yi casual remarks more solid. Four people in the heart guess. Their eyes are not the same. Lake University on a total of 2 white moonlight, you even accounted for 3? There is no law of the land. This time Wei Shiqiang cannot even play the game. Sullenly, and Xiaomei said, "I have something in the evening and early to hide in the nest." Although Chao Haoren and Wang Xinyu don't have to fiercely flaunt industrial saccharin anymore, they are suddenly and inexplicably stuffed full of dog food, and there is something indescribably difficult about this feeling. Equally difficult was Li Yi, as the system's prompt rang in his head after midnight. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 12 points of future value. Opening the function of predicting the future. The host can choose the direction of predicting the future according to the need. Who in the world is so discerning? How can anyone still like me when my persona is so loser? Don't those rich and handsome smell good? Now the daily goodwill fund has reached more than 30,000. Even if you don't do anything, you are still a person who earns more than $1 million a month. Thinking about this, Lee is so annoyed that he can't sleep. After tossing and turning in bed for a long time, he had to open the redemption page ready to see what this predicting the future could predict. But after only 2 glances, Lee cursed away. System, you are also too pitiful. Predicting the small things that will happen tomorrow all need 100 future value. And the most basic talent prediction even needs 1000. Why don't you go and rob it? The prediction function is definitely worth its weight in gold. Please believe in this system. Considering that the host doesn't believe in this system, 1 discount exchange opportunity is given once. The host can use it at any time. Don't try to bribe me. Just change it to a good feeling fund. This is the result of the host's efforts and cannot be changed at will. I worked you at #UN and %star. And emotionally almost beat up the system. Where there is a system that urges people to fall in love, parents urging marriage are not as annoying as it. He hadn't slept all night, and the call from Wu Gang the next morning made him feel even worse. Market group of people door to door to talk about advertising things. These merchants even coincidentally show 12 points of disgust. Simply do not bother to listen carefully to Wu Gang their introduction. Put down the phone. Lee immediately rushed to the commercial street, only to see Wu Gang was driven out by a fruit store owner. You students, when my money is a gust of wind. The price is higher than $10 is exempt from negotiation. After seeing Lee come over, Wu Gang came with the promotion team in a low mood. Boss, you saw it. Just now this one was quite good. Some words were not even finished before we were kicked out. Zhang Yuhang was also depressed. The merchants in the neighborhood don't know what's wrong with them, and they don't even give a chance to explain. Seeing this situation, Lee is also very strange. These merchants will often send flyers in the neighborhood to do activities. It is reasonable to say that it should not be so hateful to put ads on the site. To find out exactly why, Lee leads the way into a clothing store. Seeing Lee and so many of them, the clothing store owner immediately greeted them with a smile on his face. Students, what kind of clothes do you all need? Hi, I'm from LearnClick. Can I have a moment of your time? Unexpectedly, just after these words were uttered, the boss's face instantly turned from sunny to cloudy. No, go, don't delay my business. Wu Gang, Zhang Yuhang, they look at the boss face to look at each other face are showing a helpless color. Anxious, all push open the store door ready to go out. Lee did not give up. See, the boss is busy organizing goods. He enthusiastically came forward to help. Realizing that Lee was helping out, the boss frowned. I won't change my mind even if I help. Don't waste your efforts. Lee, on the other hand, shook his head. The movements of his hands didn't stop at all. It's fine. It just so happens that I'm rather idle today. The owner of the clothing store saw this and stopped persuading him, and began to busy himself. He'll leave on his own in a little while. When the goods were all sorted out, the clothing store owner realized that Lee hadn't left yet, and he couldn't help but advise once again. I'm really scared of being pitched by you students, so it's better not to waste your efforts. At this time, even Wu Gang began to beat a retreat. He quietly pulled Lee behind him and whispered, Boss, let's go to the next house and take a look. But how could they know that Lee was waiting for these words? So they hurriedly asked after him, who is so hateful that they would pit the boss like this? The owner of the clothing store saw that Lee was still not giving up, so he was ready to pour out all the bitter water in his stomach so that the student would know what to do. Chapter 41, Predicting Talent. Don't mention it. The other day I got a couple of temps to hand out flyers at your Lakeland University part-time club, and they didn't even send out 200 a day. I had no choice but to let them help organize the goods in the store. Who knew that it made a mess again? Messing up my originally organized goods, not to mention damaging several pieces of clothing. And in the end, I could only deal with it at a discount. Just this, they had the nerve to ask for a paycheck when they left. Don't still make a scene in front of my store. In the end I had to settle their paychecks and lost almost 1,000 back and forth. When saying these words, the store owner still looked like he was having a heart attack. So you students I don't dare to work with anymore. It would be better for me to do it myself. Hearing that it was related to Zhang Xin, Lee casually agreed. Indeed, the part-time club is too hateful. You feel the same way? Lee explained. Yesterday, the part-time club also made trouble in front of my store. If not for the school leaders coming in time, I still don't know what kind of trouble it would have become. The clothing store owner instantly took Lee as his confidant. How about that? I told you it's better to do it yourself. Feeling that it was not the right time for the boss to open his mouth, Zhang Yuhang was ready to mention the advertisement again. Then you see, don't. I've been screwed over like this, it's better to stop. The clothing store owner patted Lee's shoulder. Brother, you should be able to understand old brother's plight. Li Yi casually dispersed a cigarette for him and nodded. Understood. When Li Yi led people out of the clothing store, the boss was still standing at the door with a cigarette in his hand waving. Brother, I will support you in spirit. Zhang Yuhang couldn't help but complain in a small voice. Just a mouthful. Next, Li Yi took people to several merchants, and after pulling in relationships in various ways finally got things completely straightened out. Since Wu Gang quit, the management of the part-time club has become a mess, and there is no supervision at all when working for the merchants. Most of the down-to-earth part-time students will not join a part-time club, preferring to find a long-term part-time job for a steady paycheck, and most of the rest were there to experience life, so they were all bratty and unruly while working, making a mess of the merchants. Some merchants are so angry that they do not want to pay wages, but Zheng Xian they want to do all sorts of means in order to commission door-to-door to ask, and finally get around the merchants' herd of the color. After understanding the situation, Wu Gang asked worriedly, "Boss, what do we do now? Advertising is the fastest means of realizing the fastest traffic, and it will be very difficult for the site to achieve profitability if it continues to develop in this way." Li Yi thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "Is Su Qingxiao's group buying website ready? It was done yesterday, and the first round of dormitory promotion is done, and I hear it didn't work out too well. Then, let Su Qingxiao be our first client." Saying that, he took out his cell phone and finally found Su Qingxiao's number at the bottom of his communication. "The sun came out of the west today that you would even bother to call me." Hearing the ho-hum sarcasm in the microphone, Li Yi said without blushing, "That's of course a good thing to fight. I have a splash of riches here, do you want it?" Su Qingxiao, who was supervising the sorting of goods, showed disdain. "What kind of heavenly riches can you have? And don't you believe it? I'm going to make you the first client for the new ads on my website, which is more than anyone else could ask for. Gee whiz, I guess no one wants to advertise with you. Don't you slander good people. For this first 504 the threshold is almost kicked flat. I'm your neighbor." Although the lie was uncovered, neither of the two were particularly concerned, and in the end Su Qingxiao agreed to buy the first advertisement of LaughingClick for $20,000. However, Li Yi has a condition that the price announced to the public should be set by him, so as to facilitate the maintenance of advertising fees in a reasonable range. The price is not low enough for Lakeland. After all, LaughingClick is just starting out and is only relatively well known among the Lakeland girl population. All that was left was to find a qualified director to shoot the commercial, but such a talent Wu Gang simply didn't know. Try the system for a chance to see if it's any good. I can't spend my $30,000 or so for nothing. Right now, Li Yi is still thinking about the goodwill fund that he didn't get yesterday. The system helps me find talent in the advertising director category, whether or not the host consumes 0.1% off the chance to predict talent in the advertising director category. Okay, in less than a second, a memory suddenly appeared in Li Yi's mind. This is a senior advertising major at LHU named Lu Sherwin, whose view on advertising is that it should be combined with the plot to make it easier for the audience to accept. This offbeat idea is too much of a novelty in the mainstream of grabbing people's attention with color and composition. But then with the advent of the internet age, he quickly became a big name in advertising, and many famous commercials were produced by him. Wu Gang, you guys go on to run the merchants. Even if you don't make it, you have to mix it up first. But remember, the advertised price must not go down, and if it does it will be very difficult to go back up again. Wu Gang nodded. Got it, boss. Leaving Wu Gang, Li Yi walked straight to the dormitory building of the advertising design program at Lake University. Today Lu Sherwin's girlfriend, who he has been talking to for 3 years, broke up with him because she thought he would not be able to find a job after graduation. By the time Li Yi arrived, he was just in time to catch him holding a girl's hand and praying for another chance. This girl is 162 tall, ordinary looking, can only be said to be durable. We'd better not see each other again. Wu Senior works in a big advertising firm. Internship salary are 3,000. You're not as good as him. The onlookers saw it and smiled as they ate their melons. Before he even graduated, Lu Sherwin's girlfriend kicked him out, who let him not compete. Other senior Wu is working in a big company, not more promising than him. I don't think any company will want him after graduation for his whimsical ideas. Dumbfounded, watching the girls walk away, in the surrounding chatter Lu Sherwin could not help but begin to doubt himself. Could it be that I'm really wrong? It was at this time that Li Yi suddenly patted his shoulder from behind and said, "Brother, you're right." Hearing this Lu Sherwin turned back and looked at Li Yi with a somewhat dull gaze. "I was right? Yes, I like your thinking about advertising." Li Yi's words instantly stirred up 1,000 waves, and the surrounding discussion instantly began to converge on him. Who is this that has the audacity to say that Lu Sherwin is right? Guess he's not in our profession. A layman talking nonsense here. Anyone in their right mind can see that his ads are smelly and long. Okay, don't excuse him with layman. Ignoring the mockery around him, Li Yi still looked at Lu Sherwin with a smile. "What's the point of falling in love? Come and shoot a commercial for me." Lu Shiwen froze for a moment and slowly held Li Yi's hand. Thank you. Chapter 42. I can't believe this is an advertisement. After taking Lu Shiwen under his wing, Li Yi immediately discussed the script for the commercial with him. Looking at Lu Shiwen, who was immediately able to write out the script according to his own meaning, Li Yi couldn't help but nod secretly in his heart. The talent recommended by the system is indeed good. It doesn't need to say much to comprehend my meaning. It seems that it can indeed become a big shot in the advertising world. Of course. Suddenly hearing the system speak in his head, Li Yi was instantly furious. Of course my ass, but also their own busy looking for talent which is not lying down to collect money incense. The system quickly put the good feeling fund back to me. Please enjoy your relationship. This system will help. Bringing in the goodwill fund would be the biggest help to me. The future value will be more helpful. The two cartwheel talk back and forth, and finally Li Yi first tired. He looked up depressed. Suddenly found opposite Hui Xiaoxin this moment is staring at the computer screen flushed breathing heavily. Even if he was looking at her did not find. Seeing this reaction, Li curiously walked behind her wanting to see what kind of book it took to learn all that strange knowledge. It's got illustrations on it. Nice and good. Suddenly hearing a voice behind her, Hui Xiaoxin jumped in shock and clicked Alt plus F4 on her hands and knees. After being exposed, Hui Xiaoxin pushed up her glasses with a flushed face and questioned Li Yi. Boss, it's unethical to pry into one's privacy. It's so boring just reading words and pictures. Hui Xiaoxin retorted loudly. It's obviously very pretty, right? Li Yi sneered. Then what can I make of it if I ask you to add some pop-ups of pretty big sisters when promoting it outward? What's so hard about that? Huixioxin spat with a hard mouth and crackled and made one, but it only had a pair of black silk legs with exposed feet on it. That's it? Isn't that enough of a bloodbath? K-san, it's me who misunderstood you. You're not an old driver at all. Then Li Yi took her keyboard and typed in a web address on it and clicked on it. See, this is what I call a bloodbath. As soon as the web page was opened, Hui Xiaoxin's eyes were attracted, and her fingers kept pivoting up and down on the mouse wheel and simply couldn't stop. Watch and learn, and remember to make the promotional page attractive. Okay boss. Huixioxin was already completely immersed in the sea of knowledge and casually answered before putting all her energy back into the web page. After finalizing the script, Lu Shiwen didn't keep Li Yi waiting for long, and soon found a few people in the art department to shoot the commercial out. After seeing the finished movie, Li Yi had to sigh a sigh of relief that the talent recommended by the system was really good. The magical movements of the actors in it, coupled with the exaggerated expressions, even Li Yi, who had been educated by all kinds of strange little advertisements, couldn't help but watch it through. Great shot. Work with me. You'll have plenty of opportunities for this kind of commercial in the future. Hearing that his work was recognized, Lu Shiwen nodded his head and was moved. I won't forget my boss's kindness of knowing me. In fact, this job Lu Shiwen did not particularly care. He was more concerned about Li Yi affirmed his work. Just this is enough. Soon, a video with a bizarre title appeared on the front page of LaughingClick, and it's a shame they didn't watch it, as they went so far as to do it to buy snacks. The exaggerated headline quickly attracted many people to click through, and then they were brainwashed by the magical advertisement. I can't believe this is a commercial. I just clicked on it and thought it was a funny video. Me too. This author is simply brilliant. What the hell is this having a group buy? It looks like such a good deal. Get out of my head. All I can think about right now is buying snacks on there's a Groupon. Just about out of snacks. So let's go check it out. The video was just put on the LaughClick network not long ago. There is a group buy click suddenly soared. We see that the price of various commodities inside is indeed cheaper than the supermarket, and a lot of people have begun to frantically place an order. Most of the users of LaughingClick are girls, and many of them are girlfriends or friends who have been enlisted after seeing Jay Shui. After seeing the wide variety of videos and segments in it, they couldn't stop. So this time, most of the users who were diverted into the group purchase of having a home were girls, and the sales of all kinds of snacks and cupcakes directly skyrocketed, and Zhao Liang, who was monitoring the data next door at 503, was shocked. Meanwhile, Zhao Yashuan habitually flipped through a video after uploading it on LaughingClick. Although she was not a fan of Shui Jie, she certainly did not miss the LaughingClick network that was becoming popular among girls. Seeing that many students started to upload videos on it, Zhao Yashuan also started to post some of her daily videos on it. The name of the university Flower of Lake University made her quickly have a lot of fans. Every day after the release of the video to read the comments section inside a variety of praise and flattering words to please can satisfy the vanity. Humph. I'm also a celebrity now. That guy Li Yi might have his intestines repent when he finds out. Zhang Cheng, who was also brushing up on LaughingClick, chimed in. It's useless for that guy even if he regrets it, and now a rich and handsome guy like Chao Qingxuan is madly pursuing you. Hearing someone mention Chao Qingxuan, Zhao Yashuan suddenly thought of how she had met Li Yi casually spending more than $20,000 on Luihan in Shanghai City last weekend, and her eyes couldn't help but go a little out of focus. Li Shangnan guessed what she was thinking and immediately consoled her. Li Yi is just a thug. It won't be long before he spends all his money. How can he compare to Chao Qingxuan, who is a high roller? This time Zhao Yashuan's heart is always a bit more comfortable. Right, Li Yi, that loser will not take long to squander the money. It's just a pity that I didn't let him buy me a LV bag. Chao Qingxuan will buy it for you sooner or later. That's different. I like Chao Qingxuan as a person. I can't let him spend money frivolously. Zhao Yashuan, who dreamed of becoming a wealthy wife of a wealthy family, finally put Li Yi behind her and decided to make another dressing video, which she recently found to have the fastest increase in fans and the most comments. That afternoon Su Qingxiao received the list of goods and her eyes rolled up in surprise. How come there are so many more all of a sudden? Zhao Liang hurriedly replied. After the advertisement went online on LaughingClick, our website's registration skyrocketed, and the sales of snacks and various desserts increased greatly. After taking another close look at the data in the background of the website, Su Qingxiao revealed a bright smile, and next to her, Zhao Liang just looked at it and froze. However, he quickly shook his head again. No, the one I love most is Hui Hui. I can never think of the boss, and the boss already has someone in his heart. When she turned back again, Su Qingxiao was gone, and the door next door 504 was suddenly kicked open vigorously. Li Yi, I'll treat you to dinner. At this time, Li Yi was busy arranging the next step of LaughingClick network, and was not interested in this at all, not going. Unexpectedly, Su Qingxiao was quite insistent. You must go. Chapter 43. He's a scumbag. Su Qingxiao's so resolute attitude taught Li Yi a burst of suspicion. Advertising fees cannot be less. Do not want to take a meal to fool me. Hearing this, Su Qingxiao raised her willow eyebrows. Long-winded. When have I, Su Qingxiao, ever reneged on a debt? Said Su Qingxiao, snapped out $20,000 from her own small bag and threw it on the table, a goose egg face full of cold arrogance. Don't think much of it. My treat is just to thank you for doing me this favor. Really? Are you leaving or not? Seeing that Su Qingxiao's pretty face had already risen in anger, and her small fists had begun to slowly clench, Li Yi quickly stepped out of the 504 in a timely manner. Joking. Become a neighbor often meet after he knew Su Qingxiao but learned real self-defense. To her angry on the basis of Hui Xiaoxin, this nerdy girl cannot save their own lives. Two people walking side by side in the commercial street really sucked the eyes of the students coming and going. Su Qingxiao is Lake University flower of the high mountain, admirers countless. And today unexpectedly, and Li Yi, this dress ordinary, in addition to a little handsome, in addition to nothing, together instantly broke the hearts of countless boys. Who's the boy walking with Su Qingxiao? I want to kick him aside so badly. I just hope it's not her boyfriend. Look guys, Su Qingxiao is actually smiling. I didn't realize that the flower of the high ridge would look so good when she smiles. It looks so gentle. My heart is melting. That boy even looks disgusted, and has no shame. At this time Li Yi was indeed disgusted. The gazes of the students coming and going on Commercial Street were converging on him. Among them there were even quite a few gazes from girls. It was easy to guess that these girls must be curious about where exactly they were special to attract Su Qingxiao's favor. Curiosity is a dangerous thing, and when a girl is curious about a guy, it can easily develop into a crush. And goodwill is precisely what Li Yi is now afraid to avoid. Now he is still worrying about that 12th goodwill. He does not want to somehow receive more. Su Qingxiao has long been accustomed to being watched by the crowd, did not care about the surrounding eyes. She was excitedly talking about the next step of their group buying network plan. Li Yi suddenly put his arm around her into the side of a Western restaurant. Don't turn around. Just pick any one and eat while we talk. Su Qingxiao, who didn't like to eat Western food, frowned slightly, but seeing Li Yi's monkey-like appearance, finally bit the corner of her mouth or a piece of it and sat down. It was an indescribable emotion, and she, who hated to settle for less, still chose to endure a bit to take care of Li Yi's preference. Just as the two walked into the restaurant, the eyes of most of the people inside were being drawn to a gorgeous man and woman. Isn't that Zhao Yashuan? She's been very hot recently on LaughingClick. She has several thousand fans. Who's that guy next to him? Looks like he's dressed out of the ordinary. You haven't even heard of Chao Changquan. His dad owns a clothing factory. I heard the profits are in the tens of millions per year. The two of them are really talented. So envious. Creak. The sound made by dragging a chair sounded abruptly in the quiet restaurant, and some people glanced at it casually and couldn't take their eyes off it anymore. There was no other way. Su Qingxiao, the high ridge flower of Lake University, was having dinner with a boy, and the key to that was that the boy looked quite ordinary apart from being handsome. Su Qingxiao is actually dating a boy. I don't know who let out an exclamation, but the people in the restaurant who were still paying attention to Zhao Yashuan instantly shifted their gazes over. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. A sound of cold air being sucked backward rang out, and the crowd was filled with disbelief. That's Su Qingxiao, the unattainable white moonlight in everyone's heart at HU. the lonely flower of the high ridge, but now it was surprising to smile at a very ordinary boy, and even naturally play with each other when they were having a good conversation. Is this still the same Su Qingxiao? On the other hand, Zhao Yashuan, who was still enjoying the attention of the crowd on the other side, also looked over angrily when she realized that her limelight had been stolen, and when she found that it was Li Yi again, she finally couldn't suppress her anger any longer. Times are different now. Now I have thousands of fans of celebrities. How to say and Su Qingxiao can be equal to the bar? Why should the limelight be taken by the two of you? Thinking of this, Zhao Yashuan angrily got up and stepped on her 10-centimeter high heels to stride over to Li Yi's two tables. Li Yi, do you still wanna have a face? Chasing after me while still pursuing Su Qingxiao and Luihan. Li Yi did not expect that he did not go to take care of her. The other party even took the initiative to find their own trouble. To not be so annoying. Please don't get bloodthirsty. I told you I don't like you. These words made Zhao Yashuan feel even more humiliated. So she shouted, if you don't like me, why did you pursue me for 3 years? And said you wouldn't pursue me. Clearly you're a scum. Zhao Qingxuan then rushed to see Su Qingxiao sitting with Li Yi also angry. He looked for a girlfriend, but look at the value of the face. On the value of the Lake University in addition to Luihan, who can be compared with Su Qingxiao. Don't be sophomoric. You're just a scummy guy who likes to play with girls' feelings. Zhao Qingxuan's words to Li Yi will not be able to. He said, now is your girlfriend to find the door to ask me to be responsible for In the end, there is no clear understanding of the situation. Li Yi looked at him with some sympathy and said, warmongers line up behind dogs. After freezing for a while to figure out what exactly it means, Zhao Qingxuan blew up. You a loser even said that I am not even as good as a dog. So angry that he wanted to get mad on the spot. It was at this time that Su Qingxiao suddenly said in a clear and cold voice, go, don't disturb our meal. Just that short sentence broke the hearts of everyone else in the restaurant. Li Yi is like this and Su Qingxiao is still speaking for him. Where is the justice of heaven? Is it really true that men aren't bad? I'm going to be a scumbag too. Please look in the mirror. People are at least more handsome. Zhao Yashuan's next scream quickly overshadowed everyone else's. Su Qingxiao, he was still cuddling with Luihan last week. Are you willing to be the girlfriend of such a scumbag? For the loathsome person, Su Qingxiao didn't want to say much at all. She coldly hummed, none of your business. Then he waved his hand for the waiter to come over and prepare the order. Whatever you order today is on me. She didn't realize how much of a misunderstanding her words had created in the people around her, that the only two white moonshine in Lakes University were all related to Li Yi. The most crucial thing was that Su Qingxiao didn't care about the existence of the other party at all, and she even took the initiative to treat the guests, whether there was any king's law or not. Someone gritted his teeth and said, who the hell is this Li Yi? One Su Qingxiao wasn't enough, but he even had to mess with Luihan. Now Zhao Yashuan froze. She couldn't believe that a smelly loser would be favored by Su Qingxiao and Luihan, and they didn't seem to care about each other's existence at all. Thinking of this possibility, Zhao Yashuan was not in the mood to eat, and went back to take away her own small bag before turning around and walking out of this restaurant. Zhao Qingxuan also gave Li Yi a shocked look and followed him out, until he sent Zhao Yashuan back to the dormitory. He couldn't figure out where exactly he fell short. Chapter 44. This is going to be a first place contest too. After Zhao Yashuan and Zhao Qingxuan left, Su Qingxiao suddenly stared coldly at Li Yi. Seeing such a gaze, Li Yi was a bit strange. What for? Why were you cuddling with Luihan? Li Yi's head was now full of question marks. It's not like this has anything to do with you. Poof. Su Qingxiao twisted her head to the side, her face full of the I'm pissed off hurry up and coax me expression. Of course Li Yi will not be spoiled. Coincidentally at this moment the food came up. He immediately wanted to come to a pair of chopsticks, began to eat a lot of food. I can't believe this pile of lettuce leaves is also sold for 58. Next time just do it yourself. Su Qingxiao suddenly snatched the chopsticks from his hand and asked coldly, when did you guys start? Are you okay? Eat first, okay? The air was silent for a while. Su Qingxiao sat up straight with her hands on her chest in a tortured manner. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? We're just partners. Unexpectedly, just after Li Yi's words came out, Su Qingxiao's bright big eyes suddenly took on a watery glow, and then she violently got up and stomped out of the restaurant. This scene was not only the other people in the restaurant, even Li Yi froze. What's wrong with being nice and mad? Did I say something wrong? But compared to the woman it was still the dry meal that mattered, and he had picked up the knife and fork in front of him and began to eat it unskillfully. I really don't know what Westerners think. They all have to dance with knives and forks at the dinner table. It's not elegant at all. The others also took a long breath. So it turns out that just now Su Qingxiao just didn't want to lose face, so she held back until now. Li Yi didn't care about that much and continued to concentrate on drying the rice, but only just cut a piece of steak is about to be sent to the mouth. Su Qingxiao suddenly went and returned. She also did not say anything, directly picked up Li Yi's arm without saying a word to drag him out. Hey, I'm eating. Let's eat before we make a scene. Okay, rice. As Li Yi's wails grew farther and farther away, the rest of them looked at each other in disbelief, all not knowing what to say. Gradually a clean and sour flavor drifted into their noses. Asked carefully, even with a little orchid fragrance. I can't believe Western restaurants still use vinegar, but this vinegar tastes good. Where can I buy it? Finally, a girl broke the silence. Just now Su Qingqiao looked as if she was jealous. Shouldn't a girl like her just get a killer to karma the negative guy? Why would she be jealous? I'm not going to lie. I'm thinking of applying for this Slayer job. Actually, I want to. Who the hell is that boy? Suddenly I feel so envious. I'm a little more jealous. Some of them secretly took a video of everything that had just happened, just waiting to go back and post it on LaughingClick, with the simple idea that they could never just let themselves be sad. After being dragged out of the restaurant, Su Qingqiao brought Li Yi to a remote pavilion by the Golden Lake without stopping the whole way. During this period, no matter what Li Yi said, he didn't answer a single word, making him feel furry in his heart. She can't be preparing to bring me to a place where no one is karma. Arriving at the small pavilion, Li Yi glanced around. The view is nice. A good place to get some shut-eye. It's just that little bungalow that's too shabby. Suddenly, Su Qingqiao clasped her hands around Li Yi's head, a move that could have been an attempt to break her neck any way she wanted. Driven by a strong desire to survive, Li Yi began to struggle violently. I'm wrong, don't break, just for a moment. Though, his words failed him, the soft touch on his lips, and the faint scent of orchids in his mouth took up all the thoughts in his brain, and slowly a pair of slightly closed eyes became clearer and clearer in his vision. After a while Li Yi's sanity finally cleared up a little. What are you doing? At this time, he was like a spoiled yellow flower girl boy, full of panic. Yesterday the 12 good cents has not found out exactly who it is. Do not come again. Congratulations to the host. The favorability has reached 32 points. Please continue to work hard. Now that Li Yi's expression was more like being spoiled, he had to console himself. It's fine. This time at least I can identify who the target is and know who to work on. Lu Yohan just hugged you, I think, so your first time was mine. Su Qingqiao tilted her head to the side as she spoke, but her shell teeth lightly biting the corners of her mouth betrayed that this young girl was not calm in her heart. Li Yi's voice was a bit lifeless. You're too arrogant, aren't you? You want to earn first place even for this. I don't care. The first time has to be mine anyway. Fine, fine. The first time is already yours. Hearing Li Yi admit it, Su Qingqiao's expression became a little smug, but the next two words instantly made her raise her heart into her throat. But what? But don't you want to concentrate on making money? Love only affects the speed of making money, understand? Humph, that's average. How do you know you're not average? I'm certainly not average. How do you prove you're not average? I wouldn't be average. Li Yi's mouth was dry from persuasion, but Su Qingqiao still didn't look like she was listening at all. Seeing that it was getting late, he had to give up on continuing to persuade. Let's go. I'll send you back to the dormitory. Su Qingqiao grunted triumphantly when she heard this, and then proceeded to hold Li Yi's arm tightly to her chest, leaning her head on her shoulder as she walked towards the dormitory. They shocked a lot of boys' jaws along the way like that. Su Qingqiao actually has a boyfriend. The news spread like wildfire on LaughingClick that night, and along with it also topped the afternoon's video on the front page. And those boys using LaughingClick instantly wailed. A number of people are beginning to regret why they used LaughingClick. Never swipe LaughingClick again. Not half an hour after shouting this declaration, they secretly opened the WAP version of LaughingClick again. Underneath the third girl's dormitory building, Li Yi pushed Su Qingqiao's head. You can let go now. Only then did Su Qingqiao loosely release Li Yi's arm, and just as she was about to walk up the steps, she suddenly threatened with open teeth and claws. Don't allow you to meet with Lu Han again. To this Li Yi didn't want to hide it at all. I can't guarantee that. Poof. Several nearby couples, who were still cozying up, froze when they saw it. Su Qingqiao's action was clearly being petulant, wasn't it? That's something she could do? Waving his hand and ignoring the boys who were still getting tired of their girlfriends, Li Yi twisted his head and walked away, leaving only a melancholy back. You college kids who are full of love can't understand the pain involved. Unexpectedly just walked out not a few steps. The phone rang. See as Lu Han called Li Yi's side and pressed the answer button. Why were you cuddling with Su Qingqiao inside the school? Holding the cell phone away from him to prevent his ears from being hurt, Li Yi had a tone of lifelessness. How you hold on to her is how you hold on to her. Take your time to taste it yourself. Lu Han's milky voice once again came out. Liar, how could Su Qingqiao get his hands on you if you resisted? It's clearly what you were willing to do. At this time, Li Yi's brain finally regained some vitality, and he suddenly asked, where did you know that Su Qingqiao was cuddling with me today? Chapter 45 New Models of Advertising. Facing Li Yi's sudden attack, Lu Han stammered and didn't want to answer. It's up to you. Listening to the tone Li Yi guessed in his heart, could it be that she just happened to pass by? Looking around the room, not spotting the diminutive figure except for several couples still in shock, he decided not to dwell on it. There's something else missing, and I have to go back to bed. No cuddling with Su Qingqiao. Louis Han's threat of milky ferocity had no effect at all, and Li Yi retaliated with the same words. It's up to you. Then it snapped and hung up the phone. Louis Han listened to the busy sound coming from the microphone, froze for a while, inexplicably annoyed. Ah, Li Yi, you badass. Her roommates were startled and immediately asked with concern. What's wrong, Han? Did Li Yi bully you again? Realizing that she really didn't seem to have established a relationship with Li Yi, Louis Han said sullenly, it's fine, leave me alone. Early the next morning, Li Yi arranged for Wu Gang to start talking to the surrounding merchants about advertising using the sales data comparison of having a group purchase. The contrast in sales between before and after is a testament to LaughingClick's capabilities, and these merchants can always log on to the There's a Home group buying page to see for themselves that the results are out there. Just as Li Yi had just finished arranging today's work, Chao Haoren's phone call suddenly came over. Lao San, Louis Han came to the classroom to look for you. Hearing this, Li Yi's scalp was numb for a while, not expecting this little fool to chase after his classroom again. Just tell me I'm not in school. Chao Haoren's sincere and incomparable voice came from the microphone. Lao San said he wasn't at school. Louis Han's milky voice suddenly came out from the microphone. Humph, I'll see how long you can hide. 504. Li Yi looked at the cell phone screen in a daze. Chao Haoren's so obvious betrayal behavior Louis Han even really believe. Do you want to find a way to fool her again? Just as Li Yi was lost in thought, Hui Xiaoxin suddenly came over with a hefty grin. Boss, you hooked up with Su Qingqiao so quickly, huh? Li Yi narrowed his eyes at the words. Hui Xiaoxin was an unabashedly geeky girl. How did even she know about it? Who did you hear that from? It's all over our website. You don't know. Hui Xiaoxin immediately turned her computer around to show Li Yi, and on it were not only photos of Su Qingqiao hugging Li Yi as he walked around the campus, but also a video of the inside of that Western restaurant. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. I didn't realize it was by mistake by my own website. Li Yi backed up a breath of cold air, finally realized why this morning when he came to 504. The strange eyes of the crowd of people coming and going was what was really going on. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at Hui Xiaoxin. Little Hui, as a website manager, are you indifferent to seeing your own boss being rumored? Who knows that Hui Xiaoxin is not at all afraid? Who can hold back from eating such a big melon? And boss, you're wrong. It's clearly peach color news. Good, you lost your paycheck. Ha, Kei-san froze, and she suddenly felt a deep malice from the world. Boss, I'll delete the post now, with wages as motivation. Shall we? Students instantly jumped up ready to mend the sheep, but Li Yi suddenly stopped. If you dare to delete, the next month's salary is also gone. Hearing this, Wixioxin was a bit confused and began to wonder if she had offended her boss. Ha! At this time Li Yi's face suddenly showed a smile that belongs only to the boss. What a good diversion opportunity. Deleted you to pull new users? Looking at the smile on Li Yi's face, shall we? Students suddenly shivered. The boss is too scary. In order to make money to come to their own color can be sacrificed. Suddenly, a horrible possibility occurred to her. Hugging herself tightly, she carefully asked, Boss, you're not going to sell me one day, are you? Li Yi looked Hui Xiaoxin up and down with a disdainful glance. Don't worry, you're not worth anything. Although her heart was put down, Hui Xiaoxin always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. Near noon, Wu Gang returned to 504 with the marketing team bringing bad news. The merchants of Lakeland basically had the intention of wanting to advertise on LaughingClick, but the advertising fees they were willing to pay weren't too high. The most they were willing to pay was only $1,000. Wu Gang was still quite excited. Boss, it works out to be almost $20,000 a month in advertising revenue for us. What are you so happy about? Just this little income isn't enough to cover the cost of running the site. Now LaughingClick Network has 8 official employees. There are also 6 in Su Qingqiao hired together with the supernumerary, plus other miscellaneous expenses. 20,000 just enough to maintain operations. But the surrounding area is full of small stores, so I'm afraid they won't be willing to take on the advertising costs if they're too high. What Wu Gang said is also reasonable. Can't expect some monthly income of thousands of tens of thousands of people to spend tens of thousands of dollars to advertise. It's not realistic, but the price of formal advertising space on the site can never be easily reduced. The price once down and then want to go up will be difficult. Li Yi thought for a while and asked, Isn't there a driving school and a big shopping center around the school? Did you go there and ask? Wu Gang laughed bitterly. I've asked. They think our website is too small to even look at it. Boss, why don't we shorten the commercials a bit and raise the unit price? Hearing Wu Gang's suggestion, Li Yi slightly shook his head. No, not many merchants are willing to just place an advertisement for a day or two, in which case there will be difficulties in future cooperation. After a moment of silence, Li Yi suddenly said to Hui Xiaoxin, Go and gather the video authors within the website who have a relatively large number of fans. Then he added to Wu Gang, You go and tell those merchants that we will provide a brand new way of placing advertisements, and the effect will only be not bad. Lee is ready to follow the model of the previous generation of those store visit videos and various reviews. These advertisements are sent down to the various video authors of LaughingClick. Let them be responsible for shooting the video and then the income and their own share. At the same time they can go and talk to merchants on their own about partnerships, and still split some of the work of the marketing team. But the contract still has to be signed with LaughingClick, and the advertising money has to go to your own account. Otherwise how do you know how much has actually been negotiated? And what if the businessman and the video writer join forces to fool yourself? After explaining his idea to Wu Gang, he immediately started talking door to door again with his marketing team. What? I can't believe you guys don't put ads on the website. That's not going to work. Don't worry, Boss Song. The video authors we chose all have a good number of fans. The advertising effect isn't bad or anything. That won't work either. If I can't put it in your ad space I might as well have someone hand out flyers. Conversations like this played out among many merchants who were upset when they heard that only one video was being used for advertising, thinking that it was too unreliable and how much exposure could be gained from just one video. When he returned to 504 in the evening, Wu Gang hung his head and reported, "Boss, only 3 families agreed to the program." For this to take over, Lee was not very surprised. He nodded and said, 3 is 3, now go find someone to do the video. Chapter 46 Had Iron Jia Yushwan. Of those 3, there are 2 restaurants and a newly opened internet cafe, all of which basically only cost $700 or $800 to advertise. Since it was the first time to use this mode, in order to achieve the best results, Lee sent Lu Shirwan to guide the 3 selected video authors and design the shooting method according to their characteristics. When the video was uploaded, there was no need for Lee to specifically arrange for recommendations. Just by virtue of the 3 video authors' own fans, there were a lot of people watching. I've eaten at this spicy hot pot, and the flavor is really good, but unfortunately it's just that the location is too remote. Seeing show eating so well I want to try it too. It turns out that buffet on Commercial Street has so many dishes, I'm going to try it even if it's expensive. This new internet cafe has a nice environment, and it manages transportation. These videos with the experience were seen by many as soon as they were posted, and with curiosity viewers flocked to experience them. Long queues began to form in front of the originally deserted spicy hot pots and buffets, and that new internet cafe had to increase the number of shuttle buses to transport the increasing number of students. Facts are the best publicity, and the video had only been out for a day when a middle-aged woman knocked on the door of room 504. Hello, is this the office of LaughingClick? Lee, who was discussing with Hui Xiaoxin on how to modify the website's page, smiled when he saw it and walked over. That's right, are you here for something? I'm here to see you for advertising. What's the price for one of those with an experience? Lee sniffed and immediately turned around. Wu Gang, come and receive it. Hearing that the other party was here to advertise, Wu Gang hurriedly took out a printed brochure and walked over. Hello, our website has different price points for video authors with different number of followers. You can choose as needed. This side has not finished chatting. Another young man walked into the 504. The market group of people also did not go out today. Just to receive the initiative to come to the door of the merchants are too busy. After the marketing team has negotiated, Hui Xiaoxin will distribute the ads to individual video writers to shoot according to the requirements. Originally making videos just because of interest, now after discovering that they can actually make money, LaughingClick video writers have become more enthusiastic about their creations. Some bold people also began to privately contact merchants to shoot advertisements, for which Lee is also happy to see. Of course, there are some people who want to fish in troubled waters and start uploading videos without reporting, but the content team led by Yang Huiman is not a vegetarian, and all those who encountered one who didn't stay were directly returned. After being returned a few times, most people are honest enough to start reporting. Some heads, however, are more ironic. 3 days after the opening of the advertising cooperation, a beautiful figure wearing a lavender dress, with black silk wrapped around her legs and 12-centimeter high heels burst into 504 in stride. Just as soon as she walked in the door, she loudly questioned, "What gives you the right to freeze my account for a week?" At this time 504 there were only 3 girls from the content group and Hui Xiaoxin. Yang Huiman sniffed and asked coldly with a raised eyebrow, "What have you done that you don't know?" The person who came was Zhao Yashuan, who was the video writer of the Head Iron. After the ad video was returned, the woman didn't give up, but frantically uploaded it in an attempt to force Vivian Yang's hand. Yang Huiman was not polite, and directly followed Li Yi's explanation to freeze her account for a week. Realizing that the other party was just an ordinary girl, Zhao Yashuan's temper came up. "The advertisement was pulled by me, why should I give you a share of the money? Do you know how many fans I have right now? Believe it or not, I'll expose you guys right now." Yang Huiman was not a good-tempered person, and she dared to angrily dislike a boy like Zheng Xian in the face of him. not to mention a Zhao Yashuan. Do you still want some face? You want to whore yourself out for nothing. Don't forget that your fans are all laughing click subscribers. I'm going to inform you right now that if you dare to do it again, you'll just freeze it for a month next time. If you don't believe me. These words directly disliked Zhao Yashuan to the point that she couldn't speak. Her heart's thought was, why should I still give you a share of the money for the advertisements that I've worked so hard to pull? But she forgot that if there was no laughing click there wouldn't even be a place to send the video. The advertisement fee has been collected long ago, and the reason why I came to the door today is because the deadline is approaching, and if I don't release the video, I will have to bear the liquidated damages. Taking another look at young Huiman, who was glaring angrily, she suddenly felt as if the strength in her body had been drained away, almost unsteady on her feet. In the end, the only option was to be a good boy and report the merchant's contact information. As she walked out of the startup base, she glanced at the still somewhat blazing sun, moodily annoyed. He's a celebrity with thousands of followers, so why is he always getting everywhere lately? Walking in a trance on her way to the merchant to return the advertising fee, she suddenly met Li Yi face to face, who had just returned from the commercial street. At this time, Li Yi was alone with an expression that looked a bit depressed. In Zhao Yashuan's opinion, it was like he had just been dumped, and in desperate need of venting, she immediately mocked in a loud voice, being dumped by Su Qingqiao. You scum! Su Qingqiao, dumped. These two phrases together immediately produced a marvelous chemical reaction, and the students coming and going cast their eyes over. They were even more excited to find out that the two main characters were both still somewhat famous. Isn't that Su Qingqiao's rumored boyfriend, who was dumped only a few days ago? Serves him right. Even if he still maintains an unclear relationship with Luihan, he should be dumped. The atmosphere between the two is so saber-rattling. Did he go after Zhao Yashuan again? What a scumbag. It's only been a few days and he's moved on. Hearing the constant murmurs around him, Li Yi was a bit headstrong. He thought to himself, I'm just getting annoyed about the favorability going up to 94 points again. How come another Zhao Yashuan came out? That's right. It's only been 3 days and the favorability has soared to 94 points. It's faster than riding a rocket. Now Li Yi was not in the mood for a fight, casually coping with a sentence and preparing to go back to 504. Think what you want. Don't bother me anyway. This impatient attitude deeply stung Zhao Yashuan's pride, and she aggressively screamed, Li Yi, don't you dare try to use this method to get my attention. For your information, I'm a celebrity now. I'm earning over 500 today. You don't even deserve me. Hearing money, Li Yi raised his eyebrows. He thought to himself that Zhao Yashuan had gone soft today, or else she wouldn't have earned so much. Recently, there are many video authors secretly collecting advertising fees. Li Yi knows that just now went to the commercial street is for this matter. In order to prevent some video authors in the name of Laugh Click Network to charge advertising fees, to inform all merchants in advance only in 504 signed contract Laugh Click Network will recognize. Otherwise what problems will not be responsible. Finding some changes in Li Yi's expression, Zhao Yashuan became even more complacent. The money you've earned by getting lucky has already been spent. Right, stinky loser. For this woman who suffers from severe paranoia, Li Yi did not want to take care of it all. Shaking his head was about to leave when a petite figure suddenly sprang out from the crowd, then hung on his neck at once. Chapter 47 Shura. Li Yi, finally I've caught you. Luihan hung on Li Yi's chest like a kangaroo bear, her doll-faced cheeks slightly bulging with an angry look. What have you been avoiding me for the past few days? Once these two words came out, the surrounding chatter instantly quieted down. Everyone looked at Li Yi with a look of disbelief, with only 3 words in their minds. On what grounds? Just now one of them, Su Qingqiao and Luihan, couldn't stand this scummy guy's heart was still a little better, but now one of the heroines of the matter, Luihan, was hanging around someone's neck looking quite intimate. It's unconscionable. What's so great about him? Is he obviously ordinary? Li Yi now had no time to care about the surrounding boys' eyes that were so jealous that they went crazy. The girl's petite body in front of his chest was light and soft, and a milky scent kept rushing towards his nose. He said as he tried to pull Luihan off, I'm busy making money. How can I have time to play with you? Hearing this, Luihan puffed up her cheeks angrily, her delicate doll too even whiter in the sunlight. It's not like I'm going to hold you back from making money. Thinking of that inexplicably extra favorability, Li Yi cupped his hands to that delicate and elastic doll's face and asked seriously, have you developed a friendship for me that goes beyond that of a bosom friend? These words precisely poked at what Luihan was thinking in her heart. Recently Li Yi's figure was getting more and more lingering in her mind. But how can you admit it on your mouth? Luihan made a face and spat. Who would like you? Although her words were like this, her hands were not loose at all, still clinging to Li Yi's chest like an octopus. Luckily, Luihan's body is not as good as Jiang Wenxin's, otherwise it would have to not break Li Yi's ribs. Right at this moment, the system's beep sounded in Li Yi's mind again. Congratulations to the host. Favorability has increased to 102 points. Please continue to work hard. Congratulations to the host. Favorability has increased to 124 points. Please continue to work hard. Congratulations to the host. Favorability has increased to 167 points. Please keep up the good work. Hearing the prompt in his head, Lee Yi's head got even bigger. He couldn't help but inquire in his head. Are these favorability levels generated from a girl? From 12 girls, 1 boy. So many. Lee Yi started to get more of a headache when suddenly he felt something wasn't quite right. Boys, what's going on? Doesn't the host think the same sex is true love? Lee Yi no longer had the strength to spit. He now only felt a vague pain in his buttocks, and only wanted to hurry up and immediately this place of wrongdoing. The sky does not meet people's wishes, probably because they feel that the three views of the crowd of onlookers are not broken enough. At this time, a cool figure suddenly walked out from the crowd to stand in front of Lee Yi. Why are you cuddling with her again? The person who came was none other than Su Qingxiao, who saw this gathering of people casually scanning on the way to the venture center and found that Lee Yi had a kangaroo hanging on his body, and she immediately couldn't help herself. Lu Han didn't mind, turned back and spat out her tongue. How can girlfriends not cuddle? What is your relationship with him? What makes you mind so wide? Hearing this, Su Qingxiao bit the corner of her mouth. In front of so many people she still didn't want to say those 3 words. We're partners. Of course we can't watch him messing around and affecting business. How come I've never heard of Laughing having a partner? More than you've ever heard of. Get down here. Just don't go down. Su Qingxiao became anxious and suddenly stared at him with wide eyes tightly. Lee Yi, just now. Just as the two were arguing, the tip of the goodwill growth had been ringing in his head, and now it had soared to 201 points. Anticipating that the good feeling fund would only get farther and farther away if the two of them continued to argue, Lee Yi had no choice but to open his mouth and persuade. Why don't we change the place first? Poof. Discovering that Lee Yi was avoiding the issue, Su Qingxiao coldly grunted and even took the initiative to go forward and hugged his arm, which felt like being sandwiched between 2 elastic balloons. And in the milky scent between the noses there was an orchid scent that brought with it the fragrance of freshness and quietness. The melon eaters looked at Lee Yi, who was buried in the white moonlight, and his eyes were bloodshot, itching to rush up and become the person being held in the center. He doesn't even look as handsome as me. Is he obviously a normal college student? That's just it. Short and scrubby looking. It's a disgrace to Lakeland University when you walk out. The girls were in a lesser mood, their eyes were a little wistful. Now he does look a little bit handsome and mature. Did you hear that? He started laughing. I heard that too. It's amazing that I was able to invite Shui Jie over. The expression on Zhao Yashuan's face, who had already been gradually ignored by the crowd, was also quite wonderful, with emotions of shock, incredulity, and regret shifting back and forth on that pretty face coated with thick foundation. She couldn't believe until now that Laughing was founded by Lee Yi, and that she had just been proudly saying that she had thousands of fans on Laughing. No, at least verify if it's true or not. Just as this thought rose, Zhao Yashuan tentatively asked, Lee Yi, is Laughing Network really yours? Lee Yi swept a glance at her and said indifferently, next time you receive an advertisement remember to report it in advance. It's not easy to make a number with more than 1,000 fans. Hearing this, Zhao Yashuan was struck by lightning. The Laughing Network is really yours. Lee Yi didn't bother with her anymore, and walked towards the venture center with difficult steps surrounded by Su Qingxiao and Lu Han. Looking at the back of the 3 leaving, Zhao Yashuan comforted herself. It's fine. Chao Qingxuan's family owns a clothing factory, much richer than Lee Yi. When he finished speaking, he slightly regained some confidence in his eyes as he looked at the Lee Yi trio. In a secluded grove next to the Golden Lake, Su Qingxiao was still fighting with Zhao Yashuan, who was hanging on Lee Yi's chest. You get down. I won't go down. He's my boyfriend. There's no such thing as you. He's still my boyfriend. So what proof do you have? Looking at Lu Han's smug doll face, Su Qingxiao bit the corner of her mouth, suddenly stood on her tiptoes and hugged Lee Yi's head as if someone was force-feeding herself cotton candy, and soon a strong orchid fragrance flowed between her lips and teeth. After letting go of Lee Yi's head, Su Qingxiao's fair cheeks slightly reddened smugly as she said to Lu Han, how about it? Don't come down yet. Just now, Lu Han was still hanging on Lee Yi's chest, and she could even hear the sound of Lu Han's pink doll face bulged even higher. Lee Yi, you big bad egg. Probably because it wasn't the first time, that feeling of an empty head wasn't very strong. Lee Yi quickly came back to his senses and looked at Lu Han suspiciously. Why are you suddenly reacting so strongly? Unexpectedly, he had only just lowered his head when his head was hugged again, and then a pink and small lips came over, and there was a sweet and milky flavor intruding in. Feeling the flavor of orchid mixed with milk in his mouth, Lee Yi only felt a headache, especially with the sound of twittering ringing in his ears again. How about that? He's my boyfriend too. He was mine the first time. Obviously my boyfriend. We even went to the hotel together. Just as these words came out, Li Yi keenly felt the temperature around him plummet. Chapter 48. Want to expand, but not enough money. Turning his head to look, he only saw Su Qingxiao's cool eyes staring at him. Did you guys really do that? Without waiting for Li Yi to reply, Luihan raised her little head and said triumphantly, jealous, right? Don't let go of Li Yi yet. Li Yi felt that he must do something now, or else he might even have a child if he keeps going like this. We're going to hooching for the laughing click thing, purely for business. Before Su Qingxiao could breathe a sigh of relief, Luihan suddenly added fuel to the fire. You're talking nonsense. Obviously all slept in the same bed. Su Qingxiao's eyes began to look a little dangerous, and even the heavenly fearless Luihan shivered a little. Then he felt a pair of small, delicate, slender hands take hold of his palm and pull it to one side. No, I said your first time is mine. And Luihan wasn't willing to show weakness, using her smooth and soft little hand to pull Li Yi to the other side. You guys can't go to that kind of place. Li Yi felt like the piece of twine in a tug of war right now, and the sound of them arguing was still constantly surrounding his ears. The words of a certain palace drama actor were pithy. One woman was equivalent to 500 ducks, and Li Yi was now like being surrounded by 1,000 ducks, his ears chattering and ringing. Soon he began to feel a splitting headache and difficulty breathing, and knowing that he was in danger if he continued like this, he immediately pulled the two men to him with all his might. I said, can you two stop for a while? If you didn't know, you'd think you were stealing your husbands. Who knew that the two who had been arguing just a moment ago suddenly stood on the same side and yelled at the same time? It's up to you. Noticing the sudden understanding, the two looked at each other and turned their heads to the side with a cold snort at the same time. Suddenly going from extremely loud to extremely quiet made Li Yi a bit uncomfortable. She poked Su Qingxiao's slender willow waist. Little rich girl? Don't touch me. Little twerp? Who's an idiot? Now Li Yi became even more headache-ridden and said breathlessly, then you guys argue. I'll go on and get busy. The two yelled in unison. Don't you dare. After shouting and holding Li Yi's left and right arms at the same time, he began to fight with his eyes across the room. Found himself being tightly embraced again. Li Yi helplessly let them hold. Solemnly said, I now only want to focus on money. Women will only affect my speed of money, no? Su Qingxiao was immediately reluctant. We are clearly partners, making money together. Luihan was equally unwilling to show weakness. I can also help, alright. Isn't Xuejia the one I hired for you? Finding that the two had finally reached the correct consensus, Li Yi said with relief, so let's put the love on now and focus on getting money. Okay. Humph. Under Li Yi's persuasion, Su Qingxiao and Luihan temporarily put aside their conflicts. The one person still firmly occupied a position on one side. It was now noon, and it was too much of a show to be taken to the cafeteria by two lakeside moonshine holding one arm each. But it was not a good idea to let anyone go back. Helplessly, Li Yi had no choice but to take out his cell phone with difficulty and make a call to Yang Huiman. Help me buy 3 meals and bring them to 504. Hearing this, Yang Huiman asked a little strangely, how come it's 3 servings? Is the boss going to talk to someone about something at noon? Li Yi's voice was a bit lifeless. If only that were the case, you go ahead and buy dinner. Golden Lake was not far from the Venture Center, and there were not many students coming and going, but Li Yi still enjoyed the attention all the way. That's Su Qingxiao and Luihan, isn't it? Why are they holding the same boy's arm? It should be a hallucination. I've told you not to reward yourself every day. I can't believe I saw such an outrageous image in broad daylight. Didn't you see it? I saw it too. Then you're not hallucinating too. We're different. I'm working on my arms. Some people took the opportunity to take a few pictures and post them on Laughing Click ready to take advantage of the fire, who only just posted them up when they saw a prompt. You are using words that involve sensitive words that cannot be sent. I didn't use any sensitive words. Why can't I post it? After seeing Li Yi's horror, Shelby students worried that she, an innocent girl, would be sold by her boss in anger one day, so she made the blocking sensitive words function overnight. After this feature went live, the first sensitive word was Li Yi, followed by Su Qingxiao and Luihan. Even Vivian Yang's content team consciously blocked all videos about the boss. Li Yi ruthless up even himself. These small employees of theirs is even less, so still must not let the boss think again. Gossip will cause discussion of this thing. When Yang Huiman returned to 504 with the 3 roasted meat and rice, she was immediately shocked by the scene in front of her. Su Qingxiao was holding the boss's arm with Luihan on one side while the boss was in the middle with an expression of pain and happiness. Boss. Unsure if she should interrupt at this point, she only dared to shout in a whisper. Realizing that help was coming, Li Yi hurriedly shouted, stop arguing. Let's eat first. You let go first. Why the hell should I get loose first? Then we'll loosen up together. 1, 2, 3. After 3 sounds, neither of them had let go yet, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. I can't believe you lied to me. You didn't let go either. In the end, it was only when Li Yi broke them off his arm one by one that he was able to eat the roasted rice. Said the mouth is almost dry. Li only finally the two people of the sort to persuade away. After a little quiet, can finally begin to arrange the next move. Sweet Syracuse has turned a profit of more than $40,000 in the half dozen months it's been open. And Laughing Click has generated $20,000 to $30,000 in advertising revenue. Li Yi's hand now has a total of more than 600,000 yuan, which the big head is the good sense of the fund. Think of this, he was heartbroken, straight twitching, constantly sighing in the end, who was so visionless actually like themselves. Next, Li Yi is considering opening a Sweet Syracuse branch on Commercial Street as well. The low-end market of Lakes University's beverage stores has been firmly controlled by himself, and his eyes have begun to turn to the market of college couples. This requires a place that is not too small and has a decent view, and you can set up a lot of tables and chairs in this store to provide a place for couples to talk about their love. Moreover, Sweet Syracuse will surely spread across the country, and it will be difficult to control the output if we still rely on individual stores to prepare their own ingredients. So Li Yi is ready to specialize in the production of raw materials to open a food factory. When this food factory can be at the same time for the supply of two brands, quite convenient. The rent of the store on the Commercial Street is not low, and then counting the decoration and equipment at least $200,000. The other milk tea store's decoration is even more, not to be sloppy. The remaining $400,000 or so is still not sure if it's enough. If you want to open a food factory, you need at least $1 million to open it. Money. If there's a good feeling fund, a month or so is enough. Casually doing some math and realizing that he was still short a lot of money in his hand, Li Yi couldn't help but complain. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded. The host can use the prediction opportunity. Chapter 49 turned a $6 million profit. Probably sensing that Li Yi did not have a strong interest in this, the system continued to introduce itself. The host now has a total of 521 future values. You can consume 500 future values to predict a chance to double your money tenfold. Oh, 10 times? Hearing this number, Li Yi's heart stirred. 600,000 doubled 10 times is 6 million. Sounds very fragrant indeed. There are 6 million is basically enough to cover the expenses of the next action of their own. Now the good feeling fund do not know when to get again. So Sweet Snow City, Laugh Click Network becomes more important. Then hurry up and predict. Does the host consume 500 future value predictions? Consumption. This time the system predicted quickly that a small oil field would suddenly be discovered tomorrow night in the wasteland of a company in country A whose shares were worth only $0.10. As soon as the news broke, the stock price of this company immediately skyrocketed after the market opened the next day, soaring to $1 in less than an hour. That may not seem like a big number, but it's a solid tenfold increase. After reading the news, Li Yi immediately brought all the funds that can be mobilized out of the Lake University to rush to the nearest business network of the former Letter Securities. Now that the market has closed, there are only a few scattered staff left in the outlets. Li Yi came to the counter and said, "Help me open a trading stock market account. And by the way, open a trading channel for the A stock market." There was a young girl in her 20s sitting inside the counter, and she couldn't help but remind Li Yi when she saw his youthful appearance. The stock market in country A doesn't have a limit on ups and downs, so I would suggest practicing inside the domestic stock market now. Knowing that the other party reminded him so out of kindness, but he came here because of the system, so he shook his head and refused. "No, can I use it tonight after the account is opened?" The stock market in country A was open at night, so Li Yi's tone was a bit anxious. Seeing that she couldn't be persuaded, the girl had to say, "Please wait a moment, we need our supervisor to operate if it's expedited." After saying that, she brought Li Yi inside an office and said to a middle-aged man in his 30s behind the desk, "Supervisor Peng, this gentleman needs to open a trading account for the stock market in country A. It's urgent." The middle-aged man froze for a moment when he saw Li Yi's young face, but he still didn't belittle him and smiled. "Please have a seat. I'm the supervisor of this outlet, Peng Jin. Opening the A stock market requires verification of having no less than $500,000 in assets. It's a company rule and I'd be hard-pressed to help you get around it." Li Yi was in a hurry at this time and directly put his bank card on the table and said, "I have enough money, open it quickly." Looking at the bank card on the table, Peng Jin froze for a moment. He did not expect the college student-looking boy in front of him to have $500,000 in savings. It's probably some rich kid who wants to try out the A stock market. Thinking so, Peng Jin quickly helped Li Yi open his account, and just as he was about to hand the bank card back, Li Yi suddenly shook his head and said, "Help me buy all of the money inside on the shares of Encore." Now the computer is not yet fully popularized. Many people will still go to the business network transactions, so Peng Jin did not think much. Directly opened the computer ready to help Li Yi set up timed transactions. Having only just opened the page of Encore, Peng Jin immediately warned anxiously, "Sir, I suggest you still don't buy this junk stock." Unexpectedly, Li Yi was very insistent. Thank you for your kind words, but I believe in my own vision. Pang Jin had no choice but to help Li Yi to buy all of the more than $600,000 inside the card into this company. As he sent Li Yi away, he shook his head and sighed with some pity. Young people should be a bit more restrained after they've suffered a loss. The next day Li Yi was busy with Laughing Click as usual. At the same time he also asked Wu Gang to search for a suitable store in the commercial street to prepare for the opening of the second Sweet Snow City, and he himself was wandering up and down in Huda, looking for a site for another milk tea store. Waiting until the afternoon, Li Yi again ran a branch set the stock price to reach 1 yuan after all out. Pang Jin couldn't help but shake his head when he heard it. I'm afraid he'll never be able to sell it by setting such a high price. However, the customer's request could not be violated, so Pang Jin still had someone help Li Yi set up a timed transaction. As the stock market in Country A was about to open in the evening, news broke that a small oil field had been discovered in a piece of wasteland owned by the failing Encore Corporation. The news immediately got everyone excited. Although it was only a small oil field, it was enough to multiply the market value of ONC several times, so just after the opening of the market ONC's share price immediately soared, and soon reached 1 yuan. This price has exceeded the valuation of Encore, so people are starting to calm down and the price is slowly starting to come back down, and at this time Li Yi has long been all out of the money, excluding the various costs in the account has reached more than $6 million. As a member of the industry, Pang Jin had of course heard the news, and his first thought was of Li Yi. Did he get some news? Otherwise how could he buy so many shares of Encore at once? After all, Li Yi's behavior is too strange. Just bought yesterday, the next day the news came out. It is hard not to let people suspect. When he went to handle the transfer during the day, Pang Jin smiled and handed over a business card and said, Sir, you can contact me by phone if you have any news in the future, so you don't have to go back and forth with so much trouble. Although Li Yi wasn't prepared to speculate on stocks, it wouldn't hurt to know more people. It's also good. This will save a lot of time. When saying goodbye, Pang Jin also enthusiastically sent someone to send Li Yi back to school, simply treating him as a big customer. After returning to school, Li Yi couldn't help but nod his head when he thought of the $6 million lying in his card. Is the system's prediction still good? In the blink of an eye, he made $6 million. Of course, I've told the host to trust the system, try to gain favor. Hearing this, Li Yi's face instantly blackened. This opportunity doesn't come every day. Don't think to use such a little sweetness to make me do that kind of suffering. Give me back my good feeling fund. Seeing that the system was not moving again, Li Yi had to get busy opening the Sweet Snow City branch first, and now he was counting on it to make money. Wu Gang had already chosen 2 stores, one at the entrance of the shopping street and the other in the center. In contrast, Li Yi still preferred the one in the middle. After all, very few people would want to drink something just after they started shopping, and the store in the middle was next to an internet cafe and a billiard hall, which made it quite a good location. Leave this matter to Wang Jing in charge. The next thing is the milk tea store. The location he has already chosen is the remote small warehouse by the Golden Lake. There is a large open space in front. The scenery is also good, very suitable for love. If you want to use this warehouse, you must have the consent of the school leadership, so this will require the help of Chiu, the director of the Department of Economics and Management. After all, he is now more familiar with the school leadership as only Chiu, the director. Chapter 50, Encountering Zhang Xin. Just after arranging for the Sweet Syracuse branch, Li Yi came to Director Chiu's office with a small bag. Director Chiu, this is the snacks I brought back to Pangching for you to try as well. Glancing at the bag and realizing that it was indeed full of snacks, Chiu Hanlin nodded and said, I'll thank you then. What is it that you came to see me about today? It's nothing, mostly just came to see you. Chiu Hanlin had a good impression of Li Yi, the entrepreneurial freshman. He took off his presbyopic glasses and laughed. You kid is monkey smart. Say it, what's the matter? Hey, I'm thinking of renting that little warehouse next to Golden Lake. Hearing this, Chiu Hanlin frowned. What do you want with that little warehouse? I want to open another milk tea store. Don't you already have one? Not daring to tell Chiu Hanlin his purpose, Li Yi had to vaguely say, these two have different target customers, so they don't conflict with each other. Chiu Hanlin's eyes narrowed as he suddenly asked, you didn't open the milk tea store here because you're planning to provide those couples with a place to talk about love, right? Li Yi stared wide-eyed for a moment, not knowing what to say. This little old man was also too scary, guessing his purpose at once. You can't think like that. Director Chiu, my purpose of opening this milk tea store is mainly to provide more opportunities for those poor students to work and study. Director Chiu is not too fond of students falling in love, so he can't admit it even if he dies now. Wouldn't that Sweet Syracuse be nice? And with your laughing click, I think it's enough. Who knows that this little old man is quite stubborn, dead set on not wanting to agree. But this milk tea store is really a necessary presence for the next promotion of Laughing Click. Li Yi had to change the story. Director Chiu, This milk tea store is related to the continued expansion of Laughing Click. And if Laughing Click can't continue to grow, it will be able to offer far fewer part-time positions. Sure enough, hearing this, Cheo Hanlon raised his eyebrows. Some of the grants the school gives out each year don't cover all the poor students, so these part-time positions are actually quite important. But he's still not quite convinced. There's no truth coming out of your boy's mouth. Now Lee didn't know what to say. He did seem to be punking Zhang Xian the last time he met with Cheo Hanlon. Seeing his expression, Cheo Hanlon was even more certain of his suspicions. Do your website honestly. When you get to university, although you won't be forbidden to fall in love, students always have to study. Realizing that Cheo Hanlon was ready to refuse, Lee hurriedly shouted to make one last effort. Director Cheo, I will definitely set up a study corner inside the store to show those men and women who are full of love what a good youth is. That seemed to have had an effect, and Cheo Hanlon asked suspiciously, really? Absolutely no lie. You can supervise the milk tea store when it's being decorated. This time Cheo Hanlon's attitude finally softened. That's fine. But since you're doing it under the banner of student aid for the poor, then you have to do something. The application for the use of the warehouse went along with the poor student aid process. To this Lee did not refuse. This is something he had planned to do. Sweet Syracuse and Laughing Click network team within a number of poor students. That was supposed to be a warehouse for stacking miscellaneous items. And with Cheo Hanlon's help the approval was quick. And the name of the milk tea store had already been thought of. And it was called Tea Cocoa. Lee immediately asked Wang Jing to recruit a few more people to train first to prepare for the Tea Cocoa. After the Sweet Syracuse location began renovations, Wang Jing has become the head of Sweet Syracuse and Tea Cocoa. Tea Cocoa Lee is ready to find another supervisor. Although the supervisor of Tea Cocoa's business, but still under Wang Jing. By the time everything was arranged, it was already dark. It was just Jiang Wenxin's turn to get off work, and after changing into her own pants she suddenly pulled on Li's sleeve and whispered, "Let's go eat together, okay?" Turning back and realizing that Jiang Wenxin's face was already blushing, Li felt that her actions were a bit strange but didn't take it to heart. After all, shy people are not very good at expressing themselves. Well, it just so happens that I'm hungry too. After receiving an agreeable reply, a sweet smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Wenxin's melon face, and the hand pulling on Li's sleeve didn't let go. Walking on the way to the cafeteria, Li was thinking about the details of the next stage of promotion of Laughing Click, while Jiang Wenxin just kept her head down and obediently followed beside her, and the two of them just arrived at the cafeteria all the way without words. When Li was ready to pay after choosing his meal, Jiang Wenxin suddenly pulled his wrist and whispered, "I'll treat you." Feeling his wrist being grasped by a small, white and delicate hand, Li froze for a moment, suddenly looking Jiang Wenxin up and down with a suspicious gaze. Probably not used to being ogled like this, Jiang Wenxin shyly lowered her head and quickly took out her meal card and swiped it. When the two of them found a seat and sat down side by side, Li suddenly asked, "You're not craving the boss's body, are you?" Hearing this, the chopsticks in Jiang Wenxin's hand suddenly fell, and she hurriedly shook her small hand and said, "No, I just wanted to thank you for offering me a job." Realizing that this shy girl had actually said such a long paragraph, Li felt that she wasn't lying and couldn't help but nod slightly in his heart. It's still Jiang Wenxin who's good, well-behaved and obedient, and won't casually crave my body. Jiang Wenxin ate very quietly, a small mouthful of noodles into their cherry mouth, coupled with her exquisite melon face to Li are looking dumbfounded. Just as the two of them were about to finish eating, Zhang Xian suddenly walked into the cafeteria with people from the outreach department of the Department of Economics and Management, and just as soon as he came in, he immediately recognized Li, the annoying person. Bang. Walking over to Li, he deliberately threw his water cup onto the table with a loud clang, startling Jiang Wenxin. Those members of the outreach department who followed him subconsciously followed the minister to make it around Li. Li, are you living quite a life? Because Li lost the identity of the president of the part-time club and also left a bad impression on the department head Cheo Hanlon, Zhang Xian hated him with a passion. Hearing the voice, Jiang Wenxin quietly probed and realized that it was the boy who harassed her last time, and she immediately hugged Li's arm in fear, and her body pressed close. Feeling his arm like it was wrapped between two balls of cotton, Li's waist and hips moved slightly, turning around to hold her back and asking with a smile, "It seems like President Zhang is having a pretty good time. The part-time club is not bad, right?" Hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately couldn't help himself. He fiercely got up and roared, "Li, don't be too arrogant. I'm still the minister of the student union. When the time comes, there's something for you to suffer." He thought that Li was just an entrepreneurial college student and didn't realize that this entrepreneurial college student had just been joking with Director Cheo. "I'll see what happens then." Noticing that Jiang Wenxin was sticking tighter and tighter, Li said and immediately got up to leave. It was only then that Zhang Xian saw Jiang Wenxin hiding behind Li, and that tall curvy full figure was immediately recognized by him. This student, You must stay away from him. Chapter 51 is here to pull the plug. This shout directly drew the gazes of the others in the cafeteria. And then they saw Zhang Xian with a piggy face. Normally Zhang Xian is not like this, but Jiang Wenxin's warm and fair melon face coupled with a proud body is really hard to calm down. Moreover, this white moonlight who was not on par with Su Qingxiao and Luihan was currently hugging Li Yi's arm tightly, and the arm that showed some muscle slightly had been completely buried between the two masses of whiteness. This scene made Zhang Xian, who already had a grudge against Li Yi, so jealous that he went crazy and couldn't wait to snatch Jiang Wenxin right now. People's eyes are bright. Everyone saw a girl with a proud body dead hug Li Yi to avoid Zhang Xian harassment. In the end should be far away from Hu a glance. What is that boy so mad about? Can't you see that the girl doesn't even want to talk to him? This looks a bit wicked. Isn't that Zhang Xian, the head of the outreach department of the Department of Economics and Management Student Union, who is harassing girls? Meanwhile, the outreach officers who had come with Zhang Xian had all silently walked a little farther away. What's the minister mad about today? Trolling people so blatantly. Maybe it's because that girl is pretty. Although I didn't look closely, I can be sure that she's definitely on par with Su Qingxiao. Brag. Su Qingxiao isn't just pretty, she has a good temperament too. Really, that girl is a completely different temperament. Feels quite gentle, and has a sense of being a good wife and mother at first glance. What are you going to name the baby? She's so gentle. If she's a girl, let's call her Lilo. Sound of escaping laughter. Realizing that Jiang Wenxin was actually avoiding him, Zhang Xian's mood became even more irritated. He couldn't help but start pushing Li Yi. Get out of the way. It's not enough to lie to Su Qingxiao, but you want to lie to people again? Because of Zhang Xian's rough movements, Jiang Wenxin clung to Li Yi in fear, her small melon face leaning tightly against his shoulder, her dark hair sweeping across her cheeks bringing a burst of fragrance. Seeing that Zhang Xian started to move his hands again, Li Yi raised his eyebrows and grunted coldly. Haven't you gotten enough beatings? Hearing this, Zhang Xian went into a cumbersome ice cave, remembering the last time he was surrounded by 4 or 5 people who ended up being disciplined, and then glancing back at the outreach officer who was watching from afar and didn't come forward. He actually took the initiative to move away from it. Count your blessings. Li Yi wasn't going to dwell on it and directly led Jiang Wenxin out of the cafeteria. Waiting for Li Yi to go, Zhang Xian will all the anger are vented on those officers. Just see me suffer how all do not help. Sports sponsorship cannot be pulled. Dizzy also do not come to help. To you have what use. Although Li Yi's status as a minister didn't even count as a piece of in Li Yi's eyes, it was enough to manage the officers below. They immediately lowered their heads and explained. You didn't suffer just now. Sponsorships we've tried very hard to pull again, but all these merchants seem to be impatient with us and kick us out without even listening. Yeah, and they say they're already scared by us students. I've heard they're all advertising on LaughingClick now, and they can't even look at the games. Listening to all these talkative arguments from his men, Zhang Xian annoyingly interrupted them. Don't look for so many reasons. I don't care what method you use, even if you make up for it with your own living expenses. You have to take out the $2,000 by next week at the latest. Now that LaughingClick has become Hongda's biggest client, Wu Gang's phone call just went through, and Boss Huang immediately started organizing manpower and contacting the renovation team to start the renovation work of Sweet Snow City and Tea Coco. On this day, Li Yi had just come to Sweet Snow City to see the progress of the personnel's training, when a competent girl took the initiative to come and smile. Hello, I'm Zhao Schumann, the president of the Economics and Management Student Council. Hearing this name, Li Yi immediately remembered that he was the girl who was with Chiu Hanlin that day. Looking for me for something? Although he could not put Zhang Xian in his eyes, Zhao Schumann could still do some favors, so Li Yi's words were quite polite. Zhao Schumann also did not beat around the bush, directly and generously set out the intention. Immediately will be held departmental games, so I want to find you to pull a sponsorship. Although he probably guessed the hidden agenda, Li Yi still smiled and asked, isn't this a matter for the outreach department? How come you, the president, are personally asked about it? Sure enough, the moment these words came out, Zhao Schumann's face immediately appeared annoyed. Don't mention it. The outreach department side didn't pull in a single penny of sponsorship, and I had no choice but to find you. Hokage, you're not going to not do this favor, are you? Zhao Schumann smiled and pushed Li Yi's shoulder, and a slight sandalwood fragrance wafted into his nose. After recalling the thick aroma just now, Li Yi joked, help, since senior sister opened her mouth, this favor must be helped. But, realizing that Li Yi even still came with conditions, Zhao Schumann rolled her eyes, revealing a slightly youthful flare. I knew you wouldn't help for nothing. Say, what are the conditions? Li Yi heatedly smiled and came next to her ear that was wearing a silver white earring and said, but I'm going to do all the display boards for the games, and it's best to bring the name of LaughingClick with you when you broadcast. Humph! Zhao Schumann's small hand propped up in Li Yi's chest slightly harder. Slightly dissatisfied, the first condition I can promise you, but the opening speech you do not want. The department leaders are sitting on the stage. Suddenly mention a mouthful of laughing. Click net count. What is the matter? Then you can't make me sponsor for nothing. It's not enough to hang banners for you guys. I'm a fully funded sponsor, so there's always some privilege. So what do you say? Li Yi revealed a kind smile, causing Zhao Shuman to unconsciously hug her arms. In addition to the opening ceremonies, add a thank you to Laughing Click for their great support to the announcements. That's not too much to ask. Zhao Shuman hesitated a bit. That's the least I can ask for. You can't make me pay for nothing. Finally, Zhao Shuman nodded in agreement. Alright then, it's a deal. When saying goodbye, Zhao Shuman raised the milk tea in her hand and thanked Li Yi. Anyway, thank you for remedying the outreach department's mistake this time. I'll bring Zhang Xian over to let him thank you later. Li Yi humbled himself. It's just a casual labor. No need. Unexpectedly Zhao Shuman also quite insisted. How can I not use? If not for you this sports meeting cannot be organized. Do not know. I'll bring him over a piece to thank you when the games open. Looking at Zhao Shuman waving her hand and leaving, Li Yi waved his hand in place and secretly laughed in his heart. Student Zhang Xian, this isn't me forcing you to find me to say thank you. Chapter 52 Laughing Click is also hosting a contest. Time flies. In the middle of October, when the cool autumn wind gradually blew into Jianyang, the Department of Economics and Management Games finally held as scheduled. Watching Hongda's people set up a circle of display boards with advertisements for Laughing Click Network and Sweet Syracuse around them. Zhao Shuman, who had just come here, couldn't help but ponder in her heart whether or not she had acted correctly by looking for Li Yi to pull in sponsorship in the first place. At this time, there were advertisements for Li Yi all over the stadium, and it was estimated that if it wasn't for the fact that there was no more room to hang a banner on the podium, then a huge banner with advertisements would have been put up at the back, and Zhang Xian, who was following beside him, felt even more bad in his heart, realizing that there were Li Yi's advertisements everywhere in the stadium, and he now hated to tear all these display boards. But the next blow from Zhao Shuman's words was undoubtedly even greater. If it wasn't for Li Yi's help in this sports meeting, you still don't know how much of a scandal you're going to make inside the school, so don't be quick to thank people. Hearing this Zhang Xian's face turned green. Giving thanks to Li Yi was simply worse than killing him with a knife. Seeing Zhang Xian's ugly face, Li Yi also waved his hand and refused. No need President Zhao. It's not appropriate to let Minister Zhang thank me. Hearing this, Zhao Shuman thought that Li Yi didn't want to embarrass her after seeing Zhang Xian's ugly face, so she said with a serious face, don't be quick to thank Mr. Li. If it wasn't for his help you'd surely become the biggest joke in Lake University this year. It's amazing that an outreach director can't pull in a dime of sponsorship. Now Zhang Xian didn't even want to give Li Yi a word, let alone say thank you. He sullenly turned his head to the side not wanting to speak. Never mind President Zhao. I'll treat you to a taste of Sweet Snow City's new yellow peach boba. It's absolutely delicious. The more Li Yi tried to put things to rest, the more Zhao Shuman felt that she had no face. An outreach director, his own men, who had to step in to fix a job that wasn't done properly, and now he's embarrassing himself in public by not following directions. The more Zhao Shuman thought about this, the angrier she became, and her face turned ice cold. Student Zhang, what is your opinion on the student council? At this time, Zhang Xian had already keenly realized that Zhao Shuman's address to himself had changed from Minister Zhang to Student Zhang, the meaning of which was already obvious. If you don't say thank you again, get lost. Trying to use his student government status to work within the system, he had no choice but to say, thank you. Having this opportunity Li Yi wouldn't let it go. He hurriedly shook his hand and said to Zhao Shuman, Chairman Zhao, there's no need to lose your temper like that. I don't care. The student council of the university was like a small society, and Zhao Shuman, who could become the president of the student council, could easily hear that Li Yi was being polite with his mouth, but in fact, he was still very dissatisfied in his heart. This made her even more dissatisfied with Zhang Xian. A thank you and that's it? At this time Zhang Xian also went out of his way. He bowed with a red face and said again, this time, thank you Mr. Li for relieving me. Ha ha, there's no need to be so polite. Zheng. Now every word Li said seemed to be humiliating to Zhang Xian. He couldn't hold back any longer, and without bothering about Zhao Shuman's reaction, he directly stomped out of the sports ground without looking back. Zhang Xian's reaction made Zhao Shuman a little embarrassed. Sorry, I'll talk to him later. From Zhao Shuman's reaction Li knew that it was only a matter of time before Zhang Xian's position as the Minister of Outreach would be untenable. So he said magnanimously, don't worry about it President Zhao, I'll treat you to a drink. The Department of Economics and Management, which has a lot of female students, tends to attract a lot of male students from other departments when it holds sports events, and the male students of the department try their best to attract the attention of the female students during the competition. looking at the boy who had just finished running 3,000 meters and was obviously tired to the point of almost falling down and was still pretending to be fine to show a winning smile to the stage. Li Yi's heart suddenly moved. Sweet Syracuse just happens to be right next to the basketball court, and if I held a basketball tournament, those animals wouldn't wail and grab the opportunity to be cool. It's best to also find a way to get the girls involved. It makes for a better game. With this idea, the first thing is to solve the problem of the venue. The basketball court. Every day there are a lot of boys to play. If you want to arbitrarily occupy the words will be in the hearts of the boys to leave a bad impression, then the road might as well not hold this game. Li Yi muttered and ran towards the administrative office building. Looks like it's time for another trip to Director Cho. In the office, Cho Hanlon nodded his head when he heard Li Yi's idea. It's no problem to let you borrow the basketball court, but the team's problems need to be solved by you. Seeing Cho Hanlon's agreement, Li Yi rubbed his hands together and smiled. Director Cho, then can you help me with the referee issue? Okay, I'll give you a shout out on the gym teacher's end. Li Yi also did not expect that coming to Cho Hanlon today would go so well, and for a while he actually did not know what to say. Sweeping a glance at Li Yi, who was still dazed, Cho Hanlon suddenly revealed a smile. You kid must do well. At present, the Department of Economics and Management is the only one who has done the best job with your entrepreneurial project. Li Yi followed the conversation and said, then can you give us some more support? When Cho Hanlon heard this, his eyebrows stood up. The venue and personnel have been taken care of for you. What more support do you want? Go go go. Don't let me see you. Just like that, Li Yi was mercilessly kicked out of the office by Cho Hanlon. Returning to 504, Li Yi immediately gathered the crowd together and arranged. Next we are going to organize a basketball game. Wu Gang, you now go to find the big merchants around and see if you can pull in a title partner. Vivian Young, you start warming up the basketball tournament in the website now. Hui Xiaoxin, I'll leave the synchronized broadcast and game video to you, and try to draw as much heat as possible from the basketball game towards Laughing Click Online. Arranging all the work down, Li Yi leaned back in his chair and kept thinking in his head about how he could make this match involve the girls as well. If there are only a group of big men playing basketball, the point of view is always not enough. But if there are beautiful women involved, it does not matter whether they like basketball or not. It is a man will pay attention to the game. Beauty? Thinking of this, Li Yi suddenly slapped his head. Then it's not enough to choose the school flower at the same time as the basketball game. The winners of the basketball tournament will receive votes corresponding to the different places, which will also allow the boys from each department to hold teams. This kind of opportunity to perform in front of a goddess doesn't come around very often, and those masters aren't willing to compete. Thinking of this, Li Yi couldn't help but Wu Gang was so efficient that the next day he ran through all the larger merchants in the neighborhood. Boss, the highest bidder so far is a big supermarket nearby that's willing to pay $20,000 to exclusively title our game. Li Yi wasn't too happy with the price. Did you give them the word that we could give up the school beauty contest? Said so, but the most they're willing to offer is 20,000. Chapter 53. Isn't this just picking a schoolgirl? 20,000? Li Yi softly repeated. The expression on his face is not very satisfied. For the title fee of this activity his heart price is actually between 80,000 and 100,000. $20,000 is about right for a week's worth of website ad space. Like last time, Li Yi didn't want the price to be too low so that it would be hard to get the price up later. When talking about cooperation, the other side will say, I heard that the last time you did the event title fee is only 20,000 only. Why do you want 100,000 so much? There was silence in 504. Everyone held their breath, not daring to disturb Li Yi's thinking. Suddenly, Li Yi looked up at Wang Jing. How's the decoration of Tea Coco coming along? All the hard furnishings are pretty much done. All that's left is some equipment, tables and chairs. Good. Then let Tea Coco be the exclusive title sponsor for this competition. Wu Gang, go and open an invoice for $100,000, labeling it as Tea Coco's exclusive sponsorship fee. Ha! The crowd at this time are full of question marks. The heart cannot help but think that the boss is really too good to play. This left hand to right hand things are dry out. Open mouth title fee into 100,000. The key TMs. This is still true. In the beginning, Tea Coco was not allowed to be associated with Sweet Syracuse just because they didn't want Tea Coco's consumers to think that it was a store opened by an affordable brand. This can lead many people to think that Tea Coco is nothing more than a mid-range milk tea store, not realizing that it is now being used in other ways. Waiting for the end of the event Tea Coco's fame, the surrounding large merchants will find that the publicity effect of the Laugh Click network competition is surprisingly good, and in the future Wu Gang they go out to talk about cooperation will be much easier. Under Li Yi's supervision, Tea Coco was soon renovated and started business. As the main purpose is to provide a place for young couples to make love, Tea Coco's decoration style is based on cream color, and then embellished with a variety of warm tones looks quite cozy. Li Yi also utilized the open space and the small pavilion in front of Tea Coco, placing many open-air tables and chairs. In order to differentiate Tea Coco from sweet Syracuse customers, Li Yi also worked hard on the ingredients. Unlike most of the various technological ruthless living milk tea nowadays, Tea Coco's milk tea is more like the products of those milk tea stores later in the past life, using all the real ingredients. Even the tea leaves are also called, because the location is so secluded. It can really be said that Tea Coco was deserted when it first opened, and only those couples who like to delve into the grove would occasionally discover the lavishly decorated milk tea store. However, this is also in line with Li Yi's mind. The greater the contrast can show the effect of the promotion of the Laugh Click network. After everything was prepared, Li Yi directly set up a registration desk in the most conspicuous place in front of Sweet Snow City, and at the same time, he put up a banner for the Laughing Click and Tea Coco Cup Campus Basketball Competition and Basketball Baby Audition in the most conspicuous place on the Laughing Click website. The game quickly caught the attention of everyone at Lakeland. Laughing Click is quite sincere. Not only is there a trophy for first place in the basketball tournament, but there's also $1,000 in prize money for each person. That's a lot of prize money for sure. But what does that mean that the team that finishes first will have 1,000 votes for the Basketball Babe contest? It means that one vote for the team that finishes first is equivalent to 1,000 votes when it comes to selecting the Basketball Babe. What's the point? Does it matter to us? You have strength in your body for being single for so long. This Basketball Babe is obviously picking the schoolgirl. Why else would there be a ranking in prizes? Our school a total of more than 10,000 people. The first place of this 1,000 votes, how important you understand it. If you can get this first, may be able to become the school's boyfriend. I do not know how many masters to be greedy at. There's 5 of them on a team, and the schoolgirl can't have 5 boyfriends. Wouldn't it be fine for one expert to bring 4 medium level ones? That way we can still avoid the experts hugging each other and the match will look more exciting. So I'm more interested in the game. Those boys in Lakeland University who thought they were good at basketball also immediately thought of the key when they saw the news of the game. And this kind of performance in front of a goddess was hardly rare. And in order to become the #1 schoolgirl, some schoolgirls might even take it upon themselves to show kindness to the team that has hopes of becoming #1. That way making the schoolgirl their girlfriend is very possible. Thinking about this possibility, most of the masters in the Lakes University were excited and started to look for suitable teammates to prepare for the competition. Of course, there were some existences with girlfriends and just for the prize money, but they were in the minority after all, and it was hard to even assemble a team. Basketball baby auditions are also starting to heat up among girls, and those who are confident in their face value have also signed up for the auditions, and started posting videos on Laughing Click in order to canvass for votes. Those schoolgirls who are usually hard to see are dressed in their best clothes and canvassing on Laughing Click, letting a crowd of boys enjoy their eyes even before the competition starts. Laughing Click's enrollment also began to grow exponentially. On the second day of the start of registration, Wu Gang returned to 504 and immediately asked Li Yi, "Boss, the matter of the competition materials has been contacted. Do you see anything else that needs to be added?" Li Yi glanced at the list Wu Gang handed over and said, "Go contact the 4 teachers who are the referees again, and say that in order to make the game look more formal, we are prepared to provide uniforms and sneakers, and ask them to say their sizes. So what's the standard by which these jerseys and sneakers are bought?" Li Yi swept him a glare and said, "Of course it is the best to buy a line of big brands. Cheap goods wear out is not enough to lose face." There was actually another layer of meaning in this arrangement. This time it was Chio Hanlon who stepped forward to ask the gym teacher for help. But in the future, he couldn't keep letting Chio Hanlon sell his face, which would also look like he was incapable. But giving money directly would be too utilitarian, and if one teacher didn't want to accept it, it would leave the other 3 in a dilemma. Accepting or not accepting or not accepting. So one person a set of the best uniform is very good, as long as the style is uniform and do not have to print any logo. So that teachers usually wear out the heart is also very comfortable. In the future, if they organize any activities without Chio Hanlon's intervention, they will be happy to help out on their own. After Wu Gang went out, Su Qingxiao suddenly pushed the door in. Just as she came in she said, "I heard that you organized a school flower contest. Do you need help?" Hearing this, Li Yi was a bit confused. What favor can you do with a group buyer? See this reaction, Su Qingxiao some angry. To her temperament is absolutely lazy to participate in what basketball baby audition. These false head of the name and her look ridiculous. Can have this problem is purely to help Li Yi publicity. She glared hard at Li Yi and said, "I mean, do I need to participate in the competition?" Hearing this, Li Yi hastily waved his hand as if he had heard something very scary. "Spare me. What else will you do if you participate in this competition?" Chapter 54. I wish I had accepted it in the first place. Hearing Li Yi say this, Su Qingxiao raised her willow eyebrows and instantly became reluctant. "How come I can't run this competition if I participate in it? I run contests so that people can compete with each other. How can people compete with you if you participate? It would be better to just hand out the prize to you. Only at this time did Su Qingxiao's face look better. She proudly clasped her hands to her chest and propped up that white shirt with a bulge. It's good to know that I won't participate in this competition. Realizing that his persuasion had an effect, Li Yi sighed in relief, suddenly bringing his head to her ear and whispering, I can send you a prize if you want one. Feeling the gentle breath on her ear, Su Qingxiao violently turned her head to face Li Yi squarely, and that delicate goose-egg face instantly climbed up with a touch of scarlet. Who cares about your prizes? With a pout, she smiled and returned to 503. Su Qingxiao just left. Luihan's phone call came. Why can't I participate in the basketball baby election? Is there a problem with your website? Li Yi said coldly. Nothing went wrong. I was the one who blocked you. Why? Because you're not allowed to compete. Bang. After saying this, Li Yi directly hung up the phone, not giving Luihan any chance to play tricks. Are you kidding me? I organized this competition to ignite a war between boys from different departments. How can this fire still burn when you two are participating in it? In the girls' dormitory, Luihan froze for a while as she listened to the busy tone on the phone. After several minutes she flung herself violently onto her pink pillow and pounded it furiously, a pair of round, white calves wiggling as she did so. As she did, the hem of the short gray plaid skirt kept moving upward, revealing a pair of blue and white knickers with lace trim. Zhao Manman saw which will miss this opportunity, immediately pounced on a pair of small hands into which began to touch everywhere, causing Luihan a burst of panting. Get off of me, you pervertus! Luihan struggled haphazardly to break free from Zhao Manman's clutches, but her weak point had already been controlled. As long as that small hand moved slightly her body would instantly become weak and feeble, and she had no strength to resist at all. Say, are you calling that Li Yi again? I'm not going to tell you, pervert girl. I didn't expect our Hanin to be so tough-mouthed, so it looks like it's time to show some real skill. Don't, I'm going to pee my pants. Overall, after calming Su Qingxiao and Luihan down, this match was finally able to run smoothly. The schoolgirls of Lake University had been worried that Su Qingxiao and Luihan, the two white moonshine, would be competing, and all the girls were actually ready to fight for the third place in their hearts. But after coming over for a long time without seeing a picture of either of them on the voting page, they were all relieved. The girls also became more motivated in making the video, and for a while the Laughing Click network was full of warbling and dancing, which was a treat for the boys at Lakeland University. Zhao Yashuan had just filmed a hot dance video and uploaded it to Laughing Click, looking at the rising number of plays in her heart, but she couldn't be happy. A while ago she was able to comfort herself with the fact that Chao Qingxuan's family had a garment factory that earned tens of millions of dollars a year. But lately, with more and more advertisements from merchants, this reason became more and more untenable. Since Laughing Click started advertising in the form of short videos, in less than a month's time just her own income has reached more than 2,000. There are more than a dozen video authors like her with thousands of followers on Laughing Click, and there are more and more such video authors as people from other schools are gradually being introduced to Laughing Click by their friends as the basketball tournament begins. A rough calculation, just this one Li Yi's monthly income is several tens of thousands. Not to mention Sweet Snow City, which had already opened a branch on Commercial Street. It was almost predictable that sooner or later, Li Yi would become a big boss earning tens of millions of dollars a year. Although Chao Qingxuan's family was also, one was a rich generation and the other was a rich second generation, there was absolutely no comparison for himself. If I had accepted his advances in the first place, I would have been carrying a limited edition LV bag by now. Glancing at the hand of that more than 5,000 worth of Pierre Cardin bag, Zhao Yashuan always felt bad in her heart. The rich second generation's money is the parents', the rich generation's money is their own, and their own at that time if they accepted Li Yi that is even a common suffering. How can he not spare money for himself after he developed? Thinking of this Zhao Yashuan mood even more irritable. Just at this time Chao Qingxuan sent QQ, Yashuan, let's go shopping together. I'm a little sick at the moment. Some other time. Where is the discomfort? I will accompany you to the hospital. It's okay, I'll just rest. To put off 2 sentences, Zhao Yashuan out of focus looking at the computer screen on the Smile Click Network logo subconsciously opened Li Yi's QQ. It was only when she saw the exclamation point after the message that she remembered she had been blackballed long ago. Depressed, she closed the computer and lay down on the bed to put up her pair of white, round, long legs in a daze. He seems to like legs quite a bit. After a week of warming up, the basketball tournament finally started, and surprisingly more than 200 teams from more than 20 faculties of Lakehead University signed up to participate. In order to prevent the match from being too long and fatiguing for the audience, Li Yi chose to use the 3v3 style of play in the preliminaries to shorten the duration of the match. At the same time the basketball baby auditions have also officially begun. In order to keep the voting fever going, each registered user of Laughing Click has a chance to vote every day. The rules of the competition have also been slightly modified, with the winning side receiving 50 votes in the group stage and 100 votes in the knockout stage. Hearing this rule, all the contestants were abuzz, which was equivalent to giving them more opportunities to perform. Did you see that Chao Cheng-kwan signed up to compete in order to chase Zhao Yashuan? It's not like he's a good basketball player. He'd be lucky to make it to the elimination round. Take a closer look. There are 2 experts in his team, and the other 2 aren't weak at all. Alright. Wow. So many experts, where the hell did he find them all? Spending money. Last week he publicly stated that he would give his players 500 bonuses each if they made it to the elimination rounds. 500 for a win in the elimination rounds, and 2,000 each if they got first place. That's a lot of blood. Don't you see who the girl he's going after is? A lot of people think Zhao Yashuan is the #1 school flower. Alright. What position do you put Su Qingqiao and Luihan in with that statement? How can a vulgar title like schoolgirl be applied to them? After easily winning the next match, Chao Cheng-kwan glanced at the display board on the side of the field at Laughing Click and sneered as he thought in his heart, I'm definitely going to take advantage of this opportunity to establish a relationship with Zhao Yashuan. Unbelievable, isn't it, Li Yi? You set a stage, but neither Su Qingqiao nor Luihan were willing to give you this face. And in the end you ended up doing the graft for me instead. Chapter 55 Terrifying Toys. After gaining the victory, Chao Qingchuan walked to the record place set up by Zhang Yuhang and them on the spot and shouted, I'm going to vote for Zhao Yashuan. When the onlookers heard this, they immediately turned their attention to Zhao Yashuan, who was wearing a white blouse and denim ultra-short pants revealing a pair of long, white and soft legs. Many of these girls even cast envious glances. They too would love to have someone express their love to them as openly as this. At the same time, another tall and handsome boy suddenly shouted, I'm going to vote for Wang Qian. When he finished speaking, he even threw a provocative look at Chao Cheng-kwan. Isn't that Zhou Zifeng? It looks like he's going after the literature department's schoolgirl Wang Qian. Along with the crowd's gaze, a girl wearing a light blue floral dress, looking light and elegant, faintly revealed a smile. This kind of behavior of being publicly expressed love regardless of whether a girl likes it or not on the surface, her heart will actually be a little bit of joy, all pursuing the school beauty of their own department. Ah, it's quite a tacit agreement. Nonsense. Speaking as a foodie, would you rather the first school flower be a girl from another department? Not unless she's my girlfriend. Nice try. Li Yi hid at the entrance of the basketball court and watched the lively scene from afar. His heart was about to burst with laughter. That's it. It's better to fight again, so the heat will be higher. For this kind of somewhat cheating behavior, Li Yi did not resent it at all, and even kind of wanted to give it another push. After all, some people are willing to invest money in order to show that this competition has value. If everyone is honestly teamed up to play the game, then it only shows that their idea of using basketball to select the schoolgirl did not hit everyone's G-point. It's best if they call out their friends to vote again, so they can still get an early head start inside other schools. As he was thinking, Li suddenly glanced out of the corner of his eye to see a short figure wearing white short sleeves that were almost up to her knees, revealing one side of her snow-white fragrant shoulders as she sneaked toward the basketball court. What's the little twerp doing sneaking over here? Having Luihan appear on the basketball court at this time will only remind everyone that there are still Su Qingqiao and Luihan, the two white moonshine that didn't participate in the Lakes University, and the gold content of this basketball babe audition will immediately drop a lot. It doesn't matter if the auditions are over, but definitely not now. So Li Yi immediately rushed out from the corner ready to intercept Luihan. It so happened that at this time, Chao Qingquan had finished his own match and was about to go to the supermarket to buy something to drink and take a break. When he saw the flustered Li Yi, he immediately laughed out loud. You're not getting dumped again, are you? I can't believe neither of them wanted to come to your game. Chao Qingquan's shout immediately attracted many people's gazes. Seeing that more and more people watching the match began to turn back, Li Yi was in a hurry in his heart and immediately rushed over to Luihan. Over there, Luihan suddenly realized that Li Yi rushed to also waved his hand happily, which knew that just as soon as he came over, he immediately tucked himself into his clothes. You asshole, put me out now. The small head was wrapped in the clothes. Luihan couldn't see anything, so she began to struggle continuously. A pair of short white legs exposed outside Li Yi's clothes, fluttering back and forth. Sweeping out of the corner of his eye, the Chao Qingquan and some boys who liked to watch the fun had already appeared behind him. It was even more unlikely that Li Yi would let Luihan's woe is me doll face appear in broad daylight, so he held her tightly in his arms like a baby, and all of a sudden a small, soft body was pressed against his own without the barrier of clothing. A rich milky scent kept coming from the collar as Luihan struggled, and her muffled voice could be heard. Bastard, if you don't let go I'll bite. Chao Qingquan, who chased after him, only saw a pair of white short legs wearing small black leather shoes exposed in Li Yi's black short sleeves waving around continuously. Those little white legs were short, but they looked straight and slender, and had another kind of beauty. I always feel like I've seen these legs somewhere before. Before Chao Qingquan could react, Li Yi loudly encouraged. Go for it, Chao. I'm waiting to see the day you get first place. While Chao Qingquan and the melon-eating crowd's brains were in a daze, Li Yi quickly left the basketball court with Louis Han in his arms. It wasn't until he ran far away that Li Yi released Louis Han from inside his clothes. At this time she, because of the struggle just now, hair messy, small face red and slightly gasping for air. Cherry mouth on the crystal clear lipstick is also a little run like, asshole, to have me tucked into your shirt. Just be released. Louis Han began to Li Yi punching and kicking, but she wore short-sleeved, originally very loose. Just now inside Li Yi clothes a friction, coupled with the current violent action collar, suddenly slipped a lot. Several flesh-colored sponges leaked out from behind a piece of pink lace fabric that looked at odds with the whiteness of her chest. Li Yi swept a glance at some disdain in his eyes. I said how to be so soft today. So it is stuffed. Louis Han hadn't responded. What stuffed? She subconsciously glanced down and realized that her collar was slipping under her armpits. No looking, there's not much to see. Li Yi didn't even move his eyes to show that he was a decent man, and murmured, Tiny is indeed cute too. Louis Han's face scarlet immediately began to spread to the neck, and hastily adjusted the neckline to reveal only one side of the small fragrant shoulders. She intentionally straightened her chest, proudly said, I wish small. I would have believed it just now if I hadn't seen those 5 or 6 layers of pads. Hearing this, Louis Han wilted a bit. Seeing her appearance, Li Yi's heart hardened like iron as he warned, You're not allowed to appear in any place related to the basketball babe auditions until the end of the competition. Louis Han was very unconvinced and pinched her waist and questioned, On what grounds? How else are you going to get people to race when you show up? Hearing this, Louis Han took it all as Li Yi really praising herself. Her little face was instantly very pleased. It makes sense. If I participate in the competition, there will be nothing for them. Thinking about Louis Han's character, Li Yi felt that it still wasn't safe. So he threatened, I'm warning you, if I find out that you dared to go to the basketball babe audition venue, then just wait. Sure enough, Louis Han looked unconvinced. What can you do to me? How? Li Yi coldly snorted ferociously. I'll just lock you up inside a small black room with exceptionally good soundproofing, and release you when the auditions are over. Hearing this threat, Louis Han did get a little scared. She hugged her slender arms and asked, Then can you put a computer so I can watch TV dramas? Li Yi coldly snorted with an even more horrifying expression. Dream on. At most put some very scary toys inside. Louis Han's small face turned white and fearfully pinched the corner of Li Yi's coat. How horrible is it? Ha. So horrible that you can't help but pee your pants. Chapter 56. It's kind of hard to be a champion. For this level of threat, Louis Han instantly and not afraid. She is often pulled by Zhao Man to watch horror movies in the middle of the night. What toys can scare her pants? Not just some scary dolls. Childish. After another dozen or so glances at the 2 large clusters of sponges that had been squeezed out because of his hands on his chest, Li Yi sneered. You can't control what I said about peeing your pants yourself. And there will be other big toys. Ha. Looking at Li Yi's increasingly terrifying smile, Louis Han somehow thought of those sticky little pants after being tortured by Zhao Man today. A white doll face instantly climbed back into a blush, and the 2 fine, straight little white legs began to rub up against each other. That one. Can you be gentle? Ha? Li Yi froze, staring blankly at Louis Han, who had become somewhat shy. This also immediately woke up Louis Han, who was still in a fantasy. She reacted with an expression that was instantly a bit shy and angry, jumped up and hit Li Yi's chest with her head. You bad boy. In order to prevent Louis Han from messing up, Li Yi took her and ran to a nearby big mall to play directly into the night. Maybe those scary toys really took effect. The next few days Louis Han had been honestly staying in the dormitory. At most, when she wanted to go out to play, she would call Li Yi and say that she wanted to go to the audition site to play. With the group stage over, the final 16 teams advanced to the knockout stage. Each of these 16 teams represents the top level of basketball in their respective faculties, and they also support the departmental flower of their respective departments. On the first day of the elimination rounds, Li Yi also made a special effort to put display boards of their respective departmental flowers on both sides of their scoreboards to make the atmosphere even more enthusiastic. Down with the social sciences department. Our economics and management department's Zhao Yashuan is the #1 school flower. You guys aren't afraid of the wind flashing your tongues. How can a demonic like Zhao Yashuan be compared to senior sister Wu's sweetness? Who are you calling a demonic? I think you're just jealous that Zhao Yashuan can dress up. Well, dress up there how? Sweet sister Wu looks innocent. What's the point of being innocent? Does she have a 3060? Such arguments continue to play out in various venues, while Laughing Click also started a real-time live stream. But unfortunately the pop-up feature wasn't made yet, so people could only argue inside the chat room. The elimination teams are all very strong, and there are not a lot of games. To make the match more interesting, Li Yi reverted back to the 5v5 format. When the game started, those all teams really didn't disappoint, with back-to-back singles, back-to-back jumpers, and some of them even did a dunk just to be cool. It was so enjoyable for the audience to watch that even some students from outside schools ran over to join in the fun. The The number of registrations on LaughingClick has ushered in another round of upsurge, and the total number of users has already exceeded the total number of students enrolled in the University of Lakeville, which means that a lot of students from other schools have also begun to use LaughingClick. Hui Xiaoxin's little face was flushed with excitement as she reported the data, looking quite excited. Li Yi is also very satisfied with this. In this case, the external promotion will be much simpler. There are basic users as long as a little promotion, and then copy the model of the ballgame that the effect will not be too bad. 2 days later the tournament finally reached the final stage, and not surprisingly it was the team of Chao Qingxuan and Zhou Zifeng who made it to the final. They had both spent a lot of money to form their teams, and both had 2 top experts on their teams, and the remaining 2 were no ordinary people either. Arguably both are 2 gods and 2 brothers with a pit, which makes them extraordinarily powerful against other teams with at most 1 top player. With the support of these 2 people, Zhao Yaxuan and Wang Xian also became the contenders for the first and second place of the basketball babes, and for the sake of today's game, Li Yi even borrowed the indoor basketball court that was usually not open to the public. All you need to do to get in to watch the game is to show your LaughingClick account, and some people who hadn't registered before started registering on site in order to watch the game. Those who didn't squeeze into the stadium signed up for accounts on LaughingClick to watch the live broadcast from their dorm rooms, which brought in a lot of new users at once. Today, Zhao Yaxuan and Wang Qian also came, and they were both obviously well dressed. Zhao Yaxuan wore a short black suspender skirt with a short silk jacket. Her legs were wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, and her feet stepped on 12 centimeters red-soled high-heeled shoes, making her whole body look quite sexy. Wang Qian is wearing a light yellow floral dress. Under the hem of the skirt reveals a pair of white calves, feet wearing a pair of transparent high-heeled sandals. Looks youthful and energetic. Everyone who walks into the stadium doesn't fail to glance over them and think how nice they would be as their girlfriends. At this time in the basketball court, the Department of Economics and Management and the Department of Literature students occupied both sides of the bleachers respectively, are playing the banner of their respective departments. The others are as a crowd of eaters. Feeling the warm atmosphere in the court, the whole person also followed the blood. Such a lively activity as the organizer Li Yi of course will also come over to see, is preparing to prepare the field side of the preparation of Chao Qingxuan to see alone Li Yi instantly after the feeling of their own line again. He immediately mocked arrogantly, spending so much money to engage in an activity in the end or their own loan. There is no sense of losing a lady and losing a soldier? Seeing Chao Qingxuan so energized, Li Yi was instantly relieved, and the mocking words surprisingly sounded a bit smooth to his ears as well. Li Yi walked forward and reached out to Chao Qingxuan's shoulders. This action really scared him and immediately jumped back to avoid it. Come on, I'll watch you. Leaving behind a confused Chao Changquan, who ran to Zhou Zifeng's team's lounge to encourage them once more. Li Yi smiled and found a seat. Zhao Yaxuan, who was becoming the center of attention, looked at Li Yi, who was sitting there alone below, and felt that her chance had come. As one of the video authors of LaughingClick, Zhao Yaxuan knew that Li Yi had a great potential for development, and in the future, he would even be worth more than Chao Qingxuan's parents. Take advantage of today's opportunity to just try and repair the relationship, or at least move off the blacklist so that you can get close later. But now that so many people were watching, Zhao Yaxuan wouldn't go forward. The match started. Both teams took out their strongest strength. The audience watched. That was a lot of fun. On the degree of excitement even compared to professional matches. In the end, Chao Qingxuan's team whistled in a 3-point shot to win the game by a slim 1-point margin, pushing the atmosphere in the court right to the top. The award ceremony began immediately after the match, and when Chao Changquan saw the person presenting the awards, his originally excited face instantly crumpled. This is the first time that LaughingClick has organized an event, and Li Yi, as the owner, is on hand to present the awards. Chao Changquan had a bitter look on his face when he received the championship trophy from Li Yi, looking as if he was the loser. Chapter 57, the first of the real or the famous. However, this kind of displeasure had instantly disappeared after seeing Zhao Yaxuan. And just after receiving the championship trophy, Chao Qingxuan shouted in her direction, "Yaxuan, be my girlfriend." This bold act of public display of love was so popular in the university that all of a sudden even the out-of-town eaters were shouting, "Say yes to him, say yes to him, say yes to him." In this warm atmosphere, Zhao Yaxuan quietly swept a glance at Li Yi's expression and found that he was busy playing with his cell phone at that moment, and suddenly her heart surged with infinite loss. Just as she froze, Chao Qingxuan took a bouquet of roses from his teammate and knelt down on one knee and exclaimed, "Yes, Xian, promise me." The atmosphere in the dugout was instantly at its peak, and some bold boys had even whistled. Realizing that Li Yi was still standing next to him with an expression of watching the show, Zhao Yaxuan gritted her teeth and slowly walked down the bleachers to receive the rose in Chao Qingxuan's hands. Before Chao Qingxuan could come forward for a hug, she suddenly turned around and came to Li Yi and explained in a low voice, "I just don't want to embarrass Chao Qingxuan too much. Don't misunderstand." The scene froze the eaters in their tracks. What's the situation? Zhao Yashuan took the rose and even ran directly to Li Yi. Did she promise or not? It should be a yes. Didn't you see her standing with Chao Qingxuan again? But they weren't holding hands either. She's about to become the number one schoolgirl, so she has to be a little more reserved. Then why did she run to Li Yi? Did she see that he was a boss? The Basketball Babes audition was also a competition he organized, so he probably wanted to say hello in advance, like the melon-eating crowd. At this time, Li Yi was also a bit confused. He couldn't figure out what kind of illness Zhao Yashuan was committing. How could she suddenly run in front of herself to explain? However, he was now the organizer of the event. He couldn't embarrass the contestants too much, so he nodded his head with an expressionless Next to Chao Qingxuan, also a Zhao Yashuan is afraid of Li Yi in the Basketball Baby audition to do so immediately came over to the skin smile, low voice threatened. I'll expose your shady ways all over the school if you try to secretly trip me up. For Chao Qingxuan's threat, Li Yi didn't care at all. Not to mention that Li Yi was not prepared to make any blackmail. Whoever became this first school flower actually didn't matter to him, even if he did. As long as Chao Qingxuan dared to say publicly that there were shady practices, Wang Qian's supporters would jump out and call him a sore loser. In addition to Su Qingqiao and Luihan, there simply wasn't any school flower in Lake University that could gain an overwhelming advantage, which could be seen from the fact that Zhao Yashuan and Wang Qian only had a difference of a few dozen votes. Hearing this, Li Yi indifferently patted Chao Qingxuan's shoulder encouragingly. Student Chao, work hard for your goddess. UTM. Such behavior made Chao Qingxuan quite upset, and on the spot, he wanted to bring someone to beat Li Yi up violently. Next to him, Zhao Yashuan hurriedly stopped him when she saw this. You don't even look at what place you're in now. This was the first time Zhao Yashuan took the initiative to have physical contact with him. Chao Qingxuan felt a wave of relief in his heart and lowered his fist and grunted coldly. Count yourself lucky today. When he turned back, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he realized that Zhao Yashuan's gaze towards Li Yi was a bit different, as if she was using her eyes to tell the other party, look at how gentle I am. Just now I did all of that for you. Shaking his head to dispel the thought from his mind, Chao Qingxuan took Zhao Yashuan and left the basketball gym. The end of the basketball game was immediately followed by the end of the Basketball Babe auditions, an event that gained a few moments of attention even more enthusiastically than the basketball game. As the title sponsor and main organizer of the Basketball Babe audition, T Coco launched a membership card point system from the beginning of the Basketball Babe audition. Every dollar you spend earns you a point, and 100 points gets you a vote for your favorite schoolgirl. Once this campaign was launched, T Coco's sales instantly skyrocketed, and people quickly discovered this milk tea store with its unique flavors and beautiful environment. Many girls' favorite thing is to order a cup of milk tea and a piece of dessert for an afternoon tea at T Coco. Since the start of the competition, T Coco was also full every day, causing Li Yi to hire several more part-time students. The next day, the much-anticipated Basketball Babe audition finally ended, and with the 500 votes from Chao Qingxuan's final win and the champions 1,000 votes, Zhao Yashuan undoubtedly won the first place in the Basketball Babe audition. Knowing this result, Li Yi didn't have any surprise at all and hosted this award ceremony as usual according to the original plan. After receiving the trophy, Zhao Yashuan's hanging heart finally fell down. The name of the first school flower of this Lake University finally fell on her head, instantly letting her, who had been hit quite a bit, regain a lot of confidence. Taking advantage of the fact that Chao Qingxuan had yet to go on stage, Zhao Yashuan suddenly whispered to Li Yi, as a token of appreciation, let me treat you to a meal in the evening. Sweeping a glance at the well-behaved and gentle Zhao Yashuan, Li Yi's heart did not fluctuate in the slightest. For the woman who loved nothing more than to measure love in terms of money, the only reason she was showing kindness to herself right now was purely because she had guessed at LaughingClick's staggering advertising revenue. With the 3 years of painful memories from his predecessor, Li Yi simply wouldn't fall for it, so he refused without even changing the expression on his face for a second when he heard this. No need, Chao Qingxuan would definitely be happy to celebrate with you. After being rejected, Zhao Yashuan didn't give up yet, and hurriedly said, don't get me wrong, I really just want to express my gratitude. At this time Zhao Yashuan slightly lowered her head. The spacious neckline revealed a deep canyon, a small foot wearing white high heels lightly pointing toes slightly shaking, appearing innocent and shy, as if a neighboring sister. It made those who didn't know her well look dumbfounded. Worthy of being the #1 school flower of Lake University, there is actually such an innocent side. I had thought that sultry and sexy was the limit, but I didn't realize that with a different outfit she could still be so pure. Not at all impressed by Zhao Yashuan's performance, Li Yi once again refused without mercy. It's not necessary, Li Yi, I'm now the #1 school flower of Lake University. Zhao Yashuan had only just shouted out these words when a petite and cute figure suddenly ran up and hugged Li Yi's arm. The auditions are over, so it's always okay for me to show up now. Today, Luihan is wearing a white small halter revealing the delicate collarbone. Blue denim ultra-short pants under the slender and straight little white legs are particularly eye-catching. Taking a look at the arm that was sandwiched between two rounded sponges, Li Yi's expression was a bit disgusted. Isn't it hot to pad so much on such a hot day? Louis Han let out a pout and twisted her little head to the side. It's up to you. At this time, the crowd hadn't dispersed yet, and everyone froze again after seeing the exquisite and lovely Louis Han. Suddenly someone asked, why didn't such a pretty and cute girl win first place? Chapter 58 Walking out of Lakeland University. That's what's going through the minds of all the non-LU people at this point. The girl who was clinging to that laughing click boss like a kangaroo was much shorter, but that turned out to be a plus in her case, making that baby face look even more soft and cute, especially with the little garter that completely buries all the arms in the center. It's clearly a flair party. The boys at Lakeland University feel completely different. Since the basketball baby auditions began, that hidden in the heart of the question was finally solved. Su Qingxiao's character was originally very lonely and arrogant. It was normal that she didn't care to participate in this kind of competition, and Louis Han was actually hidden by this dog Li Yi. Dog thing? I said how come Louis Han didn't participate in the audition? So it's because of him. It's so hateful. How could my white moonlight look at such a dog? Just then, a ghostly voice rang out from the side. He's the owner of Laughing Click. When these words came out, everyone held their breath. Yeah, the boy who was pushing Louis Han's little head to try and get her to stop clinging to him was the owner of Laughing Click. They had already heard that those big video writers on Laughing Click were earning $2,000 to $3,000 per month, and for these college students $2,000 to $3,000 was almost equivalent to a semester's living expenses. Then think about Li Yi, the boss under the more than a dozen such. Then how much his monthly income is simply do not dare to think. As the crowd froze on the stage, Li Yi realized that he couldn't push Louis Han, so he had no choice but to bring her to leave the podium first, even though the audition was already over. But showing up now would be a blow alright. Didn't see that Zhao Yashuan was already frozen. Even Xiao Qingxuan shouting at her from the side didn't react. Behind the two, Zhao Yashuan stared blankly at Louis Han's teeth clenching. She lost just now when Louis Han first appeared, and she lost badly and completely. The eyes of the audience that hadn't dispersed from the stage instantly focused on Louis Han. Only a few dozens of people were still looking at her, but there was no longer any adoration in those gazes, replaced by comparisons and sympathy. Noticing that Zhao Yashuan was in a bad mood, Xiao Qingxuan tried to divert her attention. Yashuan, let's go celebrate. Zhao Yashuan now had absolutely no appetite and gently pushed Xiao Qingxuan's hand away, refusing. No need, I'm a bit uncomfortable. This is Xiao Qingxuan's turn to be uncomfortable. In order to let Zhao Yashuan get the first school flower, he set up the team before and after spending tens of thousands of dollars. And look at the imminent success of the last. Surprisingly, this result. Following Zhao Yashuan's gaze and realizing that Louis Han was holding Li Yi's arm as he walked towards Sweet Snow City, Xiao Qingxuan instantly felt quite upset. It's you who are spoiling my fun again. Just as he was about to go up and do something, he turned around and realized that Zhao Yashuan had already walked out far away on her own, so Xiao Qingxuan had no choice but to jog after him. On the other hand, Laughing Click's competition within Lakeland University has come to a successful conclusion. Registrations have peaked, and T Coco has made a name for itself. Next, Li Yi is ready to continue to grow and expand to the other 3 universities in Jiangning District. But that's not your own school, after all, and trying to get support from school leaders is impossible without an introduction. Thinking of this, Li Yi smiled and knocked on the door of Entrepreneurship Center 108. At this time Professor Song is drinking tea. Sees Li Yi, he put down the teacup and smiled and said, your kid activities do well. Recently Laugh Click network development very quickly. Li Yi is a regular visitor to 108. Nothing to do like to come to find Professor Song chat. At this time he did not see the foreigners. Nonchalantly poured himself a cup of tea, also sat on the sofa on his butt. It's okay, now that the market is saturated at Lakeland, I'm going to move on to other schools. Not bad. I didn't expect the results of the event you organized to be so good. It seems that it's still you young people who know the young people best. Since we're all talking, Li Yi doesn't beat around the bush. Professor Song, write me a few letters of introduction. It's really hard for me to get into other schools without your old man's help. That's what your boy's visit to me today turned out to be about. So ungrateful. Hearing this, Li Yi wasn't embarrassed in the slightest, but playfully said, then when I come back from those 3 schools I'll bring you back some specialties. You're a good boy. Less than 2 stops in total and you dare to talk about specialties. Song Shijun joked while lying on the table and started to write a letter of introduction to Li Yi. Looking at the content on it, Li Yi suddenly pointed to 2 of the words and said, Professor Song, can you write it as a financial aid program for impoverished students for me? Hearing this, Song Shijun laughed and scolded, your kid is quite greedy. Hey, I'm not making this up either. I can really offer a lot of financial aid positions at school. Song Shijun thought so he took a new piece of paper and started to write it up, and soon 3 introduction letters were written. This old professor had his own students at many schools, so his letters of introduction were addressed to his own students and were certainly valuable in comparison. After getting the letter of introduction, Lee Yi first went to Jian'an University of Technology, which is the closest school to HUST, and has the most students coming to watch the game, making it less difficult to promote. After coming to the registrar's office to find Song Shijun's student Zhang Yang, the 30-something middle-aged teacher saw the letter of introduction. Attitude suddenly became very friendly. It's naturally fine for you to help out since you were introduced by a teacher, but I'm afraid the poor student aid program will be a bit difficult, Lee Yi quickly asked. Senior brother Zhang, why is this? Hearing this voice of senior brother, Zhang Yang's tone became more cordial, and surprisingly, he also had some feelings of fellow teachers and brothers in his heart. Pang Lei, the director of the Academic Affairs Office who is responsible for managing the financial aid program for poor students, doesn't like the internet program too much. It was only 2 months ago that one of our school's group buying sites suddenly collapsed, and it turned out that there were still more than 2 months worth of wages left at the end of it. And now Mr. Pang is still wiping his ass over it. You might as well follow the usual entrepreneurial program so I can get you approved. Lee Yi still didn't want to give up in his heart. He seriously said to Zhang Yang, Senior brother Zhang, can you invite Director Pang out for a chat? Seeing him like this, Zhang Yang sighed and said, since you insist then I won't stop you. I'll see if I can call him out at noon to have a meal together. At noon in a nice pavilion near the Polytechnic University, Lee Yi met the chubby teacher Pang, just met him and said to Zhang Yang with a smile, if it is not for you shouting I do not want to come out today, there is still a pile of mess over there waiting to be cleaned up. And Zhang Yang also showed his smooth side, smilingly pulling Director Pang into the restaurant and said, that would be a bad time for me to shout. The two joked and walked into the private room. Only then did Director Pang notice a piece of Lee Yi who followed him in. Who is this? Seeing that he noticed Lee Yi, Zhang Yang hurriedly introduced, this is one of my senior brothers, who made a website on his own and recently wants to come to our Polytechnic University for development. Chapter 59 Joint Expansion. Hasn't the student entrepreneurship thing been assigned to you? Director Pang immediately guessed Zhang Yang's meaning, but he was recently overwhelmed by a financial aid program that was also a website, so he simply did not want to add new troubles, knowing that Zhang Yang had already made a start for himself, and that it would be meaningless to let him keep talking next. Lee Yi immediately took over the conversation and said, Director Pang, my Laughing Click network is already a little famous in Huda University, and it is mainly made for content sharing among college students. There are a number of part-time positions available because of the need to reach out to merchants. Saying that, he took out the prepared information and placed it on the table, on which was written Laughing Click's income and the number of positions offered in the last month. Director Pang picked up and swept Two Eyes' face better, but still do not quite want to agree. The site does really good, but the internet this is only a month of data, to but a few months to say it. Hearing this Lee Yi heart some anxiety. Website promotion cannot stop. Wait a few months, who knows what will happen during the period. So he took out another document and said, Director Pang, the Laughing Click network promotion is actually using Sweet Syracuse as a front stop, and you should have some knowledge of the beverage store, which is relatively stable. When the time comes, with Sweet Syracuse around, Laughing Click won't have a problem with not being able to pay its employees. Seeing Lee Yi take the initiative to bring up the thing he was most worried about in his heart, Director Pang solemnly stared at him for a moment, his mind constantly pondering the feasibility of this matter. There are several milk tea stores in the school, and every time I pass by I can see many students queuing up to buy milk tea. So if you have this kind of store as a support, then it is indeed more peaceful. Anymore, there is a milk tea store. Even if Lee Yi people ran away, there is something still pressed in the hand. Watching Director Pang's face begin to hesitate, Lee Yi threw out another heavy bomb. I heard that Director Pang is worried about that group buying website. I happen to know someone who is also working on a group buying site and is now on the right track, so I'd like to take this stall over with her piece by piece if I can. Hearing Lee Yi say this, Director Pang's face instantly relaxed. He hadn't slept well for months over the matter of those part-time students' wages. Although the salary is only 10,000 or so, that student now bites the bullet and says he can't come up with that kind of money, and the school can't possibly subsidize it with funding. And he has thought of many different ways to come up with that amount of money up to this point. Really? I'll take care of this properly. Willing to accept that Ms. Lee Yi is actually seriously considered. From Zhang Yang he already knows that most of the people in that group buying site are actually very capable. It could have been made if the person who started it hadn't been too greedy and expanded at breakneck speed, so it would have been good to enlist those people. With Director Pang's approval, Lee Yi was given an unused office behind the bleachers at the Polytechnic University Sports Complex. This place is located on the way to and from classes and is next to a soccer field and badminton court, so the location can be quite good. I heard that someone had been looking for Mr. Pang for a long time but didn't agree, so today he gave it to Lee Yi when he was happy. Of course, When taking the key, Li Yi also knowingly brought 2 Chinese over. Director Pang took a look without saying anything and smoothly stuffed into the office drawer. After finishing his work, Li Yi made a call to Su Chengxiao, and her soft voice soon came out of the microphone. "What made you think to call me?" Not bothering with her angry tone, Li Yi said, "Do you want to expand your business to Polytechnic University?" Hearing this, Su Chengxiao instantly came into the spirit. "You're ready to move towards Polytechnic University?" Recently, Li Yi's action Su Chengxiao has been concerned about. Laugh Click Network has completely occupied the market of Lake University. The next want to develop certainly to other schools to expand. Instead of answering, Li Yi asked, "Come to the Polytechnic University now if you agree, and we'll talk face to face. I'll be right there." It didn't take long for Li Yi to see Su Chengxiao step down from a cab. Su Chengxiao was wearing a white shirt with beige suit pants, the tailored shirt completely revealing that slim waist. Today she also wore a pair of black high-heeled shoes, walking between the upturned buttocks and water snake-waisted twist, outlining a dynamic curve. This scene made Li Yi look a little mesmerized. At this moment, Su Chengxiao was like a female CEO revealing a confidence. That fair goose-egg face was full of pride. Between the casual sweep of the eyes could make the boys who peeped at her to go down to the ground. "Where is the man you speak of?" Walking in front of her, Su Chengxiao directly clasped her chest with a dissatisfied look at Li Yi. "Usually when it's fine. I haven't seen you take the initiative to call me." Li Yi pretended not to hear the latter sentence and took her directly to the entrepreneurial base of Polytechnic University. At this moment, the employees of that original group buying website were all gathered here, a total of 12 people, led by a short-haired girl who looked very competent. After seeing Li Yi, she took the initiative to reach out and said, "Hello, I'm Song Wenli, originally mainly responsible for the marketing department." Li shook her hand and said, "I'm Li Yi, and this is your future boss." It was only when she heard this that Song Wenli turned her gaze to Su Chengxiao, and was instantly shocked by her delicate goose-egg face. After a moment she reached out, "Hello, boss." After getting to know these 12 people one by one, Su Chengxiao pulled Li Yi out of the office. "They do have enough people, but I can't use the marketing department. After all, I don't need to cooperate with many merchants." Hearing her say that, Li Yi stroked his chin and said, "Then it's mine. It just so happens that my Laughing Click network is in great need of people to run the market, and it just so happens that they're familiar with Polytechnic University's market." Looking at the two who walked out of the classroom side by side, Song Wenli and the others couldn't help but discuss in low voices, "The boss looks so pretty. Only Sister Mo Jian can compare with her in our school, right?" "Indeed. Both are so beautiful and have completely different temperaments. I don't know who to like." "Wake up. Didn't you see the way the boss was looking at Li Yi? It's almost drawn out." At this time, one of the boys from the marketing department under Song Wenli sighed, "Really? I don't know what's so good about him that the boss would even like him." Song Wenli hadn't said anything during the crowd's discussion, and she had just realized that Su Chengxiao didn't have much interest in her eyes when she heard that she was in charge of the marketing department. It gave her a feeling that the strong-looking female boss didn't seem to treat herself and these marketing people under her too well. Glancing at the others who were still immersed in the fact that their paychecks had fallen, Song Jing frowned slightly and began to grow worried. Sure enough, when Li Yi and Su Chengxiao re-entered the office after the first sentence let them, these marketing department's heart jumped. "My group buying site does not need too many people who run business." But then, the following words made them look at Li Yi with wide eyes. "However, this boss Li will provide you with jobs." Chapter 60. Someone's trying to pick the peach. Such breathy words caused the dozen or so people in the office to draw in a breath of cold air. But because Su Chengxiao was so beautiful, they all unanimously chose to forgive. Since Li Yi and Su Chengxiao had been working together for a long time, they directly utilized this classroom. In order to let Song Wenli and a few people from her marketing department familiarize themselves with the business of Laughing Click Network as soon as possible, Li Yi directly called Wu Gang over. Anyway, he's in his senior year now, and he's basically not too busy in general. And Su Chengxiao also called Zhang Liang over. The meticulous man has now become the main member of the group purchase of having a family, in charge of goods statistics and distribution. The heat from both the LHU basketball game and the Basketball Babe auditions is still there. So Wu Gang immediately took the marketing department to start taking care of the promotional work after arriving at Polytechnic University. And Wang Jing has already contacted Honda to start the opening of the new Polytechnic University store. Things were all arranged down and he was about to take a break when Su Chengxiao suddenly cupped Li Yi's head with that white and tender little hand and stared at him tightly. "You smell like a woman." Hearing this, Li Yi's head was filled with question marks. "If I'm not mistaken, Song Wenli, Wang Jing and the others are all female." "No." Su Chengxiao shook her head and pressed her face a little closer, even able to see her delicate and smooth skin, the elegant orchid scent wafting into her nose. "The scent on you is not theirs." Hearing this, Li Yi was shocked. "No way. I just ate the breakfast sent by Jiang Wenxin in the morning. This can be smelled? We haven't even been in contact for more than half an hour. You must be smelling it wrong." You're lying to me. Su Qingxiao stuck even closer, naturally straddling Li Yi's lap, that upturned ass pressed against her thighs soft and bouncy and comfortable. Their upper bodies were almost pressed together, and there was a soft feeling in Li Yi's chest. His hand unconsciously hugged Su Qingxiao's slender waist to keep her from continuing to stay close. Any closer and then maybe even Luihan's milky scent should be smelled. I took the bus here. It's normal to smell like perfume, right? It's definitely not perfume. Su Qingxiao's tone was quite certain. Although she didn't like to dress up, it didn't mean that she wouldn't, so she could still tell the difference between perfume and body odor. After being exposed, Li Yi's face did not change color and light as usual. Who knows whether that is perfume or what? I cannot distinguish. The air was suddenly silent. Su Qingxiao stared at Li Yi's eyes for a while, finally no longer pursuing the matter. But the person was still sitting on his lap, not ready to come down at all. At this time Li Yi does have some weakness. Just let her pressure until the matter is arranged. The two together again back to the Lake University. This is the third suite Syracuse. And the team contacted by Honga Huang's boss to renovate the store is getting more and more comfortable. And it only took 2 days to renovate the store. At the same time, Laughing Click and Have a Home group buying were promoted quickly in Polytechnic University. And with the presence of a group of old users, Laughing Click was quickly popularized in Polytechnic University. Polytechnic Tea and Coco's storefront has also been chosen to begin renovations. And now we're just waiting for the renovations to be completed to get the basketball tournaments going before it's too late into the winter. At the same time, Su Qingxiao's Have Home group purchase development speed is also very fast. With the support of the Smile Click network, she soon promoted the business to each dormitory building. Every day the light of the goods have to be 2 or 3 vans to pull. But such a good business soon drew the attention of people with an axe to grind. On this day, just as the basketball game was about to start, Song Wenli suddenly called Li Yi. Boss, Chu Liqiang brought someone to the office to look for trouble. Chu Liqiang is the boss of the original group buy of Polytechnic University. I heard that it is the second generation of the rich, otherwise it will not have the money to start a business. Hanging up the phone, Li Yi immediately took Wu Gang and all the people from the marketing team to head to the Polytechnic University. Just after entering the door, Li Yi instructed Wu Gang, "You go and invite Director Pang here. During this time every opportunity Li Yi will bring something to Mr. Pang. After all, this is not their own school. Always have to make good relations with people who can help them." T. Coco's storefront requirements were not low, and Li Yi had to go to Director Pang to settle the matter, and he had helped this Chu Liqiang clean up the mess. And now the landlord had come to make trouble. Director Pang definitely had to take care of it. Just walked to the office door. Li Yi heard an arrogant voice, "All give me to stop. Do group buying site before ask me? In the beginning I spent so much money on the Polytechnic University to lay the groundwork. And now that what has a family group buyer even want to come to pick the peach? Think pretty good." At this time, Song Wenli's voice rang out, "We're from Laughing Click. It doesn't make sense for you to come here and make a scene. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This Laughing Click and there's a home group buy are promoted at the same time. And there are links to each other's websites set up on the homepage. Don't think I don't know about these things. And they were both from the Department of Transportation in the first place. So how come they're here too, when these two are clearly one owner?" After that, the sound of a stool being kicked rang out in the classroom. Song Wenli saw this and wanted to argue. Then Li Yi pushed the door into the hands clasped chest, disdainfully looking at Chu Liqiang and his 5 or 6 friends. "That mess of yours was still cleaned up by me. Don't thank me even if you don't. Now you even come to make trouble. Do you want some face or not?" Chu Liqiang knew in his heart that Li Yi's words made sense, but on the surface he would not admit it. "You do not get a bargain and still sell good. I spent more than 100,000 yuan to pave the way for the market. You are now sitting on it and still want me to thank you? I was just raising funds. Now that the money is available, you will now quit the Polytechnic immediately or don't blame me." Hearing this, Li Yi was quite disdainful. The abacus is quite loud. Seeing money making and wanting to do it again. Suddenly, Chu Liqiang took out $20,000 and threw it at Li Yi disdainfully. "Don't you just want money? This has a family group buy and Laugh Click network I bought. Get lost." That's when those friends of his spoke up. "Get out of here. Don't give a. If you ask me, the 20,000 don't even need to be given. This group buy was supposed to be ours. Don't think you can just find a few people and take it away from us." Hearing this, Laugh Click network marketing team cannot help it. Now Laugh Click network a homepage advertising space on tens of thousands of dollars. This guy is even boldly prepared to use 20,000 to buy Laugh Click network. Who gave him the face? I've never seen someone as brazen as you, with a skin thicker than a city wall. No ability to do business optically, how to be a bandit. At this time the dozen or so people stationed at the Polytechnic University also came over to pick up the 20,000 pieces on the ground and threw them back to Chu Liqiang. "How come I didn't see you so rich when you ran away with unpaid wages? That's right, never seen you so black-hearted." The crowd scolded Chu Liqiang to the point where his face turned red, and just when he couldn't help but want to do some smashing, Su Qingxiao's cool figure suddenly pushed the door and walked in. Chu Liqiang and the others who were ready to fight just now froze, and Chu Liqiang even hurriedly put on a gentlemanly appearance to walk forward. Hello, I'm the owner of this, Chu Liqiang. Chapter 61 came to pay back the money. In terms of beauty, Su Qingxiao and Polytechnic University's Mo Jian were definitely in between. There was absolutely no doubt about that. As a famous rich kid at the Polytechnic University, Chu Liqiang certainly pursued Mo Jian, and after a semester of trying, he was very civilly rejected. At that time, Mo Jian didn't say anything and directly took out an obscure literary text and placed it on the desktop. Now translate this book into the vernacular and I will agree to your quest. Now Chu Liqiang dumbfounded, not to mention his own translation. The name of the book he has not even heard of. And now let him go to buy a translated version of the vernacular do not know where to buy. Now that he had unexpectedly met a beauty on the same level as Mo Jian, it made his heart start to stir again, and he couldn't wait to make Su Qingxiao his girlfriend now. At this time, he did not know that Su Qingxiao was actually the boss of a group buyer, and was preparing to pretend in front of Su Qingxiao so as to gain the other party's heart. These words made Su Qingxiao not even react for a moment. She was still wondering who this lewd-faced boy in front of her was, and when did he become the boss of Laughing Click and there's a family group buying. With a strange face, she glanced at Li Yi and realized that he was now looking at a clown, and the smart Su Qingxiao immediately guessed what was going on right now, only to see her pretty face instantly become disdainful. Her tone was icy cold as she said, "Oh, if you're the boss then what am I?" When these words came out, Chu Liqiang's face instantly froze, and it was only then that he realized that he seemed to have pretended to be the right person. He didn't feel embarrassed and directly pointed at Li Yi and laughed. "What did I say? He was just about to sell Laughing Click and there's a family group buying to me for $20,000. So it turns out that these are all your websites. I'm really sorry." Seeing that he was still lying, Song Wenli sneered and took out a statement from her own desk. "Boss, the current Polytechnic University Inter-Society Entry Cooperation has talked about pretty much everything. There is also a great willingness to place advertisements from nearby merchants. What do you think would be a good arrangement?" Li Yi swept a glance at the statement casually said, "You can let these merchants choose for themselves, but Polytechnic University's advertisements try to recommend people from this school." "Okay, boss." This time Chu Liqiang froze again. He was now completely sidetracked, and couldn't figure out who the owner of this place really was. His friend saw the situation and suggested in a low voice, "Why don't we pull out first and figure out the situation before we come over?" When Chu Liqiang heard it, he thought it made sense, so he silently picked up all the $20,000 around himself and prepared to leave. As they were picking up the money, the employees stationed at the Polytechnic University taunted, "Now you care about money again. Where is that arrogance just now? That's just not true. Didn't you see that they couldn't even pay their paychecks a while back? What's the point of pretending to be a big shot when you don't have any money?" There was no harm without comparison, and since joining Li Yi and Su Qingxiao's command, their incomes had almost all doubled. The original Chu Liqiang cent the point is only enough for the current basic salary. In order to motivate them to work harder, Li Yi and Su Qingxiao are sent with a commission. Before and after, all of them have a pretty strong sense of belonging to the Laughing Click. Have a home group buy. Found that since Li Yi and Su Qingxiao came, those in front of their own cowering former employees' waist pole surprisingly hardened up. Chu Liqiang also dare not be arrogant again, ready to investigate clearly before coming to trouble. He was able to roughly calculate the income of Laughing Click and there's a family group buy, and he heard that the Sweet Snow City, which was booming as soon as it opened, also belonged to Laughing Click. Such a large piece of cake to see Chu Liqiang quite greedy. After hearing that the owner is not even students of the school, that is even more ready to take its place. Just as he had finished packing up the money and was about to leave, Director Pang's chubby figure suddenly pushed his way in. Seeing Chu Liqiang, who was ready to leave with 5 or 6 people with a bunch of red bills in his hand, and then looking at the messy appearance of the office, Director Pang's face instantly went cold. "Chu Liqiang, I heard that you're planning to kick Li Yi and Su Qingxiao out of Polytechnic University?" In front of this is the director of the Academic Affairs Office of the Polytechnic University. Chu Liqiang brought those foxes and dogs instantly egged, have lowered their heads in an effort to reduce the sense of existence. As for Chu Liqiang, who was being stared at by Director Pang, a cold sweat had begun to break out on his body, while in his heart he cursed, "Which asshole shouted Director Pang here?" Sweeping a thick pile of banknotes in Chu Liqiang's hand, Director Pang snorted coldly, "Didn't you say last week that you didn't even have enough money to live on? What's going on now?" This time Chu Liqiang even more do not know how to defend. His father is a relatively large contractor. Ear rendered under the follow a lot of learning. Seeing that all the profits from the group buying site he had made were being taken to expand his business, and unwilling to be paid with the money he had spent on food and drink, he quite rightly began to fall behind. Even Director Pang found him with that same rhetoric, completely like a dead pig in a poke. Seeing that Chu Liqiang was still silent, Director Pang glared and exclaimed, "Say it, why are you suddenly silent?" Seeing that he couldn't hide, Chu Liqiang also lowered his head. Director Pang, this $20,000 I was going to pay everyone's salary. Who would have thought that this website would be taken away by them? Humph. Seeing that he was still lying, Director Pang snorted coldly, "Isn't that website of yours still there?" Chu Liqiang pointed at the office and the employees who had gathered around. "But these people in the office was approved by me, and they're not sold out to you to work for whoever you want. From the beginning to the end of the Chu Liqiang are not accountable." This time directly mute, silently put the money into his pocket and said, "Today as I did wrong Director Pang, I'll go." He said this, but in fact, in his heart, he was ready to call his parents to see if he could find a relationship to take the site back again. But it's hard to seize this opportunity. Director Pang won't let it go. He suddenly reached out and stopped Chu Liqiang. "Aren't you going to settle your wages?" Their wages were all padded by Li Yi. "You just happened to pay them back." "Ha?" Chu Liqiang froze. The 20,000 yuan as he just came from home to prepare to buy a computer. If not to see there is a Smile Click network and have a family group buying business as good will not take out. Taking money out again that was already in his pocket was worse than killing him. Hearing this, Li Yi instantly took out a form quite cooperatively. "The wages I advanced totaled 18,674 yuan. Just give me 19,000 yuan after removing the change." Chu Liqiang, who was already in a bad mood, instantly exploded, "Which has a wiped zero upwards." Director Pang, on the other hand, gave him a cross look. "Don't you need to compensate for what you did to someone's office?" Finally, Chu Liqiang had to reluctantly point out 19,000 to Li Yi. Just out of the door he yelled, "You wait, these two sites sooner or later all have to be surnamed Chu." Chapter 62 Haven't wiped it yet. It was only after Chu Liqiang was driven away that Director Pang smiled at Li Yi and said, "Don't worry about doing your job at Polytechnic University, and if he dares to come looking for trouble again in the future, just let me know." Li Yi also joked, "I'm relieved to have Director Pang here. In the past few days, Jean has been paying attention to Li Yi's movements, and finally put down his heart after seeing the hot business of Laughing Click and have family group buying. Although many college students receive entrepreneurship programs every year, Li Yi is the first one who can make it this big." As a result, Director Pang's impression of Li Yi was getting better and better. After all, he had just arrived and mentioned that he had dealt with a thorny issue. As the Director of Academic Affairs, Pang Lei still had a lot of things to do. So Li Yi waved his hand for the others to clean up the office first, then sent Director Pang out alone. The two had only just stepped out of the Polytechnic University's Entrepreneurship Center when they saw Wu Gang running over, panting, carrying a paper bag. Li Yi took this paper bag and smiled to Pang Lei. "Director Pang, I just happened to bring you some specialties this time. Please be sure to accept them." A few days Pang Lei did not hear this, took the paper bag and casually swept the eyes and found that it was placed in a huazi, so he did not move and put it away. For different people, Li Yi has different ways of pulling together. Today he invited Pang Lei to come over to help. Of course, he cannot let him come over for nothing. These cigarettes and alcohol Li Yi has already let Wu Gang they bought a lot of placed in the Sweet Snow City let Wang Jing tube. Like Wu Gang they need to go around as long as they need to give themselves an application can be directly collected. With the widening scope of the business of Laughing Click Network, walking around to send favors will be more and more things. Li Yi has begun to try to program the material to receive, to make a large rear party management. Sending Pang Lei away, Li Yi turned around and realized that Su Chung Xiao had started to stand behind herself with her chest clutched at some unknown time. And the expression on that googly egg face was a bit complicated. "What are you doing giving him a gift for nothing?" Li Yi laughed and looked at her. "These things are most valuable when they are done in normal times, and it will be too late to do them when things come up." Although she knew that it made sense, Su Qingqiao still felt very upset as she gently bit her pink lips with a rather disapproving expression. With her lonely personality she would never want to do such a thing. Pulling the pink lips out from under his teeth, Li Yi waved his hand and said, "I'm going to get busy if you're okay. There's still a bunch of things waiting to be taken care of." The warm touch coming from her lips made Su Qingxiao freeze. When she came back to her senses she could no longer see Li Yi's figure. She was so angry that she stomped her foot and started to deal with her own business as well. At this time, Song Wenli was holding her book and reporting the results of these 2 days to Li Yi. "Boss, the total amount of advertisements placed by merchants after the start of the promotion has reached more than 20,000. Yesterday I was contacted by a supermarket chain that wanted to be the title partner of the event after the news of the school basketball tournament and the Basketball Babe audition was released. How much are they prepared to pay?" 80,000. Li Yi pondered for a moment. 80,000 is still a bit low. Try offering 100,000. After getting the instructions, Song Wenli immediately made the call. Not long after she suddenly covered the microphone and said, "Boss, the other party wants to talk face to face." May. The meeting was arranged in a cafe near the Polytechnic University, and when he arrived with Song Wenli and Wu Gang, Li Yi suddenly realized that a BMW 7 Series at the entrance looked somewhat familiar. Just walked into the coffee shop. Li Yi saw a familiar young woman. The other party had a big wave of shoulder-length hair, wearing a black hip-hugging short skirt, revealing a section of weak-colored thighs, and from afar her skin was delicate and incomparable. This is Karina Liu, the former owner of the part-time job, from whom Li Yi bought his first sweet Syracuse store. Sister Liu, I didn't expect to meet you here. The slightly mature young woman looked up when she heard the shouts. Her slightly narrowed eyes matched with her red lips. She looked unique. Lu Jialing voice slightly charming. Hook Li Yi bones are crispy. I also did not expect this. Just how long you actually become a big boss. Really let me impress it. Taking Wu Gang and Song Wenli to sit down, Li Yi directly said, $80,000 is not quite enough if you buy an exclusive title. I suggest that Sister Liu be a co-titler. Tak was very supportive of this tournament, and the promotion was only good compared to Lakeland. And with the basketball tournament gaining notoriety lately, there's definitely more than just tech students coming to see it. Lu Jialing didn't answer immediately, but instead rested her cheeks and winks as she sized up Li Yi. Li Yi also graciously allowed her to ogle her without any embarrassment at all. After a moment she nodded. Okay, then we'll do as you say. Recently, a lot of people have started going to the big shopping malls to buy things, and my supermarket chain's business has gone down considerably. This was a complete complaint, probably because of the depression in her heart, and Lu Jialing just blurted it out. Hearing the complaint, Li Yi didn't care too much. He casually said, the big mall has a full range of goods. Where can I go to get everything at once? Supermarket chains are so costly it's hard to bring prices down. And because there are so many stores it's hard to rent very large storefronts. So it's a little awkward for now. Sister Liu might as well try opening some convenience stores with an area of only 30 to 40 square feet. Mainly selling breakfast, snacks, drinks and some daily department stores. That way the cost of store rent comes down and you don't have to hire a lot of clerks. The savings will also allow us to open a few more and increase our coverage area. This analysis of Li Yi directly made Lu Jialing's eyes widen. Her red lips slightly opened for a time, not knowing what to say. With a little thought, Lao found the offer useful, instantly pointing the way forward. Suddenly, a fragrant wind came, and Lu Jialing's pair of soft lips made a slight point, and a lipstick mark immediately appeared on Li Yi's cheek. Thank you so much. I'll buy you dinner when I get things sorted out. After saying that, she got up and waved her hand as she walked out of the coffee shop. Wu Gang and Song Wenli froze as they watched from the side. They thought to themselves that the boss was indeed blessed with a lot of sex. Even a young woman with a lot of flavor like Boss Lu was able to hook up with him. And the key thing was that a beautiful woman like Su Qingxiao seemed to like him a lot as well. Realizing that the two were staring blankly at themselves, Li Yi said with a stern face, "What are you looking at? Don't go and make money for your boss." With that, he got up and walked out of the coffee shop. And Wu Gang and Song Wenli didn't even think about the fact that the boss still had lipstick marks on his face until now. They silently thought in their hearts, I don't think we'll run into Boss Su, right? Just like this, with lipstick prints sat on the bus toward the Lake University line. I found the same car passengers are ambiguous look at their own. Li Yi feel a little strange. Do I have flowers on my face? All looking at me with that look. Just then, Wei Shiqiang suddenly called, Lao San, internet cafe game to go or not? Chapter 63 Xiao Mei's True Face. After finishing the Lakes University tournament, he started the Polytechnic University promotion without stopping. Li Yi has not been idle during this period of time. Taking advantage of the fact that Polytechnic University's work is now on track, Li Yi came directly to a newly opened internet cafe next to Lake University. Under the front desk lady's strange gaze, Li Yi opened the door with a lipstick print on top, and then came to the position that Wei Shiqiang had occupied for him in advance. At this time Wei Shiqiang, three people are playing Yamaguchi Mountain. Thunderbolt popping sound constantly ringing. Li Yi over even did not lift his head and said, Hurry up Lao San, we are almost done with this copy. Waiting to enter the game. Wei Shiqiang had already come out from inside the copy. Looking sideways, Li Yi noticed that his expression was a bit strange. It looks quite enjoyable and even a bit delectable. Realizing that Li Yi was looking at himself, Wei Shiqiang's eyes twinkled as he proudly flaunted. How are you and Louis Han doing? Lao San, has she started calling you her husband? Having only just taken a slight breather from the hustle and bustle of getting money when he heard Wei Shiqiang say something like this, Li Yi immediately looked at him with a caring look. Have you been too energetic lately? My suggestion would be to go for a 10,000 meter run first. This did not work. Wei Shiqiang instead began to get excited and directly removed the headphones on his own head to force Li Yi to put them on. At once, a female voice with a strong saccharine flavor rang through the headphones. Hubby, you're great. Honey, I've been stuck on this copy for a long time. Thank you hubby for the gear and point cards. As soon as Li Yi heard it, he knew that it must be that Xiao Mei again. And then he looked at the smug expression on Wei Shiqiang's face and Chao Haoran's and Wang Xinyu's lifeless appearance. It was easy to guess that the two hadn't suffered from Wei Shiqiang's mental attacks during this time. It was the two of them who suggested coming to the internet cafe today? Wei Shiqiang regretfully said. Yes, it's a pity that you won't be able to hear such a whiny voice from Xiao Mei. My old Wei is very good at sharing. By the way, Lao San, did Lui Han ever call you her husband or not? Finding that Wei Shiqiang was quite interested in this topic and had a tendency to chatter on and on, Li Yi immediately chose to urinate. Even if he bared his soul with mineral water, he had to go to the toilet today. Seeing Li Yi go to the toilet, Wei Shiqiang smacked his lips and turned his target back to Wang Xinyu sitting next to him. Lao Si, I suggest you go find a girlfriend. Playing games is not as interesting as falling in love. Don't believe me. Walking on the way to the toilet, Li Yi suddenly heard a whiny female voice, which was quite familiar. The kind he had heard less than a minute ago. Following the sound, Li Yi suddenly saw a greasy boy who was almost as fat as a ball was frantically shouting, "Hubby, you're great," in a whiny female voice. The area around him was empty, and the people going to the restroom all disappeared in the blink of an eye in the form of 100-meter flyers. For this kind of performance, Li Yi is very understandable. After all, if not for this voice is really too familiar to him to run maybe faster. Strong curiosity-driven Li Yi quietly came to the back of the boy to look at his screen. Suddenly a familiar ID into the eyes. Mr. Wei, the domineering president. Such a flirty nickname would only be used by Wei Shiqiang. And after looking at the others in the team list again, Li Yi also found his ID. With this major discovery, he immediately returned to his seat with a big stride face as usual and said to Wei Shiqiang, Lao Air, accompany me to the restroom. At this time Wei Shiqiang is full of excitement, simply not willing to get up. No go no go. Xiao Mei is kissing me. Hearing this, Li Yi almost couldn't hold back his laughter as he came back to Chao Haoran and Wang Xinyu to whisper what he had just seen to the two of them. The two people who had been writing Wei Shiqiang's face output for a long time suddenly had their eyes light up, and they couldn't even care about the copy they had just opened. So they directly got up and forcefully set him up. What are you two doing? Can't you see I'm kissing Mei? The three of them didn't care so much, and directly set him up to forcefully bring him towards the toilet. Just as they were about to walk to the restroom, a familiar voice reached the ears of the four. Wei Shiqiang froze, then looked at Li Yi and the others in surprise. Are you guys preparing to give me a surprise? Li Yi and the three of them looked at each other and all saw a look of anticipation in each other's eyes. That's right, go and see your little beauty. Worthy of being good brothers. I'll treat you guys to a big dinner tonight. Looking at Wei Shiqiang's back as he walked away quickly, Chao Haoran was suddenly a bit intolerant. Aren't we being too cruel in doing this? Li Yi immediately shook his head and said, we're helping Lao San. We can't let him be continued to be cheated. Wang Xinyu chimed in. Yes, we're doing a good deed. Sure enough, Wei Shiqiang froze directly after seeing the person who made that whiny voice. What appeared in front of him was a bearded boy who crowded the entire couch, his stomach even pushing up against the table. At this point the boy was shouting honey over and over to the other guy in a whiny voice. Wei Shiqiang still has a trace of fantasy in his heart. He walked up to take a look at the nickname on the screen, and found that it was not the heart. Just relieved to see the screen suddenly switched. A familiar nickname appeared. Mei. The boy looked up and realized that someone was looking at him. His face sank and he growled in a rude voice. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome man? This time Wei Shiqiang exploded. He grabbed the boy's collar and roared. You human demon and liar. How dare you cheat on my feelings? Boys heard Wei Shiqiang's voice immediately turned into Xiao Mei's voice said, online dating only, you so serious? Why? I see you this time is not quite happy. This whiny voice in conjunction with the image in his eyes, Wei Shiqiang couldn't help but vomit. Li Yi was afraid that Wei Shiqiang would suffer a loss and walked over with Chao Haoran and Wang Xinyu. He directly took out his cell phone and said, the things Lao San gave you add up to almost tens of thousands of dollars. Believe it or not, I'm calling the police right now to report you for fraud. Looking at the screen that had lit up in Li Yi's hand, the boy immediately wimped out. Don't call the police. Big deal. I'll just give it back to him. And point cards. The boy gritted his teeth and took out another $1,000 and put it on the table. That'll do. Found Wei Shiqiang is still a look of doubly hit. Li Yi slightly smile, suddenly picked up his headset to open a few other pages and said, brothers, in fact, I am the male. Surprise, surprise? Crap. You kid, wait for me. The boy could already hear anxious inquiries coming out of his headphones and hurriedly put them on to explain in a whiny voice. Honey, it was my friend who was just joking with you. Why is your friend a guy? With this little episode, Wei Shiqiang is not interested in continuing to surf the internet. Directly off the plane said to go back to the dormitory quiet. Just as he reached the door, he looked up and gave Li Yi a smile and said, Lao San, thanks. Words have not finished. In the bright sunshine, Li Yi face a red lipstick mark suddenly reflected in the eyes. Behind the word thank you, how he could not say. Chapter 64. It just looks like performance. What happened to your face? Wei Shiqian's expression was quite wonderful. The lip prints on Li Yi's face were obviously not left by a man, and looking at the reddish color should still be a very mature woman. This is not acceptable to Wei Shiqian, who has just suffered a heavy blow. Following Wei Shiqian's gaze, the duo of Chao Haoren and Wang Xinyu also saw the lipstick marks on Li Yi's face, and their gazes became quite wonderful. Just a piece of walking out, Li Yi just said, nothing to talk about what love. Focus on the money is not good? In the blink of an eye he has lipstick marks on his face? Wei Shiqian couldn't stand such a heavy blow and couldn't help but spit. Bah! I won't believe a word you say from now on. As a consolation, I'm treating you to a barbecue. Really? False. Didn't you just say you wouldn't believe a word I said? Wei Shiqian. Probably because of Su Qingqiao and Lui Han's relationship, the duo of Chao Haoren and Wang Xinyu had become accustomed to the marks of some girls appearing on Li Yi's body from time to time. They just looked at Li Yi enviously. Those who like to use this color lipstick are usually young women, right? I haven't seen any girl with that color yet. Li Yi waved his hand with a rather regretful expression. The rich woman is nice, but unfortunately it's not that kind of relationship. In order to comfort Wei Shiqian, Li Yi really treat to a barbecue. But the barbecue store is a little far from the internet cafe. The four are walking almost half an hour to arrive. At this time the afternoon of Jianyang is still very hot. Just sat down. Li Yi filled himself with a large amount of water. No, I have to buy a car for transportation. Now every day the two schools run back and forth on the bus is really troublesome. Hearing this, Wei Shiqian, who said every day that he was a rich second generation, couldn't take it anymore. Lao San, don't brag. I'm a rich second generation who hasn't even bought a car yet. Where did you get the money to buy a car? Pouring another mouthful of water, Li Yi said disdainfully. I'm a rich generation. Is it excessive to buy a car? This sounded reasonable, but to Wei Shiqian's ears it always sounded like something was a little off. Why do I feel like you're taking advantage of me? Li Yi waved his hand. It's your illusion. After eating the barbecue, looked at the time, found that it was only a little more than 2 o'clock. It just happened that there was no class in the afternoon. Wei Shiqian, a few people accompanied Li Yi to the nearby big shopping mall to look at the car. Although opening Sweet Snow City in T Coco cost several $100,000, the recent profits from the website and several stores were also quite a lot. So now Li Yi still has nearly 6 million in his hand, while top-of-the-line luxury cars like the Phantom and Flying Spur aren't available yet. The S-Class, a 8 and 7 series are absolutely fine if you want them. First appeared in front of the eyes of the Audi 4S store. A few people walked into the store together. Although there is no sales, look down on the situation. But the store, those old sales performance is absolutely not counted as enthusiasm. Those sales just politely asked hello at the front of the store and let the four Li Yi look at the car in the store by themselves, especially see Li Yi straight to the A8 car next to the show. Those sales will be more determined that these college students just come to the store to see a good car, so no one is willing to go forward to introduce. At that exact moment, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked into the store, wearing an LV belt, holding a black handbag, and exuding performance. The sales inside the store immediately scrambled over this time, fearing that this one would be snatched by someone else. In the end it was a saleswoman in a black silk wraparound dress who got the gig, and I can't imagine why she was still running so fast in those hateful heels. Middle-aged people are not ambiguous. Those A6L, Q5 are not I. Directly to Li Yi they are looking at the A8L over. Noticing that Li Yi was sitting in the driver's seat, the saleswoman said in a polite but firm manner, "This gentleman please make way." That middle-aged man swept a glance at Li Yi with a somewhat disdainful expression, but he felt that he was really a bit out of his league talking to these poor students, so he didn't open his mouth. It just so happened that Li Yi had finished reading as well, and walked out with a shrug. A8's interior is a bit old-fashioned. Let an 18-year-old young man drive. How to look like a college student is stealing his father's car. Li Yi directly out the door toward the opposite side of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Seeing that Li Yi was so understanding, the saleswoman and the middle-aged man were both satisfied, and they had been worried that Li Yi would feel that he couldn't save face and make trouble. Sir has a good eye. This is the flagship model of our brand, and after the discount the flagship model can be bought for only 1.2 million. The middle-aged man's heart pumped when he heard that he was just a small boss who opened several milk tea stores. How could he have so much money to buy a car of more than $1 million? But he wasn't about to let anyone see that he couldn't afford it. And not bad. Is there a more cost-effective model? On the other hand, Li Yi, several people have just walked out of the store door. Suddenly a petite and fragrant soft figure rushed out from the side and directly hung onto Li Yi's chest. Yesterday I asked you out for shopping and said I was busy, but it turns out I was busy shopping at the mall. Looking at Li Yi's chest, beautiful and lovely Louis Han, Wei Shiqian, just some mood instantly fell into the bottom again. That's what I call a real cute girl. The May kind. Forget it, it makes my stomach turn just thinking about it. Li Yi raised his hand and pressed down on Louis Han's small head that came over. I'm just a little bit more free today, so what are you doing? Buy a car, then I'll hang out with you. It was at this time that Louis Han's roommate and best friend Zhao Man chased after her, and after seeing Li Yi she immediately recognized him. "You're the handsome guy who eloped with Han In that day." Louis Han rolled her eyes when she heard this and hastily yelled, "Who ran away with him?" That really didn't have much appeal, though, because at this point she was still hanging onto Li Yi's chest and wouldn't come down. Luckily, Li Yi is also slowly getting used to it, directly holding her soft and bouncy little ass into the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Just walking into the store, a pretty girl who looked like she was only in her early 20s took the initiative to welcome her. "Hello, are you here to see the car?" The other party should be a newcomer not long after joining the company. The other sales to see Li Yi's student look are too lazy to come up to grab. Just let her practice. "I'll take a look at the S rank." Hearing this, the other sales couldn't help but turn their gazes over, and then instantly revealed a look of realization after seeing the soft and adorable Louis Han on Li Yi's body. "So it's about having money in front of your girlfriend? That's fine." But the new salesman did not care. As usual, dutifully introduced the characteristics of the model. Li Yi looked at the interior and configuration, feel very satisfied, simply ready to pay for the car. It was at this time that the middle-aged man who looked like he had a great track record just now pushed his way into the store, and the same scene happened again, and all the others rushed over except for the sales that were following Li Yi next to him. Chapter 65 Chu Liqiang causing trouble. This is also common sense. After all, sales is to rely on commission to make money. Their own kind of mediocre-looking college students people are not willing to waste energy is normal. So Li Yi said to the young salesman next to him without even changing his face, "Is there a current car?" The salesman clearly didn't respond. "Ha," Li Yi had to repeat. "I'm going to buy one." "Is there a current car?" At this point the young salesman came back to his senses. "I'm sorry sir, the S-Class needs to be ordered. If you're really in a hurry add 50,000 and you can get the car within a month." Li Yi did not want to take an additional 50,000. Thinking that Wu Gang and their running back and forth sooner or later will have to be equipped with a car, he simply asked, "Can I buy another car of more than 100,000 yuan? Please wait, I'll go ask for you." When she finished, she trotted into the office area. At this time, the middle-aged man was walking next to the S-Class under the lead of sales, and after hearing Li Yi's words his heart turned over in shock waves. He couldn't believe that the boy in front of him, who didn't even look 20, was buying an S-Class. This middle-aged man didn't hide his disdain at all, and directly said out loud to Li Yi, "Although I understand your feelings of wanting to show off your abilities in front of your girlfriend, it's not good to lie like this." Then he tilted his head and said, "Get down here and don't delay me from looking at the car." The sales that was introducing him also rushed to help out at this time. "This student, if you don't buy it, can you give way first? Wait for me to take this gentleman to see it before you go up to experience it." Such an attitude is obviously a tacit admission that Li Yi can't afford it at all, and that the words just now were just playing a trick on people. Louis Han, who was following Li Yi's side, was unwilling. She immediately blurted out, "Didn't you hear that we're all ready to sign the contract? What kind of attitude is this?" Unexpectedly, the middle-aged expression became more disdainful. "It's good enough for you to buy a van at your age, but what are you pretending to do in this store?" At this moment, the young female salesman walked out with a middle-aged man in a suit, and when he heard the salesman's words, the middle-aged man frowned and reprimanded in a low voice, "Is this the way you treat your customers?" The salesman following the middle-aged man was still unconvinced. "Store manager, he doesn't even look like a customer." Li Yi didn't bother to listen to their quarrel and directly interrupted, "Is this program I'm talking about going to work or not?" The young saleswoman immediately said, "Yes sir, but you can only choose a Volkswagen brand car at a flat price. I don't know if you agree. Anyway, it's just for emergency use until the car is delivered." So Li Yi didn't care and directly nodded his head and said, "Yes." Then, he called Wu Gang in front of everyone, "You come over to the Jiangning Center Mall with your stuff now, and I'll assign you a car." Hanging up the phone, Li Yi swiped his card and signed it under the astonished eyes of the crowd, and then waited for the people from the other 4S store to send the paperwork over to see a tall boy walk into the store and shout at Li Yi, "Boss, what you want?" With Wu Gang present, Li Yi only had to sit there and drink tea and wait for the signature. The rest was done by him back and forth, waiting to get out of the 4S store. Li Yi also finally have their own mobility scooter, although the real cars still need to wait another month, but the current finally do not have to take the bus back and forth. After finishing all the formalities, the middle-aged store manager also finally freed up his hands, and he coldly swept a glance at the sales who had just sent the middle-aged man out of the store. "Is this what you call not looking like a customer?" Just now Li Yi paid for the eyes did not blink, and he took the middle-aged man busy introduction of the mouth is dry, and finally people just left a sentence I turn around again and left. Such a comparison made him feel quite stifled inside. This store manager was clearly not ready to let him off the hook. "Sales is clearly not for you anymore. I'm moving you to after sales right now." And that middle-aged man in the 4S store out just saw Li Yi that Volkswagen drive away heart quite upset, so directly on their own drive to the Passat chased up. Li Yi, who was taking Luihan and Zhao Manman back to Lake University, drove to the road and suddenly saw a black Passat violently inserted in front of him. The body of this Passat almost pasted Li Yi's front end, and this scene immediately scared Luihan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, so much that she shrieked out in shock, and her soft and tender little hands fiercely grabbed at the root of Li Yi's thighs. Fortunately, Li Yi is a veteran driver, and didn't panic when he was suddenly attacked by Luihan, and didn't even move the steering wheel, but only cursed. This kind of driver can really be encountered at any time. The next week the Polytechnic University basketball tournament began to be publicized, and with the warm-up from the Lakeland University tournament, the Polytechnic University people were enthusiastic, and the registration was even hotter than that of Lakeland University. With Director Pang's help, Li Yi borrowed 4 open-air courts as usual, and there was a physical education teacher as a referee. The first round of group matches began and there were quite a few people who came to the stadium to watch the game, with people standing all around. The whistle of the game has just begun. Before stadium suddenly broke into a dozen dyed all kinds of flowers and green hair of the youth directly stood in the center of the stadium to smoke, but also pointing to the surrounding panels pointing from time to time to let out a piercing laughter. Wu Gang frowned when he saw it and hurriedly greeted him. "Hello, we are organizing a competition here, can you give way?" Unexpectedly, a young man with yellow hair suddenly reached out and pushed arrogantly, "This ballpark wrote your name? Who do you think you are when you're told to leave?" Ha ha ha. Watching Wu Gang being pushed and staggered, several other youths let out wanton laughter. Wu Gang angrily readied a theory. That yellow-haired young man suddenly sprayed a mouthful of smoke arrogantly at his face. "Get lost, laborers want to stand wherever you cannot control." At the same time, Chu Liqiang also suddenly brought dozens of boys to the stadium and shouted, "The stadium is occupied when you say so? How else are we supposed to play? You guys can't be so bossy at Laughing Click." At once those in the crowd who had already made arrangements to do so chimed in. "That's right, Laughing Click is owned by Lakeland University, and it's too overbearing to come to our Polytechnic University and take over the stadium. How else are we supposed to play with the field taken over?" Realizing that some people had already been influenced by them, Wu Gang felt bad and immediately told Li Yi what had happened. Thought for a moment, Li Yi said, "You do not come out first. Call Song Wenli and have a family group purchase of these Polytechnic University people over to come out. Don't be impulsive. Stabilize the scene and I'll get another group of people over to handle it." Hanging up the phone, Li Yi twisted his head and called Lu Jiaoling to borrow more than 20 security guards. As a supermarket chain, there are 30 to 40 security guards under Lao Ka-ling. It took less than 20 minutes for the incident to occur, when suddenly 4 or 5 vans violently parked next to the stadium, followed by more than 20 big men rushing into the stadium, directly surrounding the rowdy youths in the middle. Chapter 66. Follow me to the registrar's office. At the same time, Li Yi had also rushed to the scene, but also stood in the crowd of onlookers without showing his face. At this time, Chu Liqiang's people suddenly yelled, "Laughing Click Network is too overbearing, and it's even ready to get rough. We can't let these people who are fighting for our interests get cold feet. Everyone get up there and help." While no one has actually stepped up to help, the words have certainly begun to affect some people. This Laughing Click does seem a bit overbearing, not to mention that an out-of-town site is taking over the stadium for no reason, and now they're trying to beat people up. Who made them rich? Can you get that many security guards over here? Where are the school security guards? I don't see them showing up when people are bullying them. Maybe they let it be bought out long ago, otherwise how did so many vans get in? The crowd of onlookers, under the guidance of Chu Liqiang and the others, began to think that Laughing Click was a website that went around bullying people by virtue of the fact that it had money. Gradually, some people began to sound off. Just as the crowd's vocalizations intensified, someone in the crowd suddenly said, "I don't think those dozen people look like students." That's right. Who dyes this kind of flowery hair without fear of being warned by the guidance counselor? I guess classes aren't even allowed. These were the part-time students that Li Yi had recruited in the Polytechnic University, and at this time, they were specifically sent by him to remind the crowd that this was a conspiracy. In fact, this kind of action can easily be taken as an ulterior motive in the eyes of others, and it's inevitable that people will have some hard feelings in their hearts if they are allowed to do it. But not for these part-time students. Laughing Click is the best in Polytechnic, both in terms of working environment and salary. In order not to delay their studies, Li Yi also allows all part-time students to be able to transfer their shifts on their own, or even bring their books to work to review without delaying their work. So helping Laughing Click salvage their reputation, they did so from the bottom of their hearts, and there was still anger in their hearts towards the touchy-feely people when they received the mission. After such a reminder, the indignation in the hearts of the crowd of onlookers suddenly calmed down a lot and began to quietly watch the changes in the field. And it was at this time that Li Yi stepped out of the crowd smiling and said in a loud voice, "Fellow students, although I'm from Lakes University next door, Laughing doesn't belong to Lakes University alone. Since its arrival at Polytechnic University, Laughing has stuck to its aim of providing as many bursary positions as possible for Polytechnic University, and has now solved the academic problems of more than 24 needy students. We welcome you to share your lives on Laughing. As the words fell, the first to applaud were the Polytechnic students who attended the game and were the ones who liked the basketball tournament the most to be able to run it. I heard that after the game next door to Lake University, there are several people have made the school flower become their girlfriends. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity if let a few punks stir up that really kill them are not relieved. Just then Chu Liqiang suddenly jumped out and pointed at Li Yi and shouted, "Good words, who knows if you, Laughing Network, will favor the Lakes University people or not, but I've heard that those big video writers at Lakeland are making $4,000 or $5,000 a month." Seeing him, Li Yi finally realized who was really behind this play today. It must be that this guy saw that there was no way to force himself out, so he was going to take advantage of the large crowd at the tournament to trip up the Laughing reputation, and then open a similar site to take its place. Just as Li Yi was about to take out various data, a beautiful voice wearing a long white dress suddenly appeared, her long black and silky hair up to her waist. Her eyes with a clear and elegant smile swept over from Chu Liqiang, then said in that soft and watery voice, "I've only had my account open for just over a week, and now I already have almost 10,000 followers, and I'm already earning quite a bit. This student, just because you don't have one doesn't mean others don't." After this girl appeared, the crowd of onlookers let out a gasp. "It's Mo-Jin. I can't believe she signed up for an account on Laughing. Why haven't I seen it before?" The only new Clicker owner with that kind of number of followers that's appeared recently is Janine. Right, and they play the guzheng. Have you forgotten that Mo-Jin can play the guzheng? Hiss, I can't believe my white moonlight can play guzheng. Love. I would have loved it. With a girl who was already famous in Polytechnic University testifying, no one would believe Chu Liqiang's words instantly without Li Yi opening his mouth. One with empty promises, one with the prettiest white moon at Polytechnic University, and with an account number that can be checked live. At this time, someone recognized Chu Liqiang. Isn't this the Chu Liqiang who opened the group buy? The quality of those things he sold in the beginning was bad enough. I remember too, when I bought a pair of cotton socks from him, I thought they were white silk when they arrived. I heard that his group buying site still owes a lot of people wages, and the school is not worried about this. At this point, Chu Liqiang was still weaseling around trying to convince the crowd that Laughing was a Lakeland-biased site, but at this point he looked like a clown in the eyes of the crowd. Shoo, there were boos all around, and Chu Liqiang felt as if he had been insulted, and instantly blushed as he yelled at Li Yi, "Is this something you've done?" Just then Pang Lei's Fatmon walked into the field. "Who is messing around you know in your heart? Chu Liqiang, are you not taking the school rules seriously by disrupting normal school activities like this 3 times? Follow me to the faculty office." Then, Pang Lei took him and those troublemaking punks back to the faculty office, and the match could finally continue. After entering the faculty office, Li Yi didn't know what Chu Liqiang had gone through, but he didn't show up again until the end of the Basketball Babe auditions. The campaign was so effective that Laughing quickly gained a foothold in Polytechnic University. Together with Sweet Syracuse and Tea Cocoa, they have also jumped to become the most popular drinking establishments in Polytechnic University. Nowadays, guys in Polytechnic University should be accustomed to get a cup of lemonade from Sweet Syracuse when they have a drink, and girls will be the first to think of Tea Cocoa when they want to drink milk tea. The business of those original milk tea stores in Polytechnic University had gone downhill for a while, and had almost reached the point where the doors were bare. A middle-aged man in a black Passat came to a milk tea store at the end of the Basketball Babes audition for the award ceremony. Looking at the clerk who was idling in the store doing nothing, he angrily slammed his handbag on the counter and yelled, "You guys are comfortable with business like this. Don't you know how to go to the school to pull in customers?" The young girl inside the store said with some aggravation after hearing this. "We tried it too, but now all the customers have been snatched away by Sweet Syracuse and Tea Cocoa." Accompanied by this young girl, the crowd went to Sweet Syracuse and Tea Cocoa to look at them respectively. Good, even give me a price war. Then let's see who has more money in their hands. I, Lee Arrow, didn't open a milk tea store for so many years as a vegetarian. Chapter 67 Price Wars. Lee Arrow has been working in a milk tea store for quite a few years, and he knows all the milk tea store owners in Polytechnic University. He immediately joined forces with the owners of all the milk tea stores in Polytechnic University and started a discount program at the same time. Sweet Syracuse's cheapest milk tea costs $4 a cup. They just go straight to $3 a cup and are trying to work out lemonade in preparation for squeezing Sweet Syracuse right out of it. This activity does attract a lot of people. Polytechnic University and the Sweet Syracuse sales also fell back quite a lot. Fortunately, Wang Jing timely transfer of materials to the other two did not cause any losses. Tea Cocoa didn't suffer in any way, though, because the tracks are different and most people go for the ambience and the real thing. and the more expensive price is rather an advantage. At one time, milk tea stores were discounting everywhere in Polytechnic University. Teapai's milk tea doesn't taste as good as Sweet Syracuse's, but it sure is cheap. I didn't realize they'd started making lemonade, too, and while it's a little less interesting than Sweet Syracuse, $1.50 and what's a bike? I can't believe Sweet Country's ice cream is buy one get one free. Even if it doesn't taste that good, I'll admit it. Each of these milk tea stores is responsible for a category to besiege Sweet Syracuse, with the aim of reducing their respective financial pressures, and they can each concentrate on developing a category after driving Sweet Syracuse out of the Polytechnic University. It so happened that Li Yi's S-Class had already arrived at the store, and he came directly from the 4S store to Polytechnic University when he heard the news. Led by Wang Jing, he walked around, and Sweet Snow City was indeed almost devoid of business right now. When walking to the entrance of the Teapai, Li Arrow immediately recognized Wang Jing, and he immediately dejectedly shouted, "Business is good, right? Do you want a cup of lemonade?" The smugness on his face was so great that it almost said I'm gloating. Seeing his behavior, Li Yi wasn't angry. He just smiled slightly and asked Wang Jing, "Have you tried their lemonade?" Wang Jing nodded. "I've tasted it. It's a little less interesting than ours, but overall it's drinkable." Hearing this, Li Yi nodded and instructed, "Then we'll also discount." The discount doesn't have to be too big. Just keep the same price as them. Most of the cost of a beverage store is actually rent and wages, and the cost of ingredients is actually only a very small portion. And Sweet Syracuse, because it is a poor student financial aid program, does not have rent. In order to provide a few more financial aid positions, although the cost of wages will be slightly more, but compared to the rent has been much less. So even if Li Arrow they lose money, Li Yi may still be profitable. For this kind of price war is not afraid at all. Things turned out just as Li Yi expected. And when the display board for the Sweet Snow City winter specials was placed outside, Li Arrow and their store returned to its usual coldness. Li Arrow and the others had been on guard at the Polytechnic University for the past few days, and when they saw the situation, they immediately gathered together again. Sweet Syracuse actually lowered their prices to the same as ours, and now all those students are back at Sweet Syracuse. Their recipes are a little different, and no matter how much you try, you can't get the same flavor. If only I could force Sweet Syracuse to share the recipe. Then we'll drop the price a bit more and force them to initiate negotiations. That would be below cost. A bit of a bargain, wouldn't it? You mustn't forget that it must cost more to hire that many people in Sweet Syracuse. And how can a drinking establishment like theirs, which hasn't been open for long, go up against so many of us? With one of us in charge of a category, we take on a lot less pressure than Sweet Syracuse. And in the end, it's definitely them who can't hold out first. Several people nodded their heads in deep thought at this. So the next day the price of lemonade went straight to $1, and the prices of the other categories became lower in droves. And Sweet Syracuse isn't faking it at all, adjusting their prices to be the same as the others as usual, and crucially at this point in time still in the black as usual. This round of price wars has made the people of Polytechnic University cry out for more, and it is surprising to see how many new customers have been accidentally gained, as they can now buy 2 glasses of lemonade for the cost of just one. Sweet Syracuse's unhesitating act of lowering the price instantly caused Li Arrow and the others to panic, as Sweet Syracuse seemed to have no pressure at all, while they had already begun to stick money into the store. Although the deposits would be able to support them for another 2 or 3 months without any problem. However, the current situation made them not see any hope of success at all. Even after all the funds have been spent, no results can be seen. Li Arrow and the others couldn't sit still at once, and after discussing with each other they came to Sweet Snow City together to find Wang Jing. "Boss Wang, as long as you hand over the formula, we'll promise to call a truce. How about we each make our own money?" At this time, there was still a long line in front of Sweet Snow City's door, while the inside of the store was still busy, and Wang Jing didn't have the slightest bit of panic on her face. "Boss Li, I can't understand this. Sweet Snow City is just doing a winter special. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you guys." This was something that Li Arrow had once said to Wang Jing when she came to the door, and now it had been returned as is, causing Li Arrow to feel a pang of displeasure in his heart. But now the situation forced him to smile and say, "Boss Wang, we are all doing business in Polytechnic University." Looking up and seeing down, "Why do this?" When he said this, Wang Jing was instantly a little angry. In the Polytechnic University, Sweet Snow City just opened when Li Yi explained to other beverage stores to leave a way out. So from the beginning has not done preferential activities to compete for the market. Who knew that Li Arrow and the others were dog eat dog? And now they were even saying such things. This is not to be taken seriously. "I'm just a part-time worker. Boss Li, you'd better please go back." This time Li Arrow couldn't pretend anymore completely. He violently yelled, "You're just a new boss. You don't even have a car. How much money can you have? My big deal is to prepare more money. Sooner or later I can squeeze you out." Right at this moment, Li Yi suddenly drove his S-Class and pulled up next to it, and when Wang Jing saw it, She immediately shook off Li Arrow and the others and came to the car. "Boss, you're here? How are things at the store these days? Profits are down, but sales are up." Also, they came forward. Hearing this, Li turned his head to look at Li Arrow and the others, and with just this one glance, Li Arrow immediately recognized him as the college student who had casually bought an S-Class that day. Thinking about that day because of the heart upset also don't him a bit. Li Arrow was a bit of a thief, but at the same time, he also immediately thought that Li was able to casually take out more than $1 million to buy a car, so he thought that he wouldn't be short of funds either. Thinking about it this way, Sweet Syracuse's completely non-virtuous attitude makes sense. The human book isn't short of money at all, and putting in tens of thousands of dollars a month is probably just pocket change to someone like Li. Thinking of this possibility, Li Arrow's face instantly became a bit more pleasing. Chapter 68 Cooperation. So you're still the owner of Sweet Snow City. I really have eyes to see. Looking at the S-Class not far away, Li Arrow's expression was quite polite. One could even say that there was a bit of flattery. Those with soft hearts might have been impressed by the sincerity, but Li had seen his sightless appearance that day. "I wouldn't dare to do that, Boss Li. I'm really afraid of being kicked out of Polytechnic University by you." These words made Li Arrow a little embarrassed. "Mr. Li, don't joke around. We are still family." Li raised his eyebrows and said, "That would be even more daring." This kind of yin and yang attitude made Li Arrow a little unsure of what to say. But Polytechnic University's milk tea store was still one of the highest income earners in his hands, even if its business was affected by Sweet Syracuse. So he had no choice but to harden his heart and say, "Mr. Li, just give us a high hand and let us go. I promise to consult you before doing activities in the future." Hearing Li Arrow take such a stance, several other milk tea store owners also hastened to agree. "Yes, we'll look for your application before doing activities in the future. Absolutely no more private events." Looking at these several milk tea store owners who had joined together in front of him, Li pondered for a while and suddenly said, "It's not impossible to promise you guys, but in the future, all the ingredients inside your store must be bought from me." Ever since the last time he made $6 million by utilizing the system, Li had been studying what to do with the remaining millions. Although the momentum of the development of Laugh Click Network is quite rapid, but only rely on advertising, then the cash rate is still a little slow. Now people do not have the concept of traffic. Cash channels will be relatively single. Sweet Syracuse, if you want to rely on their own expansion, then $6 million invested in is like a drop in the bucket. At most, to cover the Jiangning district will be a shortage of funds, and the number of chain stores up after the management will also become a big problem. Thinking about it, Li thought that Sweet Syracuse might as well do it in the mode of franchising, and concentrate on store management and providing raw materials. In order to meet the standard of production and service, Tea Coco has gone for the chain business model, so that Li can also find people specializing in research and development of a variety of new products, improve the taste as well as enhance brand awareness. The franchisee is a good thing, but it sounds different to Li Arrow and the others. You just won once in the Polytechnic University, and now you want us to be completely dependent? It's not that good. Mr. Li, don't bully people too much. I'm going to find Director Pang right now to see if he cares about your behavior of relying on the school's support to wantonly suppress others." After saying that, he turned around and ran towards the faculty office with a few other milk tea store owners. Just now, Li Arrow's voice was not small, and the surrounding students turned their heads to look at him after hearing his angry roar. "Isn't that the owner of Laughing Click? I can't believe it's all on S-Class. I'm so envious, not to mention the S-Class. I'd be satisfied to drive a C-Class. I advise you to stop daydreaming. Even if it's a C-Class that's still over $400,000. At our age only the rich second generation can afford to drive it, right? Did you hear that? Those milkshake store owners are banding together against Sweet Syracuse." "I heard that too, and since drinking Sweet Syracuse I've learned that milk tea isn't all saccharin flavored. Their milk tea tastes a lot better these days. At least it's not all weird flavors like the original one too. That's what Sweet Syracuse is forcing them to do. Otherwise how could they spare the good ingredients? Even then it's still Sweet Syracuse good." Li came today is actually a daily patrol. Li Arrow and others were angry away after he did not care. Anyway, now the location of the food factory and research and development personnel are not yet settled. The franchisee can be put on the back burner first. Polytechnic University's Academic Affairs Office. Li Arrow and the others had just arrived outside Pang Lei's office when they saw a middle-aged man with a big belly walk out from inside with Chu Liqiang. Chu Liqiang they all know, when doing group buying site also cooperated for a period of time. The idea of joining forces to slowly switch to cheaper raw materials is also his idea. At that time, Li Arrow and the others exclaimed that they were worthy of being the second generation of the rich, and that they could come up with ways to expand their profits with a casual use of their brains. Chu Liqiang also recognized them and greeted them with a smile. "Boss Li, what brings you guys here?" Li Jian and the others immediately grumbled at his words. Don't mention it. That Li Yi of Laughing Click used unfair means to compete. We're here today to seek justice. Hearing the 3 words Laughing Click Network, Chu Liqiang immediately came to the spirit. This time also do not go directly standing next to the office to wait for the results. The middle-aged man next to Chu Liqiang saw him like this and asked, Son, this Li Yi is the one who caused you to almost be disciplined by the school? Dad, it's him, and it's robbing me of the results I left behind. That middle-aged man immediately glared and yelled lowly, to dare to bully my Chu Jianjun's son like this. I definitely need to talk about it today. Chu Jianjun's size is also a big contractor. The relationship is not shallow. This time to the school is also a trustee to Chu Liqiang on the disciplinary measures to eliminate. Pang Lei in his eyes the status of the same as their own. Just as he was about to walk into the office, Pang Lei's angry voice suddenly came from inside. How dare you few have the nerve to come to me? Do you need me to remind you who united against Sweet Snow City a few days ago? And now that you've been squeezed out of business by others you even have the nerve to be evil. Let me tell you, Sweet Snow City is Polytechnic University's student aid program for the poor. And I would have warned you if Li Yi hadn't stopped it in the first place. As the words fell, Li Arrow and a few others lumbered out of Pang Lei's office. Looking at the expressions on their faces they were all quite depressed. Coincidentally, at this time Li Yi arrived with a sweet Syracuse paper bag, saw the crowd in the corridor, saw his face suddenly gloomy as water. He smiled. A few of you are here. How have you been? When these words came out, the faces of several people suddenly became even more gloomy. Li Yi, on the other hand, didn't care about them and directly pushed the door into Pang Lei's office. Pang Lei, who had just been angry, saw that someone else had come in and was about to kick them out, but his face instantly improved when he saw that it was Li Yi. They didn't cause too much trouble for you, did they? Li Yi waved his hand and took out the roasted chicken and peanut rice from the bag and said, Don't worry Director Pang, I can solve this matter by myself, and none of the positions for poor students will be missing. Looked at Li Yi took out things. Pang Lei did not feel surprised. For the favor exchange this Li Yi is very measured. Every time we meet will not be empty-handed, but also will not every time to take very expensive things. If every time to take very expensive things Pang Lei instead dare not accept, he will think in his heart Li Yi in the end want to let him help. What kind of favor will send so much? Will not be some very dangerous things. After the two of them sat down on the sofa, Li Yi suddenly smiled and said, Director Pang, I have something I want to cooperate with the food department inside the school. Chapter 69 Purchase of Food Factory. The matter of cooperation has been thought about by Li Yi for a long time. He is now a student of Lake University, and there is also a deep cooperation with Polytechnic University. With such a wealth of R&D resources right by your side, why go through the trouble of trying to find someone on your own? Unfortunately, Lakeland University doesn't have a food program, so Li Yi had to find his way to Polytechnic University. Hearing this, Pang Lei was a little surprised to be able to propose cooperative research and development, something that is usually something that only large companies have the strength to do, and he couldn't help but be a little worried. It's no problem if you collaborate on research and development, but even if you're a startup project then you definitely need a research and development fee. Li Yi was prepared for this. He smiled and said, I'm going to hire a few professors and their students on a part-time basis. Can the lab be on a rental basis first? And then I'll set up a specialized R&D room when I find a factory. This kind of thing Pang Lei can't make the decision. He thought for a moment and said, this matter still needs to be agreed upon by the principal. I'll say it first, and then we'll talk about it in detail when we have time. Li Yi nodded and started chatting with Pang Lei, both walking out of Pang Lei's office. Li Yi looked at his current future value of 7,634 points. During this period of time, Li Yi had tried many ways, but the number of future values he gained each day only increased, and the Goodwill Fund was getting farther and farther away from him. Sighing, Li Yi asked the system in his mind, I need a small food processing plant now. Do you have any good ideas? Ding! Searching for a food processing plant requires 1,000 future values. Looking for. After the familiar feeling, information about the food processing plant appeared in Li Yi's mind. Jiangning is considered a suburb of Jianyang, where there are many factories in addition to the university, including a small food processing plant that mainly produces milk powder because of the impact of the recent storm dried up. This factory was small, but it had all the equipment Li Yi needed. In the information this factory because of the area is not much people are willing to buy. Chu Jianjun looked at the land is ready to buy when the warehouse. The price is not high, is just more than $1 million. In fact, the factory's equipment plant and so on add up to the value of more than 2 million. Chu Jianjun is purely those equipment as scrap iron counting. Roughly estimate the purchase of factory buildings need 3 million. Update some equipment to establish a research and development room need another 2 or 3 million. And in the systems information around the factory will also gradually sold. Very suitable for Li Yi to expand the scale. The 5 million or so left over from this calculation of Li Yi is not quite enough. The system helped me come up with a moneymaker. Host's remaining future value is 6,634 points. Do you want to redeem all of them? Yes. The future value is not like a good feeling fund saved up and used to make more money. So you might as well use it now for real money. Soon came the system's prediction that starting tomorrow the major oil-producing countries would cut production, and that the international price of crude oil would skyrocket by 50% in a week, as long as Lee adds a 20-fold leverage. Then the funds in hand can be doubled another 10 times to reach more than $50 million. Knowing this news, Lee Ian drove to the former Letter Securities near the Lake University. Looking at the signboard on the street, Lee sighed slightly. I didn't expect to be here again so soon. The front desk lady saw an S-Class parked in front of the door and immediately realized that the big customers had come, so she hurriedly notified the supervisor here, Pang Jin, and at the same time jogged out to meet them. At this time Lee just came down from the car. After seeing the young face she froze for a moment but still smiled and greeted. Hello, are you here for business? Aha. Right at this moment, Pang Jin also hurriedly came to the door. After seeing Lee he was similarly stunned. Mr. Lee, if there's anything that can be done just call me directly. Why bother to even make a special trip? Finding that the other party even recognized him, Lee smiled and said, Supervisor Pang, I'm here to open a futures account this time. It looks like Mr. Lee is getting some more news, knowing that the other party is testing himself. But Lee, even if he said that the system told him that the next week crude oil will skyrocket, I am afraid that the other party will not believe. Solely he smiled and kept quiet, letting Pang Jin guess for himself. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Pang Jin knew that he couldn't ask again, so he brought Lee into his office. This time after hearing that Lee wanted to buy crude oil futures, he was calm and did not persuade. Give me another 20 times leverage. When Lee said this, Pang Jin was shocked again. He couldn't help but persuade again. Mr. Lee, I know you are a very powerful person, but the matter of adding 20 times leverage is something I suggest you think about more. Realize that if the price of crude oil drops by 5%, then you've lost all your principal. So think again carefully. In this regard, Lee simply do not have to think about. He chose to buy the price as the lowest point, so simply no longer still need to add money to the inside of the thing. No, just buy at the price I set, not a penny less than $5.5 million. See, Lee is still insisting. Pang Jin thought of the last time that magical stock selection heart quickly operate on the computer. Will this matter arranged? Lee directly to the Jaha milk powder factory. At this time the factory is quiet without any movement. The door is also affixed with a large transfer notice. Seeing an S-Class parked in front of the gate, the drowsy doorman immediately saw that this car could be better than the one his boss usually drove. So he immediately put Lee in, and then immediately picked up the phone to notify his boss. When Lee just got down from the car, he saw a dry and thin middle-aged man trotting out from the office building next to him. Although he was surprised by Lee's young face, this middle-aged man still smiled and said, Hello, I'm the boss here, Woo Jun, please go in and chat. Sitting down in the spacious office, Lee directly stated his intention. I heard that Boss Wu was preparing to sell his milk powder factory, so I just came over to take a look today. I'm going to offer $3 million to buy this factory. What does Boss Wu think? Hearing this price, Woo Jun was surprised and almost jumped up. The highest of the few current bids was only $1,200,000. This youth in front of him was willing to bid $3 million. He hurriedly got up and poured a cup of tea for Lee and said, Mr. Lee is really young and promising. Lee didn't bother to serve the cup of tea but smiled and continued. However, I need a week before I can sign the contract, so please ask Boss Wu to wait for me for a week. As expected, Woo Jun's face showed a struggle after hearing this. The price given by Lee has even exceeded his psychological price, so it is false to say that he is not moved. But in case the other party says that he will not buy a week later, that is not waiting for a week for nothing. Seemingly not noticing Woo Jun's struggling expression, Lee even took a sip of tea in an old-fashioned manner, seemingly not worried at all. In the end, Woo Jun still gritted his teeth and said, I will wait for 1 week at most. Please be able to Mr. Lee to understand more. Chapter 72 Lee Cheon becomes a Lee ghost. 1 week was enough for Lee, who had already put almost all the money in his hand into the futures market, which would turn into $56 million in a week. When the time comes, not only will we be able to buy the small factory, but we'll even be able to update the equipment inside. At this time, Lee still has more than $200,000 left in his hand as a reserve fund, in addition to $200,000 or so in the accounts of the 3 Sweet Syracuse and the 2 T Coco, and Laughing Click Network's continuous daily advertising. For the time being it will not affect further expansion plans at all. Not long after Lee had just driven away from Jaha Milk Powder Factory, Chu Jianjun arrived with Chu Liqiang. Chu Liqiang, Dad, are you going to open a milk powder factory? Chu Jianjun shook his head and said, This place is in a good location and there are ready-made factories. It's especially suitable to buy it as a warehouse. Saying this, the two came to Wu Jun's office. Boss Wu, how have you considered it? To be honest, $1,200,000 for a factory as small as yours is already more than enough. If it weren't for the fact that you have a factory and an office building here, $500,000 is more than enough. In words Chu Jianjun has been conveying a meaning to Wu Jun, your factory is not worth money at all. I am willing to pay $1,200,000 is already the highest price. Do not hurry to sell me. But today was different. Li Yi's bid of $3 million was more than double his. I'm afraid Boss Chu is going to be disappointed. A boss recently offered $3 million to buy my factory. Hearing this, Chu Jianjun leaned on the sofa revealing a disdainful look. Boss Wu, let's all be sincere. I'll bid up to $1.5 million. A factory as small as yours can't produce enough to be seen by the general public, so don't presume to sell it at the normal price. The most I'll let you do is sell your own equipment. Just leave the plant empty. Wu Gang knew that those equipments could only fetch $700,000 to $800,000 at most even if they were sold, and he also had to pay for the dismantling and transportation costs, so he acted quite resolutely. Thanks for the kind words, Boss Chu, but someone did bid $3 million. Seeing that Wu Jun's attitude was so resolute, Chu Jianjun had no choice but to take Chu Liqiang and get up to leave. On the way back Chu Liqiang asked, Dad, would someone really bid $3 million for such a small factory? Chu Jianjun smiled slightly and educated. It's still possible if you're ready to buy it and put it directly into production, but that factory that's not even as big as a soccer field is usually not looked at by anyone. By the way, you said that the Laughing Click Network and Sweet Snow City run by that guy named Li Yi are doing well? Hearing this, Chu Liqiang immediately got excited. Yeah, since Sweet Snow City opened it's been lining up every day after class, and there's that Laughing Click Network. I heard that the advertisement fee collected in a week is almost $50,000. Chu Jianjun mused. It's a pity to let someone else snatch such a good business. Chu Liqiang nodded quite agree. Now he see Li Yi make money is simply more difficult than their own loss of money. Cannot wait to immediately snatch the position of the boss to take its place. Son, do you still want to start a business? Ha? Suddenly hearing this caused Chu Liqiang to freeze without reacting, but he quickly nodded frantically again and said, Of course I want to. Good. I'll give you $500,000 now. First copy all the contents of Li Yi's business according to Li Yi, and I'll prepare another $1 million for you after you open the website all the way. I can feel that the prospect of doing development according to his model is definitely not small. All you have to do now is to squeeze Li Yi out of the way and then become the person who invented this model. After going back Chu Liqiang's card has more than 500,000. To know the last business Chu Jianjun also just gave him 100,000. After getting the money, Chu Liqiang first prepared to strike from Sweet Snow City, only needing to cooperate with Li Arrow and the others to solve most of the troubles, and also freeing up his hands to focus on Laughing Click Network. In order to deal with Sweet Syracuse, Chu Jianjun found a chef who was particularly good at making desserts through his connections to improve the recipe. He himself, on the other hand, recruited another group of people to start making a big deal out of setting up a parody of Laughing Click. 18%. In today's era where no attention has been paid to video sites, 10 million Li Yi is confident to promote to the entire city of Jianyang. Just then, Song Wenli, who is responsible for the operation of Polytechnic University's Laughing Click website, suddenly called. Boss, a laughing material network suddenly appeared yesterday. Not only did it fully plagiarize our Laughing Click network, but even those videos were made directly by having our website's video writers carry the content over. And this laughingstock also has the slogan that new users who sign up can receive a $10 red packet with their account. And there are already a lot of people in Polytechnic University who have started to use laughingstock now. Hearing this news Li Yi was slightly surprised. Happening this kind of thing he was actually prepared for it, but he didn't expect it to happen so early. After all, it is only now that Laughing Click has been officially promoted in 2 universities, and its influence has not yet reached a high level at all. Leahy asked, Any idea who owns this joke network? Song Wenli's teeth-gnashing voice immediately came. It's that hateful guy Chu Liqiang. He also made a joint activity with several other milk tea stores in Polytechnic University. As long as you use Laughing Matters for a full 10 hours you'll be able to get a $5 coupon. There are already a number of merchants ready to advertise on Laughingstock. Getting this news Li Yi did not get angry, but began to think about countermeasures. On the total number of users Laughingstock is still inferior to us. You first lead the market group to use this advantage to continue to talk to merchants about cooperation. Song Wenli's tone was a bit anxious. But boss, if this trend continues Laughingstock will completely steal the Polytechnic University market very soon. Li Yi was quite confident. Don't worry, he can't snatch it. After hanging up, Su Qingxiao's call came back. Have you heard about the Laughingstock thing? What? Did he go after your Arigato group by 2? Not yet, but I think it's getting close. There was a new group buying network set up yesterday in Polytechnic University with the exact same business model as mine, and it's just now starting to roll out. Instead of answering, Lee suddenly changed the topic. Do you have the spare capacity to promote to other university towns in Jiangning district now? Hearing this, Su Qingqiao paused for a moment and said in that clear, elegant voice, yes, okay, wait for my message. Hanging up the phone, Lee smiled coldly. You started this, so don't blame me. After a rummage in his address book, Lee found Shuijie's phone number. Brother Shui, how about I invite you to one of my offline activities? Because Laughing Click often contacted, the two have been very familiar. Shuijie thought for a moment and said, it's possible, but after all, this still involves the brokerage company. I can't help you for free. Chapter 71 Preparation for Full Expansion. Lee understands this. Shuijie is a singer signed to an agency. Theoretically speaking, if you want to participate in commercial activities, you must go through the agency's consent. Registering an account on LaughingClick can still be described as a personal account, and for publicity purposes the agency will even help maintain it. As it is, Shuijie's account on LaughingClick occasionally posts clips or demos of his new songs as a promotional outlet. But this time, Lee was going to invite Shuijie as a guest to participate in the campus singer audition. And this kind of activity that requires public appearances and even participation in publicity can't be bypassed by the agency. No problem. Why don't we set up a time to talk together? Good. Shuijie agreed without hesitation. Towards the end he suddenly said, as a friend, I personally am able to give you free help, and the price should be quite a bit lower by then. Lee wasn't polite about this as he smiled and said, thank you brother Shui then. Hanging up the phone, Lee directly called Wu Gang, Zhang Yuhang, and Song Wenli all to the Lake University Entrepreneurship Center 504. Now Wu Gang is in charge of the marketing group of LaughingClick, and the Lakes University marketing group has been handed over to Zhang Yuhang in charge. After waiting for people to arrive, Lee began to arrange the content of the work. Recently, Polytechnic University suddenly appeared a laughing stock network. Although it is still only in the development of Polytechnic University within the development, but if we allow him to copy the development of our model sooner or later will have an impact on the subsequent promotion. Now we have to accelerate the promotion of LaughingClick. And next the marketing team is going to expand and start promoting it within the universities in Jianyang City. Speaking of this, Wu Gang suddenly raised his hand and asked, boss, now that the weather has turned cooler, it would be difficult to organize another basketball tournament, right? Lee swept him a glance and said, that's what I'm going to say next. Since it's almost winter and outdoor sports are obviously no longer appropriate, we're switching genres this time around and hosting a campus singers competition. In order to make it impossible for Laughingstock to imitate, we have directly expanded our target to all universities in the entire city of Jianyang this time. Wu Gang, Zhang Yuhang, Song Wenli, the three of you are mainly responsible for interfacing with all the schools. And if there is a music department, ask the professors from the music department to step in as judges for the on-campus auditions. If not, then find the university and say we'll get professional judges, but also ask them to send a representative to the judging. Seeing Lee finish, Song Wenli raised her hand and said, boss, there are more than 50 universities in Jianyang. It would cost quite a bit of money to hold the competition at the same time. Lee waved his hand and said, you don't need to worry about the money. Now hurry up and go recruit people and start the promotion work as soon as possible. Since the boss had said that there was no problem, Wu Gang and the others stopped refuting and immediately began to devote themselves to their respective work. Walking out of 504, Lee went straight to Chiu Hanlin's office again. Director Chiu, there's something I want to ask the professor of the law department and the professor of the art department for help. Help me get an introduction. Chiu Hanlin took off his glasses and sized up Lee for a moment. What are you boys planning to get up to again? Lee scratched his head and said coyly, it's just that he's preparing for a big event and needs to work with a star. When he said this, Lee's tone was as relaxed and casual as if he was organizing a small competition. But Chiu Hanlin knew that the big event he was talking about was definitely not too small. Your kid isn't preparing to work with Shuijie, is he? Director Chiu, how do you know about Shuijie? Looking at Lee's puzzled and probing gaze, Chiu Hanlin coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. Nothing, I heard it from someone else. Oh, the long trailing voice made him a bit annoyed, and he directly kicked Lee out. Go go go. I'll let you know when the contact is made on the law department's side. As the most outstanding entrepreneurial project of the Department of Economics and Management, Chiu Hanlin would of course pay a little more attention to it, so it was inevitable that he learned that Lee and Shuijie had a good relationship. When Lee said that he was preparing to hold a big event to invite stars, of course the first thing that came to mind was Shuijie. Hearing that it is to help entrepreneurial students, the professors of the law department of Lake University, one more than one enthusiastic, and finally a respected old professor stepped in. The other professors did not continue to scramble. In order to let the old professor sit comfortably, Li Yi left his S-class at Lake University for Wu Gang to pick up the old professor, while he himself drove the Volkswagen to the tea house where he had an appointment. When Li Yi arrived, Shuejie brokerage company people just at the same time arrived. With large sunglasses, Shuejie immediately greeted with a smile. This is only a month, have not seen you have bought a car. Business is doing well. Ah. Li Yi smiled at his words and waved his hand. That's not thanks to brother Shue's help. Poof. Just as the two men were exchanging pleasantries, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses came down from an E-class next to them and suddenly snorted coldly, saying in a conspiratorial manner, I think it's some kind of big boss, just driving a broken Volkswagen and still dare to say that he wants to cooperate with us. The man's words made Shuejie frown a little dissatisfied. One supervisor, this is my friend, and a freshman student, business less than 2 months to buy a car. I think it has been very impressive. Unexpectedly, one supervisor, even more disdain. So what? The appearance fee for inviting you to be the guest of honor usually has to be tens of millions of dollars. Just based on him, a college student who drives a broken public can get it out? I see this as a waste of time and no point in continuing the conversation. Shuejie decided to ignore him for now and turned his head to explain with apologies. This is the head of the legal department of my agency, Wen Jin, the boss's brother-in-law. You don't have to worry. Whether or not you want to work together mainly depends on my wishes. Li Yi nodded slightly and smiled. It's fine. I'm fully prepared this time. Wen Jin over there couldn't help but get a little angry when he saw that both of them didn't pay attention to him. Shuejie, do you know how many resources the company has spent in order to cultivate you to become famous? Is this how you repay the company? If you don't leave, believe me, I'll call the boss right now. Seeing Wen Jin being so rude to himself in front of his friends, Shuejie was a bit upset and said, did I not make money for the company? The company has always taken 80% of the money over the years, and I've never said anything about it, I guess. Hearing this, Wen Jin's expression was even more disdainful. At first, that 20-year contract was signed by yourself, and it was written in black and white that the company took 80% of all the income. Now do you still want to disown it? You should know what happens when an artist disappears from the public eye for 16 years. Of course you can also choose to default on the contract. Just be prepared to pay $1 billion in default. Ha ha ha. The smug and laughing look of Wen Jin in front of him made Shuejie even more angry, but there was no way around it. It was all true. As long as the contract didn't end, he could only be bound by the company. Seeing that his threats were having an effect, Wen Jin was about to take Shuejie out of here. In the morning, he had already made a deal with his cousin for Shuejie to attend an event at his cousin's mall for a week. So how could he have time to waste time with this poor student? Right at this moment, an S-class suddenly stopped slowly at the entrance of the tea house, and upon seeing the white-haired old man who came down from the back seat, Wen Jin's condescending expression from earlier instantly disappeared and was replaced with a pleasing expression. Chapter 72. How can you be so arrogant when you meet the master? Professor Hu, I didn't expect to meet you here. Wen Jin's face had completely lost the high and mighty look from earlier, and now he was like a pug spitting out his tongue and jumping in front of the old man to please him. This old man is the old professor of Lake University that Li Yi hired as a legal advisor, and is a leader in the legal profession in Jianyang and even in northern Zhejiang province. Wen Jin was still a graduate student at this time, and his teacher was a student of this prof, Hu Guoqiang, and this old professor of the legal profession of the highest level of certification review. It can be said that Wen Jin's certificates are held in the hands of this old man. So that's the beauty of having a university at your back, where a normally cordial old man who jokes around with you can walk out the door and be the mentor of a bunch of bigwigs. Professor Hu carefully measured Wen Jin for a moment. Always feel where I have seen, but now say do not recognize, too embarrassing, so pretend to suddenly realize the appearance said, oh, you are the last time that. Hearing Professor Hu's intentionally elongated trailing voice, Wen Jin rather sensibly introduced himself. Professor, you have a good memory. I'm Wen Jin, Mr. Wang student. Not bad, not bad. Little Wang didn't slack off when he taught you, did he? The teacher is very responsible. Seeing that Professor Hu did not have the intention to continue chatting, Wen Jin in confused words turned ready to say goodbye. Professor Hu, you come here as something? Professor Hu smiled and said, come do the student a favor. When Wen Jin heard this, he quickly said, do you need help to support the scene? Today the student just happened to bring a very hot star over. After saying that, he pointed at Shuejie. Professor Hu turned his head to see Li Yi's eyes light up next to him and immediately revealed a gracious smile and said, I always hear that there is a freshman in the school who was very successful in starting his own business, and in less than 2 months, he has made the company very big. I didn't believe it, but I finally did today when I saw the car you sent to pick me up. At this moment, Professor Hu's face was filled with a cordial smile, as well as an affirmation of his juniors, completely different from the polite appearance when he spoke to Wen Jin just now. Li Yi greeted him with a smile and said, it's still just a small fight. The company still has a lot of imperfections now, and it still needs more guidance from Professor Hu. Looking at the way the two were talking to each other, When Jean and those advisors he brought with him froze. They were all in this industry and had more or less heard of Prof. Whose name, and now seeing a student who hadn't even graduated yet talking and laughing with him. This strong sense of contrast made it hard for all of them. Among them, the most uncomfortable number is when Jean, he just did not taunt Lee, now can only pray that Professor Who was not here to help him today. Suddenly, a sentence shattered all his fantasies. Didn't you ask me to help you negotiate today? Who exactly are you planning to negotiate with? Lee pointed at Wen Jin. It's with him. I want to organize a large event. I need to ask a friend to be a judge. So I need to negotiate with the brokerage company. Professor Who smiled and shot a glance at Shuejie. You're the one who's going to hire this Shuejie, right? Now there are quite a few teachers inside the University of Hubei who also often use this laughing clicker network of yours. Seeing Professor Who looking at himself, Shuejie hurriedly took off his sunglasses and went forward with a smile. Hello Professor Who, I didn't expect you to know me as well. Shuejie respected a respected old professor like Hu Guoqiang from the bottom of his heart. Such a performance made Prof. Who like it too. You're the hottest on Laughing Click. Of course I know that. At this time, when Jean stood beside the honestly did not dare to say a word. And just now that arrogant and domineering appearance is simply a different person. Several people joked and walked into the private room to start negotiating. Although there was only one person on Li Yi's side, Professor Who, while there were 6 people on Wen Jin's side. However, the rhythm of the negotiation was completely mastered by Prof. Who, and Wen Jin and the others were all coy throughout, and were careful when they objected. I am afraid that if I am not careful, Prof. Who will be upset and lose the license in his hand. The final result of the negotiation went well. Professor Who just helped Li Yi to get a more favorable contract and didn't squeeze the other party without limits. Seeing that the old professor was merciful, Wen Jin and the few others silently sighed in relief and hurriedly agreed. Laughingka organizes Jinyang City School Singers Competition and invites Shuejie to participate in the promotion and serve as a judge for a total of $5 million in endorsement fees, because Shuejie wanted to do Li Yi a favor by voluntarily giving up his share. So in the end Li Yi only had to pay $4 million. Now it seems that the $10 million or so in fees that Wen Jin said was a complete lion's share of the cost. After all, Shuejie only had to shoot some promotional posters and serve as a judge at the citywide competition, so the time he needed to attend wasn't really too much. The contract was signed, and at the entrance of the tea house Wenjin froze again when he saw Li Yi sitting in the black Mercedes-Benz S-Class. It was only now that he remembered that Professor Who had said that this S-Class belonged to Li Yi, and thought of just now he said that the other party is a poor student. Wen Jin cannot help but be red in the face. His E-Class or the company to match. Plus the other party is young to come up with a few million to do activities. At this time Wen Jin's face became redder. Li Yi, if he is a poor student, then what is he? Back to the law department of Lake University. Professor Who suddenly said to Li Yi, your company is doing so big now there is no legal department? This reminds Li Yi. Now Laugh Click Network. Sweet Snow City, Tea Coco spread more and more big. Plus in the future Sweet Snow City is also ready to use the model of franchising. No legal department, certainly not. We haven't had time to form it yet. Can Professor Who recommend a few people? Hearing Li Yi take the initiative, Hu Guoqiang smiled. He actually asked this because he wanted Li Yi to help solve a few students with more difficult conditions in the law department. Then I won't hide the fact that one of the graduate students I'm taking is in a difficult situation. And even with a scholarship from the school, it's not enough. There's absolutely nothing wrong with his abilities. That I can guarantee. Since Professor Who had brought it up, of course Li Yi wouldn't reject it. Then let him come. There's definitely no problem with the person Professor Who recommended. In fact, there was another advantage for Li Yi to agree. This was after all Professor Who's student, and many of his senior brothers and sisters were not ordinary people, not to mention the fact that there is also Professor Who, the teacher, sitting in the town. Even if there is something difficult to solve, will this teacher just sit back and do nothing? So this is actually equivalent to the invitation of Professor Who, the big brother sitting in the town. Laugh Click network of the legal department in Jianyang. This boundary across the walk is estimated to be no problem, all things being equal. The campus singer competition co-branded by Laughing Click and Sweet Syracuse finally began to be publicized in major colleges and universities. And this time Li Yi was finally able to print Shuejie on the publicity posters in a bright manner. And Hongda's Huang boss this time is also so busy that directly not even opened the door. On this poster production speed is still a bit unable to keep up. Knowing this, Li Yi came directly to Hongda and patted Boss Huang's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Boss Huang, I think you need more equipment. Chapter 73. What does it mean to be rich? Hearing this, Mr. Huang was a bit headstrong. In fact, he had already purchased additional equipment once, and now Hongda's small store was stuffed with all kinds of equipment, and there wasn't even a place to put his feet up. Boss Li, look where I have room in this little store. Looking at the small store full of people, Li shook his head and said, Boss Huang, you need to look at the long term. In the future, my company is definitely going to get bigger and bigger, so I suggest you find a place to specialize in opening a printing house. These words caused Boss Huang to freeze and couldn't help but be a little heartbroken. Since the Laugh Click network began to hold a basketball tournament and basketball baby auditions, Hongdae is almost not open much. Everyday Laugh Click network promotional posters, flyers, as well as sweet Syracuse, tea cocoa cups, all kinds of materials have kept him busy every day until midnight. It's safe to say that Laughing Click is his most important client. Well, I'm going to find a place to expand now. Seeing that Boss Huang is so on board, Li is very satisfied. It is not easy to find a reliable partner like him, so letting Hongdae follow his footsteps to expand its scale is the best choice. Just at this time 4 or 5 boys suddenly broke in from the door. Just entered the door, heard someone shouted, "Boss, there is a big single, you take it or not?" Boss Huang said sorry and came out from the operation room with a slight apology. "Sorry everyone, the store has too many orders lately. If you're not in a hurry, can you do it a week later?" Who knows that a boy in the crowd heard immediately roared in dissatisfaction. "What is your attitude? I look for you to do but tens of thousands of large single, understand? I'll even consider a long-term partnership when it's done right, and you don't know how to let me stick my nose in?" Li, who was inside, felt that the voice was somewhat familiar when he heard it, so he walked out to take a look, and it turned out to be this guy Chu Liqiang. Chu Liqiang also immediately recognized Li, and he immediately said disdainfully, "You can be encountered everywhere you go. I'm warning you not to follow my example." Hearing this, Li was almost angry and laughed. Obviously this guy copied his own Laugh Click net in the first place, and now he turned around and said that he learned from him. "I've always admired you. How on earth did you develop such a thick skin?" Chu Liqiang's face showed disdain. "That's what I'm going to say to you. Right, come here to learn from me to organize events. Just what are you, an ordinary person, going to compare with me?" After saying that, he turned his head to look at Boss Huang. "My laughing material network will have at least tens of thousands of orders every month in the future. If you stop cooperating with this guy right now, all of these orders will be yours." A few other boys chimed in. "Boss, you have to think about it, but our laughing material network is going to be promoted throughout Jianyang City soon, and the orders will only get bigger and bigger in the future. With his shabby looks, there's only a couple thousand orders a month at most. I reckon I'd be lucky to get 500. Smartest Huang boss immediately guessed that the person in front of him should have a conflict with Li, and as soon as he heard the name of the Laughing Stock Network can guess that this person should be an imitation of Li, opened this website. In fact, in the eyes of people like Mr. Huang, who has been doing business for a long time, imitation is a normal thing, but after imitating it, he also arrogantly mocked the rightful owner, which is too much. Besides a few tens of thousands of orders a month in Li, this is not too much at all. Laugh Click Network to organize an event, the cost of publicity materials on the tens of thousands, plus Sweet Snow City and tea cocoa orders, basically every month on the 100,000, and Li is an old partner of Hongdae. These orders are real money exists, and Chu Liqiang, the Laughing Stock Network the mouth can say anyone, "I'm sorry, I do have too many orders, I just can't do it." After saying this, Mr. Huang sneaked a look at Li's face and found that he was smiling, and then his heart suddenly relaxed a lot. After all, this is the real big customer, and Hongdae can achieve this scale now thanks to this. And immediately after being rejected, Chu Liqiang's face flushed red as he yelled at Li, "Was it you who messed up? I didn't expect you to use such despicable means." For such accusations Li didn't put it on his mind at all. He smiled and said, "Boss Chu is so powerful, why don't you let me open my eyes? How much is this order of tens of thousands? It won't be only 10,000, right?" Hearing Li mention this, Chu Liqiang instantly wilted. The reality is that his order today is not even 10,000, only more than 3,000. After all, he's talking about tens of thousands of orders a month, not tens of thousands of orders this time around. And even if the last month's orders didn't reach 10,000, it could be argued that it was due to a special reason affecting it. This kind of trick was normal in Chu Liqiang's eyes, but now being exposed by Li made him lose face, so he couldn't help but roar angrily. "Li, you're deliberately looking for a fight, aren't you? Just wait, I'll be able to obtain another $5 million in funding soon. At that time let's see how your Laughing Click network will be crushed by me." Here only 5 million. Li face smile more disdain. He only used 4 million to invite Shuejie to sit down. If you let Chu Liqiang to go, this 5 million estimated that people even talk about lazy talk. I'm looking forward to it. You, just as Chu Liqiang angrily tried to make a move, Boss Huang suddenly called out all the employees in his store at the same time with an icy face. "This is my partner, please leave." Under Boss Huang's icy gaze, Chu Liqiang's aura grew weaker and weaker, and finally had to helplessly back out. But before leaving he still put in another harsh word. "Just wait, Li, I'll make you regret it sooner or later." Because Li want urgent, Huang boss finally found several peers to rush together. Finally in time to the required materials all rushed out. Take advantage of some spare time. He also began to look for the site of the printing plant. And Lee Yi sighed in all the materials in place immediately began to publicize the campus singer competition in the whole city of Jianyang. Because of the school's support, just started publicity to sign up to participate in the people on the registration office surrounded. At the same time LaughingClick saw a surge in new users, and the entire site began to buzz with a large number of new videos being uploaded every day inside the music section. Such a boom surprisingly brought a windfall, as LaughingClick began to gain some notoriety in the city's college towns, and more businesses wanted to place ads. As merchants became more numerous, those who were originally subject to the rewards given out by Laughing quietly shifted their focus back to LaughingClick. After all, LaughingClick has more users, and the income from a few random ads is much higher than those rewards. Discovering that his website had suddenly gone quite cold, Chu Liqiang's face became ugly. What the hell is going on here? How come all those people have gone back to LaughingClick again? At this time, one of his men who was sent to HU to prepare for the promotion hesitantly said, "Boss, this time, the LaughingClick Campus Singers competition is doing great, and I heard that all the college students in Jianyang are discussing this competition." Damn it! Chu Liqiang fiercely stood up. Comparing size with me is right. Then I'll show you what it means to be rich. Chapter 74 Use mine first. Chu Liqiang dares to say so actually has the courage, because his father is very rich. The most crucial thing is that Chu Jianjun is a shrewd person, and after discovering the great prospects of LaughingClick, he decided to get involved. So he supported Chu Liqiang a lot. This is not just begged grandpa and grandma to get back some of the project money directly to Chu Liqiang shouted to the home of the serious. Son, you just let go of this. As long as you beat this what's his name LaughingClick, you'll be the first in this industry. Saying that, he took out a card and put it on the desktop. There are $2 million in here. That LaughingClick network to engage in activities we also engage in activities, and the momentum to make it bigger, so that everyone else thinks that it's us who started to engage in it first. And Chu Liqiang's entire body floated after getting the bank card. He shouted excitedly, "Don't worry Dad. See if I don't screw that what's his name LaughingClick down." The next day, Laughingstock made a big deal out of having a contest as well. When Lee Yi had a campus singer contest, they had a campus street dance contest. The most crucial thing was that apart from the name and the content of the competition being different, the rest of the publicity means, posters, and even the rules of the competition were exactly the same as the campus singers competition. And Chu Liqiang also through his father's relationship in Jianyang City, several large street dance interest classes reached a cooperation. They sent teachers as judges. These street dance teachers are all dressed up in quite a fashionable way. And alright, they even go around to the enrollment points of various schools to look quite intimidating. Because of the $2 million of financial support, Chu Liqiang engaged in the activities of the momentum is also quite large. From all aspects of the scale of the LaughingClick head, the key is that they also intentionally set up the registration point next to LaughingClick, and the comparison between the two parties makes LaughingClick's campus singers competition look like a group of students in a small fight. This caused some uninformed students to begin to get the wrong idea and talk about it. How come this LaughingClick and Laughing Materials are so close to each other? They're not fighting, are they? I have a feeling it's a rivalry. Look at their people who aren't looking at anyone. There's a lot of saber rattling going on. Notice how both of them have the exact same rules for their matches. Who do you think copied who? Of course it's LaughingClick copied Laughing Materials. Can't you see that Laughing Materials is bigger than LaughingClick from all aspects? It's very formal at first sight. I feel the same way. When you compare the two families LaughingClick this tournament looks like a small fight. No way. Didn't LaughingClick also say that they had invited Shuijie to be a judge? How could it be a small fight to invite this popular singer? Fake it. Wait for the finals when they find a random excuse to say Shuijie can't make it. It's not often people do that. Other people don't care who actually came up with the idea of organizing the contest first. They will only look at which one is more vociferous. So it's surprising that Laughing's hotness started to overpower LaughingClick for a while. And Wu Gang quickly discovered the situation, and with an anxious face, he quickly returned to the Lake University Entrepreneurship Center 504. Boss, Laughingstock got a campus street dance competition and made quite a big deal out of it, and now everyone's attention is slowly being drawn away from them. Lee raised his eyebrows when he heard. He has been staring at the futures market for the past 2 days. The more than 5 million he put in has now risen to almost 40 million, and in 2 more days it will be able to reach 56 million raised. Chu Liqiang, this guy is quite rich. How much liquidity we still have on the account? Directly in the school to discuss to get a big display board is not on the line. Who knew that? Wu Gang shook his head and said, there's only about 30,000 now, and it still costs money to keep the event going, so this money can't be touched. Hearing this news, Lee annoyed. He, in order to earn more, only left enough money to organize the event. The rest of all out into the futures market. I thought it was only a week. There will not be any big impact. Who knows that Chu Liqiang intervened to make now no spare funds. Li Yi couldn't help but think as he looked at the computer screen in front of him. Why don't we take out a portion of the emergency first? But with 2 days left to go up the fastest, it's not really a good idea to take some of the money out now. Right at this moment, a clear and elegant voice suddenly pushed the door in. She directly took out a bank card and slapped it in front of Li Yi and said, I just can't see Chu Liqiang, that villain. Take my money first. The person who came was Su Qingxiao. Chu Liqiang did not do group buying after inquiring that there is a group buying is indeed not together with Laughing Click. However, if something happens, she likes to go to the entrance of Polytechnic University's office to squat Su Qingxiao, so that she is not tired of it. Plus, she really couldn't see the shamelessness of Chu Liqiang saying that her laughingstock was the first video site, and at this point, she didn't hesitate to step in. Looking at the bank card on the table that still had the scent of orchids, Li Yi smiled and said, First things first, I won't pay you interest. Hearing this, Su Qingxiao gave him a cross look. Then consider it as my shareholding in Laughing Click. Think quite beautiful. Li Yi casually handed the bank card to Wu Gang, then picked Su Qingxiao up lazily and walked outside. Come, let me see what kind of ambition you've eaten that you dare to hit my Laughing Click network. Recently, Li Yi and Su Qingxiao have been meeting a lot because of co-promotion. Because Su Qingxiao often exercise. Her water snake waistband is slim and elastic. Li Yi have their own independent ideas of the hand soon found a new good place to go. And Su Qingxiao somehow didn't resent this kind of behavior. Instead, she was getting more and more relaxed in between the jostling. Just like at this moment, Li Yi directly carried Su Qingxiao on his shoulders towards the grove behind the venture center. A big hand pressed on that slender and tight water snake waist. The nose is always surrounded by an orchid fragrance. Su Qingxiao laughed and punched Li Yi's shoulder. Quickly put me down. I'm your debtor now. Being pounded by a pair of soft and tender little fists, Li Yi comfortably squinted his eyes, but his mouth viciously said, Don't you know that the one who owes the debt is daddy? Saying that, he slapped Su Qingxiao's butt. Be honest. If you're not, I'll sell you just so you don't even have to pay your debts. Who knows that this slapdown? Su Qingxiao, pretty face scarlet, suddenly struggled violently. Quickly put me down. You pervert. After all, she had practiced. Su Qingxiao casually got off Li Yi's shoulder with a seriousness. She covered her little buttocks with a blushing face and waited for Li Yi. And Li Yi saw her expression, deliberately pretending to know nothing, and said, Why do you suddenly have this expression? Who knew that? Su Qingxiao violently rushed up and hugged Li Yi's arm and bit up. Ow. Poof. Then he took those long legs and huffed away. Chapter 75 Crazy Chu Liqiang. Su Qingxiao went out after Li Yi's step did not cross out, but backhanded the bank card to Wu Gang, instructed, now that the funds are there, directly to the various schools' open auditions on the stage to build a larger. Also, there's no need to change the display boards for the next few days of publicity. It's too embarrassing to make it look like a fight with laughingstock. And, Li Yi words only halfway, Su Qingxiao suddenly went and returned. Just pushed open the door, she forced Li Yi to pull outside. While pulling, also exasperated, I am now your debtor. Do not know to chase me? Why should I chase you? Please don't say such horrible words. Okay. Su Qingxiao didn't care if Li Yi was willing or not, directly forcefully pulling him towards the outside. Before being pulled out, Li Yi took the opportunity to add, and don't forget to talk to the various schools about renting out the largest and most prominent venues to prevent the laughingstock network from using them. Li Yi was still not quite willing to be pulled away by Su Qingxiao, and in the midst of his constant struggles, he suddenly felt his hand grasp a soft mass. This strange touch made Li Yi a little strange and couldn't help but grab it twice again. The soft and slippery touch made him couldn't help but touch it twice more. He looked up a little confused, trying to see what in the world could be so wonderfully tactile. As he raised his head, the first thing that caught his eye was Su Qingxiao's slender waist, and her breasts that were covered by a pair of large hands. And then he looked upwards only to see Su Qingxiao's pretty face slightly red, and she was looking at herself viciously. Li Yi quickly retracted his hand back and explained, You have to believe me. I didn't do it on purpose. Humph. Su Qingxiao didn't say anything, and with a grunt, she dragged Li Yi to a nearby big shopping mall and started shopping frantically, as if she was going to turn all her anger into steps and vent it on Li Yi. From time to time while shopping, people were attracted by Su Qingxiao's exquisite face and discussed it in low voices. Wow, that girl is really pretty. Why does that boy next to her still look impatient? If I were you, I'd be willing to shop for a day and a night. Yeah, it's such a blessing. I can't wait to throw that boy aside and just replace him now. Stop it. I want it more than you do. Look, I can't believe that girl is still paying the bill. Why can't I meet a girl like that? What a scumbag. I'm not going to lie. I want to be this scumbag. Actually, I want to. A woman's energy is unlimited when shopping. Su Qingxiao pulled Li Yi straight to 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon before sitting down at a restaurant. At this moment, Li Yi only felt that his legs were sore and soft and he didn't want to walk anymore, while Su Qingxiao looked as usual, as if she hadn't walked a few steps at all. Looking at Su Qingxiao's refreshed appearance, Li Yi couldn't help but ask, Don't you know that you're tired even after a day of shopping? Seemingly not having lost her temper, Su Qingxiao gave a cold snort and turned her head to the side puffing. I'll never rest until I tire you out as a bastard. Cheng Feng saw that she was still angry, and then he was powerless, lying on the table with absolutely no intention of trying to coax. The two were silent for a while before Cheng Feng suddenly spoke. Have you made your transportation channels yet? Hearing Cheng Feng chatting about the company, Su Qingxiao grunted again but still opened her mouth. Not yet. Anyway, which supermarket's transportation channel is quite useful now? Why do you want to make your own? Cheng Feng listened to the did not say. Now his processing plant has been set up. The rest need to do their own transportation channels. After all, Sweet Syracuse's raw materials from the processing plant to each store is the need for long-term distribution, which if outsourced out of the error will be involved. Not to mention that the long-term cost is not a small amount, and there are many benefits of establishing your own transportation channel, which can be used later if Li Yi wants to use the traffic of Laughing Click to do some other business. Su Qingxiao saw that Li Yi didn't say anything, so she asked curiously, are you planning to make your own transportation channel? It's estimated to cost quite a bit of money. Why don't I talk to that supermarket and you use theirs as well and forget about it? Li shook his head and said, no need. The things and routes I'm transporting are more fixed, so it's better to establish my own transportation channels. Seeing Li Yi insisted, Su Qingxiao shook her head and no longer persuade. After dinner and pulled Li Yi in the shopping mall directly to the evening, and in various colleges and universities, while Laughingstock is sparing no effort to publicize the street dance competition. Laughing Click's campus singers competition has begun to be held with great fanfare, with $3 million of financial support. Even the prestige of each college holding a competition at the same time completely overpowered Laughingstock. When Chu Liqiang heard the news and rushed to the scene to watch, he immediately jumped up in anger. Good, Li Yi, you guys wanna fight me, right? I have my dad's support. Let's see what you have. Saying that, he called Chu Jianjun while instructing his men. You guys go talk to the school now and rent the event venue that Laughing Click rented. We're going to organize a bigger event to overpower them. Unexpectedly, his men didn't leave after hearing this but stammered. Mr. Chu, all the venues have been rented by Laughing Click, and there's no bigger venues to use until their event is over. Upon hearing this news, Chu Liqiang was almost fainted with anger. There are only two options in front of him at the moment. One is to use a slightly smaller venue for the tournament and the other is to talk about it after the Laughing Click tournament is over. But either of these two choices made Chu Liqiang feel as disgusted as if he had kissed Li Yi's ass. With a smaller venue, then the sound will be pressed over by Li Yi, making others think that Laughing Material Network's thunderous voice is only shouting. But in reality the strength is simply inferior to Laughing Click Network. As for waiting for Laughing Click's campus singers competition to end before organizing it, that would be even more likely to make people think that Laughing Click is an outright plagiarist. Although it was true that he was copying Li Yi by using the campus street dance competition as a means to raise the popularity of the Laughingstock Network, he could never admit it outside. Thinking about it, he couldn't think of a suitable way to deal with what Li Yi was doing now. It so happened that at this time the phone connected. Chu Jianjun's voice came out from the microphone. Son, call Dad, what's the matter? The money and not enough to spend? As he was optimistic about Laughingstock moving forward, Chu Jianjun was quite supportive of Chu Liqiang now. After hearing Chu Jianjun's voice, Chu Liqiang clenched his teeth and growled lowly in a grim voice. Dad, can you find some people? I'm going to make it impossible for Laughing Click's event to go on. His voice is cold and low. There is also a madness. Chu Jianjun heard the heart cannot help but be shocked, and hastened to discourage. Son, murder and arson things cannot be openly do. Chapter 76. Why is it so big? Seeing his old man's misunderstanding, Chu Liqiang had to explain things, but in a rage he added oil and vinegar to it. In Chu Jianjun sounds like Li Yi in order to target him specifically sent people on the side to make trouble. So Chu Jianjun was quite generous and directly gave Chu Liqiang another 2 million over. Son, be sure to take this first video site's name to occupy a stable. As long as it can be done, no matter how much money it costs, it's worth it. Chu Liqiang heard, gritted his teeth and said in a fierce voice, I know Dad. Laugh Click Network, this activity absolutely cannot be run. Hanging up the phone, he immediately had people go to each school and ask to rent the largest venue. But when they all came back, all of them bowed their heads and said, Boss, the biggest venue has already been rented by Laughing Click until the end of the event, so if we want to use it, we'll have to use a smaller one or wait until they're done with the event. What? Chu Liqiang's hand loosened after hearing this, and the cup he had just picked up instantly fell to the ground. He got up violently and yelled, How can this be? With a smaller venue that would make others, a Laughingstock's event is inferior to the Laughing Click. And when the Laughing Click event is over and then organized, then it will make people a Laughingstock is following the trend. While it's true that he's following the trend, how can this be said? You guys try again, even if you have to pay more, and make sure you grab the venue. However, Cheng Feng had purposely asked Wu Gang and the others to sign a contract with the school, so it was simply impossible to change it now. Chu Liqiang had to watch as Laughing Click Network's campus singer competition was in full swing, and college students all over the city were talking about the campus singer competition. The partners he had originally negotiated with also came to his door, asking for a refund of their advertising fees. At a time the pressure from all sides made him burnt out. Occasionally a little spare time and immediately think of Li Yi's hateful face. The mood suddenly even worse. But the next news certainly added insult to injury. Boss, Laughing Click purposely put the scoreboard of the campus singers competition next to our display board, and now everyone is drawn away from them. Li Yi's action is very fast. After the preliminaries of the campus singer competition, he immediately took advantage of the heat to let Sweet Syracuse and Tea Coco make a big event, and for a time the other milk tea stores were crowded to the door. On this day, Jiang Wenxin found Li Yi after tallying all the Sweet Snow City and Tea Coco revenues. Boss, this week's profit is almost $600,000, and it's growing steadily. Li Yi did not pay too much attention to the growth of profits. Now these are just small scenes for him. Tonight he will be able to harvest a whole 40 million from the futures market. Much faster than that. Seeing that Li Yi didn't have much of a reaction, Jiang Wenxin thought that he wasn't satisfied and hurriedly whispered, "This is just the beginning. There will definitely be more and more in the future." Li Yi smiled and touched her head without saying anything. Now these dozen stores can make a profit of $600,000 per week is already very good. Looking at Jiang Wenxin's slightly haggard face, Li Yi knew that she definitely hadn't stayed up late for Sweet Snow City and Tea Coco recently, so he suddenly smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner." Ha! Seeing that Li Yi had suddenly invited her to dinner, Jiang Wenxin tilted her little head and looked at Li Yi dully, obviously surprised. "Too tired to go?" Jiang Wenxin quickly shook her head. "No, can I go change my clothes?" At this time, Jiang Wenxin was still wearing Sweet Syracuse's work uniform, and although a pair of fleshy thighs wrapped in black silk was very tempting, the wide shirt of the upper body was covering up all the beautiful scenery. This was specially arranged by Li Yi. After all, Jiang Wenxin often had to run between various university towns in Sweet Snow City, and he always felt uncomfortable in his heart. Normally, Jiang Wenxin never studied dressing up. Today she even said she wanted to change her clothes. Li Yi immediately became curious. He nodded his head and said, "Good." After saying that, he drove his S-Class to the bottom of Jiang Wenxin's dormitory building. Jiang Wenxin went upstairs not a moment later and walked down wearing a cream-colored dress, and her delicate white little feet even wore a pair of small white high-heeled sandals. This beautiful dress suddenly attentive to the eyes of all the people around. Not so many people looking at Jiang Wenxin is very unaccustomed to. She quickly lowered her head and jogged into the Li Yi car. The surrounding boys after seeing the face cannot help but reveal the color of disappointment. This simply cannot be compared. People drive the car are more than 1 million. Such a rich second generation, what they take then? But they don't know that the one who was driving is actually rich and the car was bought with his own money. But right now this rich generation didn't have time to pay attention to the envious gazes around them. Li Yi had always known that Jiang Wen's heart was very large, but today, after specially dressing up, he realized that it was surprisingly so large that it could be said that one hand could only barely cover it. Seeing Li Yi's somewhat blazing gaze, Jiang Wenxin lowered her head in embarrassment. When Jingjing picked it out, dryly coughing twice to ease the awkward atmosphere, Li Yi asked, "Let's go to Jianan Mall." Aha! All the way Jiang Wenxin kept her head down and didn't say anything, and when her afterglow glanced over, her scarlet cheeks made Li Yi almost unable to resist taking a bite. The black S-Class quickly stopped at the mall parking lot, and Li Yi immediately attracted countless envious gazes when he stepped out of the car with Jiang Wenxin. The girl in the cream-colored dress was so pretty and had such a hot body that some of the girls couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. That girl is so pretty. It's just like walking out of a painting. Who's that boy next to her? Suddenly so envious. Envy counts for nothing. Now I just want to kick that boy aside and replace him. Just dream on. See that car? Over $1 million. So what if the limo is a rental? How dare you think that? Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Yi led Jiang Wenxin into the mall. The wide array of goods inside dazzled Jiang Wenxin, and she looked around curiously like a little milk cat, her big beautiful eyes full of searching colors. Looking at Jiang Wenxin, who was actually interested in all the game consoles in the game hall, Li Yi couldn't help but be curious. "You haven't played this game console before?" Jiang Wenxin gently nodded her head and said, When I was a child, I had to help my family work and didn't dare to go play." Li Yi listened to the smooth hand to go to the next counter to buy 100 coins to pull her into the game hall. "Go. Today I will take you to play." Suddenly Li Yi saw Jiang Wenxin's somewhat adoring eyes as he emphasized, "This is the boss's reward for your hard work over this period of time." Although she didn't quite understand why Li Yi emphasized this sentence, Jiang Wenxin gently nodded her head and said, "Thank you, boss." Only when he heard Jiang Wenxin say this did Li Yi slightly put his heart down. But just as he was busy teaching Jiang Wenxin how to play the game, he didn't notice in the slightest that Chu Liqiang happened to pass by the door. Chapter 77 Winkin's Door. Chu Liqiang had originally come out to take a break today, and the series of actions of Laughing Click Network squeezed him to the point of being unable to breathe. So he thought of relaxing a bit in the meantime to see if he could think of a way to deal with Laughing Click Network. Just as he passed a game hall, a gorgeous figure sitting in front of an arcade instantly locked his gaze. This girl's figure was just too good, and the cream-colored dress that was just slightly slimmer was surprisingly a hot one on her. Inadvertently revealed the beautiful side face is deeply hooked to his heart or thumping up, so he immediately cleaned up his hairstyle against the floor-to-ceiling window next to him, and then walked into the game room with what he thought was his most handsome stride. At this time, Li Yi and Jiang Wenxin just finished playing a game. See, Jiang Wenxin still interested, so Li got up and went to the front desk ready to buy some more game coins to let her play enough, and Jiang Wenxin was good enough to sit in front of the arcade and wait for Li Yi to come back. "Hello, can we get acquainted?" Just then, a rather flirty voice rang out from behind, and Jiang Wenxin turned around to see a strangely posed youth looking at himself with a smile. When Jiang Wenxin turned his head, Chu Liqiang's eyes lit up and he almost couldn't help but shout out, "This girl is just too pretty. Such a quiet girl has such a hot body. This is much better than those so-called schoolgirls inside the school." Thinking so, he was so excited that he couldn't help but step forward and say, "This young lady, why don't we leave our phone numbers? My arcade plays exceptionally well." The shy Jiang Wenxin hastily refused. "No need." Her soft voice rang out. Chu Liqiang almost couldn't suppress his animalistic desires when he heard it, and at that moment, he wanted to rush up and grab Jiang Wenxin's hand. "I have no malice, you have to believe me." Seeing Chu Liqiang lunging at him, Jiang Wenxin was so frightened that she hastily backed away, and the loud noise made by the chair being brought down immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. "Wow, this girl is beautiful. Yeah, I didn't realize there were girls with such a sense of contrast. What's that boy doing? He looks like he's in a hurry. I guess he sees that girl is pretty and wants to be harassing people. Damn it, I hate people who harass girls like that. Hey guys, look, someone's gone over." Just then, Li Yi, who heard the commotion, quickly walked over and blocked in front of Chu Liqiang at once. "I thought, who is it? So it's Boss Chu, who claims to be the first video website." Seeing that it was Chu Liqiang, Li Yi certainly wouldn't be polite and immediately clamped down on his sarcasm. And Chu Liqiang had been close to grabbing Jiang Wenxin's hand. See, a silhouette suddenly blocked immediately some unhappy. When he saw Li Yi, this let him gnash his teeth face after the anger is rubbing upward. "What are you doing here? Are you trying to harass the pretty lady?" Hearing this, Li Yi said in a good-natured manner, "I came here to stop someone's shameless behavior. I almost forgot that you didn't care much about face in the first place." Knowing that Li Yi was talking about his plagiarizing Laughing Click, Chu Liqiang immediately said defiantly, "So what? What qualifications do you poor bastard have to write on my head?" Asterisk 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 off. The argument between the two men immediately attracted more people to watch. They look like they're at odds. It's not obvious to see. I guess it's because of the girl next to me. That girl is so pretty. I guess this boy was also looking at that girl before he stepped forward, but it's a pity that he was a step too late just now. A guy had only just said this when the girl next to him demurred. Sounds like you're still sorry." The boy begged for mercy. "No, I just don't like it when people harass girls." You're lying to me again." And just then, when Jiang Wenxin saw that more and more people were looking at her, she immediately grabbed Li Yi's arm nervously. The crowd immediately boiled over when they saw this scene. No way, they turned out to be boyfriend and girlfriend? It's a shame. That boy looks so ordinary. Why would that girl like him? That's just it. Obviously I'm much more handsome than he is. Chu Liqiang also noticed Jiang Wenxin's movements, and he immediately yelled lowly, "Li Yi, I order you to leave from that girl's side immediately." Li Yi directly laughed when he heard this. "Chu Liqiang, you're really shameless, but I'm looking forward to what your face will look like again in a few days." After saying that, he turned back and pulled Jiang Wenxin's hand to leave the place. The crowd wailed at the sight, all clearly sorry. The one with the most wonderful face was of course still Chu Liqiang, who only felt that he shouldn't have gone out today because he was now in an even worse mood. After pulling Jiang Wenxin away, Li Yi kept holding her hand and wandering around inside the mall until it was almost evening before returning to the parking lot. And surprisingly, Jiang Wenxin never said anything, as if she enjoyed being pulled by Li Yi. As she got into the car, Jiang Wenxin suddenly looked down and asked, "Boss, can I come here with you every day from now on?" Hearing this, Li Yi was instantly alerted, and he quickly and seriously asked, "Why?" Seeing Li Yi's serious face, Jiang Wenxin hurriedly explained, "I just didn't dare to come to the mall by myself." "Really? Really?" Looking at Jiang Wenxin's sincere eyes, Li Yi finally nodded his head and said, "Alright then," but no craving for the boss's body. With the largest venue and with Jay Shui on the stage, Laughing Click's campus singers competition went quite well. In order to make Laughing Click look even more powerful, Li Yi also rented a downtown stadium as the venue for the finals. Wu Gang also led the marketing team in Jianyang to spread the publicity, and suddenly the influence of Laughing Click became bigger and bigger, and as Laughing Click became more and more influential, Wen Jin suddenly noticed that Laughing Materials was actually in conflict with Laughing Click. So this day he suddenly came to Jianyang Polytechnic University to find Chu Liqiang, who was looking at the report sighing. I've heard that you and Li Yi of Laughing Click aren't dealing with each other too well. I wonder if you want to make it impossible for him to run this campus singers competition. Hearing this, Chu Liqiang jumped up shocked and looked at Wen Jin. Who are you? You don't need to care who I am. I'm only asking you, do you want to step on Li Yi? At this time, Chu Liqiang had already been made a little crazy by Li Yi. He laughed fiercely and said, of course I want to. Do you have a way? Wen Jin immediately laughed at the situation. I have a way to make Shui Jia unable to appear on the day of the campus singer competition finals. You should know what to do then. Chu Liqiang's eyes lit up at his words. If you can really do it, then the backpack is on me. Chapter 78, The Doubtful Wen Jin. The two men, Wen Jin and Chu Liqiang, worked together in a wolfish manner and soon reached a partnership. Wen Jin will find a way to terminate the cooperation between Shui Jia and Laughing Click, and then Chu Liqiang will make a move to completely take away Laughing Click's market share. Of course, in order to reach cooperation, Chu Liqiang also gave up 20% of the shares of Laughing Stock to Wen Jin. 2 days later, seeing that the next day was the official day of the campus singer competition in Jianyang City, Shui Jia started to prepare the costumes and procedures early. At this time, Wen Jin suddenly approached him with a smile on his face and said, Shui Jia, it's going to be the day of your national tour soon, so I suggest that it's better for you not to participate in this so-called campus singer competition. Because of Wen Jin's many blocks, Shui Jia did not have a good impression of him, so he revealed a formulaic smile and said, Supervisor 1, I'm just going to be a judge. I won't delay the national tour. Wen Jin had expected that Shui Jia would refuse. His face suddenly changed sternly. Shui Jia, do you know how important the national tour is to the company? I can't believe you're entering a little contest held by this unheard of Laughing Click network before an event like this. What if you get injured in this contest and it prevents you from doing a national tour? Can you afford to pay that? Shui Jia did not expect Wen Jin actually have this hand. His face also cooled down and said, this is not necessary to win, Supervisor Alarmist. Eating a meal may be stabbed by fish spines to the hospital. Finding that Shui Jia's attitude was so tough for this so-called Li Yi, Wen Jin snorted coldly and took out a copy of the contract from his bag and slammed it on the desktop with a snap. Shui Jia, according to the contract you signed with the company, I have the right to stop you from carrying out all behaviors that could potentially harm the company's interests. So I'm ordering you not to take part in that what's-his-name campus singer competition, or else you'll be waiting to be snowed in by the company. And Shui Jia didn't eat this set of words from him, and immediately coldly grunted. Wen Jin, don't scare me with this kind of stuff either. Don't forget that you have signed a contract with Laughing Click. Hearing Shui Jia mention the contract he signed with Laughing Click, Wen Jin was furious. After signing the contract that day, he returned to the company. The more he thought, the more wrong. Professor, who was the leader of the legal profession in Jianyang. How can a student set up a small website to contribute? That student must have been pulling a tiger's skin that day, using Professor whose name to scare him. He had also secretly investigated in the past few days. This Li Yi who set up the Laughing Click network did not have much background at all. He was just an ordinary student who hit the big time. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. This doesn't need you to worry about it. Anyway, I will immediately send a notice to this Laughing Click to cancel the contract. If you dare to go, then you will wait for the defendant. Shui Jia could sense that Wen Jin's performance just now did not look like a fake, so he immediately called Li Yi just before he left the house. Li Yi, that head of the legal department of my company, Wen Jin, may want to terminate your contract. You have to prepare in advance. At this time, Li Yi was busy directing Hongda's workers to set up the venue, and when he heard this, his face nodded on one side and said, thanks, I'll think of a way right away. Hanging up the phone, Li Yi's face immediately turned cold. He did not expect this Wen Jin actually dared to cancel the contract with himself. Is he not afraid of offending Professor Hu? It was at this time that his cell phone rang again, and opened it to see that it was indeed Wen Jin calling. Mr. Li, I am now formally informing you that the cooperation between you and your company, Shui Jia, is unable to attend, and our cooperation is hereby terminated. Li Yi repressed his anger as he listened. We have signed a contract. What reason do you have to unilaterally terminate the contract? Shui Jia has not been feeling well lately and is not fit to participate in any more public events, and it is in the contract that Shui Jia can refuse to participate in events because of his health. Li Yi unflinchingly debunked. As far as I know, Shui Jia is quite healthy. However, Wen Jin was prepared for this. I know that Mr. Li and Shui Jia have a good personal relationship, but please don't forget that Shui Jia is our company's artist. He can't affect the company's interests because of his personal feelings. Knowing that Wen Jin was being disruptive, Li Yi coldly grunted. If your company insists on unilaterally terminating the contract, then I'm afraid it will get ugly. When Jean heard that Lee even dared to threaten him, he immediately grunted coldly, then I will wait and see. After that he just hung up. Just after hanging up the phone, Jean immediately started looking for connections to prepare for Lee's next move. Humph. I've been in this business for decades and I still can't deal with you, a student who hasn't graduated yet? Today I'm going to show you what it means to be socially dangerous. And Lee was not polite. Directly a phone call to Professor Hu's student Huang Xiao, who is now the head of the legal department of Laughing Click Network. Boss, is it a contract you need me to do? Lee said in a cold voice. The head of the legal department on Shuijie's side wants to cancel the cooperation, so go handle it. Before Huang Xiao could answer he added, he might use some underhanded tactics. If that doesn't work you go find Professor Hu. I'll explain to him first. Hu knew that Huang Xiao refused without even thinking. Don't bother Mr. Hu. I have a few senior brothers and sisters who can help. Here, when Jean is talking to his cousin on the phone. Hey, cousin, I took care of Shuijie for you. Cousin, I took care of that Shuijie thing for you. Thanks cousin, I'll buy you dinner tonight and give you something else to do then. No need to say thank you. Cedar Mall is our business after all. It's okay, we'll get together on the way. He had just hung up when the phone suddenly rang again. Jean, I can't do that favor you said. When Jean heard this, he immediately smiled and said, Brother Dong, do you see that you have time tonight? Or should we talk face to face? Who knew that the other party immediately refused? No, I'm just informing you, and that this should not come back to me. After saying that, the other party just hung up the phone. Just as when Jean was puzzling over the call, a skinny boy who looked to be in his 20s walked into his office. The boy just came in and revealed his identity. Hello, I'm Huang Xiao, the head of the legal department of Laughing Click, and I'm here today for the matter of your unilateral contract termination. When Jean saw Huang Xiao so young, a look of no experience did not even put him in the heart. At this time he was still wondering why just now Dong suddenly did not help. I've already spoken to your boss. Shuijie is not feeling well so he can't attend the event. And who let you in? Get out. Seeing the other party's brash attitude, Huang Xiao immediately said, as far as I know Shuijie isn't unwell. Now when Jean immediately became angry, I told you to get out, did you hear me? He is our company's artist. Of course he can't delay the company's business because of his personal feelings. Chapter 79. Then it's all settled. At this time, when Jean was in a bad mood, seeing Huang Xiao, a student child, even dared to refute himself, he immediately got up and pushed Huang Xiao out. Hurry up, an unknown small company dares to be so cross. When Jean hard pushed Huang Xiao out, suddenly he saw that Shuijie was even outside. Immediately guessed that Huang Xiao must have been put in by Shuijie, so he said in a cold voice, Shuijie, don't forget that you still have a 16-year contract with the company. If you dare to do something that is detrimental to the company's interests I can block you at any time. Seeing that when Jean was so arrogant, Huang Xiao immediately took out that contract and shouted, don't forget that you signed the contract. Huang Xiao, the student child, 3 times to take the contract to pressure themselves. When Intua grabbed his hands of the contract tore a shred, then cold voice, go sue me then. Don't think you're so good just because you learned something in school. There are people everywhere out there who are better than you. Seeing that when Jean had the audacity to tear up the contract, Huang Xiao angrily pointed at him and couldn't speak. You, get out of here, or I'll call security, said when Jean actually really picked up the phone and said, come over a few security guards, there are people causing trouble here. Knowing that Huang Xiao might be at a disadvantage if this continues, Shuijie hurriedly went up and pulled him away while whispering, hurry up, this one Jean knows people. Huang Xiao listened to the indignation and collected the torn copy of the contract and walked out. Just then when Jean suddenly called out to Shuijie and said, Shuijie, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're red now. Think more about what to do when you're not red. Hearing his threat, Shuijie didn't show his anger, but followed Huang Xiao to a cafe. Coffee had just been served. When Shuijie suddenly said to Huang Xiao, when Jean is actually trying to get me to go to the opening ceremony of his cousin's shopping mall, which I heard he also has shares in. As soon as Huang Xiao heard this, she immediately felt that there was a chance. Her eyes lit up and said, then we can make him soften based on this. Who knows? Shuijie shook his head and said, it's useless. He has many dishonorable tactics. This matter will most likely remain unsettled in the end. I mean, you go back and tell your boss. He might have something. Once Huang Xiao heard this, he only nodded and reported the situation to Li. And just then a message quietly appeared inside Laughing Click. The cooperation between Shuijie and Laughing Click is probably fake. In fact, Shuijie is going to participate in the opening ceremony of the downtown Cedar Mall at the time of the campus singers competition. This news is Chu Lichun deliberately put out, and just put out he began to find people to hype. Suddenly made everyone know. When Huang Xiao returned to 504, Yang Huiman was reporting the news to him. After listening to the two people's report, Li stroked his chin and always felt that there must be a connection within these two things. And this connection was not shallow. Seeing that Li hadn't said anything, Yang Huiman couldn't help but speak up. Boss, do you want me to delete all these messages? Li immediately shook his head and said, we can't delete it. If we delete it, it will further solidify the credibility of this message. The main thing now is still to solve the problem of whether or not Shuejie can be out of breath and active. As long as Shuejie is out of breath and active by then all the rumors will not be broken. At this time Huang Xiao took out the torn copy of the contract and said, but that Wen Jin's attitude is quite brutal. I've already found my senior brother to help deal with this matter, but he's still bent on having his own way. Li narrowed his eyes and said, I heard that the contract Shuejie signed was a bit harsh? Huang Xiao immediately nodded. I heard Shuejie say something about it, but it sounded a bit too harsh. Hearing this, Li immediately picked up his cell phone and called Shuejie. Do you want to take out the handle you have in the agency's hands? Shuejie was instantly interested when he heard this. You have a solution for your own matter? How come it still concerns me? Li smiled and said, I'm going to settle the two things together, so you'll bring the contract to me now. Shuejie didn't dawdle and directly agreed. Okay, I'll go find you now. This side of the phone had just been put down. Li immediately made another call to Professor Hu. Professor Hu picked up the phone and immediately smiled. How's it going? Huang Xiao is doing pretty well, right? Li quickly smiled and said, Professor Hu's recommendation is definitely right, but I have a friend whose contract might be a bit of a problem. Can you help out, Professor Hu? Professor Hu immediately agreed upon hearing this. No problem. You can bring him over now. Soon, Shuejie came to Prof. Hu's office with his contract. Seeing that it was Shuejie, Prof. Hu was a bit surprised and asked, why him? The contract I negotiated for you last time went wrong? It had to be said that Professor Hu was, after all, the leader of the legal profession in Jinyang, and immediately guessed the matter to a T upon seeing Shuejie. Li didn't hide it and immediately nodded his head helplessly. The other party wanted to take his contract and break it, so he had to come and trouble Professor Hu. Professor Hu smiled at Li as he listened and said, it's fine, after all, this contract was also negotiated by me for you. Then he put on his eyes and began to scrutinize Shuejie's contract, and soon he found many loopholes in it. This contract was signed with a lot of ambiguous and overbearing clauses added. Are you going to sign a new contract with the other party or just void the contract? Shuejie was a bit hesitant to listen. He actually wanted to void the contract, but he didn't have much money in his hands right now and couldn't set up his own agency. If they switched to him, these agencies seem to be competing with each other, but they are actually on the same page when it comes to contractual issues, and the contract they sign might be even more harsh then. Seeing Shuejie's concern, Li immediately smiled and said, don't worry, when the time comes, we'll partner up to open an agency and we'll be our own boss. When these words came out, both Shuejie and Professor Hu were surprised. It takes at least $10 million to open a brokerage firm. Do you have that much money? When Li heard this, he immediately smiled and said, how can $10 million be enough? If you want to open a big one, I will directly offer $20 million. Knowing that Li wouldn't brag on this matter, Professor Hu and Shuejie immediately looked at him with a face full of awe. You're pretty good kid. It's not even sophomore year yet and you've managed to come up with so much money. Looks like I've been underestimating you all along. It looks like I'll have to look up to Boss Li in the future. Hearing the two men's compliments, Li waved his hand and said, there's no need to be surprised. Let's discuss what we should do to resolve the contract. Professor Hu, however, laughed. It's a good thing to do. No need to be so troublesome. So, is busy and his cousin signed a contract when Jean suddenly received a phone call from the company. Just connected, a panicked voice came out from inside. It's bad for Supervisor 1. Shuejie wants to terminate his contract with the company. Chapter 80, The Grand Wedding. When Jean looked in search of the sound, only to see Li, Professor Hu and Shuejie walking in together from outside with their heads held high. Upon seeing Professor Hu, who was all smiles, he was directly confused. A student who hadn't graduated yet was just a student. How could Professor Hu give him a head start? But what happened next once again shattered his perception. Only to see Professor Hu smilingly take out Shuejie's contract. I've looked at it. I've looked at your contract, and there are about 20 things in it that don't make sense. And then based on Shuejie's income in recent years, if you're serious, you'll probably have to offer more than $3 billion to compensate. When he finished, he sat there with a grin on his face and stopped talking. Li and Shuejie sitting next to each other were also smiling, and found that when Jin's eyes looked over, both immediately looked at each other, without the intention of opening their mouths at all. This time when Jin is finally afraid, the contract is he led a piece of people to do, so the inside of those overbearing terms are very clear. He believed that if Prof. Hu really got serious, that it was really possible for their company to compensate more than $3 billion. Professor Hu, Boss Li, Shuejie, why don't we talk? Now when Jean has not been that arrogant look, full of smiles and careful look, Shuejia look at the mood of a burst of pleasure. At this moment, Li Yi spoke up. There's nothing to talk about. Either we talk about it, you guys transfer Shuejia to my Laughing Click Cultures banner without compensation, or you guys come up with more than $3 billion in compensation. Such a simple question when Jean do not even need to think about it. He knows very well that the company cannot get more than $3 billion now. After asking for instructions, a gray-faced when Jean signed the contract to transfer Shuejia to the banner of the agency that Li Yi and Shuejia started together. When Jean didn't dare to work with Chu Liqiang again after being taught a lesson, Shuejia, who had regained his freedom, also immediately began to cooperate with Laughing Click to start publicizing, and the influence of Laughing Click instantly reached its peak. Chu Liqiang watched the site's users become fewer and fewer, and his eyes were filled with despair. He had already invested several $1 million in it, but he hadn't even seen any profit so far. Damn it, how did this Li Yi pull Shuejia into his agency? The furious Chu Liqiang used every means to vent the anger in his chest, but to no avail. Now that Laughing Click's voice had reached its peak, and because Shuejia's influence in the country is rapidly growing in the country, this has left Laughing Point, which is still growing in one city, simply defenseless. Looking at Laughing Click, which had become a nationally recognized video website, Li Yi's face was all smiles of satisfaction. Go see how Su Qingxiao's have a home group buy is going. Li Yi came to Su Qingxiao's office, only to see that she was currently staring blankly at her fingers, her small face filled with loss. Seeing this, Li Yi immediately spoke. What's wrong? Such an ugly little face. Su Qingxiao realized that it was Li Yi and immediately said sullenly, my parents recently wanted to step into the entertainment industry, so they wanted me to join forces. Hearing this, Li Yi didn't know why his heart snapped. You don't want to? Su Qingxiao didn't raise her head, only saying sullenly, N. Li Yi came up with the idea, isn't your have a home group by now so large that it can't come out on its own? Now that Su Qingxiao's Yuja group buying had expanded to the whole country with Li Yi's help, it was reasonable to say that she should also be a very big boss by now. Su Qingxiao's mood was even lower. When I first set up there was a group buy, it was my parents who put up the money, so most of the shares of the group buy network were in the hands of my parents. When Li Yi heard this, he immediately smiled and said, do you want to take their home group buy in your own hands? Su Qingxiao's mood didn't change at all. Now that there's a group buy that's flourishing, my parents won't sell their shares. It's true that there's a group buy that's awesome right now, but that's based on the premise that Laughing Click is helping. The reason why there is a group buy stands out, all because Li Yi has been helping to expand its influence. At this time, Li Yi suddenly said, why don't we set up another group buying website? It was only when she heard this that a glimmer of hope finally appeared in Su Qingxiao's eyes. The next thing you know, Laughing Click, which had been supporting Arigato group buying, suddenly stopped doing so and instead started supporting a new group buying site that had emerged. The name of this group buying site is also straightforward, Kaka Group Buying. Almost all of the original revenue from having a home group buy has also been transferred back to Kaka Group Buy here. This time, all the shares of the Kaka Group purchase were in the hands of Li Yi and Su Qingxiao. However, probably because of the loss of income from having a family group buy, Su Qingxiao's parents were surprisingly even more desperate for her to join the marriage. Seeing Su Qingxiao's just appeared smiling face disappear once again. At this time, Li Yi suddenly said, do you want to change the object of your union? Hearing this, Su Qingxiao gave Li Yi a deep breathless look and said, I don't want to join forces with anyone. What if it's me? Hearing this, Su Qingxiao suddenly widened her eyes and stared at Li Yi incredulously. Li Yi suddenly held Su Qingxiao's small hand. Marry me. Su Qingxiao nodded excitedly as Li Yi held her hand. I'm willing. When they learned that Su Qingxiao and Li Yi were married, Su Qingxiao's parents did not have any objections. After all, at this point in time, Li Yi was not only the owner of the nation's largest video website, but also controlled one of the largest entertainment companies. A month later, Li Yi and Su Qingxiao's grand wedding was successfully held.